child, and he watched the whole thing from his bedroom window. And he said that he was watching it, and while the planes and the batteries on shore were shooting at it, they exploded before they actually hit the ship. And the shrapnel came down, and there was collateral damage, and people were hurt, and I believe there were even a few casualties. That it was the shrapnel from our armaments that were coming down and hurting people. And the next day, he and his friends all went out to the beach and collected the shrapnel for the Army, and they got paid for every piece of shrapnel they brought back.
That was amazing. That was 1942, where a lot of people thought the Japanese might have been doing something.
Yeah, they thought initially that it was incoming Japanese fighters, and it was just one large ship from what this man told us about, and it moved very slowly up the coast. It wasn't bothering anybody. It was very reminiscent of Phoenix Lights, the ship that moved up California's coast that Lynn Katai did such a wonderful job.
1997 episode.
Yeah, very reminiscent of that.
Lots of pilots during World War II saw what they thought were Foo Fighters, little tiny discs flying all over the place. You investigated that.
Well, everybody investigated it. We thought it was Japanese or the Russians or the Germans, and they thought it was us. And when they finally compared notes, they found out that it wasn't either.
Wow. I've got a whole list of these episodes. I'm going to skip a few of them for time purposes, but in 1917, you say that there was a human that shot down a UFO. Tell us about that.
That's one of my favorite. That's the one thing in the book that I swear is going to someday be a question on a quiz show someplace. It was. Let's see. Wait a minute. I want to get it right here. It was 1927, and it was.
It was 1917.
17, sorry. And it was Baron Manfred von Richthofen. Richthofen, it's German.
The German pilot, right?
Yeah. And he was known as the Red Baron. And he had shot down 80 enemy planes for the Germans during World War I. But he's the first human in history to gun down an alien spaceship. And what's fascinating is that there was another pilot who saw the same thing, and they reported it. He immediately shot it down. It crashed by the woods, and two pilots got out and ran into the woods. They were never seen again, and they reported it, and nobody said anything or did anything. They were probably told to keep quiet, and they thought that perhaps it might have been some military reconnaissance of some sort by the U.S., but obviously it wasn't. And that's one of the things that he is very famous for, and yet never given credit for. No,
that's a story that's kind of been buried. Another story, 1917, is something I've talked about quite often, Barbara, and that is the Fatima in Portugal, where the apparitions of the Blessed Virgin Mary. But everybody says that the sun came down, and I've always said it was a UFO that they saw.
Yep. I do believe it was, and there were, there were 50 to 100,000 people there, and it was raining, apparently, when all of this happened. And, reporters and all, it was a large silver object. And they also had they called them flowers or snow. Unusual snow, but it sounded like it was very much like other things that have happened as far as things dropping from the sky. And it's similar to angel hair that is, known to be present at a lot of UFO cases. And it was amazing how the fact, I truly believe you're right. I think it was a UFO.
Yep.
And yet when you get to the sighting and everything, it was pouring rain, and then it stopped raining, and everybody was dry. So there was something very mystical and magical happening there. And, was it the Blessed Mother? Was it an egregore that everybody expected to see the Blessed Mother, and so that's what they manifested? I don't know. I think in cases like this, the element of an egregore has to be considered as well.
In 1915, a case I had never heard about before until I saw your book. In Turkey, a regiment of British Army members, 800 men, simply disappeared. Where did they go?
Well, now there was a fog. There was a strange fog, and they were attempting to take a hill at Suvia Bay near Gallipoli. There were 22 witnesses. The regiment of over 800 men marched into a strange fog of clouds hovering over the hill, and they were never seen again. And the British thought that they had been taken prisoner, and the Turks just denied any knowledge of the existence at all. And no sign of the regiment has ever been found. 800 men. I mean,
I know. We're not talking about a handful of guys that disappear. 800. My God.
I want to know who the 22 were that didn't go.
The smart ones.
Yeah, obviously.
What's your best guess on that one, Barbara? What a story.
I think the fog opened a portal to another dimension, and they marched into another dimension.
Now, that's interesting. Like they walked through a portal or something?
Yeah, I think it was a portal.
And they could never find their way back?
Well, I think they walked into another dimension that had a physical reality similar to ours. They probably were... I think they went into a dimension that was very similar to the Earth plane right now, almost like on another timeline, almost. And I think that's what happened. I don't think they were taken into a ship and whisked off someplace. I think they became interdimensional.
The late Jim Mars talks about the 1897 Aurora, Texas UFO crash. That was a fascinating one.
Well, the part of it that I loved so much was the fact that when the ship crashed, I hope we're talking about the same one.
I'm sure we are.
When the ship crashed and burned, the people in the town went out to check it out, and they found one body, and it was a very small person. And they took care of him. They collected him, and they put him in a coffin, and they buried him, and they had a funeral. And our report comes from a newspaper article of a woman who was a teenager at the time. She didn't see the crash. Her mother didn't let her see the crash, but her mother let her go to the funeral for the pilot. And I was so touched by that it was amazing. And then many years later, the government. She was then, she was a 90-year-old woman in 1973, and the government wanted to exhume the body, and the townspeople would not release the location of it because they wanted him to rest in peace.
I wonder where it is right now. What do you think?
Oh, I think it's still there. I don't think they'll let anybody touch it. The people have been very protective of it for this long. I can't see them giving up the location.
Barbara, where do people get your book, Before Roswell?
It's on Amazon, and that's the only place I know it is. But it's on Amazon, and I'll tell you, it's the more I read in the book, and I've read through it maybe 30, 40 times. And I have to also point out that on my website, barbaradulong.com, there's probably 3 times as many articles on UFOs.
It's amazing. When we come back after the break, Barbara, we're going to talk more about some UFO cases that go way, way back, and then we'll take calls with Barbara next hour.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
than ever before.
Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Classic Cuts.
Artists often find inspiration for songs in odd places. For Steve Miller, the idea for The Joker came to him on the hood of a car during a moonlit party.
The thing I think about The Joker was that was my first #1 hit single. I was at a party. It was about midnight. I was on the hood of a car. I had little parts and pieces of it and was working on it. And it was kind of a full moon. It was a pretty funny kind of night. And it all came together that night and recorded it a few weeks later.
You know those lines about peaches and trees? He borrowed those from a 1953 song called Lovey-Dovey by the Clovers.
Lovey-dovey, lovey-dovey, lovey-dovey all the time. Ooh, yeah, baby, I sure show you a good time. 'Cause I'm a joker, I'm a smoker, I'm a midnight toker.
What blinding flash of brilliance is on Coast to Coast AM tonight?
Are you keeping up with the latest on the UAP controversy, or UFOs? I'm George Norrie, and Connie Willis filling in for me with Anthony Sanchez as our guest, followed by those special Friday night into Saturday morning open lines on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast to Coast AM, sunscreen not required. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Autumn in New York, why does it seem so inviting? Autumn in New York, it spells the thrill of first nighting. glittering crowds and shimmering clouds in canyons of steel. They're making me feel I'm home. It's autumn in New York that brings the promise of new love. Autumn in New York is often mingled with pain. Dreamer.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We will take calls next hour with Barbara DeLong, so get ready to jump on board. We're talking about her work before Roswell, incredible stories of past UFO cases, some of which I had never heard about before. It is truly remarkable, but we'll come back in a moment and talk more with her about her work as well. ParanormalDate.com, we hit 173,000 a few days ago. We're now trying for 174,000 signed-up members, 855 people to go at ParanormalDate.com.
And we'd like you to keep in mind that if you're looking for somebody a bit more mature, maybe 60 plus, we've got ParanormalDate.com/seniors for you. Now, these are people that think like you do. They relate to you, and they're 60 plus. So check it out. We've got both ParanormalDate.com and ParanormalDate.com/seniors.
At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm here to meet someone who understands me.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But can't seem to find anyone who gets it.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
I can't meet anyone when I'm out, and I really can't find a website for my unique interests. What is one to do?
Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com?
What? Who are you?
I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember?
Interesting. I'll give it a try.
Well, let's try this again.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDate.com looked very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as meeting you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works.
Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and, of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone.
We're going to talk about comic books for a moment again from Marvelous Entertainment, all of it based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland, a past guest here at Coast to Coast. The acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team got together with Marvin and said, let's turn your novels into comic books. And that's what they've done. They're great comics. They run the gamut from space adventures to downright scary things as well. And what they offer is a free bronze membership option that gives you access to behind-the-scenes content, free comics, and other memberships that'll provide you access to promotional and bonus items like secret decoder rings and puzzles and even more. Just get the family involved because it's a great thing to do. Good adventure. Join the excitement with special titles like I Wag It, Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, Codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggit Jr. Simply join us at iWaggit.com. That's IWAGGIT. Remember that. iWaggit.com. And blast off for your free adventure.
I've driven a limo for 11 years. It might sound glamorous, but it's tiring, repetitive physical work. I got to a point where I was in severe pain and couldn't bend my leg or stand up straight when I got out of the vehicle. Then I fell and jarred my neck really bad. I could not drive or lift anything for months. When I heard Dr. Wallach on Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, everything he said made sense. Once I eliminated the bad foods and started giving my body the right nutrients, I could feel the difference right away. I started sleeping through the night. My body didn't hurt all the time, and I was driving again in 3 months. I went from 230 pounds to 170 pounds. My life has completely changed, and I am so grateful to Dr. Joel Wallach. My name is Ruth Ellen Sanchez. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up for the newsletter to receive Dr. Wallach's 10 Bad Foods list and other invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 and criticalhealthnews.com.
Makes me forget about work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with Barbara DeLong. We're talking about her work before Roswell, The Secret History of UFOs. We'll take calls with Barbara next hour here on Coast to Coast. Going back to these past UFOs, Barbara, the Leonardo da Vinci, you said, painted pictures of flying vehicles with an alien or two in several of his paintings. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. If you look at some of his paintings, you'll see the UFOs. I mean, they look like little cars with people in them, but they're in the sky. And some of the people in crowds do have very, very similar looks, as if they could have been a gray. And so it's fascinating. But if you really want to take a look at what aliens look like today, one of the instances that is in the book, but I did not give it to you on your list. It's 10,000 years BC? Yeah, 10,000 years BCE in China. The Dropa, the name given to visitors from Sirius, came down from the clouds with their air gliders. Now, that sounds impressive, but it's even more impressive when you look at 1938. An archaeologist, a Chinese archaeologist, was going through caves and everything, looking for places to take looking for archaeological stuff. And he found 716 Dropa stones in the cave.
Wow.
And when they're circular stones that look like records, actually. And they even have the hole in the center. And in the grooves, because it has grooves just like records do, they found that there were glyphs. And when they were able to decipher them, it spoke of how their ship had crashed, and these beings came from. I'm not sure it told where they came from, but the glyphs spoke of how the ship had crashed, and that they were unable to repair it. They were going to have to stay and merge in with the people who were there at the time. And all of that sounds fascinating, but when you look even further, you will find in that same region in Tibet there is a village called the Dropa, and they are diminutive people, very, very small, and they have their eyes are different, they're a different shape, and their blue eyes are a different color. And that tribe exists to this day.
Now, in 1840 A.D. in Lyon, France, you talk about a bishop saving the lives of 4 people descending from an airship. What is that all about?
That was so cool. Apparently, at that time, there was a law, which boggles my mind that there was a law like this, but there was a law that it was against that. They had a law against creatures that travel in aerial ships, and not only was the law. They were stoning the people, and the bishop saved them, and the law was ratified by at least 3 French kings: King Pippin the Short, Charlemagne, and Louis I.
584 BC, Ezekiel's wheel, a great story.
Oh, geez, yeah, that's in the Bible. The wheel in the wheel. And there was another instance that Ezekiel traveled into the clouds, too. So the Bible has plenty of mentions of events that certainly could be considered, paranormal and or of UFO. Certainly Moses with the pillar of light and leading, that's for 40 years. So the Bible has them. I mean, it's the fact that these people have been in our life for so long just boggles the mind. And
it really does.
And you stop and you think, why haven't they tried to interact with us? Why are they watching? Because I think they're more watching than anything else. And I could be wrong, but it just doesn't make sense to me that they're out there. And Mount Sinai, Moses had the pillar of light and everything. So it's throughout all of history, they've been there, and they've never attacked, really. I mean, I think that there are probably a couple of times that they were attacked and they defended themselves, but it was a one-on-one type thing. It was never a ship coming and shooting up a town or anything like that. The Vimanas go way, way back, and they had wars in the air, but they never brought it to Earth.
Good point. The work of the late Zecharia Sitchin echoes some of the stories you've got about the Sumerians.
Oh, yeah.
That's how they came down and seeded us.
Yeah, 10,200 BCE.
The Anunnaki, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And then you can go 45,000 BCE with China rock carvings.
What were they? What were they all about?
The China rock carvings have depictions of saucers, and that's the time of the Neanderthals. So my feeling is actually that we weren't a descendant of the Neanderthals, but we were more of we were planted on the planet, is what I'm trying to say.
Barbara, let's jump ahead to now. Do you think there's a great deception underway with UFOs?
I think there's an amazing deception underway, and sooner or later it's going to come out. I mean, you got the secret space program going too, and if the secret space program is made a secret no longer, then all of the stuff that we've done up to this point in time with rocket ships, is a waste of taxpayers' money, and we're living in a reality that's totally a lie.
Your late husband wrote a book called The Greatest Deception, the history of the Bible UFO connection. Tell us a little bit more about that. That was a great book, and he was a guest on our program at least a couple times, I remember.
He was a biblical theologian, and he was blessed with a photographic memory.
What got him interested in the UFO situation?
He was studying he was a contractor, and he was working on a church with another man, and they were talking religion, and the other guy sent him to a couple of places in the Bible where obviously there were UFOs, and that's what started him. And then of course he couldn't stop. He went through the Bible over and over again looking for situations, and the entire book on The Greatest Deception is every instance that he found in the Bible that related to UFOs.
What did you think of his theories when he was telling you these things?
Well, he came from a very religious background, and while I don't come from I'm not, I would call myself almost an independent, just kind of like I am politically.
Sure.
But I lean more to the mystical, the spiritual, and otherworldliness and other dimensions. And Patrick kept it right to the to the word. If it says it in the Bible, then that's it. And I would always prefer to take it a little bit further and deeper. So we had a lovely relationship, and I think we both learned from each other. He kept, I think, most of my education on the Bible comes from Patrick.
That's great. And what did he mean by the greatest deception?
He even thought that in the Bible, that what was written was not what was meant. That it was, that old saying of, for eyes to see and ears to hear. And it was like when people got to a level of awareness where they understood exactly what was happening, that it would change the way that they looked at life itself.
And what do you think of that?
I believe that. I think that we have been dumbed down and conditioned to follow like sheep. He called them the sheeple, us the sheeple, and that we have stopped thinking for ourselves, and we haven't broken away from the herd, so to speak, and started to open our minds to what we're capable of. And certainly the human mind is capable of so much more than we give it credit for. We often think, I can't do that, when the reality is we can do that and more. The Bible says that. Jesus said that. All this and more will you do. And yet we tend to not try to go there. We tend to try to stay within the confines of what we're being taught. And we're being, it's not only biblically, but in schools as well. Our schools aren't teaching the truth anymore. They're teaching somebody else's truth. But certainly anybody who really understands history will know that they're not actually teaching history anymore.
Do you think he accomplished what he wanted to do and set out for before he died?
Yeah, absolutely. He I think it was 3 weeks before he passed away that he was filmed for several episodes of Ancient Aliens. And we had stuff in the car so he could sort of take a treatment and go back to filming. And he said to me, he said, I my work here is done. And I said, well, I'll add more to your list if you stay a little longer.
Yeah, that's right. Don't jump out now.
No, it's just getting to be fun.
How old was he, Barbara?
Oh, my goodness. He was 60-something.
That's young.
Yeah.
That's young.
70, was he 70? Gosh, he
How long were you two married?
We were married 1.5 years.
That's all?
Yeah. And,
I thought it was much longer than that.
Well, it felt longer. And I mean that in a good way.
In a good way, that's right.
Yeah. I mean, Philip Coppens and Kathleen McGowan had the same thing. They both met on a radio show, and they got married and did a lot of work together, and then Philip died suddenly of cancer, and Patrick died suddenly of cancer as well.
Unexpected.
Really, totally.
Unexpected.
Yeah.
So do you think the aliens seeded us like Zecharia Sitchin believed?
I think that I'm not sure I would call it seeded. I think that we originally are from another planet, maybe another dimension, and that we were planted here. I think we were seeded here, and there may have been some DNA work done, but I don't think that we originated here at all. If they did a study a while back, and they took the DNA, the human DNA, all the way back to its origin, and they found that the origin of the human DNA, you and me, is older than the planet is.
Now, what can you say about that?
We came from another planet.
Interesting.
Possibly even another dimension. You know, there's a lot of talk about third dimension and fourth dimension and fifth dimension. We may have come from another dimension, planted on this planet to ascend to whatever level we're supposed to ascend to, and then probably we'll be put on another planet in another frequency at some point in time down the line.
Tell us about your mandala cards.
They were fun.
Are they like tarot cards?
No. Quite a number of years ago, because I do readings for people and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I didn't like any of the, and I was trained in the spiritualist church, so I'm coming from that kind of a direction. I took a look at all the cards out there, and at the time, there was just the Rider-Waite and the Aquarian deck, and I said there has to be a spiritual deck. There has to be a deck, not just for procrastination, but for somebody to learn from. And I had been painting personal mandalas for people for a number of years, and I thought, here is the tool I can use, and I'll create my own deck of cards, and it won't be standard tarot. It came in a series of three. It was the physical, the physicality of us, the cosmic laws, the universal law, the cosmic energies and the universal laws, the astrological signs, and then I threw in some wild cards. And the point of it all was to, and the first 11 dealt with the chakras, but I couldn't pronounce them, so I renamed them because it was my deck.
That's your deck, that's right.
And I painted them all, and from the first painting to the publication of the deck took exactly 9 months.
Good for you. Barbara, we're going to come back in a moment and take calls with you. The name of the book, Before Roswell. Jump aboard with a question or two.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
Since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Tom Foti. The auto workers' strike against the Big Three now is a week old, but it has been limited to 3 scattered assembly plants. That is expected to change today when the UAW does a social media update on its plans.
Here in Chicago, auto workers hold a solidarity rally. UAW workers have been on strike at 3 Midwest plants, and they're threatening to walk out of more factories. But now General Motors is accusing the union of hardball tactics, saying, quote, the UAW leadership has always intended to cause months-long disruption. It comes after reported leaked messages by senior union officials about strategy first published by the Detroit News. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News, Chicago.
Meantime, there is some hope in the entertainment business about one of its 2 long-running strikes that have shut down much movie TV production. Major studios and striking screenwriters spent a second full day talking and now plan a third. A charter bus accident involving high school students from Long Island has killed 2 adults and left some students seriously hurt. From near the accident site, CBS New York's Allie Bauman.
Dozens of first responders rushed to the scene just after 1:30 p.m., forced to use ladders to rescue victims as the bus teetered among treetops.
It is likely that a faulty front tire contributed.
Some of the injured were pulled through windows. Crews also scoured the woods to find anyone who may have been ejected.
With a lot of recent disasters many believe are connected to changes in the world climate, some insurance companies have been cutting back or pulling out of areas prone to quakes, fires, and flooding. Now,
California's insurance commissioner has announced a new plan that will allow insurers to consider climate risks when setting prices. The upcoming change in rules is designed to stop insurance companies from pulling back on coverage in the state as wildfires and other climate-driven catastrophes increase.
CBS's Wendy Gillette reporting. Time's running out for House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Congress to find a compromise on a short-term spending bill that would keep the government open past the end of the month. CBS News congressional correspondent Scott McFarland.
At this moment, the U.S. Congress has not passed any of the dozen appropriations bills needed to keep the government open.
Ukrainian President Zelensky was on Capitol Hill on Thursday looking for more aid in his nation's fight against Russia's invasion, but he got mixed signals from House Republicans. Some favor more aid, some do not. President Biden establishing an Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
Part of the role of this newly created office is to implement parts of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. The reason why they're doing this now is to get the implementation right.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. If there was any doubt about the city of Camden going forward with a redevelopment plan to allow tax abatements for the construction of a 138-unit apartment complex, those doubts are being put to rest this week. A public hearing during the Board of Aldermen meeting was held to allow various taxing entities to be affected by such a plan to speak up. During the hearing, the city was able to get an endorsement for the project from the Camden County Presiding Commissioner, Ike Skelton.
This sounds like a really good project. One thing I really appreciate is the city has done their due diligence in getting us the information, the impact statements, the financial impact statements that are required in Chapter 100, and we appreciate your diligence in that and getting that all together, and I think you've done a good job on that, and the county has no problems with your project.
Following the public hearing, the Board of Aldermen unanimously approved both readings of the ordinance, clearing the way for the 10-year abatement to be taken advantage of by the developer. Major League Fishing is announcing its schedule of events for the 2024 Phoenix Bass Fishing League Series, one with a stop at Truman Lake and 2 stops at Lake of the Ozarks. The Ozark Division portion of the schedule has anglers hitting the lake area on March 30th and May the 4th, and a Truman Dam stop on June the 15th. The Ozark Division competition includes 2 stops February 17th and September 7th and 8th, also at Table Rock Lake down in Kimberling City. The division tournaments are followed by regional action and culminating into the All-American on Cherokee Lake in Tennessee in the following May. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job, like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Partly to mostly cloudy throughout the early morning hours. Scattered showers and storms are possible in the area, especially towards daybreak. Lows will make it down into the middle 60s. Winds southeasterly 5 to 10 miles per hour. Then a chance for more scattered showers and storms on Friday. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees, and the temperature at the studios, right now it's 73.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards!
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers!
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
We got a good one for you this Friday as the Lakers welcome the Zizzers from West Plains on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we're talking about Before Roswell, the secret history of UFOs. We'll take your calls this hour with Barbara DeLong when we come right back on Coast to Coast AM. Like many of us, you might think identity theft will never happen to you, but consider this. There's a new identity theft victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. That's over 15 million people by the end of this year, equal to the populations of New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago combined. Even worse, identity theft victims often don't even know they're victims. That's why LifeLock Identity Theft Protection alerts you to identity threats, even the ones that don't show up on a credit report, like data breaches, fraudulent bank transactions, loan and credit card applications, and crimes committed in your name. If your identity is stolen, your own dedicated LifeLock U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but LifeLock protects you in ways that you simply can't on your own. Save up to 25% your first year at LifeLock.com with promo code GEORGE. That's promo code George and save up to 25% at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working. Who, me? Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
I always have my radio on at work. News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with our friend Barbara DeLong. Barbara, I think your late husband, Patrick Cook, would be very proud of you for carrying on the torch.
Well, actually, he's the one that did encourage me to keep going. And when I started my own radio station, Nightlight Radio, he was very supportive of that. And I think at this point, I interview authors, and every week I read a book a week, and I interview the author. And I know that he would be fascinated with a lot of the people that I've had on the show. It's been a very exciting experience for me, and he did kind of keep pushing me a little bit more and a little bit more. So after that, I guess I got on a slide, and he died. So I just kept going.
Good for you. Of all the UFO cases you've heard about, is there one that just fascinates you more than any of the others?
I think the Dropa, 10,000 BCE. I am very, very fascinated with that because the tribe still exists. And my Red Baron story, of course, I love. And
I love the 800 disappearing British Army members. My God.
Well, that's cool too. And the other is Operation High Jump, with Admiral Byrd going to the South Pole to
in the inner planet, right?
Yeah. Well, he was. Well, no, he did. He did say he had been to inner Earth, and of course, that they told him to keep quiet on, and he did basically. But his biography is still out there. But in 1946, the U.S. Navy sent a fleet of 13 ships, 33 aircraft, and 4,700 men to occupy Antarctica. And this was under the leadership of Admiral Byrd. And it was called a scientific research one, but they, which was ridiculous because it was the aftermath of World War II. And what happened is they got down there and they were attacked by flying saucers, and they lost the battle actually, and they came back really ahead of time, and nothing else was ever said about it.
Like attacked, like viciously?
Well, yeah. I mean, the Germans had an underground force there. They had a camp there. Camp isn't the right word. They had an underground community there, and according to some, now I have a lot of different sources I pull from, so I'm not, it isn't totally from one particular place, but the philosophy behind it is that originally there was an alien base there, and that they had deserted most of it, but they were still there, and they allowed the Germans to come in and utilize it during the war for their submarines, and they set up a fort there, and they were building UFOs the aliens were teaching them to build the UFOs there. And so when this is Operation High Jump, when he got down there, they were attacked, and they lost. And they came back really fast. They came back a lot faster than they had planned. They were going to set up, they were going to take it over, and what's fascinating is that when he went in his plane into inner Earth, he was surprised that he saw swastikas, and they spoke German.
That's right.
With German accents, and that basically they were worried about our utilization of nuclear power, and he was sent back with a message to cut it out, basically, and
that never happened.
No. So it's that to me has always been fascinating. That the fact that so many politicians have suddenly gone to the Antarctic, for what reason? Not to see the whales or the dolphins, the whales. So there's definitely still something going on there. There's an above ground lake that doesn't freeze, and there's a no-fly zone over which no one is allowed to fly. Why? It's harder for the government to hide stuff today than it ever has been. And I believe there's something going on there. I believe that community, I'm not so sure about Middle Earth, but I am positive, as one can be, that there is still a large number of aliens and possibly Germans still down there.
A lot of people believe that. Let's take some calls for you. Let's go west of the Rockies. Pat, you're truck driving in California. Hi, Pat.
Hey, George.
Good to have you with us. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. Barbara, it's a fascinating topic. I just had I actually had two questions, but George asked my second one about one case that was just, that was just fascinating that really stuck to your mind. But my first question was concerning Bigfoot. Do you believe there's any correlation with Bigfoot and aliens? Because you mentioned that the 800 went through a time portal. I believe that Bigfoot travels through time portals. I just wanted to hear your take on that. If you have any opinions on Bigfoot and alien relations.
Oh, absolutely. I think Bigfoot is definitely interdimensional. That's why we've not found any bones or scat or anything that would say this is where they live. They're basically put in areas where and they come through I call it a portal, a Stargate, whatever you want to call it. But I do believe they come and they go, and I think that I don't think that we're like Disneyland for them or anything like that. But I do feel that they like the isolation, they like the quiet, they like. I think from wherever they come from, that Earth, this dimension, gives them some sort of place of relaxation and peace. They don't use weapons. They don't hurt humans. I mean, they will throw rocks, but that's about all. I think they are, in many ways, more evolved than we are. They just don't look as pretty.
It's a bizarre situation, though, Barbara, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. But when you look at Bigfoot and Yeti and Sasquatch, I think it's all in the same thing. I think they've come through portals. Now, they may have come through a fold in time, where two timelines kind of cross and they're able to slip in and out. But I do think that I don't think that there's any malice or forethought with them. I think that they just want to be left alone. And I think we should do that. We should honor them. And it's like everything else. When we find something that we don't understand, people want to go out and kill them. Bring me a body and prove it type stuff. And the reality is that we are such a war-oriented culture at this point in time that we don't know how to peacefully try to communicate with these. I know Mary Joyce has done her website is Skyships Over Cashiers. She has lots of places where they are communicating with Bigfoots in a very gentle way, and especially the United States is not a country where we will take something we don't understand and peacefully try to make friends with it. We want to attack it. We want to confine it. We want to study it. And I think our way of approaching something we don't understand is so barbaric that it's kept us from having the communication that quite possibly we could have had.
Good point. International line, Don's with us in Alberta, Canada. Hey, Donald, go ahead.
Hi, George. Hi, Barbara.
Hi.
Do I got half an hour? No, just joking. Anyway, up where I'm at in Canada, in St. Paul, Alberta, not St. Paul, Minnesota, they actually built a landing pad in 1967. Like, I grew up not far from the area, and never did I know that the reason why is there was a UFO that was about 300 feet in diameter, translucent, and it flew around the town the entire night. And so when Canada got its money for our anniversary, our 67 or 100-year anniversary, the town took and built the UFO landing pad, and then they built another building there. And then they had all the newspaper articles up at one time, but then they all got taken down. But it's amazing how fast technology gets lost. And the other thing is for Germany, anti-gravity, they had probably about 6 different programs on the go, because I talked to, like, part of my background is German, and I knew a lot of people from there. And they actually, when they were kids, they actually witnessed. But one guy told me that he had the autographed book of the 2 test pilots from his village, town, whatever you want to call it. And it could go from 0 to 60,000 feet so fast they kept bending the airframe. But the people inside the cab wouldn't experience any G-force. So I got all excited, and I sent him a bunch of data and pictures of stuff that I had known about. But what I realized is that the Germans had probably about 6 or 7 programs on the go at once, and they compartmentalized everything, and then they would take the technology and they would move it into a central location where they would finally finish off their craft. Anyway, and the other question, I guess I had a question for, in Mongolia, there was a base of aliens that was, well, they had been there, according to their records, for like 2,000 years or more, and the Russians went and nuked the place and to steal the technology. I was just wondering if you knew anything about that. I was fascinated. I've only heard it about once on, I didn't know it existed until one night I was listening to George's show. I can't remember who the gentleman was that brought it up, but I thought it was quite fascinating. They had been living there in peace, and then we go there to steal the technology and nuke them in order to get it.
I've not heard of it, but I'm not surprised.
Interesting takes on all this. You know, it's just what mankind does, Barbara. You know what?
Well, look what we did. I mean, even Tesla was working with anti-gravity, and he was so far behind. You know, I almost think that he was not only before his time. I think he may have been from another time, trying to come back and help, and we killed him. I mean, that's what we do.
He was a time traveler, you think?
Yeah, I believe that, yeah.
Let's go to Joe in the Bronx. Go ahead, Joseph.
How are you?
Good, Joe.
Good. Barbara, you mentioned earlier in the segment that you believe that God does not resemble us, but the Bible says that we are created in God's image, so wouldn't it follow that God looks like us?
If God was a person, yes, but don't forget, angels can take on many forms, and I think God can take on many forms. And at some point, those amazing men that were inspired to write the Bible had to, in some way, explain God in a way that everybody would understand, and so they wrote it that way. I don't believe that we are in many ways they said that we are created in God's image. I do believe, like I said earlier, that there was a deeper meaning to what was written. I consider the Spirit, that essence that is a part of creation that's in all of us, is similar. We are a part of God. We were created to have that part in us, but that doesn't necessarily mean the physical part.
Let's go to Mark in Baltimore, Maryland on the wild card line. Hey, Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much. A while back, the late Senator, I think his first name was Stephen Schiff, and then the late Senator William Richardson from New Mexico, they were champions of getting the truth out there from a governmental standpoint. So, by the way, thank you for continuing your late husband's work. So my question would be, Barbara, do you think that our government will ever tell us or reveal to us the entire truth about UFOs?
No.
Quite bluntly, that's it, huh, Barb?
No, as far as I can tell, and this is my philosophy from what I've studied with, and I'll be 80 my next birthday, so
good for you.
It's a long time. And what I'm seeing here is that our government is merely a puppet of another organization that is a puppet of another organization. And so I don't believe that you and I will ever get the whole truth. I do believe that there are tunnels underneath underneath the entire world. There are tunnels several miles down that are being prepared for the next pole shift, so that when it happens, only those who are underground are going to survive the shift.
You really think that's going to happen, Barb?
Oh, the pole has shifted before. That's a fact.
Let's go to Rick in Dallas, Texas. Go ahead, Rick.
Yes, sir. George, just want to tell you I really admire you and I love your show. And
Well, thank you.
You're very fascinating. I'm going to get your book and read it. But y'all mentioned early on about the 1897 Aurora, Texas case, and I thought you might like to hear a clarification about something on that. I
Sure.
know a lot of the folks involved and everything, and the problem is not knowing where the guy is buried. We know exactly where he's buried. The hurdle is getting permission to exhume him. He's in an old, what's still a country graveyard up there, and there's two stones. There used to be a stone on it, and they had, at the time, carved the image of a little spaceship on there. Well, about the time of the 1973 incident that you were talking about, that stone got stolen, and a lawyer here in Dallas, he's got a reward out, return it, no questions asked, still no results on that. But anyway, the point is, he was buried right there between two adjacent graves, and those stones are still there. And we've even got videotape back in that 70s here we were talking about where you could still see it when the stone was there. So we do know exactly where that coffin is buried. That's not the problem. And we were even going to pursue it. I've got a friend I went to school with. He was a cheerleader. He's a preacher up there now. But something I heard, George, on your show made me kind of gibberish and leery about pursuing it. Do you remember that book you had a fella on talking about that fascinating case in Brazil where the craft crashed and one critter was injured and the other was running through the town, and that boy jumped out of the Jeep and tackled him and got a little scratch on his arm.
That's right.
And 2 days later, he was dead. There was some kind of out-of-this-world bacteria, and there wasn't nothing to treat it and everything. And we got to thinking, if we did get access and got that thing opened up in there, you'd probably have to have on one of those biohazard suits, because there's no telling what kind of foreign bacteria or whatever might still be in there. You don't know how long that stuff would survive.
Well, that's exactly what Charles Schutz III was talking about a few days ago when he said, be careful what you bring back from Mars. We're going to wrap things up with Barbara DeLong when we come right back on Coast to Coast AM.
Feeling lost? Not by your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio apps in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer, and today's tip of the day, sugar pie pumpkins. If you want to make a wonderful pumpkin pie or a wonderful pumpkin soup, the sugar pie pumpkin is the kind to use. These pumpkins here are very edible and very delicious, although all pumpkins are, but these are a little bit sweeter. When you select these little pumpkins, what you want to do is make sure they're bright orange. If they're not orange, if they have any greening to them, don't buy them, and make sure they're not soft. Now, one thing about pumpkins that everyone should know, that pumpkins is a soft squash, not a hard squash. So don't hold them for too long, otherwise they'll become super soft and there's nothing you can do with them because they'll be full of decay. So there you go, the sugar pie pumpkins. Make that wonderful pumpkin pie and invite me over with some ice cream and coffee, and we'll have dessert. And I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer. For more recipes on pumpkins and other produce items, just go to TonyTantillo.com.
What blinding flash of brilliance is on Coast to Coast AM tonight?
Are you keeping up with the latest on the UAP controversy, or UFOs? I'm George Norrie, and Connie Willis filling in for me with Anthony Sanchez as our guest, followed by those special Friday night into Saturday morning open lines on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast to Coast AM, sunscreen not required. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Through the trees comes autumn with her serenade. Melodies, the sweetest music ever played. Autumn kisses we knew are beautiful souvenirs. As I pause to recall, the leaves seem to fall like tears. Silver stars clinging to an autumn sky. Love was ours until October wandered by. Let the years come and go, I'll still feel the glow that time cannot fade when I hear that lovely autumn serenade.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we'll be back with Barbara DeLong and take final calls as we talk about her incredible story, of course, before Roswell. So make sure you're part of the program. On our next Coast to Coast program, handing over the mic to Connie Willis. So enjoy the program with her. She's got some great guests and open lines on Coast to Coast AM. Beyond Belief, that is our television show, and we'd love for you to sign up at beyondbelief.com.
We sure would. And if you head over to beyondbelief.com right now, you can explore the amazing and unusual world that we live in. Paranormal, conspiracies, UFOs, we tackle it all. We've got some free episodes up there for you. We have a free trial you can sign up for. And not only do you get Beyond Belief episodes, but you can also enjoy everything the network offers. So please enjoy. It's beyondbelief.com.
I need 1,000 of you to sign up for our free YouTube channel today so we could hit another milestone. Tommy, how do people do that?
Very easy. Head to coasttocoastam.com. We've got a sign up right at the top. It's a little YouTube icon. Click that. It's free, and you'll enjoy hours of interviews of recent and past shows.
Fantastic. At YouTube, when you're on YouTube in the search bar, just put Coast to Coast AM Official, by the way. And here's something for your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better, faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa formally agreeing to use local currencies in trade instead of the U.S. dollar. That's not good news. As demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens as well, and that is why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever with investors and savers looking to harness the power of physical gold held in a tax-sheltered IRA, and you can do this too. Simply text the word COAST to 989898. Do it anytime for your free info kit on gold. Thousands of happy customers A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, countless 5-star reviews. You can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. And as the dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency, and central banks, simply arm yourself with information on how to protect your savings. Text COAST to 989898 and claim that free info kit right now.
Are you tired of watching stock market swings? Want to say goodbye to the wild shifts in your portfolio? You deserve an investment that delivers consistent monthly returns and is built on solid American ground. Phoenix Capital Group invites you to invest in the heart of America and support U.S. energy independence. They're introducing investors to high-value oil and gas investments here in the U.S. They connect private investors like you with investments in tangible oil and gas assets. Phoenix Capital Group offers high-yield corporate bonds to investors with returns of 8 to 12% annual interest paid monthly. These are corporate bond offerings and they're open to both accredited and non-accredited investors. To find out more, download the Phoenix Capital Group's free investor guide packet today at investingwithphoenix.com. Before making investment decisions, you should carefully consider and review all risks involved. Learn how to diversify your portfolio and earn 8 to 12% annual interest with Phoenix Capital Group. Learn more and invest in America at investingwithphoenix.com. That's investingwithphoenix.com.
I listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951, we're News Talk KRMS.
And welcome back to our final segment with Barbara DeLong. Her book is called Before Roswell, available on Amazon.com. Her website is her name, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. And Barbara, how do people hear your radio show?
Actually, they can get it right from my website. There's a link there. I do it on Blog Talk Radio, and then it goes up on tons of other servers and YouTube and Rumble, TalkStream Live as well.
How often are you doing the show?
I do it once a week, and I have other people that do shows on Nightlight Radio as well, so that there are other modalities that can be addressed as well. But the calendar on my website has them all listed. All you have to do is check that out, and you'll see who's doing a show when.
Absolutely. What do you think of the congressional hearings on UFOs?
I think they're a joke.
You think it's all show, no go?
Exactly. Well, not only that, but what are they going to prove? They're going to prove that somebody believed a lie and lived it, and therefore, even though it's a lie, they believe it. I mean, so many times you can see something and believe it, and it's just it's a fraud. And I think that's what's going on here. That unfortunately, there's so much going on that is not the truth, and it's taking up money and it's taking up time, and our government is falling apart because of it.
Let's go to the phones. Final callers for you. We'll pick it up by going to Dan in Cleveland, east of the Rockies, to get us started. Hey, Daniel.
Yes. I was wondering where you get to me. If somebody told me they didn't believe in aliens, I would say, do you believe in God? And if they said yes, then I would say, well, why did God create all these stars, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of stars,
millions,
and planets on them, and not put some intelligent beings on them? I mean, what did he do? Did God create all these planets and everything just to entertain us? It's absurd. There's got to be a life somewhere out there. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have to adjust our terms, because right at the moment we're being invaded by aliens. And so extraterrestrials, I do. People have. I don't know if it's their education or their structure, or their minds are not ready to accept something that is otherworldly, because certainly we are not the only race out there, and I think the reason that we haven't really been contacted more is because we are such a warring planet that peaceful extraterrestrials probably don't want to have anything to do with us.
What about the non-peaceful ones? Do you think they're out there, Barbara?
I do. I think that they were created by the same energy, the same God that created us. Not because he was bored and wanted to really throw a glitch in everything, but I think we all have positive and negative, and I think there are some that have chosen the negative, and just as though there are very evil humans, it would stand to reason there would be evil extraterrestrials as well.
We have texts and tweets for Barbara. Tom, I still can't get to the point of saying texts and X's.
No, we need to change that. Barbara, this one from Jordan in Portland, Oregon. He would like to know why you think the mainstream will sometimes dismiss experiencers as loose cannons, as he calls them.
Because they are. There are so many of us out here that have seen UFOs, that know exactly what we've seen, and will take the abuse we get from the people. When I saw one, I had almost 30 years of being laughed at and poked fun at, and how many beers did you have that night? And yet, when you see one, there is an instant click of some sort inside of you, and it's a belief, like you believe in God. I believe I saw what I saw, and it was big enough so it could have had people in it, but I don't know if it did or not. I think that what we got here is the fact that there are people that don't want to believe it. They're afraid that it might be something that they couldn't handle. And when I saw the UFO, the person standing right next to me did not see it.
Next up, we've got Thomas in Sheboygan, Wisconsin on the wild card line. Hi, Tom. Go ahead.
Hey, George. How you doing?
Good, my friend. Thank you.
Yeah, I was wondering to get your guest's opinion about, I'd seen it on a program, I think it was Ancient Aliens. Some archaeologists had dug up six-fingered, six-toed mummified sloth that they coined the name Maria in far South America. I was just wondering if you might think that was an alien.
It's not the one that Jaime Maussan unveiled, but go ahead, Barbara.
Yeah, I think that there have been aliens that have died here, and that have been mummified. In some cases, I know some in Egypt have been discovered. I think they're there. I mean, when the Roswell crash happened, they had the bodies of several of them, and at least one, if not two of them, were still alive.
But where are they now, Barbara?
I think they're inside a mountain someplace. I don't know if they're still alive, but I do know that for sure that they were emitting some sort of homing signal to their home planet, world, whatever. So that I know that the signals have gone out there. I think that's what SETI is looking for. It's looking for a response.
Driving through Arizona, Kelly's with us now. Go ahead, Kel. Good to have you with us.
Hey, George. Hey, Barbara. I got this kind of goofy theory about Roswell, and I'm going to sound like a complete millennial. I saw a video on TikTok not too long ago that confirmed that I'm not the only one that saw this. 1947, we had Kenneth Arnold see those aircraft flying around Everett, Washington. Operation Paperclip, kind of close to Boeing. The first time I saw a Horton HO-229 jet that was captured, I couldn't help but think that aircraft that Kenneth Arnold saw was possibly a Horton jet. And if you look at the Jack Northrop was known to be using that strip that the shuttle lands on in White Sands. If you draw a straight line, deviate a couple degrees, if you're in some craft in 600 miles an hour and say you have some problems 15 minutes into flight, boom, you're right there at the Roswell crash site. And, Barbara, you were just talking about some of the Nazi German tech that was hiding out in caves. After the war, the Allies found these massive presses that were able to fabricate these really neat, intricate, and very complex pieces of aluminum that, when we were building airplanes at that time, it was multiple pieces of aluminum riveted together. So for someone that has only seen like Stearman's and DC-3s, the occasional B-29, I think it's kind of a logical conclusion that it's quite possibly they might have seen a Horton HO-229. I'm not going to discount anything that Major Corso said, but I was just kind of curious about your guys' opinions or thoughts about that. I know you all have been doing UFO thing for 12 or 15 minutes respectively. I just kind of thought about that not so long ago and was wondering what your guys' opinion was on that.
Your thoughts, Barbara? It could have been another plane, huh?
I don't think it was. But since then, we have been playing with trying to replicate these, and so have many other countries. So I wouldn't doubt some of our newest technology does look very much like the plane that went up the coast for Phoenix Lights, but they make noise, and I don't think that they're similar, but I don't think they're the same. I think that what's going on here is our trying to replicate instead of just going ahead with our own stuff. But our government, unfortunately, has kept so much under the covers, so to speak.
Under wraps, yep.
Yeah, my father was in the FBI in 1945. He saw a demonstration of a car that would run on water if you dropped a little white pill in it. It's never come out, but my father saw it and he drove it.
What did Dad think of J. Edgar Hoover?
Not much.
I didn't think so. Let's go to Carlos, the island of Oahu in Hawaii. Hey, Carlos, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, George, and aloha, Barbara.
Hello.
Barbara, a lot of the problems with disclosure is the secrecy, the classification by the government of top-secret technology, quantum technology it is. And what you were referring to, the pill, that separates the hydrogen and the oxygen. And so the vehicle was actually running on hydrogen. But that's incidental. It's the classification, the secrecy. And a lot of it has to do with the anti-nuclear movement back in the 1970s and into the 1980s, where these people were so adamantly opposed to nuclear technology that they would protest any type or form of use of it. And our anti-gravitational devices are nuclear powered. What I wanted to mention, though, was that I want to ask you if you're familiar at all with the top-secret 1973 Jupiter Project Skylab mission, on which I was, proudly I will say, I am the real Carlos. I was the first officer on that mission. Now, our experimental craft, which are made out of titanium, which is a transportable material, are capable of transcending time. So some of the so-called UFOs that we see, and they're unidentified to the people who are perceiving them, but in fact, they are United States experimental craft that are able to transcend time. So they're either coming from the past or from the future. And what they can do is they can warp right off the radar screen by transcending time, and they're gone. They vanish.
What do you think of that, Barb?
Well, I think he's absolutely true. The drone that landed in Rendlesham Forest was from 8100. In other words, thousands of years in our future, watching us. So that, yeah, I would say that easily there's time travel going on. And, you've seen the examples of it, but people don't tend to want to cope with it. And I think that what is so sad is there's so much going on. Tesla and so many of the other scientists were playing with it decades and decades ago, and I know that they've got cures for cancer. I know that they've got cures for a lot of the stuff that's going on, and yet they're so tuned in on depopulating the earth so that we have fewer people on it, that they aren't paying attention to the fact that the technology and the things that they have already developed that are available to everyone and would help everyone would not fit in with their agenda and what they want to do with the planet.
Let's go to first-time caller Quinn in Los Angeles real quick. Go ahead, Quinn.
Hi, Barbara. So you mentioned earlier that, human DNA has been traced back further than the Earth has been around, and, saying that we're from a different planet and from a different dimension at that. Then, that our next destination in our journey could very well be to another planet in another dimension. So my question is, what might another planet in another dimension possibly look like?
I would guess, Barbara, it'll look like Earth. What do you think?
Well, that's what I've been told. It will be a transition and ascension in awareness and consciousness, and to another planet, definitely. But one in which our ability to live together in harmony far exceeds what we have today.
So, Barbara, you're going to write another book?
Oh, several.
Good for you. What are their subject matters, if I can guess?
Well, there's one called What If. There's one called Spiritual Breadcrumbs. There's one that is an interview with a spirit guide.
And I want to just take a quick moment to tell you that your husband, Patrick, was a great guest of ours, and we miss him dearly, by the way.
Me too.
He was a good guy. Tell folks about your website and where they can listen to your radio show.
Website is barbaradulong.com. Radio show is Nightlight Radio. It's on Blog Talk Radio, and there is also another website for the Cosmic Deck of Initiation and the handbook. It's CosmicDeckOfInitiation.com.
Super. Barbara, thanks for being on the program. Keep in touch with us, okay?
I sure will.
Have yourself a great weekend, and thanks for being with us on the first day of autumn, 2023. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonehood, Sean Ladasor, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrows, Tim Banal, George Knapp, and Ian Punnett, I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath and Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King. A week into the auto workers' strike, the UAW's threat to make it bigger is imminent, with a noon Eastern time deadline for progress or else. Here's WWJ's Jeff Gilbert.
The first round hit all three car makers evenly. Cornell University labor professor Art Wheaton says the second round could be based on how the UAW views the car makers' offers.
You treat me nice, we won't escalate. You treat me bad and give me bad offers for the UAW, then we're going to cause more plants to go out.
Biggest harm to car makers would be striking big pickup plants and parts plants. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
The White House is trying to shut down the prospect of a government shutdown. Spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre.
There is no reason for Republicans to shut down the government. House Republicans should stop their partisan games and keep their promises, and also do their jobs.
But Republican infighting has shut down yet another bill aimed at keeping the government running. The White House is reportedly telling agency heads to prepare for one in 8 days. President Biden says the first M1 Abrams tanks will arrive in Ukraine next week, along with $325 million in aid for the war against Russia. CBS's Ed O'Keefe says Ukraine's President Zelensky spoke with Mr. Biden and members of Congress.
Zelensky met behind closed doors with leaders of the House and the full Senate. That's because while a majority of Americans continue to support providing assistance, there's a mostly Republican divide on Capitol Hill over how to keep funding the war.
The White House is sending 800 active duty troops to the southern border as the Biden administration okays new legal protections for migrants from Venezuela who've been in the country since July 31st. CBS's Manuel Bajorquez is in El Paso.
The vast majority of the people we spoke with are from Venezuela, that they had no choice but to continue to head north. And many people have said, look, why don't they claim asylum in Mexico first? But they say there's extortion there, that there's kidnappings there. They do not feel safe, and that's why they're continuing to make their way up here.
NTSB investigators are expected on the site of the bus crash on Interstate 84 near the New York-Pennsylvania border. Band members from Long Island High School were going to a band camp. 2 adults were killed in the crash. Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman.
They had a weekend planned of fun and enjoying their musicianship, and unfortunately, the day ended in tragedy.
A tropical system is expected to become Tropical Storm Ophelia today. Landfall expected in North Carolina early tomorrow. Storm surge, heavy rain, the biggest threats. Wall Street, S&P futures are up 6.5. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late news now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A Climax Springs man is allegedly caught red-handed on surveillance video and charged in connection to burglarizing an area business. That according to the Camden County Sheriff's Office, saying the break-in at the unnamed business occurred in mid-April. A probable cause statement filed in the courthouse describes damage made to the front door, allowing for Philip Comer to enter the business, damaging 2 gambling machines which had their cash boxes taken, and at least 1 bottle of liquor taken from behind a counter. A mini sledgehammer was also reportedly left at the scene, presumed to have been used to cause the damage. As of Wednesday, it appears Comer, who has an open felony stealing case in Dallas County, has not yet been taken into custody on the Camden County case. And the Highway Patrol reporting 2 accidents Wednesday night that injured a combined 3 people in Camden County. The first happening just after 8 o'clock Wednesday night when a vehicle crossed over the center line, striking another car on Highway 7 near Winding Tree Road. 68-year-old Mary Brown of Edwards and 73-year-old 53-year-old Philip Ramo of Roach. Both suffered moderate injuries. The other accident happening at 10 o'clock on Sunny Slope Drive just south of 54 when the car driven by 45-year-old Michael Helkner of Camdenton ran off the road and struck an embankment before overturning. Helkner was wearing a seatbelt and was treated for minor injuries. He was also arrested on suspected DWI charges. For more on these stories or your national and worldwide news, as well as sports news, head to our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Partly to mostly cloudy throughout the early morning hours. Scattered showers and storms are possible in the area, especially towards daybreak. Lows will make it down into the middle 60s. Winds southeasterly 5 to 10 miles per hour. Then a chance for more scattered showers and storms on Friday. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees, and the temperature at the studios, right now it's 73.
From Compass Media Networks, this is America's First News. This morning, with your host, Gordon Deal.
Another failed vote. Good morning, I'm Gordon Deal, along with Jennifer Kashenka. On this Friday, September 22nd, glad you could be with us. Here's what we have for you this hour.
House Republicans have again missed an opportunity to fund the government. GOP holdouts blocked a vote to advance a spending bill.
A bus carrying New York high school band members has crashed en route to a music event. The band director and another adult were killed.
Today's the day that the United Auto Workers president has threatened to call for more factory walkouts if progress is not made on contract talks.
And should your spouse be your best friend?
When do you need other friends? Should somebody else be your best friend? And your spouse is your spouse and everything else that a spouse is. And found some interesting studies that look into life satisfaction and happiness. People who are married or together are generally happier than people who aren't.
Claire Ensberry at the Wall Street Journal on how being married to your best friend can lead to greater happiness, but also be a burden. 2 adults are dead and dozens of others injured after a bus carrying high school band members tumbled down an embankment on a highway north of New York City. The commercial bus was carrying 40 students from Farmingdale High School on Long Island and 4 adults. It happened yesterday afternoon on Interstate 84 in the town of Wawayanda in Orange County. They were headed to Greeley, Pennsylvania to a music event for band camp. Police identified the 2 people who lost their lives as 43-year-old Gina Pelletier, the marching band director, and 77-year-old Beatrice Ferrari. Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, whose jurisdiction includes Farmingdale High School.
Together, they had a weekend planned of fun and enjoying their musicianship, and unfortunately, the day ended in tragedy.
Authorities say preliminary information indicates a failure of a front tire may have been a contributing factor. There were several serious injuries, including 5 critical. The injured were taken to 6 area hospitals. House Republicans have again blocked a vote to advance one of the 11 spending bills that have yet to pass the chamber. Following the latest vote, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy sent lawmakers home after GOP holdouts derailed his latest effort to fund the federal government. The setback increased the odds of a partial government shutdown at the end of the month. Republican Senator Kevin Kramer of North Dakota.
If he can't get us through this, whoever's going to come in after him is going to have a hard time.
House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries.
We're not paying a ransom note so you can jam your
extreme ideology down the throats of the American people and hurt everyday Americans. We never have, and we never will.
The Wall Street Journal says it also underscored how Mr. McCarthy's hold on the conference has only grown weaker since he won the gavel back in January. The vote to open debate on a defense bill failed the day after Mr. McCarthy had predicted that Republicans would pass the rule needed to advance the defense appropriations bill. Efforts to pass a short-term funding bill have also stalled. Performative politics is what the GOP rank and file have come to expect from their most strident colleagues these days. With a shutdown looming and Speaker McCarthy's speakership potentially on the table, House Republicans are grappling with many of the same forces that have plagued their narrow majority all year. Unresolved fiscal politics, skewed incentives for attention-seeking, murky policy goals, and margins thin enough that a few truculent members can grind proceedings to a halt. So says Michael Warren, senior editor at The Dispatch. Mike, how do you see it?
Well, Gordon, I think we're headed for a government shutdown, and House Republicans don't seem to be able to muster enough votes. Remember, they've got a pretty narrow majority that they're working with anyway. It's really about 4 seats now. We just had a recent Republican House member resign their seat, so it's a 4-seat majority. And there is a small number of Republican folks on the right, sort of the far right, who are uninterested in voting for what is called this continuing resolution to continue funding the government. They don't want it. They don't like it. They want to see bigger cuts. And what you're seeing here is a real divide even among sort of the far right Freedom, conservative populist Freedom Caucus. Some members of that Freedom Caucus brokering a potential deal that they thought could get Republican support throughout the conference. But these holdouts, also from the Freedom Caucus, are saying no. And House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is sort of throwing up his hand saying, well, I guess we won't have a vote then, and we'll see what happens next. But it's a lot more chaos to come.
All right, so Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz among the objectors here. His beef is what?
He wants more spending cuts, and he wants particularly spending cuts on a couple of his pet issues. He wants Jack Smith, the special counsel at the Department of Justice, essentially to be defunded. Not quite sure how that would work in practical purposes, but that's one of his points. He also says, he told me yesterday, I'm also not for continuing the Ukraine policies negotiated by between Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell. This is a big sticking point with these group of holdouts. They really want cuts to American aid to Ukraine. They're making a big push about this. This is something actually a lot more Republicans in the House are interested in, but it's one of the points that Matt Gaetz and others are making. There's also a sort of procedural issue here, Gordon. Gaetz and the other holdouts, they want votes on individual appropriations bills, not this continuing resolution, which is essentially a way of saying, let's keep the spending going at the levels, cut a little bit here, add a little bit there. They want sort of formal, regular order on spending bills. The irony here is that you just saw this week. There was an effort to get a defense appropriations bill through, and many of the same people who are saying we want regular order are then objecting to essentially to the procedural efforts to get those appropriations bills passed. So a lot of frustration from Republicans who are looking at this faction within their conference and saying, what is it that you want? You want regular order, but then you oppose the bills passing along regular order. It's a real nightmare for House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
We're speaking with Michael Warren, senior editor at The Dispatch, a digital media company. He's written a piece called House Republicans Saddle Up for More Chaos. So what's behind this here, Michael?
That's a good question. A lot of Republican colleagues think there is an effort here to essentially get rid of Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. Matt Gaetz, again, kind of the star of these holdout Republicans, has made it pretty clear he wants Kevin McCarthy to go. And part of the deal in getting McCarthy the speakership, you may remember back in January, there were about a gazillion votes to finally get McCarthy over the line and this narrow majority. Part of the deal was essentially any Republican, really any member, but a Republican member in the majority, can make a motion to vacate the chair, essentially to say, McCarthy, you're speaker, no more.
Why doesn't he just do it then? Why keep threatening it? Why doesn't somebody like Matt Gaetz just do it?
Well, he very well may. The question is, will he have enough sort of political power to do so? And it's a big deal to do that. And I think the question for Republicans is, if not Kevin McCarthy, then who?
Yeah.
And even for someone like Matt Gaetz, I think sort of pulling the trigger on that causes a whole lot more sort of a domino effect that even Gaetz is maybe a little reticent to actually do. But he seems to be getting closer every single day.
All right. So obviously Republicans run the risk here of taking all the blame if and when there's a government shutdown. How does that factor into their calculations here?
Well, you have a lot of, and there's about 18 House Republicans who come from districts that Joe Biden won in 2020. They are very attuned to sort of being blamed for government shutdown, being blamed for Republicans in the House not being able to govern. They are really worried about a shutdown really helping their Democratic opponents in the next election.
Thanks, Mike. Michael Warren, senior editor at The Dispatch. 15 minutes after the hour. On This Morning, America's First News. Coming up next, Biden's latest gift to Ukraine. If the weather is cooling off, but luckily your business is staying hot and you need to hire, then you need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. With tools like Instant Match, the moment you sponsor a post, you'll instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. And you can even schedule and conduct interviews all from the Indeed website. Visit Indeed.com/credit to get $75 towards your first sponsored job. I just learned Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. All the cash back from eating at your favorite soup dumpling restaurant doubled. All the cash back from that trip where you sort of learned to snowboard also doubled. And the best part, you don't have to do anything ridiculous to get it. Nope, Discover does it automatically. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
$10 says your local Staples now accepts Amazon returns. $10 says you can make those returns at Staples 7 days a week. $10 says you'll get in and out fast and easy. $10 says when you make an Amazon return at Staples, you'll get $10 off your Staples purchase of $30 or more. $10 says it's pretty cool to get $10 to spend on something you want just for returning something you don't. $10 says Staples will be your new favorite place for Amazon returns. $10 says you knew I was going to say $10 says. Offer good in store only. Exclusions apply.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com/welcome to now. That's Dell.com/welcome to now.
Guys, stop putting your love life on hold. U.S. Pharmacy has some exciting news. If you've been wanting to try Viagra or Cialis, now is the perfect time. Call today and receive 50 little blue or little yellow pills for only $120 with free shipping. Why order some low-dose sildenafil from one of those subscription services when we can give you what you want now? Call 800-711-6818 and we'll rush your order, discreetly packaged to your door. Been thinking about trying Viagra or Cialis? Call U.S. Pharmacy at 800-711-6818 for as little as only $120 for 50 pills. Need your package in a hurry? Call 800-711-6818 and ask about our express shipping option, and we'll rush your order to you as soon as possible. Save money on the little blue or yellow pill you've been wanting to try. Again, 800-711-6818 now. That's 800-711-6818.
News Talk, KRMS.
Blocking out the noise and bringing you the facts.
You're listening to America's First News This Morning with Gordon Deal.
Glad you could be with us. Welcome into Friday. President Biden is sending $325 million in additional aid to Ukraine. He announced the newest package during a visit to Washington by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Russia hopes once more to use winter as a weapon against the people of Ukraine. But as I discussed with President Zelensky, the people of Ukraine are steeled for this struggle ahead. And the United States is going to continue to stand with you.
Mr. Zelensky's visit comes at a crucial moment for Ukraine as it seeks to shore up support and secure additional funding for its counteroffensive against Russia.
I want you all to know that America has saved millions of Ukrainian lives.
Of note, Republican opposition for additional aid for Kyiv has been mounting. In a letter to the Biden administration yesterday, 29 Republicans voiced their opposition to the funding. Meanwhile, Russia launched massive strikes against Ukraine yesterday ahead of Mr. Zelensky's visit to Washington. Also of note, the president has not yet approved plans to send long-range missiles, which Mr. Zelensky says could make a significant difference. 20 minutes after the hour on This Morning, here's Jennifer Kashenka.
And now, the three big things you need to know. Number one.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has thrown in the towel on further votes this week, sending lawmakers home after Republican holdouts derailed his latest effort to advance legislation funding the federal government. Talks continued late Thursday, but the setback further dimmed hopes that Congress could pass measures to avoid a partial government shutdown at the end of the month, and it underscores how McCarthy's hold on the conference has only grown weaker since he won the gavel in January after 15 grueling rounds of voting. Republican Senator Kevin Creamer of North Dakota.
I think it's really important that they get something that they can send over to us, regardless of what it might look like.
The collapse of a procedural motion to advance the $826 billion defense appropriations bill came days after another failed vote on the same bill.
Number two.
A charter bus carrying high school students to a band camp veered off a New York highway and tumbled down an embankment Thursday, killing 2 adults and seriously injuring 5 others. The bus was one of 6 in a caravan taking the marching band from Farmingdale High School on Long Island to a camp in northeastern Pennsylvania. Richard Mazzone is with the New York State Police.
Preliminary information indicates a failure of a front tire may have been a contributing factor to this accident.
The 2 adults who died were the high school's band director and a retired teacher.
Number 3.
The Biden administration wants to remove medical debt completely from consumer credit reports. So the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau outlined proposed rules to keep unpaid medical bills from affecting patients' credit scores. The CFPB proposal would prohibit consumer reporting companies such as Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian from including medical debt and collection information on consumer credit reports. Well, it's a growing trend. Adult children living with mom and dad. According to a new Harris poll, 45% of people ages 18 to 29 are living at home with their families, the highest figure since the 1940s. More than 60% of Gen Zers and millennials report moving back home in the past 2 years, often because of financial challenges.
Let's hope they're doing their part when it comes to things like chores and running errands.
Spoken from someone who may be in this situation.
Maybe soon. Next Gen, 22 minutes after the hour.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code HANDSOME at checkout. That's harrys.com, code HANDSOME. Enjoy.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm 54, so basically, it's too late to start saving for retirement, right?
Not right. Starting to save, even in your 50s, can really make a difference.
Well, right now, saving seems hard to wrap my head around. Plus, with the way this year's been going...
Hey, listen, it's okay. You still got this. Just go to aceyourretirement.org. It's an online tool from AARP that can help you get your retirement savings on track no matter your age. It's free and only takes about 3 minutes.
I like 3 minutes.
Yeah, at aceyourretirement.org, you'll chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer a few questions and you'll get a personalized plan and tips to help boost your retirement savings. Tips that are easy to understand and tailored to your lifestyle.
I like that too.
Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back. Just head to aceyourretirement.org and make your plan to start saving for retirement.
Thanks.
That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for being with us. Welcome into Friday. Being married to your best friend can lead to happier marriages and greater life satisfaction. It can also be a burden. Here's Claire Ansberry, columnist at the Wall Street Journal. Claire, what are we learning?
Basically, the idea of your spouse being a best friend is something that just really seems to be more of a goal for couples, younger couples getting married. You see it on social media, I'm marrying my best friend, etc. And so the idea of, is that a good thing or not? When do you need other friends? Should somebody else be your best friend and your spouse is your spouse and everything else that a spouse is? So that's what I was looking at and found some interesting studies that looks into life satisfaction and happiness. And, it's people who are married or together are generally happier than people who aren't or have been divorced. And so then you have marriage and status and happiness, and you also have friendships and happiness. And so how does that, if you're married to your best friend, does that make you happier in a marriage or not? And what it found was that people who are married to their best friends, they're more satisfied than those who are not.
You did have a wife in the story who said something like, I wish my husband had more friends.
Yeah, and, well, interestingly, fewer women consider their husbands as a best friend than men. More men consider their wives as best friends. And, women tend to have richer and deeper and bigger social networks than men. And so the women are feeling like, geez, I wish he had somebody to do something with. Yeah. So it's not all on me. And, a couple of the husbands that I spoke with said that they really rely on their wives to connect them with friends, to sort of create, make these social dates and the, just keep them in sort of a social circle.
Yeah. It's fascinating. We're speaking with Claire Ansberry, columnist at the Wall Street Journal. Her piece is called "Should Your Spouse Be Your Best Friend?" Here's another interesting one, too, that you touched on a little bit. Do you start out as best friends and then get married, or do you get married and then evolve and develop into best friends?
Well, I had examples of people who said they were both, but several people said, look, my spouse is my best friend. They've been married for a couple of decades, and said, you can't really, when you get married, I was just in love. I was smitten. But I really didn't know that person at the time. You know, when you've known somebody for 2 years, are they really your best friend? Do you know them well enough, or do you need to go through hard times? I mean, one man and woman who really say their spouses are their best friends, and they really don't have a lot of friends outside their marriage, and they're okay with that. But he said, you know, we had to prove that to each other. They had also both been in relationships where they were betrayed, and so they had a hard time trusting anybody. So for them, the idea of proving themselves to each other by going through difficult times is what made them best friends.
Thanks, Claire. Claire Ensberry, columnist at the Wall Street Journal. 30 minutes now after the hour. On This Morning, America's First News.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. We only have a few seats left. This all-adult paradise 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package, all for just $17.99 per person. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
News Talk, KRMS.
The news without the nonsense. You're listening to America's First News. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for being with us. Welcome into Friday, September 22. Gordon Deal, Jennifer Kashenka. Some of our top stories and headlines. Still no funding for the government ahead of next Saturday's deadline. The number of illegals arrested at the southern border has approached record levels this month. 2 adults killed when a bus full of high school band members from New York crashed on its way to a music event. President Biden announces $325 million more in aid for Ukraine. 49ers over the Giants in Thursday Night Football. And the little girl with a big find in Crater of Diamonds State Park. That story in about 20 minutes. This portion of the program is brought to you by Discover. Discover credit cards do something awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. See terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match. From Hollywood to the auto industry, worker strikes have been making headlines across the country. While employee rights and pay remain at the center of these strikes, they also impact employers and the workplace environment. And what about the employees who didn't want to go on strike? Here's David Barron, labor and employment attorney with Cozen O'Connor. David, they're usually about pay and benefits.
Sure, it could be any of those things. I mean, there's legalities here. I mean, unions can go on strike because they want to achieve better conditions, wages, things like that at the table. Unions can also go on strike because they're complaining about, for example, unfair labor practices or some sort of mistreatment. So it could be one of those things, all of those things. Obviously, each case is different.
Right. All right. So how's the workplace environment impacted sometimes?
Well, strikes are tough, right? Because people have to make a decision as to whether they're going to honor the strike. Some depends on the state, right? Some states are right-to-work states, so not everybody is necessarily required to be a member of the union. And, crossing a picket line is never an easy thing. It creates division in the workplace. And then, of course, there's the impact of the strike on the company, on the customers, on vendors, and everybody associated with that company.
For, I think one of the more recent auto workers strikes, it was like 40 days. How do people pay their bills?
Yeah, good question. So typically unions have strike funds and do assist the strikers, during the periods when they're on strike. Typically that's linked to some sort of participation in the strike, picket line duty and those kinds of things.
You have to burn up vacation days and personal days to go on strike, or like how does that work?
Typically, no, because it's not. It wouldn't qualify, right? I mean, this is not a vacation or something that's sanctioned by the employer. It's a strike. So, we get into all the complicated legalities. I mean, there are situations where employers can actually hire replacements for employees that are on strike. So, it can get messy and it can get ugly. No one ever hopes it does that, right? We hope things are resolved quickly in most cases, but it can get protracted and people can temporarily or even in some cases permanently lose their jobs.
Speaking with David Barron, he is a labor and employment attorney with Cozen O'Connor, and we're talking about the impact of strikes on workers. What about those who don't want to be on the strike and say, I don't know, are desperate for a paycheck or whatever the reason might be?
Right. So employees are not required to strike, right? Even if the union is on strike, it's up to each individual employee whether they, in fact, strike themselves. That's a very difficult decision, as you can imagine, when your coworkers are on strike and there's lots of pressure to strike. But, each employee makes up their own minds. Some employers don't operate during a strike. They simply shut down. Many employers continue to operate with management, for example, but also some employers continue to operate with, what are called crossovers or replacement workers. So, again, every case is different, but employees are not necessarily, no one can make you strike, and it's an individual decision for each employee and their families.
By the same token, could the company come along and say, after day 2, you're fired if you strike?
Yeah, typically no. You can't fire employees. That would be illegal. But there are situations where an employer can either temporarily or permanently replace, which is, again, a little bit different. They're not terminated, but there would be different issues with respect to their right to reinstatement.
Are there legal? I guess there are, but what are some legal ramifications of a strike?
Well, I mean, from a legal standpoint, it's a weapon that the union has to put pressure on the employer, right? It's a way to get something at the bargaining table or to compel the employer to do something that the union wants. You know, if it's regarding an unfair labor practice, if the employer is breaking the law and that's the reason the union is going on strike, then you know, that could have impact at the National Labor Relations Board or in court or wherever the dispute's played out.
I guess the reasons we have strikes is because they work in some way, shape, or form.
Right. I mean, again, it's leverage, right? I mean, right now, you know, employees are probably enjoying a period of time where they've had more leverage than in a long time, and there's a labor shortage. Inflation is very high, and employees, you know, understandably want higher wages and better benefits. And they have the power to do that, and that's why we're seeing, you know, unions making sort of a comeback, and we're seeing, you know, more strikes than we've had in a long, long time.
Thanks, David. David Barron, labor and employment attorney with Cozen O'Connor. 20 minutes now in front of the hour on This Morning, America's First News. Coming up next, the mic drop.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code HANDSOME at checkout. That's harrys.com, code HANDSOME. Enjoy.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com/welcome to now. That's Dell.com.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
News Talk, KRMS.
spending time with us. Welcome into Friday. Time now for the Mic Drop with this morning's Mike Gavin.
Good morning. Well, if you're listening to this show, chances are you're up early in the morning and probably didn't get enough sleep last night. And even if you did, maybe you got 7 or 8 hours tops. So it might interest you to know that there's someone out there who's making $10 million this year who gets around 13 to 14 hours of sleep a night. His name is Yusei Kikuchi, and he's a pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays. Kikuchi was forced to leave a start early this week with cramps, and he's blaming it on a lack of sleep. Kikuchi said that the night before his start, he only got 11 hours of sleep instead of his usual 13 or 14. This revelation opened a lot of people's eyes, including his own teammates, who now won't stop peppering the pitcher with questions about how he can possibly sleep that much. Kikuchi has no big secrets, saying that if you simply close your eyes, you should be able to sleep. He also said it typically takes him only 5 minutes to nod off, and he begins his bedtime routine with 10 minutes of meditation. He also clarified that he doesn't sleep 14 hours every night, just the nights before he pitches. Other days, he's happy to settle for 8, 9, or 10 hours.
Oh, my goodness.
Settle for 8, 9, or 10.
Settle for 8, 9, or 10.
You know what I would give for 8 hours of sleep during the week? I can't remember the last time that's happened.
I don't know when I don't know over the past 20-something years I've ever gotten 8 hours of sleep.
Yeah, you're
wow.
We just don't function that way.
That's breathtaking. 14 hours on the night before he pitches.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, you're only up for, 10 hours that day, so you better get it all. Whatever you're doing, you better get it all in.
I don't even have that amount of hours in a day if I wanted to sleep that long.
Right.
It's not even available.
Yeah. Well, I guess, when your entire job is just to go on the mound for 3 hours and pitch, I guess you can build your life around that, right?
That's incredible. I would think that even having slept 11 hours, that might cause cramping for some reason. Like there wasn't enough time in the day to get a proper meal or hydration or nutrition, right?
I would imagine waking up and having back soreness or something, or just from sleeping, being in bed for that long, right?
Wow.
And fans of Frank's today are screaming hot dog about the latest news coming from Oscar Mayer. The iconic hot dog-shaped vehicle that spends the summers touring America will now be known again as the Wienermobile. This only 4 months after an ill-advised name change to Frankmobile. The company said the name change in May was meant to pay homage to the brand's 100% beef Franks and their new recipe, but fans of the original name were not happy about it. The first Wienermobile was created in 1936, and it's gone through several iterations since then. Those who drive the Wienermobile around to promotional events are known as hot doggers. Perhaps the most famous hot dogger is former U.S. House Speaker Paul Ryan, who drove the Wienermobile one summer while in college.
I do like that nickname. You're a hot dogger.
Hot dogger. Yeah, you and I talked about that. That was one of those sort of dream job situations you and I talked about perhaps applying for, because you get paid pretty well to basically just drive around the entire country, for a summer, telling people about hot dogs. Not bad.
Cool. What are you doing this summer? I'm going to be a hot dogger.
Yeah.
Oh, what does that mean? I get to drive the Wienermobile.
I mean, there are certainly worse ways to spend your time.
And
I think.
and having to describe what the Frankmobile is,
right?
Just seemed kind of lame.
Yeah, right.
Everybody knows what the Wienermobile is.
Right. Because it was called the Wienermobile, that's probably why it became so famous. If it had been called the Frankmobile this whole time, we never would have been talking about it.
Wouldn't pay nearly as much either to drive it, probably.
Most definitely.
Thank you, Mike. 13 minutes now in front of the hour. On This Morning, America's First News.
That is what I truly like to be, 'cause if I were an Oscar
Innovation Refunds has been asking small business owners to see if they might be eligible for a payroll tax refund through the Employee Retention Credit. The ERC is a tax refund for businesses that kept 5 or more full-time W-2 employees on payroll during 2020 and 2021. Small business owners can check ERC eligibility at innovationrefunds.com. Bill Goodman, owner of an accounting firm in Richardson, Texas, didn't think his business would qualify until Innovation Refunds walked him through the ERC claims process. Bill then referred over a dozen clients to them. Go to innovationrefunds.com to determine your eligibility. If you qualify, you could be on your way to receiving money for your business. innovationrefunds.com. Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. They work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Visit innovationrefunds.com.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed-upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
News Talk, KRMS.
The information you need and the truth you demand. Start your day with America's First News. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for being with us. The new iPhone 15 goes on sale today. If you're buying one, keep in mind that whether your old device is still functional or no longer operating, it's important to dispose of the electronics properly since they contain toxic substances like lead, mercury, and cadmium. If you have one to get rid of, Fox News has steps you can take to safely recycle unwanted tech. Number one, you'll have to remove all of your data from the old device to a device you're keeping or to an external hard drive. For example, if you're getting rid of an old iPhone but want to keep the pictures, you'll need to plug it into a computer. Number two, perhaps the easiest way to recycle a device is by trading it in. Many phone carriers offer trade-in options when buying a new phone. Number three, you can recycle it. Most chain electronics stores have recycling programs of their own. Best Buy has one. Number four, you can donate it. A charity called Cell Phones for Soldiers was established back in 2004. The program collects old devices and uses the proceeds to purchase international calling cards for troops. 8 minutes now in front of the hour on This Morning. Once again, here's Jennifer Kashenka.
And now, the three big things you need to know. Number one.
Volodymyr Zelensky got the pomp and circumstance of a close ally visiting Washington, but meetings with U.S. leaders couldn't mask the new reality. The Ukraine's war with Russia is proving a tougher sell to his Western backers. The Ukrainian president thanked the U.S. for its support as a group of Republican lawmakers question how much military aid the U.S. can give to Ukraine.
There is not a soul in Ukraine that does not feel gratitude to you, America.
President Biden hasn't yet approved plans to send long-range missiles, which Zelensky says could make a significant difference in the slow-moving counteroffensive.
Number two.
President Biden says the White House will establish a first-of-its-kind Office of Gun Violence Prevention. The new office will be overseen by Vice President Kamala Harris and led by Stephanie Feldman, a longtime policy advisor to Biden on gun issues. Biden says the office will push for continued gun reform.
Now we have to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. I did it once as a senator. We'll do it again.
Advocacy groups have been pushing Biden for years to designate an office to coordinate gun violence prevention measures across the federal government.
Number three.
The UAW is threatening to expand its strike today against GM, Ford, and Stellantis. Analysts say if the strike expands to larger plants with more workers and key products, it's a sign the union is unhappy and looking to inflict more financial pain on the automakers. Facilities such as GM's Fort Wayne, Indiana plant that makes Chevrolet Silverados is a key one to watch. So is Stellantis' Sterling Heights assembly plant in Michigan, which builds Dodge Ram trucks. A storm churning in waters off the eastern coast has increased to tropical storm strength and is forecast to reach the North Carolina coast today. A storm surge between 3 and 5 feet is expected. Well, if you feel as if your work-life balance is out of whack, you have lots of company. According to a new HP Incorporated study of more than 15,000 people in 12 countries, only 27% say they have a healthy relationship with work. 55% of unhappy workers struggle with self-worth and mental health. 59% are too drained to pursue personal passions, and 62% struggle to maintain healthy routines.
Yikes. Those are alarming numbers. Thank you, Jen. 6 minutes in front of the hour on This Morning, America's First News. Innovation Refunds has been asking small business owners to see if they might be eligible for a payroll tax refund through the Employee Retention Credit, also known as the ERC. The ERC is a tax refund for businesses that kept 5 or more full-time W-2 employees on payroll during 2020 and 2021. Small business owners can check ERC eligibility at innovationrefunds.com. Thanks to Innovation Refunds, CPA Bill Goodman of Ford & Goodman accounting firm in Richardson, Texas, referred over 12 of his clients once he discovered his company qualified for the ERC. Go to innovationrefunds.com to determine your eligibility. There's no upfront charge. They don't get paid unless you get paid. innovationrefunds.com. Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. They work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. innovationrefunds.com.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for being with us. A 7-year-old girl celebrating her birthday with a hike in Crater of Diamonds State Park in Arkansas has made quite a find, a 2.95 carat diamond. About the size of a green pea, golden brown in color, and without a single broken facet. Aspen Brown and her father Luther went to the park for her birthday several weeks after construction workers had dug out a 150-foot-long trench for infrastructure, which the park superintendent said probably brought several tons of diamond-bearing material to the surface. It's the second largest diamond found in the park this year and was found close to where a 3.72 carat diamond was discovered 4 years ago. The birthday girl decided to name the rock Aspen Diamond. 100 million years ago, a hotspot for forging diamonds deep in the Earth's mantle was forced to the surface through volcano activity. The Smithsonian Institute says precious stones found in the park include garnet, jasper, quartz, amethyst, and agate, as well as diamonds in 3 colors, yellow, brown, and white. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King in Orlando. Speaker Kevin McCarthy keeps trying to push a bill through the House to avoid a government shutdown in 8 days, but his fellow Republicans keep shutting him down. Here's correspondent Jared Hill.
Sources tell CBS News the Biden administration will begin calling the heads of government agencies today to plan for a potential October 1st shutdown.
The resolution is not adopted.
Yesterday on Capitol Hill, a GOP clash in the House after they failed to bring up a defense funding bill for a third time.
These Chicago area auto workers aren't on strike. But they say they're ready to join their counterparts who walked out at 3 plants a week ago. The United Auto Workers Union says it will expand its strike to more factories if there's not any progress by noon Eastern time. There's a new presidential initiative to try to reduce gun violence. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The president and vice president will announce the creation of the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
The president has said gun violence is an epidemic.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the president has long supported gun control.
You know, when you hear stats of guns being the #1 killer of kids, that is something that we should really be mindful to and do something about that.
Among other things, this new office will work with communities devastated by mass shootings. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
He's already serving life without parole for killing his wife and one of his 2 sons. Now disgraced South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh has pled guilty to stealing millions of dollars from clients. WCSC TV's Blair Sobel is in Charleston.
When asked if he was pleading guilty of his own free will, Alec Murdaugh responded yes and explained why. Quote, "I want to take responsibility. I want my son to see me take responsibility."
A tropical system is expected to become Tropical Storm Ophelia, with landfall expected in North Carolina early tomorrow. CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson on the biggest threat.
The storm surge threat, as much as 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. That's going to be in areas near the Outer Banks, perhaps into some of the sounds and bays nearby there.
A new CDC report says America is too fat. Reporter Alexander Tin is on the CBS Health Watch.
47 states this year had more than a quarter of their adult residents reporting they are obese. That means a BMI of at least 30 or more. And 3 states, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and West Virginia, now have at least 40% of their adult residents reporting they are obese.
Before the opening bell, S&P futures are up 11, Dow futures up 17. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Finding great candidates.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: an Iowa man wanted on an out-of-state warrant for allegedly trying to murder another man in Des Moines has been picked up and is being held pending extradition from the Miller County Jail. The Polk County, Iowa Sheriff's Office indicates that 30-year-old Zachary Taylor Cockenham was charged in March 2022 with attempted murder, assault causing bodily injury, domestic abuse, and criminal mischief in connection to an incident or incidents that happened in October of 2021. It's alleged, according to a media report in Des Moines, that Cockerham tried to shoot a man across the street from an apartment window, hitting the man who survived the injuries. Cockerham has signed a waiver of extradition and is waiting to be picked up by the state of Iowa. And not only will the streets of Eldon be busier later this month with the annual Turkey Festival downtown, but so will the friendly skies above the city with another Young Eagles flight event.
We take them up for about 20 minutes, take them back to the airport. We give them a logbook and a certificate of flight, and maybe they go on to a career, maybe they don't, but they've had some exposure to aircraft and flying.
The Young Eagles flight is for kids 18 to 17 years old and is put on by Lake Area Experimental Aircraft Association, but don't let their name scare you away. Planes for the free flights are not the experimental type. The Young Eagles event is at the Eldon Model Air Park and will run from 11 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Saturday the 30th. To register and for more details, head to our website, krmsradio.com. Next news in 1 hour. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation and engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Scattered showers possible today, mostly cloudy with our high nearing 79. Showers may continue overnight tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Scattered showers possible into Saturday as well, otherwise sunny with a high of 84, and rain may continue Saturday night, cloudy with a low around 65. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 67 degrees.
Good morning. This is America in the Morning from Westwood One. I'm John Trout. It's Friday, September 22nd, 2023. Here's what's coming up on America in the Morning.
President Joe Biden gives Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky another $325 million in military aid.
What our soldiers need.
I'm Jim Root.
The House's hard-right flank has given Speaker Kevin McCarthy another crushing blow as he tries to avoid a government shutdown. Saga Ramagani, Washington.
2 adults are dead and dozens of students are injured in a bus crash carrying students to band camp in New York. I'm Sue Eller.
South Carolina attorney already jailed for the murders of his wife and son has pleaded guilty to federal financial crimes. I'm Jackie Quinn.
Police have discovered drugs hidden in the floor at a daycare center after one child died in New York City. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Fox Broadcast Network founder Rupert Murdoch is stepping down as leader of Fox and News Corp. I'm Archie Zaraletta with the latest.
All ahead on America in the Morning. Now 7 after, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spent Thursday with lawmakers and President Joe Biden in Washington, where he is given another military aid package from the U.S. Correspondent Jim Roop has details.
This aid package, worth $325 million, it includes significant air defense capabilities. The day started with a meeting with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. Zelensky, flanked by Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell on one side, Democrat Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on the other. Schumer saying Zelensky's words to them, simple and strong.
There was a single sentence that summed it all up, and I'm quoting him verbatim. Mr. Zelensky said, if we don't get the aid, we will lose the war.
Zelensky, after a meeting with President Biden, who again pledged U.S. support for the long term, thanked the U.S.
I thank United States of America and Mr. President for the new defense package for Ukraine, a very powerful package. Thank you so much. And it has exactly what our soldiers need.
Congress is currently considering more than $24 billion in additional funding for Kyiv. Some Republicans are pushing back, however. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says there are certain things he wants to hear from Zelensky.
I think the best part is sit down and walk through the question. What is the plan for victory? Where are we currently on the field? The accountability issues that a lot of members have questions.
The current package comes as Ukraine carries out a counteroffensive to recapture territory from invading Russian forces. McCarthy refused Zelensky an opportunity to speak before a joint session of Congress, saying there was no time for it, and Zelensky had just spoken to Congress last December. Zelensky did, however, speak at the National Archives.
Every day, every night, Russia continues its terror with missiles and Iranian drones. But every day and every night, our unity stays strong. You support us, and we know we shall not fall.
He says no nation can truly be secure in the world if the U.S. and its allies do not stand up and defend Ukraine from Russian aggression. I'm Jim Roop.
9 after now. The House GOP again could not find common ground and dealt Speaker Kevin McCarthy another crushing defeat as he tries to avoid a government shutdown at the end of next week. Washington correspondent Sagar Magani reports.
Today, extreme House Republicans showed yet again that their chaos is marching us toward a reckless and damaging government shutdown. Extreme House Republicans can't even get an agreement among themselves to keep the government running or to fund the military.
McCarthy has repeatedly given in to the House's most conservative wing, and last night thought he'd figured out a plan for averting a shutdown by making more concessions.
Today, we're bringing back up the defense authorization, getting that work done, of course. We'll continue to work through. We have more than 170 amendments, something you haven't seen in Washington in a long time.
But not long after.
On this vote, the yeas are 212. The nays are 216. The resolution is not adopted. The chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
A core group of Republicans voted with Democrats to stop a defense funding bill from advancing, another huge loss for McCarthy.
The answer for avoiding a shutdown is right in front of Speaker McCarthy, and he knows it. Bipartisanship. Speaker McCarthy says he wants to avoid a shutdown. He says nobody wins in a shutdown. Well, then he should reach across the aisle to find an agreement that actually has the votes to pass both chambers.
And another standstill for the chamber, which top House Democrat Hakeem Jeffries blames squarely on GOP infighting.
We need the extreme MAGA Republicans to get their act together in the civil war that's happening on the Republican side of the aisle, that's paralyzing Congress.
With a shutdown looming in 10 days if Congress cannot pass bills to fund the government. Sagar Magani, Washington.
11 after. Murder and now new charges for a jailed attorney. When America in the Morning continues after these messages.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
13 after on America in the Morning. AccuWeather.com meteorologist Matt Rindy is following a tropical rainstorm.
Hurricane experts have been monitoring an area of low pressure off the southeast coast for several days and is expected to strengthen today into the weekend. Should it become a tropical storm, the next name on the 2023 list of names is Ophelia. No matter the designation, this will be a significant storm for the East Coast Friday into the weekend. Rain will spread into eastern North Carolina early today and then continue to move northward into southeast Virginia this afternoon. Rain will then spread quickly northward Friday night, reaching southeast Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and southeast New York. Along with the rain, it will become increasingly windy, especially in coastal areas where there can be gusts of 40 to 60 miles per hour. The persistent rain in portions of central East Coast areas will range from 4 to 8 inches, and the rain will then spread into southern New England Saturday. The center of the system will remain in the middle Atlantic through Sunday and then exit to the northeast Sunday night with more rain and wind impacting the area. Before the storm arrives, much of the northeast today will be pleasant with some sunshine. Another area of challenging weather will be in the central part of the nation where a large storm system will cause heavier showers and thunderstorms through South Dakota and Nebraska into western Iowa. A few of these storms will produce very heavy rain, gusty winds, and hail. These storms will be persistent through Friday night, eastward to central Iowa and then southern Minnesota. The same system will cause steadier rain through North Dakota, westward through Montana, into Wyoming, and a few lingering showers can also start the day in parts of Nevada, Idaho, and Utah. Some of the higher elevations may also see some snow. Omaha, Nebraska will have clouds and breaks of sun today with some heavier showers and thunderstorms, high today up to 82. Raleigh, North Carolina will become increasingly cloudy with rain arriving, high 77. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Matt Rindy.
I'm John Trout. America in the Morning continues. It's 15 after. On their way to band camp for the weekend when their bus tumbled off an interstate highway and down 50 feet into a ravine. As Sue Aller reports, police are investigating what led to the crash that left multiple kids hurt and 2 adults dead outside New York City.
A fun weekend getaway to band camp turned tragic in Orange County, New York, just 45 miles outside of New York City. A charter bus carrying 40 students and 4 adults tumbled down an embankment Thursday afternoon, killing 2 adults and seriously injuring several others. New York's Governor Kathy Hochul spoke to News Channel 4 New York.
But imagine the fear, the screams, in the aftermath.
Parents and grandparents were desperate for information about their loved ones. Patricia Defendini also spoke to News Channel 4.
My grandson's friend was one person who was airlifted, so I don't know if he's okay or not.
The bus was one of 6 headed to Northeast Pennsylvania, taking the marching band, color guard, and dancers from Farmingdale High School on Long Island to their annual trip to band camp. The school's band director, 43-year-old Gina Pelletier, and 77-year-old Beatrice Ferrari, a retired teacher, died in the crash. 5 students were critically injured. A faulty tire may have been the cause of this horrific accident. I'm Sue Aller.
Already jailed for the murders of his wife and son, a disgraced South Carolina attorney has pleaded guilty to federal financial crimes. Correspondent Jackie Quinn reports.
Alec Murdaugh has entered a guilty plea to 22 counts of financial fraud and money laundering. In an orange prison jumpsuit, Murdaugh told the judge he wants to be held accountable for stealing from his clients and do the right thing by his surviving son, adding he hopes the people he's hurt can begin to heal. His lawyer says yes, Murdaugh stole money, but no, he did not kill his family members, echoing what Murdaugh said in court in March.
I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my son, Pawpaw.
Murdaugh is serving life in prison without parole for the deaths, and now these federal financial charges will likely lock in many more years. Sentencing will be announced at a later date. I'm Jackie Quinn.
In sports, Thursday Night Football, the San Francisco 49ers beat the New York Giants 30-12. When we return on America in the Morning, the Fed managing the economy and seasonal hiring at retail. At 18 after, we're back after these messages.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13. Or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/chatter today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. HELP.com/chatter.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Welcome back to America in the Morning. It's 20 after. In for CNBC's Jessica Ettinger with Friday Business. Here's Peter Scheck now.
Stocks fell for a third straight day on Thursday, with the S&P 500 now at a 3-month low and the Nasdaq at its lowest in 3.5 months. The culprit, elevated interest rates and the prospect that they won't be coming down anytime soon. That's what investors heard from the Fed this week, and that helped push the 10-year Treasury yield to its highest since 2007. Of course, as Anderson Kane Rudnick portfolio manager Julie Beal points out, managing the economy through monetary policy has a high degree of difficulty.
The Fed is not a bunch of pilots. It's a bunch of firefighters. They really don't have easy mechanisms to make this perfect, delicate, soft landing. And that makes it really hard for them, right? You know, they want the soft landing and they want the ability for job growth to continue, but not too much. And they want the ability for inflation to come down, but not so much that it negatively impacts the rest of the economy. It's hard.
That inflation issue that the Fed is trying to manage will worm its way into your holiday season plans, either as a shopper or a worker. Seasonal hiring is expected to hit its lowest in 15 years for the upcoming holidays. Sukarita Kadali is an analyst at Forrester Research.
The shopper really isn't keeping up with the level of inflation, particularly in a lot of those core holiday categories like apparel or electronics. So when that's already happening through much of 2023, I'm not anticipating a great Q4 for the holiday season at all.
Still, amid higher interest rates and persistent inflation, many economists will tell you that the economy is showing more resilience than could have reasonably been expected, given the surge in interest rates after years of essentially free money.
On the auto workers' strike, Peter, experts say the state of Michigan could lose 150,000 jobs if the strike lasts for a week, and double that if it goes for 2 months. Those jobs will eat into the Michigan economy, no doubt, with less paychecks coming in. There's less spending. And it's not just Michigan. Workers are expected to strike at other plants or be laid off in states including Ohio, Illinois, and Kansas. What other economic impact might we see?
The union has been selectively striking certain plants as they try to work out a new contract, and those selective strikes could expand today, according to CNBC automotive reporter Phil LeBeau.
The deadline that has been set by the UAW is noon. If the UAW does not see what it deems serious progress in terms of contract negotiations, we are likely to see more strike locations, whether that's 1, 2, or all 3 automakers. That remains to be seen.
And we're already seeing that impact in part. Auto companies have begun to lay off some workers in response to the strikes, and the $38 billion auto parts industry is seeing orders drop because of reduced production. Industry watchers say the gap between what the workers want and what the companies are willing to pay is unusually large, and that the two sides remain far apart. And we're already seeing dealers pull back on incentives as they try to conserve inventory, anticipating an ongoing production slowdown.
And there you have it. CNBC's Peter Schack now at 24 after the hour. When we return on America in the Morning, surprising discovery at a daycare center and big changes at Fox News. Back after these messages.
Consumer Cellular's award-winning customer support is 100% based in the U.S., and you are 100% based in the U.S. That's something you have in common with Consumer Cellular's customer service. Consumer Cellular's customer service likes pizza, and you like pizza. You want a free month of service, and we want to give you one. We obviously can't wait to hear from you. Visit consumercellular.com/free month and enter code FREEMONTH to get your second month free. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Promotion is subject to terms and conditions.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online, qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
Do.
26 after, this is America in the Morning. New York City police have discovered drugs hidden in the floor at a daycare center. As Lisa Dwyer reports, this comes after one child died from fentanyl poisoning.
Police say the owners of a New York City daycare center where one toddler died and 3 others were sickened by opioid exposure last week were hiding bags of fentanyl concealed by plywood and tile flooring. Photos shared by investigators show bags full of powder just a few steps away from a shelf of children's toys. Police have arrested the daycare center's operator and a tenant who lived in the apartment, saying they operated a drug ring. They were charged with murder of depraved indifference in the toddler's death. Before alerting first responders, the daycare center's operator called her husband instead of calling authorities for help. The husband was seen on surveillance footage entering the building moments later, then leaving through a back alley with multiple shopping bags. Police are still searching for the husband. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Fox Broadcast Network founder Rupert Murdoch is stepping down as leader of Fox News and News Corp. Entertainment correspondent Margie Zaraletta reports.
Fox says 92-year-old Rupert Murdoch will become chairman emeritus of both Fox and News Corp. Murdoch started with one newspaper in Australia that he inherited, and he created the first network to successfully challenge ABC, CBS, and NBC. Murdoch also founded Fox News Channel in 1996. His son Lachlan will become chairman, as well as continue to serve as chief executive officer. Murdoch says he will be involved every day in the contest of ideas in his new role. Lachlan Murdoch says his father will continue to provide valued counsel to both companies. I'm Archie Zaraletta.
America in the Morning for Friday, September 22nd, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay, senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm John Trout on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. That's 800-426-0557.
This is America in the Morning from Westwood One. I'm John Trout. Coming up this half hour,
Ukraine's president has made a whirlwind trip to Washington to shore up support for the fight against Russia. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
No deal.
Quit spending this much money.
I'm Linda Kenyon in Washington.
Witnesses describe what they heard after an F-35 jet went missing. I'm Clayton Neville.
It may not be easy to get the newest coronavirus vaccine. I'm Ed Donahue.
Google Maps may be held responsible for a motorist's death. I'm Chuck Palm.
17 authors are suing ChatGPT maker OpenAI for copyright infringement. I'm Archie Zaraletta with the latest.
Aging action stars get one final hurrah in the latest Expendables movie. I'm Kevin Carr.
Back after these messages.
If you're living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your fingers over and over again. By wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce the pain of pricking your fingers right away. If you're testing your blood sugar 4 or more times per day, injecting insulin 3 or more times per day, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetic Health Hotline today and learn about the latest CGM technology. A CGM can immediately reduce pain. It's accurate, easy to use, and helps you make better diabetes treatment decisions. And if you have Medicare, you can get a new CGM at little or no out-of-pocket cost. Plus, get free shipping, and we'll bill your insurance company for you. Call now to receive your new continuous glucose monitor at little or no out-of-pocket cost.
Paid for by U.S. Medical Supply.
Call 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638. Again, 800-611-6638. That's 800-611-6638.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage, Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country, 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
Discover the power of radio. If you're a business owner looking to grow, you should know that radio sells with intimacy. When you have something important to communicate, which would you prefer? To show them a picture? To write to them? Or would you talk to them using the emotion of the human voice? Radio sells with intimacy. Discover the power of radio.
Put the power of radio to work for your business. Call KRMS and 93.5 Rocks. We can help. Call 348-2772.
25 before the hour now. AccuWeather.com meteorologist Matt Rindy has the nation's forecast.
A very large storm system will be impacting a large portion of the U.S. today. The system is expected to produce heavier showers and thunderstorms through South Dakota and Nebraska into Iowa. A few of these storms will produce very heavy rain, gusty winds, and hail. These storms will persist Friday night eastward into central parts of Iowa into southern Minnesota. The same system will cause steadier rain through North Dakota, westward through Montana into Wyoming. And a few lingering showers will also start today in parts of Nevada, Idaho, and Utah. Some of the higher mountains may also see some snow. Additional showers and thunderstorms will also develop farther south from Louisiana northward to Missouri into Illinois and farther east into Wisconsin and northern Michigan. Looking at the east, AccuWeather hurricane experts have been monitoring an area of low pressure off the southeast coast for several days, and it is expected to strengthen today and into the weekend. Should it become a tropical storm, the next name on the list is Ophelia. No matter if this system is named or not, this will be a significant storm for the East Coast Friday into the weekend. Rain will spread into eastern North Carolina early today and then continue to move northward to southeast Virginia this afternoon. And then rain will quickly spread northward Friday night, reaching southeast Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and southeast New York. Along with the rain, it will become increasingly windy, especially in coastal areas where there could be gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Persistent rain in portions of the central East Coast will range from 4 to 8 inches through the weekend. And then rain will continue to spread into southern New England Saturday. The center of the storm will remain in the mid-Atlantic through Sunday, and then finally exit to the northeast Sunday night with rain and wind impacting the area. Before the storm arrives, the northeast will have a nice day. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Matt Rindy.
I'm John Trout. It's 23 till. America in the Morning continues. After spending 3 days at the United Nations, Ukraine's president has continued his trip to Washington to shore up support for the fight against Russia, meeting with members of Congress and then with President Biden. Washington correspondent Sagar Magani has a follow-up.
No nation can be truly secure in the world if, in fact, we don't stand up and defend the freedom of Ukraine from the face of this Russian brutality and aggression.
It began on Capitol Hill, where Texas Republican Michael McCall says Volodymyr Zelensky gave an upbeat message.
Two things in particular: air cover, that would be F-16s, and the attackers. He needs a longer-range artillery to hit Crimea, where the Iranian drones are coming out of. He doesn't have that. Right now, his troops are going in with no air cover. They have to take the mines by hand at nighttime. We wouldn't send our troops into that situation.
But top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer says Zelensky also made clear he needs more military help.
Mr. Zelensky said, if we don't get the aid, we will lose the war.
Not all Republicans, though, are on board, with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy saying he and others have questions about the path forward, which Zelensky answered.
I thought it was direct. I thought it was honest. I thought they were answering the questions we need. I think Zelensky has been making some changes that have been requested. He has a new defense minister. He got rid of 5 other individuals in there on the procurement side that I think has been giving people some doubt of what was happening.
From there, it was on to the Pentagon.
It's an honor to welcome him back to the White House and the Oval Office.
And a meeting with President Biden.
The American people are determined to see to it that you do all we can to ensure the world stands with you.
We greatly appreciate that vital assistance provided by the United States.
Zelensky said their talks would focus on more air defenses against a Russian onslaught.
Mr. President, the brave people of Ukraine, and that's not hyperbole, the people of Ukraine have shown enormous bravery, have inspired the world, literally inspired the world with their determination to defend these principles. And together with our partners and allies, the American people are determined to see to it that you do all we can to ensure the world stands with you.
Sagar Meghani, Washington.
It's 21 till. Congress appears to be creeping toward a government shutdown at the end of the month. Correspondent Linda Kenyon has that story from Washington.
The chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
And that's how the day ended in the House of Representatives after a failed vote on the Pentagon funding bill. And with that failure, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy realized the prospects for passing a short-term government funding bill were pretty much dead. So he sent everyone home, canceling previous plans to work through the weekend. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre called out those behind those failures.
Extreme House Republicans can't even get an agreement among themselves to keep the government running or to fund the military.
She's talking about the most conservative wing of the Republican Party in the House, which has been insisting on spending cuts below the previously agreed upon level. Republican Tim Burchett told CNN the bottom line is,
elections have consequences, and my folks back home are saying, quit spending this much money.
Not only did he object to the Pentagon bill, he also said he would oppose a short-term stopgap bill or a continuing resolution.
A continued resolution is just that. It's a 30-day fix. And how in the world do the 50 states manage? They pass a budget.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said as long as the Republican majority in the House keeps fighting among itself, nothing is going to get done.
We need the extreme MAGA Republicans to get their act together in the civil war that's happening on the Republican side of the aisle, that's paralyzing Congress.
There is a way out of this, according to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
The answer for avoiding a shutdown is right in front of Speaker McCarthy, and he knows it. Bipartisanship.
Democratic Representative Eric Swalwell told CNN Speaker McCarthy needs to change his Republican-only approach.
A leader would go to Democrats, just as Mitch McConnell and Senator Schumer have done in the Senate, and say, give us the votes to keep the government open. I'll put it on the bill. We'll save the cops. We'll save the border agents. We'll save the troops from losing their pay. Do it for the country instead of doing it for the chaos.
Linda Kenyon, Washington.
More witnesses are coming forward days after an F-35 fighter jet seemingly crashed after the pilot ejected from the aircraft over South Carolina. Correspondent Clayton Neville reports authorities have also released the 911 call received from the pilot who ejected from the plane and the homeowner whose backyard he landed in.
We had a military jet crash. I'm the pilot. We need to get
rescue rolling. I'm not sure where the airplane is. It would have crash landed somewhere. I ejected.
It was Sunday afternoon when Joint Base Charleston in South Carolina asked the public for help finding a missing F-35B Lightning II jet.
I guess we got a pilot at our house, and he says he got ejected. So he ejected from the plane. So we just see if we could get some ambulance, please.
I'm sorry, what happened?
We got a pilot in the house, and I guess he landed in my backyard, and we were trying to see if we could get a ambulance to the house, please.
We already have help on the way. How far did he fall?
I was at 2,000 feet.
A day later, a debris field was found in Williamsburg County. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby told MSNBC that the U.S. is looking into how exactly the $100 million jet went missing.
Believe me, after every aviation mishap, the Pentagon does what the Pentagon does. They'll investigate it to try to get the answers on what happened.
Residents in rural South Carolina now speaking out about what they heard before the jet went down. This family told NBC News that at one point the plane seemed inverted.
It was probably 3/4 of the way. We could see the canopy.
And this man's interview with WTB-WTV going viral after he described what he heard.
And I heard a screeching, started between a screech and a whistle. I said, what in the world is this? And I heard a boom. Then my whole house shook.
There are questions about whether or not the jet was in autopilot and how long it was in the air before it crashed. All of that still under investigation. I'm Clayton Neville.
16 till U.S. contractor charged with espionage and a shot in the arm for coronavirus test kits. Those stories and more when America in the Morning returns after these messages.
Paid actor portrayal. I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it. Riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear, and tipsy shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit makeawish@wish.org. Yo.
$14 till. This is America in the Morning. Welcome back. I'm John Trout. A U.S. contractor originally from Ethiopia has been arrested on espionage charges. Correspondent Norman Hall reports.
The Justice Department says a government contractor is accused of providing a foreign country classified information that he downloaded and printed from his work computer system. Abraham Teklu Lima, who is originally from Ethiopia, had a top-secret security clearance and access to classified information through contracting positions with the Departments of State and Justice. He is accused of using an encrypted messaging application to transmit maps, photographs, and satellite imagery to the foreign government. Court papers do not identify the country Lem is accused of spying for, but the documents do refer to travel back and forth over the past year and a half to a country where he has family ties. Norman Hall, Washington.
Well, you will be able to get free coronavirus tests as the Biden administration announced that each household is now eligible for 4 free test kits starting next week. However, it may not be easy to get the newest coronavirus vaccine. Ed Donahue explains.
Doses have been shipped out since the CDC signed off on the vaccine last week. The rollout is being described as bumpy. There are limited supplies coast to coast. A search in Juneau, Alaska through the federal government's website shows no available appointments within 100 miles. Some people have had to cancel appointments because their insurance hasn't updated the billing codes to cover the vaccines. This is the first time the vaccines are reaching most Americans through the commercial market, bringing public and private health insurers back into the mix. Moderna and Pfizer representatives tell the AP they have enough vaccine supply. Several million doses have been shipped and delivered. I'm Ed Donahue.
12 till now as America in the Morning continues. Some 500,000 children and families who had their Medicaid coverage stripped through no fault of their own are getting it back. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services reported that many states improperly terminated their enrollment because of what they called a system issue. After a pandemic-era policy guaranteed Medicaid coverage through April, a number of states then began to check to see if the tens of millions of Americans covered by the programs were still qualified. However, the vetting process used by nearly 30 states was handled incorrectly. The majority of those who lost their coverage were children. Shifting gears, there's a new push by some states for more heat pumps. That story from correspondent Rita Foley.
Heat pumps are almost a miraculous solution, says the governor of Washington state, to 3 problems Americans face: heating in the winter, cooling in the summer, and a reduction of carbon pollution. Now, 25 state governors and the Biden administration have announced a pledge to ramp up the number of heat pumps in the U.S. by 2030. Heat pumps don't use much electricity, but they are able to heat and cool buildings. When it's too cold, they can take heat from outdoors or underground and bring it in. When it's too hot, they can move the heat outside. Since they often replace oil or gas furnaces that add greenhouse gases to the air, experts say they can meaningfully address climate change. And there's a tax credit. An ecology professor in Rhode Island who ditched his oil furnace says his house is more comfortable and his energy bills are about half of what they were before. I'm Rita Foley.
GPS has made getting turn-by-turn directions fast and easy, but the family of one motorist says a popular mapping software is responsible for the death of their father. Here's Chuck Palm with today's Tech News.
Google is being sued again, this time by the family of a North Carolina man who claims that Google Maps led him to drive off a collapsed bridge and fall 20 feet to his death. Philip Paxson was following Google Maps directions while driving home late at night in September of last year from his daughter's 9th birthday party. The lawsuit states that the navigation system directed him over an unmarked and unbarricaded bridge that had collapsed years prior. The lawsuit also states that the neighbors had expressed concern to Google Maps that had led drivers over the bridge, which allegedly had not been repaired since its partial collapse in 2013. Family attorney Robert Zimmerman said for years before the tragedy, Hickory residents had asked for the road to be fixed or properly barricaded before someone was hurt or killed. Their demands went unanswered. He went on to say, "We've discovered that Google Maps misdirected motorists like Mr. Paxson despite receiving complaints from the public demanding that Google fix its map and directions to mark the road as closed." Leave a comment at allthetoptech.tech. I'm Chuck Palm.
The NFL and more at 9 before the hour. Here's America in the Morning's Robert Workman with a look at Friday sports.
Week 3 in the NFL, the 49ers lashed the Giants 30-12 last night, their 13th consecutive regular season victory. Christian McCaffrey ran in a touchdown. If that sounds familiar, he scored in 12 straight games. Brock Purdy threw a couple of TD passes. New York, without injured running back Saquon Barkley, couldn't do much. They rushed for just 29 yards and possessed the ball for fewer than 21 minutes. Baseball, the Phillies nicked the Mets 5-4. Nick Castellanos homered and drove in 4 runs, giving him a career-high 103 ribbies.
To get 100 RBIs, that means that you're taking a lot of at-bats, you're playing a lot of games, and you're driving in a lot of guys. I think the 2 stats that that me personally I care about the most is how many times you touch home and how many times you help other people touch home.
Philadelphia leads the NL wildcard race. Braves battered the Nationals 10-3. Matt Olson hit his 53rd home run of the year. Ozzie Albies drove in 4 to top the century mark. Dodgers dunked the Giants. Brewers blanked the Cardinals. Wade Miley and the Waiters scattered 6 hits. Milwaukee's magic number to win the NL Central is down to 2. Pirates over the Cubs. Joshua Palacios with a pinch hit 3-run dinger in the top of the 9th turned out to be the difference. Chicago now tied with Miami for the last NL wildcard. American League, Guardians got 3 in the 8th to top the Orioles. Rays got 2 in the bottom of the 9th to tip the Angels. They move within a game and a half of Baltimore in the AL East. One of them will win the division. The other will likely be the top wild card. Yankees shaded the Blue Jays. Garrett Cole with 8 innings of 2-hit ball and 9 Ks. Jake Bowers helped him out by putting one in the second deck. Toronto holds the second AL wild card by just a half game over Texas and Seattle. And the Tigers pounced on the A's. Tarek Skubal struck out 10 for his 4th straight win. Oakland has dropped 8 in a row. And U.S. women's soccer shut out South Africa 3-0 in a friendly in Cincinnati. The farewell game for Julie Ertz. She captained the team in her 123rd international match. The two sides meet again Sunday in Chicago. That'll be the swan song for Megan Rapinoe. That's Friday Sports.
Thank you, Robert. Now 7 till. When we return on America in the Morning, among the stories we're covering, lost child turns up thanks to a family pet. After these messages.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13, or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/chatter today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. HELP.com/chatter.
Get 11% off your appliance upgrade now at Menards. We offer the lowest prices with the largest in-stock appliance selection. Ready to take home today. New appliances from Menards are meant to make your life easier. Upgrade your home with top appliance brands including KitchenAid, Maytag, Whirlpool, Amana, and Criterion. Upgrade your home with new energy-efficient appliances and save 11%. Good through September 24th. Savings are mail-in rebate. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-557-7920. 800-557-7920. That's 800-557-7920. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
It's 5 till. America in the Morning's back. 17 authors are suing ChatGPT maker OpenAI for copyright infringement. Details from entertainment correspondent Margie Zaraletta.
Game of Thrones creator George R.R. Martin says in court papers the ChatGPT program created a detailed outline using his characters from his A Song of Ice and Fire series without his permission. The lawsuit says ChatGPT is a massive commercial enterprise that relies on theft of copyrighted works. Other authors involved in the lawsuit include John Grisham, Jodi Picoult, Jonathan Franzen, Sylvia Day, and Ellen Hildebrand. An OpenAI spokesperson says the company is talking with many creators, including the Authors Guild, and it believes authors should benefit from AI technology. I'm Margie Zaraletta.
There's one more action-filled ride left for this group. Kevin Carr has a sneak peek at Expendables 4.
Stallone and Statham and a bunch of other people dressed in black are back for one more mission.
Terrorists have taken possession of nuclear missiles on a cargo ship off the coast. If these babies go off, It'll be World War III.
Expendables 4 follows a group of missionaries trying to take down a notorious arms dealer. Featuring action heroes like Sylvester Stallone, Jason Statham, and Dolph Lundgren, there's plenty of gunplay and bloody violence.
You're welcome!
The franchise was originally conceived as a tribute to the R-rated action films of the 80s and 90s. But as these stars get older, the films rely too much on lesser actors. I mean, why is Randy Couture and Curtis 50 Cent Jackson even in this movie, let alone Megan Fox?
Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't invited.
The film forgets its roots, losing the grit and visceral nature of the 80s action films it's trying to pay tribute to. It trades in this old-school charm for painfully bad writing, digital blood, and some of the worst visual effects I've seen this year. And Jason Statham's last film had him fighting a giant shark.
Is that the biggest one you've got?
It might placate some fans who want buckets of testosterone and explosions loud enough to cover lousy editing, but for me, the franchise has expended all of its ammunition.
Enjoy the show!
Expendables 4 gets 1.5 bottles of Ensure out of 5. I'm Kevin Carr.
Man's best friend is also a friend to toddlers. A child who wandered out of her home and got lost in the woods was found asleep using a family dog as a pillow. Lisa Dwyer has the story.
Police say a 2-year-old girl who walked away from her home in Michigan's Upper Peninsula with the 2 family dogs was found hours later asleep in the woods using one of the canines as a furry pillow. Michigan State Police say the other dog was next to her, keeping her safe. Troopers were called to a home in a rural area about 8 p.m. when the little girl was reported missing. They used drones and police dogs in their search with help from local police and local citizens. One of those citizens on an all-terrain vehicle found the little girl about 4 hours later, some 3 miles from her home. The girl was checked by medical staff and appeared to be in good health. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
America in the Morning for Friday, August 22nd, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay. Senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm John Trout. This is Westwood One.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King. A week into the auto workers' strike, the UAW's threat to make it bigger is imminent, with a noon Eastern Time deadline for progress or else. Here's WWJ's Jeff Gilbert.
The first round of walkouts didn't do a lot of damage, says Sam Fiorani of Auto Forecast Solutions. He says it leaves the UAW with the ability to seriously escalate things.
We've been expecting big trucks because that's the cash cow for the vehicle manufacturers.
Other analysts expect the union to choose plants based on which manufacturer is making the most or the least progress at the bargaining table. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
The auto workers' strike is entering its second week. The Writers Guild strike against Hollywood studios is in its 5th month. The Writers Guild says the two sides will meet for the 3rd straight day after a 10-hour session yesterday. Some members, like Ellen Shim, say they're hopeful for a happy ending soon.
I think I have a very cautious sense of optimism. You know, we've been down this road before.
The writers want higher pay and protections from studios using artificial intelligence to take their places. We're 8 days away from a possible government shutdown. CBS's Scott McFarland.
That means the idling of hundreds of thousands of federal workers. It means delays getting passports, visas, education benefits, VA benefits. It means many federal workers forced to stay on the job without a paycheck.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has tried to get a defense spending bill passed to avoid a shutdown. His fellow Republicans have shut him down 3 times. What's behind the surge at the southern border? From the Border Patrol's acting special ops head, Richard Barrigan, says drug cartels are behind some of it.
It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. They're focusing on migrant smuggling and the disinformation that they're feeding migrants to fuel that profit stream.
Investigators say they found a possible cause for the bus crash that killed 2 adults chaperoning Long Island high school students to a band camp in Pennsylvania. New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
It is likely that a faulty front tire contributed to the accident. Although, again, this is still under investigation. That's a preliminary determination.
NTSB investigators are due at the site near the New York-Pennsylvania border this morning. They called him dangerous, and now a convicted sex offender is back behind bars after he escaped from a St. Louis area hospital yesterday. KMOV TV's Justin Andrews.
We are still pressing authorities to answer the big question: how in the world did this guy escape from that hospital when 2 guards were assigned to him? We haven't got an answer yet.
S&P futures are up 10. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A second fugitive wanted out of the state of Iowa also finds himself being held without bond in the Miller County Jail, awaiting a one-way ride back to the Des Moines Work Release Center. Courthouse records indicate that 21-year-old Ryan Michael Burrows had been wanted in Iowa for violating work release rules. Burrows has signed a waiver of extradition, meaning he's not fighting it. Also arrested and being held without bond waiting on extradition back to Iowa from the Miller County Jail is Zachary Cockrum, who is charged in Polk County, Iowa, with attempted murder and other charges in Des Moines. All this month is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, with a message being sent out that early detection and treatment are keys to keeping from checking out sooner rather than later.
What it amounts to is there's a certain group of patients that if they don't get treatment from it, they will die a slow, painful, miserable death. There's also a group of patients who can have a prostate cancer that is really low grade and they die with it and not of it.
Lake Regional Urologist Dr. Michael Severance also points out that significant advances have been made in the recent past when it comes to prostate cancer.
The practice of urology has gotten better and better at differentiating those patients who are going to have a little bit of prostate cancer that doesn't amount to much and those that'll have something that's very, very significant and just bad news.
Screenings are described as relatively low cost, and the frequency of getting screenings for possible prostate or other forms of cancer is a topic of discussion for you and your medical provider. A Barnett woman is injured Thursday morning in a 2-vehicle wreck on Twisted Tree Road near Gatsby Road in Morgan County. The Highway Patrol says it happened when 50-year-old Donald Montevi of Barnett crossed the center, striking 41-year-old Amanda Wagner. Montevi was uninjured while Wagner chose to seek her own treatment for minor injuries. Both were wearing seat belts at the time. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Week 5 of the high school football season is upon us. The Camdenton Lakers getting set for a big one against the West Plains. This will tell us a lot about kind of the upper echelon of the Ozark Conference, just behind Lebanon, I might add. But the Lakers taking on West Plains. Summit Natural Gas pregame show at 6 on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Watch on KRMS TV, your antenna-enabled television 32.11, or watch on our YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel and like the videos as we bring you Camdenton Laker content. Over on Classic Country 104.9, School of the Osage will take on California. Guy Wayman and Tony Herman will have the call for you tonight. It will be Eldon at home against Hallsville as their 5-game homestand continues. They're 1-2 so far on that homestand. And for Sales, looking to snap a 3-game losing streak, they are at Cole Camp. The Kansas City Chiefs, they take on the Chicago Bears on Sunday afternoon. You can hear it on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. The Chiefs are 12.5-point favorites. Tomorrow in St. Louis, Mizzou and Memphis at the Dome. Tigers not huge favorites in this one. Quarterback Brady Cook is questionable. Freshman tight end Brett Norfleet, he is ruled out of the game due to injury. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Dock safety is your responsibility. Electrical problems in or near the house and lines feeding the dock can be hazardous. To make sure your dock is in safe working condition, inspect your dock's wiring frequently. Test your power circuits. Install GFCI outlets and circuit breakers. Ensure your dock is properly bonded and grounded at the power source. If you have questions, contact a qualified electrician or your local fire district to make sure you're doing everything possible to keep your family and friends safe at the lake. Learn more at AmerinMissouri.com/lake.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Scattered showers possible today, mostly cloudy with our high nearing 79. Showers may continue overnight tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Scattered showers possible into Saturday as well, otherwise sunny with a high of 84, and rain may continue Saturday night, cloudy with a low around 65. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 67 degrees.
The Star-Spangled Banner is presented each weekday morning by Lori Marine, and you're reminded that freedom isn't free. It's paid for by the sacrifices of brave men and women in our armed forces.
Well, good morning, Lake of the Ozarks. Good morning, Osage Beach. And good morning to the communities in the counties of Camden, Morgan, Miller, and Benton. Well, we've made it to the end of the week. TGIF Friday, September the 22nd, 2023. Wow, it feels so good to have the weekend upon us. And, well, we got some rain last night, some thunder, some lightning, some much-needed moisture for the ground, and hopefully it'll start to soak this up, but it's just a mere smittance of what we need because of all the drought that we've had over the summer. So we need more of the rain, although we don't want it to rain on the weekend. And then people who play during the week, they don't want it to rain during the week. So it's kind of like a catch-22. Waking up this morning, 68 degrees, and it's got some moisture in there. 87% is the relative humidity. Dew point is at 64 degrees. Our barometer's on the rise from 30.04 inches. Winds are out of the south-southeast at 3 miles an hour. And sunrise will occur at 6:58, and it will set at 7:08. So we've got 12 hours and 10 minutes of daylight, and we're soon approaching that equinox of an even 12 and 12. Averages on the state 79 and 58. We're going to be smack on that average there, right in the pocket. 79 degrees is the projected high. We'll check in with Kara Foster in 8 minutes at 6:20. We'll find out from the weatherology office what they say. But right now we're looking at scattered showers and thunderstorms throughout the day. The winds will increase from the south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain, 50%. And we'll have to see what that does for the rain with the football games this evening. They can play in rain. They cannot play in lightning. So the general rule of thumb is if it lightnings within a 10-mile radius, then you have to wait 30 minutes. And so they have these trackers. And so you could be going all the way up to about 25 minutes. And if it strikes again, it's reset at another 30 minutes. But hopefully that will go by. And most of these football stadiums around the area are turf, so they're not the grass anymore. It's kind of fun to see them in the grass, kind of, I don't want to say the mud bowl, but slipping and sliding. It's just kind of fun. That's good old-fashioned football in the fall. But this is the last weekend. Actually, next Friday will be the last Friday of September. But, boy, it sure does feel like summer is just slipping right by, doesn't it? Really, really fast. Lake level. 657.81. The river level is 552. Lake level is 657. River is 552.15. Truman 704.35. Well, if you're suffering from congestion, sinus, and things of that nature, pollen is on the rise. Asthma, the conditions are very high. Tree pollen is low. Ragweed is moderate. Mold is high. Grass is in the moderate category. Dust and dander is in the low category. Gas prices, well, they want to remain the same, although they're all kind of dropping like a penny here and a penny there. Here in Osage Beach, Murphy, $3.57, Shell, $3.74. Hy-Vee, they've dropped to $3.63. Conoco, Cenex, Casey's, all at $3.59. In Lake Ozark, the Phillips 66, $3.69. Break time, $3.69. In Camdenton, Murphy is at $3.65. The Shell, $3.78. Cenex is at $3.70. Casey's $3.67, Gerbs and Signal both at $3.69, CNN C&K $3.79, Bledsoe is at $3.89. 3 reporting stations in Eldon, Cenex, Casey's, Phillips 66 $3.89. Well, actually, Phillips 66 and Cenex are at $3.89. Casey's is at $3.85. 3 reporting stations in Laurie, Shell's $3.78, Cenex $3.79, Phillips 66 $3.79. The average around the state dropped a penny to $3.65. National average also dropped a penny to $3.85. Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, both Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, $3.28. Boy, wouldn't it be nice to have a $3.28 pop in here? At $3.58. Then in Oklahoma, Kansas, Wisconsin, Michigan, West Virginia, and Florida, we've got $3.58 to $3.72. New Mexico, Nebraska, Iowa, Indiana, $3.72 to $3.85. Wyoming, both Dakotas, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and New York, $3.85 to $4.14. Illinois, well, they're dropping another penny to $3.91. Colorado, $3.97. California, $3.78 a gallon. Well, the Powerball is growing. No one won the Powerball jackpot Wednesday night, so the pot's grown to $725 million. The next drawing will be Saturday, tomorrow evening, the 8th largest prize offered in the game's history. So the odds of winning are 292.2 million to 1. Yeah, good luck, but you don't win if you don't play. Well, the Missouri State Fair, they've released the numbers of how many attended in August, from August to 10th to the 20th. Over 350,000 people visited the State Fair. and they attended it, which marks a 2.5% increase from last year. The theme for this year's fair was Where Traditions Grow. According to the press release from the Missouri Department of Agriculture, statistics from fairgoer surveys consistently show that one of the top reasons guests attend the fair is because of the tradition with their family. So it's like we've got to go to the fair, and that tradition, fantastic. Other noted reasons by guests include agricultural showcases, family-friendly attractions and shows, fair food. Boy, oh, you promise the kids, you know what, this is the one day of the year where you can just get some junk food and enjoy it. Cooked in all that grease, but boy, it tastes so good. And drink, shopping, camping, and the concerts. So it's all good stuff. Next year's fair dates, they say, are going to be from August the 8th to the 18th. Those are the 10 days. And that's held annually up in Sedalia at the fairgrounds. Well, obesity is a problem. Alexander Tin reports from CBS.
The CDC says it has updated its annual maps on the prevalence of adult obesity around the country based on new data from the agency's ongoing telephone surveys. 47 states this year had more than a quarter of their adult residents reporting they are obese. That means a BMI of at least 30 or more. And 3 states, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and West Virginia, now have at least 40% of their adult residents reporting they are obese.
And there's a mattress recall to report.
Hundreds of consumers say that mold started growing on their mattresses. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says the mattresses only sold at Costco stores and on Costco.com under the Novaform brand name between January and June of this year could have been exposed to water during manufacturing, creating the potential health risk to some people. Approximately 48,000 mattresses sold at Costco are under recall. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Well, we've got Kara Foster coming up with weatherology in 2 minutes at 6:20. Then the USDA Ag Minute, 6:26. That follows CBS Money Watch. Then we talk movies, and that will be at 6:40. All for you right on this morning's Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. We are the voice of the lake. We're broadcasting from the Radio Television Center right here in mid-Missouri. It's 18 and a half minutes past 6.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starnes. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Take advantage of the warmer weather and come explore Liberty University's campus, ranked number 4 best college campus in America by Niche.com. Join us for Experience LU, an all-day event that shows off our dorm rooms, classrooms, and award-winning dining hall. Or, if you're short on time, attend a 4-hour student-led campus tour to hit the highlights. To learn more or schedule your visit to Liberty University, text Visit LU to 49596. Again, that's Visit LU to 49596.
A state of emergency has been declared in Eagle Pass, Texas, where thousands of illegals have been crossing the border since the weekend. Video, which you can watch on my website, shows members of the Biden administration cutting razor wire that had kept the illegals out of the country. Now, that action led to a massive border surge, and all of the border crossers are young men of military age. My friend Bill Malugan, the Fox News journalist, has been covering the border crisis for several years now, and he described a terrifying scene from Eagle Pass. Now, to those of you still under the delusion that the military-age illegals fled their homeland to escape persecution and tyranny, I have just one question for you to consider. Why did they leave their wives and children behind? Folks, we're no longer dealing with just an invasion. We are dealing with a government-sponsored occupation of the United States of America. I'm Todd Stern.
The voice of mid-Missouri. News Talk KRMS.
Wake up with the best.
Why would anyone listen to anything else?
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, welcome back to the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS from beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Let's welcome Kara Foster. Good morning, Kara Foster.
Good morning.
Last full day of summer is what they're saying. National Online Recovery Day, Girls Night In, that's interesting, Ice Cream Cone Day, and Car Free Day.
Nice. All of these, could go together if you think about it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the summer thing is harder to bring in, but, girls' night in, you could have some ice cream cones. Yes, I mean, you can obviously recover if that's your situation. And then also if you're staying in, you don't need a car. So
way to tie it all together.
I try my best.
Yeah, I know you do. All right. And we'll get your pick a little bit later here. But Minnesota is at Northwestern. Northwestern, they're not very good. And the Gophers stand a good, both Big Ten teams, though. They should be a good game. But Minnesota should come on top today or Saturday.
You would think so. You would think so. We've we've lost to some worse teams before, so I get a little nervous. But, yes, I'm going to be holding out for the Gophers for sure.
All right, it's your cross to bear, not mine.
Yeah.
Okay, we had some real big storms last night, lightning and some heavy rain. What's going on?
Yeah, so we're looking at a lot of instability right now. Actually, we're going to be a little bit warmer going into the weekend, which will add to that stability. We're still looking at a big chance for some severe storms tomorrow. Main things are going to be the amount of rainfall happening, the large hail aspect of it, and also some gusty winds in a lot of areas could happen, specifically into Saturday. Today is going to be more low-key. You're just going to see some scattered showers and thunderstorms, cloudy 79. As we head into tonight, we'll see those showers continue, but they will be less. It's far less, very scattered, partly cloudy 65. Saturday, also still pretty light, some sunshine for the most part, scattered showers here and there, high of 84. After about 7 p.m. Saturday night, that's when our slight chance for some rain or for some severe weather comes in. We'll dip down to 65. Once again, that threat for hail. A couple tornadic possibilities there as well. There's going to be supercell kind of formation as we head into the late evening hours possible. So got to make sure you're going to have some updates, or at least a way to get updates tomorrow night. We'll dip down to 76, and then by Sunday, or we'll dip down to 65, and then Sunday is our high of 76, so a little bit cooler. Showers and thunderstorms continue. By Sunday night, it's going to be kind of hit or miss again. Showers and thunderstorms dip down to 62. Next week, we're just chilling in the upper 70s. Some lingering showers Monday, Tuesday, but much drier as we head into midweek. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
Sounds fantastic. We will catch you next hour.
Catch you then.
All right. Kara Foster out of our weatherology office. Our news time coming up on 624.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast. Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court. Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it, riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear, and tipsy shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
CBS Money Watch.
Tens of millions of Americans could see their medical debt wiped off of their credit scores. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is working on new rules that would bar unpaid medical bills from affecting patients' credit scores. 48,000 NovaForm mattresses that were sold at Costco are being recalled. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says it received more than 500 reports of mold growing on them. The mattresses were sold between January and June of this year. The U.S. Postal Service is getting into the Christmas spirit. This week, USPS released 4 new holiday-themed Forever stamps featuring snow globes. That's your CBS News Money Watch report. For more, log on to cbsmoneywatch.com. I'm Courtney Keeley.
Summer bonanza means more business in the fall months.
Hire right with Indeed. Their integrated solution lets you schedule and conduct video interviews all in one place. Finding your next great hire has never been this easy. Get hiring at Indeed.com/credits.
6:26 the time. This is the Ozarks This Morning on your News Talk KRMS, the voice of the lake since 1951. Time now for the USDA Ag Minute, and they'll be discussing boosting access for green space.
Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack says in talking about efforts to bring high-speed internet to everyone,
no community should be left behind.
But this time he's talking about another effort
to expand investment in urban and community forestry.
Vilsack was in Cedar Rapids, Iowa Thursday to announce a $1 billion investment for 385 projects to plant trees and increase access to green space for millions of Americans who don't have that access. Vilsack told reporters with programs like this,
we believe that we can create more resilient communities in terms of the impacts of climate. We think we can mitigate extreme heat incidences and events in many of the cities where projects and awards will be made.
Vilsack said tree canopies have been shown to reduce average temperatures by up to 19 degrees, saving energy costs for residents. He said most of the projects will be in underserved communities where residents have little or no access to green space. Gary Crawford reporting for the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Goo Goo Dolls are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums.
Could you whisper in my ear the things you want to feel? I'll give you anything to feel it coming. Do you wake up on your own? I wonder where you are.
Welcome by Lake Ozark Real Estate. Jonathan Hartenstein, broker associate.
I want to wake up where you are.
Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
This weekend, it's the Lake of the Ozarks Marine Dealers September Boat Show Clearance. September 22nd through 24th at Captain Ron's at the 34 1/2 mile marker. New clearance price 23s, pre-owned and demos, cruisers, runabouts, performance boats, tri-toons, ski boats, personal watercraft, docks, lifts, and all boating accessories. For more information, visit ozarkboatshow.com. $1,000 of free gas given away at the show. The September Boat Show Clearance, September 22nd through the 24th at Captain Ron's.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
The familiar rejoiner. By the way, that's known as La Belle Epidou. That's the name of that little rejoiner there. It's just a friendly sounding piece of music to bring us back to the morning. Well, we've got Movie Talk coming up in 10 minutes, then the Tech Mobility Minute around 7:53, followed by What's Trending. And then next hour, we had a conversation with Dominic Zanaboni, and he is the director of bands over at Camdenton. So we'll be playing that for you at 7:10, and then Monty King at 7:40. And then the guys, we're going to do our weekly football picks, and it's always interesting to have Tony and Rick in studio. It's always a lot of fun right here on the Ozarks This Morning. Our time is 6:30.
CBS News Brief. With a government shutdown possible in 8 days, House members are going home for the weekend. Correspondent Scott McFarland.
Quite a moment here in Congress, which is racing toward that October 1st deadline to pass all the spending bills and avert a painful shutdown. And as it races, The U.S. House has just stalled.
The United Auto Workers strike enters its second week with the threat of an expansion to more factories unless there's progress by noon Eastern Time. This union member is picketing at a Stellantis plant in Toledo.
Record profits year after year that we read in the news, but we don't get record contracts.
It's expected to be called Tropical Storm Ophelia when it makes landfall in North Carolina early tomorrow, soaking much of the mid-Atlantic. Meteorologist David Parkinson.
We're going to be seeing lots of flight delays and cancellations Friday, Saturday, even into Sunday. This storm really doesn't begin to pull away until Saturday afternoon.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Local and national safety experts and advocates will convene next week in Columbia for a discussion on continued highway safety in Missouri. Co-hosting the 2023 Highway Safety and Traffic Conference are MoDOT and the Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. Expected topics include Missouri's new distracted driving hands-free law, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, the impacts of cannabis on highway safety, speed, community partnerships, and how to reduce traffic fatalities. The conference at the Holiday Inn Executive Center will start at 12:30 Monday afternoon and come to an end on Wednesday the 27th. No change in drought conditions around the lake area, with the southeast parts of Camden and Miller counties still in the moderate category, with the rest of Camden, Miller, and Morgan counties remaining in the severe category. Benton County also remains the same, with western and southwestern parts of the county still considered to be in the extreme category, with the rest of the counties still in the severe category. Several counties to the west and north of Benton also remain in extreme category, while a large area of southern Missouri remains classified in the abnormally to no drought categories. Cooler daytime high temperatures and rain in the forecast through the weekend could lead to more improvement in the lake area's drought status. The drought updates are provided by the U.S. Drought Monitor and updated and published every Thursday. If you're an aficionado of a wide variety of grub and beverages with a lot of room to roam around, then you should probably head to the Osage Beach City Park this weekend for the fall version of the Lake of the Ozarks Food Truck Festival. Mayor Michael Harmison says compared to heading into the springtime event, the city is really ready for what this weekend will bring.
We brought on more food trucks. We didn't know what to expect. We brought in more porta potties, and we've got more entertainment and more food trucks, and so really looking forward to this.
The Food Truck Festival goes on, rain or shine, and runs both days, Saturday and Sunday, from 10 to 7. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Week 5 of the high school football season is upon us. The Camden Lakers getting set for a big one against West Plains. This will tell us a lot about kind of the upper echelon of the Ozark Conference, just behind Lebanon, I might add. But the Lakers taking on West Plains. Summit Natural Gas pregame show at 6 on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Watch on KRMS TV, your antenna-enabled television, 32.11, or watch on our YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel and like the videos as we bring you Camdenton Laker content. Over on Classic Country 104.9, School of the Osage will take on California. Guy Wayman and Tony Herman will have the call for you tonight. It will be Eldon at home against Hallsville as their 5-game homestand continues. They're 1-2 so far on that homestand. And Versailles looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. They are at Cole Camp. The Kansas City Chiefs, they take on the Chicago Bears on Sunday afternoon. You can hear it on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. The Chiefs are 12.5-point favorites. Tomorrow in St. Louis, Mizzou and Memphis at the Dome. Tigers not huge favorites in this one. Quarterback Brady Cook is questionable. Freshman tight end Brett Norfleet, he is ruled out of the game due to injury. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Join the Chiefs Radio Network every Monday night as Mitch Holtis hosts Chiefs Kingdom live from Kansas City, 6 to 7 p.m., brought to you by Lake Billiards Grill and Sports Bar. Hear from Chiefs leaders head coach Andy Reid, general manager Brett Veach, owner Clark Hunt, as well as players like Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Nick Bolton, and Creed Humphrey. Chiefs Kingdom Show is brought to you by Lake Billiards Grill and Sports Bar, featuring free pool from 11 to 2 with the purchase of a lunch, and a full menu until 11:30 on weekday night and even later on the weekends.
Porter's Ace is committed to helping our neighbors and our community. And because we're in the neighborhood, we can deliver anything you need. So shop in-store or online for whatever your home or yard needs are. Choose from top brands like Milwaukee, Steel, Traeger, and Benjamin Moore. Then pick up in-store, curbside, or we'll deliver your order right to your home. What you need in stock with the people who know how to help. Porter's Ace and Lori. Porter's, we're here to help. See acehardware.com for details.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Show Me Taxi welcomes you to the lake. Professional people, tourists like Show Me Taxi. 573-280-5511. Need a ride to dinner, grocery store, pick up your boat, or a car? We are here. Ride the wave at the lake as you enjoy the beautiful scenery and fun at the lake. Call Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Thanks, Cindy Lou. Be safe.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Scattered showers possible today, mostly cloudy with our high nearing 79. Showers may continue overnight tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Scattered showers possible into Saturday as well, otherwise sunny with a high of 84, and rain may continue Saturday night, cloudy with a low around 65. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 67 degrees.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
This is something that comes about once in a lifetime. Please! Please!
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's how well you mow fast!
Out and take it, you dirty yellow-bellied rat, or I'll give it to you through the door.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Now, here's the host, Guy Wayman.
It is Friday. It's the best day of the week and the best segment of the week with two of the best in the business. We've got Allison Rose, Stephen Leibowitz. We're talking movies this morning on the Ozarks This Morning. Good morning to you, Allison Rose.
Good morning, Guy.
And Stephen Leibowitz, how are you doing this morning?
I am great. Thank you, Guy.
All right. Stephen, let's talk with you. Haunting in Venice. What do you make of this one here?
Well, it was a photo finish for the box office this weekend. Only $250,000 basically separated number one and number two. And while The Haunting in Venice was the brand new offering, the Nun 2, the horror movie, still took out number one. So I guess, these Agatha Christie movies maybe are not doing that great. Just maybe, even though they were thinking about doing a fourth after this third one. I don't know. Debuting number 2, maybe that might just sour it a bit. So it may not become, Haunting in Venice. While I thought it was a fine film, I guess not too many other people were that excited about it.
Allison, they just could have thrown up Murder, She Wrote on the screen, and there you go.
It's coming, don't worry. But one of the things about The Nun 2 is that it was on 3,700 theaters this weekend. Haunting in Venice opened in 3,400. So had they had more theaters, Haunting in Venice would have been number 1. But looking at the total numbers, The Nun 2, $38 million budget, it's made $164 million worldwide, and Haunting in Venice had a $60 million budget and has only made $42 million worldwide. So that's the real story in that, horror movies, low budget, high profit.
All right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to disconnect both of you and ask you to call back here, because what we need to do, we need to get you back on a good, solid line. And so that's what we'll do, because sometimes we have problems with our phone lines. We had this terrible storm last night, and so we'll just have to get them both back on the line with a good, solid connection. Allison, are you there?
I am, but can you hear me?
Yes, it's still not good, is it?
No.
Okay, Allison, I will talk to Stephen, and you call back, okay? All right, Stephen, you are there. So it was Allison's line. So she was talking about a Haunting in Venice and that, and you mentioned the $250,000 that just separated the two, but she's talking about murders and mysteries and horror movies.
Yeah, and we're getting close to October. Next week we got Saw X, which is going to be a huge horror movie. That's a big franchise. So, as we're getting into haunted season, we're going to see more these creepy crawly or murder, whatever movies coming out. So we got that for the next month and a half, I suppose. All
right, we're going to connect up Allison again, and Allison is gone. So we're having some issues with Allison all the way down there in Miami. So I don't know, maybe the Flamingos ate her line.
Perhaps, she had a little scratchy last week, too.
All right, Allison, we're going to have to get you in a flamingo-free zone.
Right?
All right, Equalizer jumped to number 3, or actually dropped to number 3. Big Fat Greek Wedding. Are we done with these big fat Greek weddings? When can we get some big fat Italian weddings?
There'll only be one movie for that.
All right, Allison.
Yeah, Big Fat Greek Wedding. Nobody expected much, didn't do much. Was a waste of time, pretty much. So, looking at number 5 and number 9, more likely are Barbie and Oppenheimer duo. Again, Barbie was in 3,000 theaters, Oppenheimer only 1,800. So, of course, Barbie's going to do better. But they still, 9 weeks, and they're still in there.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to the offerings coming up this week. Stephen, what do we have on our radar?
Well, first of all, it's Expendables 4, the fourth in the franchise. And the big selling point of this movie is that it's rated R. And the reason for that is the first 2 parts were rated R, but part 3 was in PG-13. And the notable difference between the films is when someone was shot in the first 2 movies, you would have like the blood effect. But when someone got shot in part 3, it was bloodless. Well, in part 4, the blood is back, baby, and in a big way. But unfortunately, that's all that's back because the movie doesn't offer too much more. I mean, the point of the first couple of films was to have Stallone, Schwarzenegger, and Bruce Willis on screen together, but that's all done. And now they just added 50 Cent, Andy Garcia, and Megan Fox. So it's probably the weakest of the 4 films, and it's not like fans are demanding a part 4. But if you just want some mindless action drip, then you'll probably get what you pay for.
Expendables, and the reason why it's rated R, Allison, is because Jason Statham, he took off his shirt.
Sadly, he didn't. But that's okay. Like Steven said, the blood is flowing freely. And, in one of the opening or beginning scenes, somebody gets decapitated, and you just don't see it coming. I mean, both my husband and I were like, oh, but we did not see that coming at all. Again, rated R, which is people were mad that the third one was PG-13. The CGI is not good at all. And Andy Garcia, very oddly, was really bad. I thought he did not a great job in this film. Jason Statham is fun, Sly Stallone. They still have that fun banter going back and forth. So if you go into it knowing what you're going to get, it's a fun popcorn film.
All right, Allison, what's on your radar coming up this weekend?
Well, I want to talk about a movie that's actually coming out on video called Dreamin' Wild. It actually premiered at the Venice International Film Festival at 2022, and then it got picked up by Roadside Attractions, had a summer release, and now next week it'll be coming to video. And it's a true story of Donnie and Joe Emerson. They released a record in the 70s, didn't do anything. 30 years later, it found a small audience, and they repressed it and got residuals, and now they have a movie. And I spoke to Donnie and his wife, as well as the director, Bill Pollard, and it's just a really feel-good movie, and the music is really good. So if you haven't heard of them, check out Dreamin' Wild. It's streaming, so I highly recommend it.
All right, Stephen, there's this movie out. It's called Route 60 Biblical Highway. Now, we're starting to see more and more faith-based films out there, but the minute I saw this title, when it said Route 60 Biblical Highway, I thought this was a mashup of Route 66 and Life is a Highway by Rascal Flatts, Stephen.
I didn't see that one. The only thing else I saw this week was a movie called It Lives Inside. That's like a horror offering with a story about an Indian teenager who gets haunted by a demon after a friend did. And the writer-director is this guy named Bashir Duda, and he made a ton of short films. This is his first feature, and he doesn't do that good of a job. I mean, there are jump scares in this film, but I was able to time it out perfectly. I mean, I would just go, okay, 3, 2, 1, boom, and sure enough, that's when the jump scare would come. I mean, I guess you could blame some of that on the editor, too, Jack Price. I mean, the demon looked kind of good, but the movie wasn't awful. The acting was okay, but overall, nothing horror fans should need to rush out and see.
Yeah, what did you think of my little mashup there, Allison?
Well, I like the song. I got the Route 66, but I don't think
yeah, it's not happening.
That one's going to be one for, exactly. It Lives Inside, I just want to say, is a PG-13 rating. So, again, just looking at Expendables, how much blood and gore can there be in a horror movie that's PG-13?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, as we do each and every week, it's the classic picks of the week, and Allison, you get to go first.
Well, it's Tom Felton's birthday. He's 30.
I said we got Saw X next week, so we'll get bloody again.
Oh goodness. Yeah. Heinz ketchup, they cannot produce enough. Thank you so much, Allison.
Thanks, guys.
And we thank you, Stephen Leibowitz.
Always a pleasure, Guy.
All right, and as we like to say, see you in the movies.
The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
The Inn at Grand Glaze Resort offers a clean, comfortable, affordable getaway with amazing views of the awe-inspiring Lake of the Ozarks with 153 guest rooms and 15,000 square feet of meeting space. The Inn is ideal for family reunions, weddings, and conventions. Conveniently located in a secluded cove just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge, minutes from numerous attractions and activities. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Call for reservations or information 800-348-4731.
Lake Regional Health System is pleased to welcome Dr. Michael Severance to Lake Regional Urology. Dr. Severance provides specialized medical and surgical care for male and female urinary tract and male reproductive organs. Conditions he commonly treats include prostate, bladder and kidney cancer, incontinence, urinary tract infections, and kidney stones. He also performs vasectomies. To make an appointment with Dr. Severance, call Lake Regional Urology at 302-3111. That's 302-3111. To learn more about Dr. Severance, visit lakeregional.com. Lake Regional Health System. Our commitment runs deep.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. We only have a few seats left. This all-adult paradise, 5-star, all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package, all for just $17.99 per person. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino and Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
All right, welcome back. We want to welcome our good friends over in Bern, Switzerland for tuning in this morning. Thank you so much for tuning in to KRMS and also Nova Scotia, Canada. So all around the world, including all the friends right here at beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Thank you so much. Time now for the Tech Mobility Minute.
It's time for a Tech Mobility Minute.
As is the case with any major new technology, snafus happen. In this case, Nikola, the EV truck maker, has asked dealers and customers to return battery electric trucks under recall for possible battery fires to its Arizona plant. This is a result of the report of a 4th battery fire in an engineering validation battery electric truck that is undergoing battery fire investigation and testing near the company's headquarters. The recall said that the trucks were safe to drive as long as the main battery disconnect switch was on the on position, allowing Nikola to monitor the trucks remotely. The company told owners to park the vehicles outside for easy monitoring. Nikola is delaying the sale of its new battery electric tray models until repairs are complete. This is not limited to Nikola, as Watt EV, a truck-as-a-service startup, is experiencing delays in the delivery of 87 Volvo VNR electric day cabs it ordered due to a defect that could cause a fire. I'm Ken Chester.
This has been a Tech Mobility Minute.
Tech Mobility Minute sponsored by Lake Collision Repair. Quality repair with people who care. Remember, they work with any insurance company, and it is your choice where to have your vehicle repaired. You'll always receive a quality repair at a fair price. 573-302-0229. They're located on Bluff Drive in Osage Beach. LakeCollisionRepair.com. Let's find out what's trending.
Taylor Swift is mobilizing the Swifties to vote.
I check it once, then I check it twice.
I'm Stacey Lynn. Here's what's trending. Vote.org says more than 35,000 people registered to vote after Tay-Tay posted a link to the site on Instagram.
Look what you made me do.
Look what she made you do. Your civic duty. Nice job. Someone in the U.S. needs blood every 2 seconds, which is a big problem because the American Red Cross says there's a national shortage right now.
The need is constant. As fast as people are donating, it's going out to hospitals.
This guy has given blood 300 times in the last 30 years.
It saves lives.
And did you get your mattress from Costco this year? About 48,000 of them are being recalled. A bunch of people who got the Nova Form mattresses say they've got a mold problem. Who is right? They think the mattresses may have been exposed to water during manufacturing.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
Fitz and the Tantrums are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums.
Somebody save your soul, 'cause you've been sinning in the city. I know too many troubles.
Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, Broker Associate. Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Well, that's going to do it for this hour of the Ozarks This Morning. Boy, it really moved right along fast. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. Coming up, we're going to be talking with the director of bands over at Camdenton High School, Dominic Zanaboni, and a good discussion in what all happens before a football game and when they actually did start to kind of get their shows together and get the kids together. Coming upon 6:58, this is the Ozarks This Morning.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I want to tell you about our award-winning service department. Hewlett Service Department was named Best Service Department in Missouri, and we take that honor very seriously. We fix your vehicle right the first time and strive to make your experience seamless by offering free transportation and a free car wash each time you're in.
Bulletin. Right now, qualified buyers can get an extra $1,250 in Conquest cash with non-GM trade-ins for 2023 Buick Encore GXs.
The finer things in life are at Bentley's, where every bite is an experience. From Tuesday to Saturday, come enjoy the finest cuisine with custom cuts of prime rib, fresh seafood, and hand-cut steaks that are truly succulent. Pair your meal with an aged wine from our extensive collection and experience first-class service in an English atmosphere. Book your reservation now. Call Bill at 365-5301. Treat yourself to the best at Bentley's, where every meal is a special occasion.
Make this the year you experience the Inclusive Collection, part of Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. Hi, this is Tim Davis from Direct Travel. Whether it's a dream vacation, a fairy tale honeymoon, or a destination wedding, let Direct Travel help you make it happen. Imagine the beautiful beaches of Impression, Isla Mujeres by Secrets, or Secrets Mochi, Playa del Carmen. Relax at a wellness spa like the Secret St. James Montego Bay. Find entertainment and recreation at the breathless Cancun Soul Resort and Spa, all with amazing amenities you'll never forget. Book an air and hotel package before October 6th for travel before June 11th of 2024 and receive our Direct Travel exclusive discount. For more information, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
Hot, hot, hot.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King. Much of the surge at the southern border is coming from Venezuela, where people earn low wages and hope to do much better here. Correspondent Manuel Bajorquez spoke with migrants waiting to cross the border in Juarez, Mexico.
So as a nurse in Venezuela, you make $50 a month. Mensualmente. Eso no te alcanza. That's not enough for you to make a living.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents say the recent sharp increase in crossings is due in part to cartels seeking a profit, luring migrants who pay to cross with the promise of a better life.
With border towns overwhelmed, the White House is sending 800 active duty troops to the south to help. We're just 4 hours away from a UAW deadline for meaningful progress in strike talks. The union is threatening to expand the walkout beyond the plants it struck a week ago. CBS's Jennifer Kuiper.
Here in Chicago, auto workers hold a solidarity rally. UAW workers have been on strike at 3 Midwest plants, and they're threatening to walk out of more factories. But now General Motors is accusing the union of hardball tactics, saying, quote, the UAW leadership has always intended to cause months-long disruption.
Actor Justine Bateman made her name in the 80s sitcom Family Ties. These days, she's one of hundreds of actors picketing and supporting union ties with striking Writers Guild members who want higher pay and job protection from artificial intelligence.
The point is not to have a resolution as much as to make sure that we have made a deal that protects us.
Both sides will meet for a third straight day. Republicans have shut down 3 defense spending bills that could help avert a government shutdown in 8 days. There are various other provisions attached to those bills pushed by Speaker Kevin McCarthy. His fellow GOP representatives are on both sides.
I think the path forward is pass a dadgum budget like we're supposed to do.
I have red lines, and mine are no funding for the war in Ukraine.
California's Attorney General is suing an anti-abortion group and a chain of anti-abortion counseling centers. CBS's Stacey Lynn tells us why.
Rob Bonta says the organizations misled women when they offered them treatments to reverse medication abortions.
Advocates of abortion pill reversal falsely claim that if a pregnant person takes high doses of the hormone progesterone within 72 hours of taking mifepristone, it'll safely and effectively cancel its effects.
He says these treatments are unproven and largely experimental.
Normally wet Seattle is in a drought, and the city's main utility is asking residents to use less water. S&P futures are up 10. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. A second fugitive wanted out of the state of Iowa also finds himself being held without bond in the Miller County Jail, awaiting a one-way ride back to the Des Moines Work Release Center. Courthouse records indicate that 21-year-old Ryan Michael Burrows had been wanted in Iowa for violating work release rules. Burrows has signed a waiver of extradition, meaning he's not fighting it. Also arrested and being held without bond waiting on extradition back to Iowa from the Miller County Jail is Zachary Cockrum, who is charged in Polk County, Iowa, with attempted murder and other charges in Des Moines. All this month is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, with a message being sent out that early detection and treatment are keys to keeping from checking out sooner rather than later.
What it amounts to is there's a certain group of patients that if they don't get treatment from it, they will die a slow, painful, miserable death. There's also a group of patients who can have a prostate cancer that is really low grade and they die with it and not of it.
Lake Regional Urologist Dr. Michael Severance also points out that significant advances have been made in the recent past when it comes to prostate cancer.
The practice of urology has gotten better and better at differentiating those patients who are going to have a little bit of prostate cancer that doesn't amount to much and those that'll have something that's very, very significant and just bad news.
Screenings are described as relatively low cost, and the frequency of getting screenings for possible prostate or other forms of cancer is a topic of discussion for you and your medical provider. A Barnett woman is injured Thursday morning in a 2-vehicle wreck on Twisted Tree Road near Gatsby Road in Morgan County. The Highway Patrol says it happened when 50-year-old Donald Montevi of Barnett crossed the center, striking 41-year-old Amanda Wagner. Montevi was uninjured while Wagner chose to seek her own treatment for minor injuries. Both were wearing seat belts at the time. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
This sports report is sponsored by Spiderlift Boat Covers. Visit SpiderliftBoatCovers.com.
Week 5 of the high school football season is upon us. The Camdenton Lakers getting set for a big one against West Plains. This will tell us a lot about kind of the upper echelon of the Ozark Conference, just behind Lebanon, I might add. But the Lakers taking on West Plains. Summit Natural Gas pregame show at 6 on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Watch on KRMS TV, your antenna-enabled television 32.11, or watch on our YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel and like the videos as we bring you Camdenton Laker content. Over on Classic Country 104.9, School of the Osage will take on California. Guy Wayman and Tony Herman will have the call for you tonight. It will be Eldon at home against Hallsville as their 5-game homestand continues. They're 1-2 so far on that homestand. And Versailles looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. They are at Cole Camp. The Kansas City Chiefs, they take on the Chicago Bears on Sunday afternoon. You can hear it on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. The Chiefs are 12.5-point favorites. Tomorrow in St. Louis, Mizzou and Memphis at the Dome. Tigers not huge favorites in this one. Quarterback Brady Cook is questionable. Freshman tight end Brett Norfleet, he is ruled out of the game due to injury. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
The Camden County Republican Club invites you to the 2023 Patriot Dinner and Auction, Saturday, October 7th at the Community Christian Church in Camdenton. The doors open at 5 p.m. A buffet dinner is at 6. Meet candidates running for state offices. Advance tickets are $45 or $50 at the door. RSVP by September 27th. Purchase tickets online at ccrclub.com or call Jerry at 573-286-5395.
Hey, Caden, is it getting hot in here?
Yeah, it's getting hot in here, and I know who to call. Let's call At the Lake Heating and Cooling.
Hi, I'm Nate with At the Lake Heating and Cooling. If you have a problem with your HVAC equipment, heating, cooling, restaurant equipment, and refrigeration, check us out on Facebook or call 573-206-8828. We can fix it all, big and small. I guarantee it. 573-206-8828.
At the Lake Heating and Cooling, 573-206-8828.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Scattered showers possible today, mostly cloudy with our high nearing 79. Showers may continue overnight tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Scattered showers possible into Saturday as well, otherwise sunny with a high of 84, and rain may continue Saturday night, cloudy with a low around 65. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 67 degrees.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
This is the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. This hour of the program sponsored by Reagan Cabinets, RAGAN, ReaganCabinets.com. Go to their website to view cabinets, accessories, various projects. Reagan Cabinets, their showroom located on Highway 42 in Osage Beach. Their phone number, 573-234-6830. Well, as you just heard Brendan Matthews say, that the The ball games, they all kick off at 7 o'clock tonight all across the state. We're talking the high school games, and there's a lot of things that occur within a basketball game, within a football game, and all the other ancillary games and productions that happen along with that. Well, one of those is the marching band, and each of the high schools in our area, whether it's Versailles, Eldon, Colcamp, and Stover, they all have some form of a band that goes on the field during halftime, Eldon and Osage. Well, we connected up with the band director of bands of Camdenton, and his name is Dominic Zanaboni, and just had a chance to talk with him about what's all involved with the marching band, and we'll kind of catch up with him from time to time throughout the year. But here's my discussion with Dominic. We're here talking with Dominic Zanaboni. Did I get that correct?
You did, yes.
All right, and he is the director of bands over at Camdenton High School. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, it's great to have you here. And people hear the bands on Friday night, but there's a whole lot of work that goes into it before Friday night.
Yes, there is. So we start working on what everyone sees Friday night back in May the year before. And then we do a lot of stuff over the summertime. So like our percussion kids and our guard kids will come in for like 3 days in June. And then we'll bring all the wind players in for 3 days in early July. And then we bring everybody in for 3 weeks before school starts. And it's 8 in the morning to 5 p.m. And we just go like crazy, learn as much of the show as we can.
It's kind of like a band camp, basically what it is. And when you say the words walk and chew gum at the same time, it's different because they have to play an instrument and march at the same time.
Yeah, and it really just goes down to, they're two separate skills that you try to teach independently, and then you slowly incorporate them together. It's the best way we've seen the kids be successful at that, instead of trying to do it all at once. So it just takes a lot of time to build that up from the bottom up.
So what is this year's show that you're working on primarily?
Our show this year is Elton John.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it was kind of a fun idea. We were talking back in November with our program coordinator on what ideas we were thinking about doing for this year. And we were going kind of like a dark and scary route for a little while because something we hadn't done before. And then I kind of had this thought driving home one day from work, and I kind of sent him a message. I was like, well, what do you think about Elton John? Because you have to have all the elements. You got to have something musical. You have to have something that has all the colors you want to use, so you have a visual aspect of it as well. And I was like, Elton John checks all the boxes. So we started with that, and then we just kind of made a list of all the songs that we think would translate well to the marching band field, because some stuff just doesn't translate into that medium.
So what kind of music are you doing? Are you doing Rocket Man or Philadelphia Freedom?
We're doing more of kind of the underground tracks, if I'm going to be honest with you. We're starting with Your Song, and then our second movement is a mashup between Saturday's All Right and Crocodile Rock, and they kind of seamlessly transition into each other. And then our ballad is that's why they call it the blues, which great piano solo and flugel soloist in that piece. And then we finish with Part-Time Love, which is one that I wasn't familiar with, but it's really kind of grown on me. It's fun.
People see the pit, and that was not a thing back maybe 30 or 40 years ago. They just saw all the marching band, but now you're bringing out all the mallet instruments, percussion, and the pit type of things. And when you're going into competition, and we'll talk a little bit about that, the pit is all part of that because they want to see that mallet work.
Well, it's a whole music scape that part of the band creates, and since 2010, the introduction of electronic technology has kind of spread like wildfire across the activity. We use amplification, and we use that in ways so you don't have to put a soloist on the front of the field in order to hear them anymore. You can put them out on the 50-yard line or over in the back corner somewhere and amplify them wirelessly, so it creates this kind of interesting element and opens up a lot more opportunities. The front, though, back to your question about the front ensemble, yeah, they are. It's the foundational aspect of what we're doing. They are there to make transitions so we can make something visually happen. We'll put a musical transition in the front ensemble so people are still staying interested in the show, because the goal is the show starts and then the show ends and people are like, oh my gosh, how long was that? We don't want them to really recognize how long that was. We want it to be kind of a seamless thing with moments that are happening every 45 seconds and big moments that are building and happen every minute and a half or so. So it just kind of creates this experience for everybody.
Saturday you have a show, don't you?
Our first show.
Like a performance contest.
Our first competition is this Saturday at Sullivan High School, yeah.
All right. Now, and we're going to talk a whole lot more because we're going to get together again next week. But on a Friday night, kickoff is at 7. What does the band's day look like?
Well, that's a good question. It used to be we would rehearse them in the mornings Friday. So the kids would get in about 6 in the morning, rehearse for about an hour, and then do a full school day. And then we load everything up, which takes about an hour because we have to load up the 2 trailers, semi-trailers, and then haul it over to Bob Shore. And then they'll get there about 4:30. Takes about an hour and a half to unload everything, get into uniform. We'll rehearse for about 30 minutes, head on down to the field about 6:30, do the national anthem, play for the first half of the game, pull them out of the stands, about 6 minutes left in the second quarter, warm them up, get them focused in, and then do our performance. And then after that, we load everything up and put everything away because usually every Saturday we are either rehearsing or we're going to be on the road somewhere.
Now, somewhere in there, do the boosters feed the kids?
The boosters do not feed the kids on Fridays.
So do they eat at all? Is there eat time?
Yeah, they usually get some food after school and will eat in the band room on their own. The boosters do feed the kids like through band camp, and they feed them when we're on the road.
Yeah, people are
traveling.
listening. Well, that's mean. You don't feed the kids.
No, we feed the kids. Trust me, we take care of them. We take care of them really well, but we don't have anything set for Fridays. No.
All right. Well, Dominic Zanaboni, thank you so much for coming in. We'll talk to you again next week.
All right, sounds good.
The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years. A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11, coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the Lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
Hear what people are talking about on the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman.
Some favorite stand music for those marching bands on Friday night. That's the Ides of March, and the song is Vehicle. And they say, hey, let's pull out Vehicle. And you'll hear that even on college game day and all the college games. They might even play a little bits and pieces of that. The Sunrise Beach Police Department, American Legion Post 624 Legion Riders with the Lake West Chamber of Commerce, they're sponsoring a poker run on August the 14th. The poker run is a fundraiser for the Sunrise Beach Shop with a Hero program. The program is the same as Shop with a Cop, except it also includes local fire departments and ambulance services. So basically the first responders. And so if you want more information, you can email Cheyenne Schultz at cheyenne.schultz@sunrisebeachmo.gov. So, and that was from our good friend Mike Konigsman. He is the executive director over there at the Lake West Chamber of Commerce. You can even contact him over there at the Chamber, 573-374-5500. LakeWestChamber.com is the website over there. So that is this program called Shop with a Hero program. Sounds like a good thing, and that will be happening on October the 14th. And doesn't say exactly when it is, but it's a poker run fundraiser. Our news time, 20 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock. We've got 66 degrees. We're on our way to a high of 79, which is right where our average should be this time. And well, some scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the offing. We see Mr. Sunshine trying to poke through on the eastern sky there, trying to give us some light. We got some rain last night, didn't we? And some thunder and some lightning. Kind of sounds good because once that starts popping and everything, you start sleeping really good. The problem is the alarm rings at 3. You don't get to sleep that much longer. Oh, my goodness. 7:21 the time.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
Goo Goo Dolls are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrum. Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, broker associate. Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
Oh, here you are. There's nothing left to say. You're not supposed.
At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-626-4910. That's 800-626-4910.
Mortgage rates have dropped 25%, the lowest mortgage rates in years. So maybe you should drop everything and call Zoom Refi. Refinance your home now and slash your mortgage payments. Take cash out and save maybe hundreds of dollars every month. Zoom Refi mortgage rates are super low. Zoom Refi closing costs are super low. And Zoom, we approve you right over the phone. Call Zoom Refi today. 888-913-1825. 888-913-1825.
History was made on today's date. Stay tuned for an American Minute with Bill Federer.
I regret I have but one life to lose for my country. These were the last words of American patriot Nathan Hale, who was hanged by the British without a trial this day, September 22nd, 1776. A Yale graduate and school teacher, he fought in the Siege of Boston and captured a boat full of provisions from under the gun of a British man of war. On Long Island, he penetrated the British line to spy for information, but was captured as he returned. His nephew, Edward Everett Hale, a well-known author, wrote, "We are God's children, you and I, and we have our duties. Thank God I come from men who are not afraid in battle."
This has been an American Minute with Bill Federer. For a free transcript, call American Minute at 1-888-USA-WORD.
The American Minute is sponsored by Adair's Animals. Well, the wildlife, they came out of hibernation for the summer, and guess what? They're going to be looking for a way to go back into hibernation just in a few short months. Well, get a wildlife inspection from Adair's Animals, and you'll find out if they were making your home their home last year or to prevent your home to become their home this coming year. Adair's, they're the wildlife removal service right here at the Lake of the Ozarks. They offer affordable solutions for all of your residential and commercial nuisance animal problems. Remember that name, Adair's Animals. Their website, adairs-animals.com. Their phone number, 573-378-8739.
Join KRMS for our East Side Social on Wednesday, September 27th at Lake Billiard Sports Bar and Grill in Osage Beach.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on September 27th is sponsored by LOZ App, your guide to the Lake of the Ozarks.
Eastside Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
At Stonebridge Senior Living, we understand there are times and moments people hold sacred. The times they enjoy their coffee or play their daily game of checkers. These are the moments that matter to our residents. And at Stonebridge, they matter to us too. Stonebridge Senior Living in mid-Missouri delivers assisted living care by offering all the comforts of those familiar routines. The comforts of home and the little things that make us. Learn more about assisted living at stonebridgeseniorliving.com.
Put away the rake, break out the mower, and recycle leaves right where they fall. Hi, I'm Melinda Myers, horticulturist and gardening expert. Use your mower to shred the leaves into quarter-sized pieces. As long as you can see the grass blades through the leaf pieces, your lawn will be fine. Or use them as mulch in your garden. Just attach your mower's bagger, then shred and collect leaves for mulching perennials, trees, and shrubs. Don't pile leaves over the crown of perennials or against shrub stems and tree trunks. Bag and save some leaves for next year's annual flower and vegetable gardens. Stash the bags out of sight behind foundation plantings or under evergreens. Incorporate shredded leaves into the top 8 to 12 inches of soil in new and vacant gardens. The leaves break down over winter, improving the soil for next season. And don't forget to add any extras to your compost pile this fall. Check out our website for this and other gardening tips.
Melinda's Garden Moment is sponsored by the Motor Hut in Camdenton, and it's just a week away. We're talking that grand opening fall open house on September the 30th. It's happening from 8 until 2 when they're celebrating their 6,000 square foot expansion of their showroom. You'll be able to see all those great selling brands like Steel, Gravely, Grasshopper, Husqvarna, Wright commercial mowers, and even those barbecue grills, those Wright smoking pellet grills, made right here in the state of Missouri. Get in touch with the Motor Hut on their website, themotorhut.com. 573-346-6110 is their phone number, and they are located at 13 Chestnut Avenue in Camdenton. Putt to the Motor Hut.
I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Ion Travel Minute. Are you looking to find an affordable airfare for the Christmas holidays? It's all about finding the best day ahead of time to book that flight. The latest data from Google suggests that ticket prices tend to be lowest 71 days before departure. Last year, the lowest prices were just 22 days before departure. So the target date for getting the best fares this year, that would be October 12th if you want to fly on the Friday before Christmas, and October 15th if you want to fly on December 25th itself. Some other hints: lower fares also happen if you extend your return until after January 4th. For more information, visit petergreenberg.com. I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Ion Travel Minute.
When it comes to hiring, you don't need to be doing all the searching, screening, and interviewing yourself. What you need is Indeed, the end-to-end solution that makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
What do France's idyllic chateau, Budapest's breathtaking architecture, and Holland's iconic windmills all have in common? You can experience them all with Alma Waterways and Direct Travel while saving 20% on select 2023 and 2024 Europe or Mekong River cruises. Hi, this is Tim Davis. Book your Alma Waterways River Cruise by September 30th and experience a locally sourced cuisine, a variety of enriching shore excursions, a daily sip and sail cocktail hour, complimentary Wi-Fi, and much, much more. In addition, take advantage of transatlantic flights at fixed rates on select 2023 and 2024 European sailings, with rates per person starting at $8.99. For complete details, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake Movers, removingthelake.com. Lake Movers, removing the lake.
Focus on the Family is sponsored by Bridal Cave, and this year they're celebrating 75 years. Their Diamond Jubilee, and it's a diamond anniversary. October 14 through 16, you can register to win a Romance to Remember wedding package and pan for diamond earrings in the sluice. And on October the 16th, they're rolling back the cave tour prices to what they were 75 years ago. $1.25 for adults and just 50 cents for the kids. Find out more at bridalcave.com. Happy 75th anniversary to our friends underground at the Bridal Cave.
The secret to success isn't avoiding failure. It's learning from your mistakes and continuing to move forward. The television series Alone is a survival competition where participants survive alone in the wilderness for as long as possible. Contestants are given minimal equipment and must build their own shelters, start their own fires, and find their own food. The physical demands are brutal. One of the contestants, Coulter Barnes, lost 86 pounds over 67 days in the wild and had to be medically evacuated. And yet, the psychological rigors he endured were harder for him than the physical ones. At first, he felt like a failure because he struggled to catch the animals and the fish he needed for food. But as the days went by, he realized that the right perspective turned his failures into stepping stones on the pathway to success. When things didn't work out the way he hoped, he wasn't failing. He was facing his fears, learning new skills, and deepening his character. The path toward a successful career, a strong marriage, or thriving kids is fraught with challenges, but failure is only a reality if we stop trying. When adversity comes, we can give up, or we can dig deep, challenge ourselves to be stronger, and keep moving forward. Lean into your problems and persevere. Don't quit too soon. You might be on the brink of turning your stumbles into success. For Focus on the Family, I'm Jim Daly.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. This is why so many people are joining MediShare right now. MediShare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. MediShare can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 866-88-BIBLE. That's 866-88-BIBLE. 866-88-BIBLE.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. What's causing the surge at the southern border? Border Patrol's acting special ops head Richard Barrigan says drug cartels are behind some of it.
It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. They're focusing on migrant smuggling and the disinformation that they're feeding migrants to fuel that profit stream.
The UAW's threat to expand their strike is imminent with a noon Eastern Time deadline for progress. This union member is picketing outside the Stellantis plant in Toledo.
We want to be able to have a life that we can appreciate, supplied by you, because we supply the workforce, the quality, and the profits that you dream of.
Deadline.com Hollywood editor Donald Patton says the studios must be serious about ending the writers' strike. Their negotiators are their top people.
Bob Iger of Disney, Netflix Ted Sarandos, Universal's Donna Langley, and Warner Brothers Discovery David Zaslav. Them being in the room obviously sends a message.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A second fugitive wanted out of the state of Iowa also finds himself being held without bond in the Miller County Jail, awaiting a one-way ride back to the Des Moines Work Release Center. Courthouse records indicate that 21-year-old Ryan Michael Burrows had been wanted in Iowa for violating work release rules. Burrows has signed a waiver of extradition, meaning he's not fighting it. Also arrested and being held without bond waiting on extradition back to Iowa from the Miller County Jail is Zachary Cockrum, who is charged in Polk County, Iowa, with attempted murder and other charges in Des Moines. All this month is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, with a message being sent out that early detection and treatment are keys to keeping from checking out sooner rather than later.
What it amounts to is there's a certain group of patients that if they don't get treatment from it, they will die a slow, painful, miserable death. There's also a group of patients who can have a prostate cancer that is really low grade and they die with it and not of it.
Lake Regional Urologist Dr. Michael Severance also points out that significant advances have been made in the recent past when it comes to prostate cancer.
The practice of urology has gotten better and better at differentiating those patients who are going to have a little bit of prostate cancer that doesn't amount to much and those that'll have something that's very, very significant and just bad news.
Screenings are described as relatively low cost, and the frequency of getting screenings for possible prostate or other forms of cancer is a topic of discussion for you and your medical provider. A Barnett woman is injured Thursday morning in a two-vehicle wreck on Twisted Tree Road near Gatsby Road in Morgan County. The Highway Patrol says it happened when 50-year-old Donald Montevi of Barnett crossed the center, striking 41-year-old Amanda Wagner. Montevi was uninjured while Wagner chose to seek her own treatment for minor injuries. Both were wearing seat belts at the time. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation in engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
This sports report is sponsored by Skelton's Key and Lock, solutions for all your key and lock service needs.
Week 5 of the high school football season is upon us. The Camdenton Lakers getting set for a big one against West Plains. This will tell us a lot about kind of the upper echelon of the Ozark Conference, just behind Lebanon, I might add. But the Lakers taking on West Plains. Summit Natural Gas pregame show at 6 on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Watch on KRMS TV, your antenna-enabled television 32.11, or watch on our YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel and like the videos as we bring you Camdenton Laker content. Over on Classic Country 104.9, School of the Osage will take on California. Guy Wayman and Tony Herman will have the call for you tonight. It will be Eldon at home against Hallsville as their 5-game homestand continues. They're 1-2 so far on that homestand. And Versailles looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. They are at Cole Camp. The Kansas City Chiefs, they take on the Chicago Bears on Sunday afternoon. You can hear it on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. The Chiefs are 12.5-point favorites. Tomorrow in St. Louis, Mizzou and Memphis at the Dome. Tigers not huge favorites in this one. Quarterback Brady Cook is questionable. Freshman tight end Brett Norfleet, he is ruled out of the game due to injury. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Dock safety is your responsibility. Electrical problems in or near the house and lines feeding the dock can be hazardous. To make sure your dock is in safe working condition, inspect your dock's wiring frequently. Test your power circuits. Install GFCI outlets and circuit breakers. Ensure your dock is properly bonded and grounded at the power source. If you have questions, contact a qualified electrician or your local fire district to make sure you're doing everything possible to keep your family and friends safe at the lake. Learn more at AmerinMissouri.com/lake.
Hey, Caden, is it getting hot in here?
Yeah, it's getting hot in here, and I know who to call. Let's call At the Lake Heating and Cooling.
Hi, I'm Nate with At the Lake Heating and Cooling. If you have a problem with your HVAC equipment, heating, cooling, restaurant equipment, and refrigeration, check us out on Facebook or call 573-206-8828. We can fix it all, big and small. I guarantee it. 573-206-8828.
At the Lake Heating and Cooling, 573-206-8828.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Scattered showers possible today, mostly cloudy with our high nearing 79. Showers may continue overnight tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Scattered showers possible into Saturday as well, otherwise sunny with a high of 84, and rain may continue Saturday night, cloudy with a low around 65. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 67 degrees.
Must an owner pay damages if he tried to waterproof his tenant's basement, but it leaks anyway? That was the singular question in the case of the soggy cellar. I'm Curtis Howard with today's Point of Law.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Jack and Eva Warren had a successful custom shoe business. They needed a bigger store, and Ted Travers had one that was the right size. Travers said, "I'll give you a real good lease price, but I've got to tell you we've had leakage problems in the basement." Ted said, "Well, we'll build some shelves off the floor and store our shoe boxes there," which they did. But they couldn't keep out the dampness. Their stock of shoes became moldy, and the whole building felt damp and uncomfortable. Travers said, "Look, we'll fix that. I'll have the basement painted with a waterproofing compound." He did, but the compound didn't help. So Travers dug a trench and paved an area that seemed to leak water toward the building. That didn't help either. Travers said, "All right, I'll put in a couple of pumps that will pump out any excess water that comes in here." The pumps might have worked, but for one thing. The worst storm in a century hit Centerville. The pumps couldn't begin to handle the flood. When Jack and Eva inspected the cellar next morning, Jack groaned, "Ugh, 4 feet of water." And Eva moaned, "All our stock ruined. Jack, do you know what it'll cost to replace this?" Jack knew. He'd already paid for the shoes once. The Travers sued their landlord for damages. Their attorney said, under the lease, Travers didn't have to do anything about his soggy cellar. He did the work voluntarily, and in doing so, he assured the Warrens that the area was in good repair as a result. They relied on his assurance and lost their stock. Now, if Travers hadn't experimented around, the Warrens would have used other means to protect their property. So he should pay for their losses. The owner's attorney said, "Now, Mr. Travers acted in good faith. He didn't make the conditions any worse than they were. Now, he could have been liable if he'd done the work badly and made things worse, but here, he only failed to do it as well as his tenants hoped. He has no liability." How would you decide this difficult case? We'll hear the court's decision after this.
The Law Office of Christopher Rohr reminds everyone to be polite and share the road with our motorcycle enthusiasts as they rumble their way around our beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Here in the lake area, we are proud to offer some of the nation's most scenic rides through the rolling hills. Be safe, share the road, drive smart. That's the wish of the Law Office of Christopher Rohr. If you're in need of an attorney, call the Law Office of Christopher Rohr for a free consultation. 573-348-3313. Remember, 573-348-3313.
Must an owner pay damages if he tries to waterproof his tenant's basement but it leaks anyway? No, said a New Jersey court in a split decision. Here, Travers had no legal duty to attempt repairs. If he had made the attempt and not made reasonable efforts, his conduct would amount to negligence. But that wasn't the case here. Travers made a sincere and genuine effort to help his tenants. He was not negligent. So, he does not have to pay for the Warren shoes. It's a point of law.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Trailer for sale or rent.
Well, when you hear Roger Williams singing that song, you know it's time for Monty King of AOK RVs. The following is a paid program. How you doing, Monty?
Hey, we're doing good. We're actually driving back to the lake. We took a little trip out west and was camping out at Yellowstone.
Ooh, how cool is that, huh? So you were out there making the next episode of the TV show?
Yep. We were out there on the ranch and doing all kinds of things. But we had done this once before about 4 years ago, but it was super quick. I mean, basically, we drove through just in a couple days, and then we got all the highlights, but we wanted to go back and visit some more of the different things you see out there. It's just amazing how much variety that you have out there with all the thermal features and the Grand Canyon, Yellowstone. It's a really cool place, and we could have spent probably another 2 weeks out there, but that'll be for the next trip.
The thing is, you saw it at a great time before the snow and the real cold weather sneaks in.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, last time we went in July, you didn't have a big problem with snow, but the last night we were there, we left early in the morning. There was a storm came through. It rained on us at the campground, but as soon as we got out there in the morning, you could see the snow had covered some of the mountaintops. So it was coming, and it was time to get out of there.
All right, so what's happening up at AOK underneath the big blue water tower?
We got, we're continuing on with our sales. We got the big rebates that we've got on all the campers. We got the Missouri Space Show specials. We got a few of those left that have some show credits on them, so you can save a few more dollars. Been keep pretty busy. When we were out there, you have really no cell service, no internet, so we kind of sporadically were keeping up, but they were keeping busy. I know the service center, they're always busy. We had a couple. We got, I think, 3 campers going out today and tomorrow. We had, I think, 1 trade come in. So, business is still going. Fall is a great time to get out. It's getting a little late if you're going to go out west and go up in the mountains. But, hey, a lot of people head down to maybe Palm de Terre or maybe down to Branson. Maybe they want to camp out at the in-water boat show this weekend.
And, your service center is the biggest in the Midwest.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got more square footage. We've got more acreage. We've got the campers that have the full hookups. So if they come and have to stay overnight for a repair, they don't have to leave their camper. They can wait and camp right there, have everything all hooked up, and we'll finish it up next day. They can head home. It saves the folks who are traveling from a long ways from making 2 trips. We also get a lot of folks come in from way out of town, and they want to stay overnight and then leave first thing in the morning. So the service center's got the parts, they got the facilities to get everything done, and the campground makes it easy if they stay overnight for repairs. So keeping very busy down there. We'll also get ready to start winterizing here in a few weeks. So that's a big deal, especially for the area campgrounds.
All right. Now, as we do on Fridays in college season, Iowa, they're going to be at Happy Valley against Penn State. What are your thinkings?
I've seen that. I hadn't paid much attention this week because, like I said, there's no radio, no internet. But this is going to be the first big test for them. Every year they seem to start slow. Same thing this year. That it usually takes them a few weeks to get it going. But if they can somehow pull it together and get through this week, they're on their way to a really good season. But it's going to be tough, especially on the road.
And Missouri, they're the host team to Memphis, but they're playing in St. Louis.
Okay, I hadn't looked that one up. Well, Memphis is pretty good. Missouri's shown some skill out there, so that'll be a good game. We'll make sure we're back to where we got TV and internet, so we'll be able to keep up with all the scores this weekend. And tell you what, every week it seems like it ramps up a little bit more. You got Ohio State, got a big game this week too with Notre Dame. Yep. That's probably one of the marquee games also with the Big Ten there.
Yeah. All right. Final thoughts on AOK RVs.
Hey, come out and see us. I know the weather's looking a little iffy with some showers, but it's going to be nice and warm. We got those side-by-sides from $59.99, so come on out, check out the Landmaster side-by-sides. Sales office is open Monday through Saturday from 9 to 5. Our service department is Tuesday through Saturday from 9 to 5. And, of course, you can find our office right there at the top of Lori. Same place it's been for over 30 years. And if you want to catch us online, it's AOKRVS.com or call 573-374-8113. Be happy to help you out and look forward to a busy weekend again at the lake.
All right. Sounds like a plan. We'll catch you next week, Monty.
Sounds good, guys. We'll see you then.
All right. Monty King of AOK RVs, and the preceding was a paid program by AOK.
Join the Chiefs Radio Network every Monday night as Mitch Holtis hosts Chiefs Kingdom live from Kansas City, 6 to 7 p.m., brought to you by Lake Billiards Grill and Sports Bar. Hear from Chiefs leaders head coach Andy Reid, general manager Brett Veach, owner Clark Hunt, as well as players like Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Nick Bolton, and Creed Humphrey. Chiefs Kingdom Show is brought to you by Lake Billiards Grill and Sports Bar, featuring free pool from 11 to 2 with the purchase of a lunch, and a full menu until 11:30 on weekday night and even later on the weekends.
The Inn at Grand Glaze Resort offers a clean, comfortable, affordable getaway with amazing views of the awe-inspiring Lake of the Ozarks. With 153 guest rooms and 15,000 square feet of meeting space, the Inn is ideal for family reunions, weddings, and conventions. Conveniently located in a secluded cove just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge, minutes from numerous attractions and activities. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Call for reservations or information, 800-348-4731.
Get 11% off everything at Menards. For over 60 years, Menards has been the one-stop shop for post-frame buildings. Whether it's protecting equipment, livestock, or you just need a place to keep your toys, Menards has a post-frame building for you. Design your post-frame building and save 11% at Menards. There's no limit to what you can save. Good through September 24th, savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Time now for Weatherology with Kara Foster. She's on the line. How you doing, Kara?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. It was a late-minute add-on to our telephone switchboard here. We've been having some problems with that. But Girls' Night In, does that mean that you're not going out tonight?
I never go out, but yeah, I'll be going. I'll be staying in tonight and tomorrow. It's going to be pretty rainy up here as well, so not doing too much in the outdoor area this weekend.
It's online recovery day as well, and ice cream cone day, and World Car Free Day. So if you're staying in, you can do the car free thing.
You can do, and you can make some ice cream cones. Why not?
Last day of summer, and the equinox is this weekend, and you know what that means? We start shrinking that daylight.
I know. It's a bummer. I wish fall was longer. I love fall. I love the vibes of fall. I don't like it how cold it gets very early on. But if we can just expand the nice parts of fall a little bit longer, that would be awesome. I have a feeling this fall is going to be very nice. So fingers crossed on that, but that is the one unfortunate thing, is that daylight starts shrinking. And especially when you have rainy days like this, it really starts to feel like fall out there. And unfortunately, our last day of summer is going to be more of that rainy, kind of gloomier day. But temperatures are still pretty nice, high of 79, right where we should be. As we head into tonight, 30% chance for rain, partly cloudy, 65. 30% into Saturday as well, mixing with sunshine, high of 84. And showers and thunderstorms are likely Saturday night. That's when we do have that slight risk for some severe weather throughout our area. We could see some hail, some damaging winds. Couple tornadoes are possible throughout this system. I'm not sure how likely it is for us, but do make sure that you have a way of getting updates as we head into Saturday night. We'll dip down to 65, and then showers all day Sunday, cloudy 76, and next week will be very, very nice, very sunny, and highs are right where we should be. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
Yeah, generally around that 1st and 2nd of November, that's when the storms come in and all the leaves then disappear because they're blown off.
Oh, I know. That one's another thing that bums me out too. I mean, it kind of looks cool in the winter to have bare trees, but also I like having colorful trees for a while.
Yeah. All right, hey, we'll catch you next hour.
You bet. Catch you then.
Kara Foster with Weatherology, sponsored by B&B Heating and Cooling, home of the Free Filter Friday, which is every Friday. Stop by and get a complimentary 1-inch filter each month. No pre-registration needed. 4177 Osage Beach Parkway is their address. Their web address is bbhvac.com. Their phone number, easy to remember, 573-302-COOL. 302-COOL. 2665. Let's find out what's trending.
Uh-oh, we've got another nasty weather situation, and her name is Ophelia. I'm Stacey Lynn. Here's what's trending. Ophelia is expected to become a tropical storm, making landfall in North Carolina early tomorrow.
The storm surge threat, as much as 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. That's going to be in areas near the Outer Banks.
These dancing stars are ready to turn it up.
Nope. No, they're not. Dancing with the Stars was supposed to start its new season next Friday, but it might not be happening now. ABC says it may postpone the premiere if more stars say they won't put on their dancing shoes. Veep actor Matt Walsh says he's not in right now, showing solidarity with the Hollywood strikers. If others follow suit, it would be kind of hard to give out that coveted mirror ball. Farm Aid is this weekend near Indianapolis. You get the usual suspects.
Here's Willie Nelson.
Plus Neil Young, John Mellencamp, Dave Matthews, and more.
Lake Regional Health System is pleased to welcome neurologist Dr. Justin Malone full-time to Lake Regional's medical staff. Dr. Malone is board certified in sleep science, electrodiagnostic medicine, and neurology. He cares for patients with stroke and other neurologic disorders, including Parkinson's and essential tremors. To make an appointment with Dr. Malone, call Lake Regional Sleep Medicine at 302-2715. That's 302-2715. To learn more about Dr. Malone, visit lakeregional.com. Lake Regional Health System. Our commitment runs deep.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh. Huge congratulations to Papo's, 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11, coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
Are you a busy contractor? Let the designers at Reagan Cabinets help assist your customers with their kitchen and bath design. We offer indoor and outdoor cabinetry with lines to fit any budget. I'm Andrea Fisher, one of the designers at Reagan Cabinets in Osage Beach. Let us put our design expertise to work for you. Call Reagan Cabinets today to set up an appointment, 573-234-6830. You can also see us on our website at reagancabinets.com. That is RAGAN cabinets.com.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
The iron boats go as the mariners all know, with the gales of November remembered.
A little Gordon Lightfoot, the late Gordon Lightfoot, and one of the famous songs that he made, and there's a number of other ones that he did, but the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald that came up in November. We were just talking about those November winds that keep on coming up. This hour of the Ozarks This Morning, sponsored by Reagan Cabinets. RAGAN, ReaganCabinets.com. Go to their website to view cabinets, accessories, and various projects. Showroom, Highway 42 in Osage Beach. All right, it's up to you for this Friday, September the 22nd. We have reached the end of the week. Let's get started. The phone starter. If you could learn the answer to one question about your future, what would it be? It's up to you. Think about that. If you could learn the answer to one question about your future, what would it be? The water cooler question, sponsored by Lindy Spring Lake of the Ozarks. Boy, their water tastes so good. If you treat your water, it will treat you even better. Treat it by calling Lindy Spring Lake of the Ozarks.com at 573-348-5044. Water cooler question. In a survey, 29% of people said this is their favorite thing about fall. What is it? In a survey, 29% of the people said that this is their favorite thing about fall. Lower electric bills. Deep thought. An unfulfilled vocation drains the color from a man's entire existence. Whoa, that's interesting. An unfulfilled vocation drains the color from a man's entire existence. That's something to ponder. It's up to you for this Friday, September the 22nd. Make it a good one.
Now, the Business Edge Minute. Here's Mitch Graff.
Having a sense of humor is very different than being funny. If asked, most people would tell you that they aren't necessarily funny, but they think they have a good sense of humor. Nobody's born funny. It's a set of developed skills and a mindset that comes with time and experience. Here's a few simple ways to make sure that you keep things light in a heavy, heavy world. Number one, try to crack yourself up first. If you can make yourself smile and laugh, chances are good that you'll be able to do it to someone else, unless you're just not that funny. Number 2, identify the things in life that brings you the most amount of joy, and then find more things like that. The more you can surround yourself with things that make you happy, the sweeter life will be. And number 3, try to surround yourself with other people who have a good sense of humor. This will make the time spent together more enjoyable and will hopefully give you a few occasions where you can let out a gigantic belly laugh. At BusinessEdgeMinute.com, I'm Mitch Kraft. You've heard it said before that the best lessons learned are from the School of Hard Knocks. Well, now you can give the gift of a PhD from this prestigious university. This authentic diploma is printed on the same high-quality paper that the top schools in the world use for their diplomas and will become the center of conversation for sure. Visit schoolofhardknocks.net. That's schoolofhardknocks.net, and you'll receive a special discount of 20% at checkout when you enter the code EDGE. Get one for that person in your life who seems to have everything, or heck, get one for yourself. You've earned it.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King. A week into the auto workers' strike, we're 3 hours away from the union's next deadline to expand it. Correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
Union strong! Union strong! The United Auto Workers Union staged what amounted to practice strikes near plants in Chicago and Louisville Thursday after picketing in front of Chrysler parent Stellantis' Michigan headquarters. The strike is poised to expand today to more plants, potentially crippling the big three automakers as contract negotiations remain ongoing, but largely stalled.
And that announcement could come in about an hour. Striking writers will meet with Hollywood studio representatives for the third straight day to try to end their walkout. Now in its fifth month, studio heads, including Disney's Bob Iger, were at yesterday's talks. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's efforts to avoid a government shutdown have been shut down by many of his fellow Republicans. Now the White House is preparing for the possibility. CBS's Nicole Killian.
CBS News has learned that the White House and the administration will start to hold its first calls with federal agencies to prepare for a potential shutdown.
And that could happen October 1st. Russia claims a Ukrainian missile has hit its Black Sea Fleet headquarters. CBS's Cami McCormick.
One Russian service member is missing in the strike, which sent large plumes of smoke over the building in Sevastopol and annexed Crimea. Firefighters were battling the blaze. Russian authorities have accused Ukraine of stepping up its attacks on the city. This attack was the biggest in weeks.
Much of the surge at the southern border is coming from Venezuela, and while border towns are trying to deal with the influx, migrants like Adrian Eseles are adjusting too.
I feel like out of place, a little bit uncomfortable because everything is different. The people are different, the environment, the language.
His words through an interpreter. He's one of thousands that have entered the U.S. at El Paso during the past few days. France is also going through an immigration crisis. Now the Pope is getting a look up close and personal. CBS's Elaine Cobb is in Paris.
The Pope is headed to the southern city of Marseille as part of his program of visiting smaller Catholic communities. Europe's migration crisis will be high on the agenda. The port city is one of the main landing places in France for illegal migrants.
A tropical system is likely to become Tropical Storm Ophelia soon, with landfall tomorrow on the North Carolina coast. Odyssey, New York meteorologist Craig Allen says as it heads north,
there will be strong winds and very heavy rain up and down the I-95 corridor along the eastern seaboard.
Storm surge said to be the biggest threat for North Carolina. Ahead of the opening bell, S&P futures are up 15. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Local and national safety experts and advocates will convene next week in Columbia for a discussion on continued highway safety in Missouri. Co-hosting the 2023 Highway Safety and Traffic Conference are MoDOT and the Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. Expected topics include Missouri's new distracted driving hands-free law, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, the impacts of cannabis on highway safety, speed, community partnerships, and how to reduce traffic fatalities. The conference at the Holiday Inn Executive Center will start at 12:30 Monday afternoon and come to an end on Wednesday the 27th. No change in drought conditions around the lake area, with the southeast parts of Camden and Miller counties still in the moderate category, with the rest of Camden, Miller, and Morgan counties remaining in the severe category. Benton County also remains the same, with western and southwestern parts of the county still considered to be in the extreme category, with the rest of the counties still in the severe category. Several counties to the west and north of Benton also remain in extreme category, while a large area of southern Missouri remains classified in the abnormally to no drought categories. Cooler daytime high temperatures and rain in the forecast through the weekend could lead to more improvement in the lake area's drought status. The drought updates are provided by the U.S. Drought Monitor and updated and published every Thursday. If you're an aficionado of a wide variety of grub and beverages with a lot of room to roam around, then you should probably head to the Osage Beach City Park this weekend for the fall version of the Lake of the Ozarks Food Truck Festival. Mayor Michael Harmison says compared to heading into the springtime event, the city is really ready for what this weekend will bring.
We brought on more food trucks. We didn't know what to expect. We brought in more porta potties, and we've got more entertainment and more food trucks, and so really looking forward to this.
The Food Truck Festival goes on rain or shine and runs both days, Saturday and Sunday, from 10 to 7. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation and engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
Week 5 of the high school football season is upon us. The Camdenton Lakers getting set for a big one against West Plains. This will tell us a lot about kind of the upper echelon of the Ozark Conference, just behind Lebanon, I might add. But the Lakers taking on West Plains. Summit Natural Gas pregame show at 6 on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Watch on KRMS TV, your antenna-enabled television 32.11, or watch on our YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel and like the videos as we bring you Camdenton Laker content. Over on Classic Country 104.9, School of the Osage will take on California. Guy Wayman and Tony Herman will have the call for you tonight. It will be Eldon at home against Hallsville as their 5-game homestand continues. They're 1-2 so far on that homestand. And Versailles looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. They are at Cole Camp. The Kansas City Chiefs, they take on the Chicago Bears on Sunday afternoon. You can hear it on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. The Chiefs are 12.5-point favorites. Tomorrow in St. Louis, Mizzou and Memphis at the Dome. Tigers not huge favorites in this one. Quarterback Brady Cook is questionable. Freshman tight end Brett Norfleet, he is ruled out of the game due to injury. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I want to tell you about our award-winning collision repair department. We can repair any make or model and make it look like new. Our staff is second to none and works hard to get you back on the road as fast as possible. We offer free transportation for your convenience and peace of mind during the repair. Come see us today for all of your collision repair needs at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC.
Bulletin. Right now, all 2023 Silverado light-duty trucks are available for qualified buyers at 2.9% for 48 months.
Why would you wander around a warehouse store looking for paint when you could just swing by your local Porter's Ace? Kent Porter here, and in addition to my great staff, we have top-rated paint brands like Benjamin Moore and Magnolia. Plus, our color matching technology allows us to match any color. So stop wondering and start painting. Head to your local Porter's Ace today. Porter's Ace Building Centers in Laurie. Porter's, we're here to help. See acehardware.com for details.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Scattered showers possible today, mostly cloudy with our high nearing 79. Showers may continue overnight tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Scattered showers possible into Saturday as well, otherwise sunny with a high of 84, and rain may continue Saturday night, cloudy with a low around 65. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 67 degrees.
CBS Money Watch
Tens of millions of Americans could see their medical debt wiped off of their credit scores. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is working on new rules that would bar unpaid medical bills from affecting patients' credit scores. 48,000 Novaform mattresses that were sold at Costco are being recalled. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says it received more than 500 reports of mold growing on them. The mattresses were sold between January and June of this year. The U.S. Postal Service is getting into the Christmas spirit. This week, USPS released 4 new holiday-themed Forever stamps featuring snow globes. That's your CBS News Money Watch report. For more, log on to cbsmoneywatch.com. I'm Courtney Keeley.
Summer Bonanza means more business in the fall months? Hire right with Indeed. Their integrated solution lets you schedule and conduct video interviews all in one place. Finding your next great hire has never been this easy. Get hiring at Indeed.com/credits.
CBS Money Watch is sponsored by Oak Star Bank. They're proud to be ranked as the top ag lender in Missouri and number 11 nationally, according to the Independent Communities Bankers of America's 2021 top lenders list. Stop by one of their convenient lake area locations to see how their team can help your operation succeed. Oak Star Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Mornings sound the same on your smartphone as it does on the radio.
I'm always smiling.
Your digital destination.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got our app? News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Well, it's Friday, and we're going to be going through the picks, and Tony Herman will be joining us in about 25 minutes or so as we get to the picks for the NFL. And so far, Rebecca Rupert, she's up on top, and she's doing remarkably well. The man sitting next to me is not doing as well, but he's going to change that all this week. How you doing, Rick Hastings?
I'm doing great this morning. How are you?
I'm fine. I did not get much sleep last night because we were working late last night, both Tony and I, but it's the way it is in the broadcasting business, as they say.
How was the strip?
What strip?
You said you guys were working late last night.
Oh, no, working here, not at the strip.
Oh, okay.
I've not been up to the strip in weeks.
Wow.
I mean, just even to have lunch or no. It might have been a month or so. It's been a while.
Yeah, they're doing construction down that way a little bit, but
are they really?
Yeah. They're gonna redo some of the old close downs, and it's something to where I think the strip's going to get better as time goes along. They have talked about the idea of actually doing the road.
All right, they've been talking about that for how many years now?
Oh, at least 9. I know, because I worked on it for 8 years, and like that with the committee.
The thing is, when they do that, they just have to dig it all up and make sure all the plumbing, everything's right, and then just pave the daggone thing and be done with it.
Yep. That's only about $2.5–3 million.
Well, but just
pennies.
You know what? The state's got a surplus. Let the state pay for it. All right. We've got some big games in college games coming up. And let's start with the big ones on Saturday night here. The big one, probably the biggest one, is Ohio State and Notre Dame. And that's called Big Ten Saturday Night. NBC had a feature of this thing, and it's going to be in Notre Dame. Number 6 against number 9. This is going to be a big game for the weekend.
Well, this is the first test that Ohio State's truly going to face. Last weekend like that, they finally got the big score that they needed. They scored over 60 points. And, it's one of those things like this is a lot of the schools aren't doing as well as what everybody expected them to. But Notre Dame's got 4 wins already under their belt. And playing at home, you play in that field like this is, and look at a touchdown Jesus over there, I'm telling you, it just kind of makes you feel, I'm back with Newt Rockne.
You know, it's hard to imagine. This is week 4 of college, week 3 of the NFL, and it was just yesterday. It was the first part of August, and none of these games have even started yet. So this is kind of fun to see what's going on here.
No, it is. And, I mean, Notre Dame's got 1 game more than anybody else. All right now, so their wins.
Well, no,
weekend.
There's another team that they had to play to get that other game. So there's
That's
2.
True.
There's one of 2.
That's right. I thought maybe they just gave him a win.
Notre Dame just walked in. There was no opponent, but they've got one more game than anybody. No, it's not how that works.
Yeah. No, it's a beautiful place to go. And if you're truly a historian of football, just the fact of looking at all the tradition, it's amazing.
All right, Mizzou, they're hosting Memphis, and this is going to be in St. Louis, not in Columbia and Como, which would be so nice if it was up there.
Well, the thing about it is that they kind of lose a little bit of home field advantage because they do have to travel, and they're going to stay overnight in a hotel down here or down there. And so in turn, and like this is, it's not as much. Plus, they're playing a good team. So again, here's another school that's going to, get a test to their ability.
Rick, I understand this is like Jerry Jones, coming over here to AT&T Stadium and we have all these college games come in and blah, blah, blah. But part of college is playing on the college campuses, whether it's a Memphis campus, whether it's Como up there in Columbia, or no matter what college campus it is, that's part of the vibe of college football.
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, when you take the students out, all right, because most of them aren't going to travel to St. Louis, all right, to be able to see the game. When you take the students out, the supporters, the alumnus, they're all going to go to the game. But so is, the other schools' attendance. But when you take the students out of the game, it takes a little bit of college football away for the weekend.
Yeah, because they could drive to their college campus within like maybe a 30-minute drive, and they'll pack the campus, and they'll just have a blast doing that. And they might not even get inside the stadium, but it's still the vibe of around it.
Well, they reserve spots for tailgating, all right, years in advance.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Do they have PSLs for that? They must have something like that.
Well, I know that they've got tradition, all right. This has always been a good old boy network, and it's who you know. But, I mean, some of the spots up there are phenomenal. And then, again, going back one step and like that, Notre Dame's tailgate party, it starts early in the morning.
We got to go to AOK and get one of their RVs and then go on up there and do a tailgate party. We'll call Monty King up and say, hey, we want one.
I'm in.
All right, Mizzou. And Kara Foster, we'll talk with her later, but Minnesota is at Northwestern. Northwestern's not that good, although I don't know if Minnesota's that good this year.
Well, the first game that Minnesota played this year, I think everybody was a little bit surprised. They played a lot better than what they anticipated at that point. But I think right now, like this is, like I said earlier, a lot of schools aren't doing as well as they thought they would do, and some of them are doing much better.
All right, so what do you think about Iowa at Penn State? This should be a good one. This is a CBS feature game with Brad Nessler and Gary Danielson. They're playing in Happy Valley. They have all these games stacked up at 7:30 on Saturday night. Texas Baylor, Iowa, Penn State, Ohio State, Notre Dame, UAB at Georgia, Memphis, Mizzou, Mississippi State at South Carolina, Akron, Indiana. There's a big one there. Minnesota, Northwestern, Buffalo at Louisiana. All those are all stacked in, playing at exactly the same time.
Yeah, I mean, again, this becomes more of a revenue weekend when you get all of the schools that are televised now. But, it's still, I think you really nailed it. When you take away the college football is about tailgating.
And most of them are at noon. You and I grew up, and we got to take a break here, but most of us grew up where the games were at 12 o'clock, maybe 3 o'clock at the latest, and that's college football. Now, with television getting into it, unless it's an extreme West Coast team, it kind of takes a little bit of the fun out of that Saturday afternoon time.
Well, it's getting to be like the NFL, all right?
Yeah.
It costs a lot to go to a football game.
And Ohio State, Michigan, and we've got to say this and we got to run, theirs is always that one game after Thanksgiving, noon on Saturday. The networks have tried to change it, and both of these schools say, no, it's noon on Saturday.
Tradition, right? That football is tradition.
All right, tradition has it that we've got to play Todd Starnes at this time of the day, and that is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starnes. Stand by for news and commentary next. Liberty University's K-12 online academy is the best of a homeschool, private school, and Bible-based education all rolled into one. With LUOA, you can take charge of your child's learning environment and create a structured yet flexible schedule that works for your family. Our qualified teachers are easily accessible for guidance and support along the way. And with new classes starting every Monday, it's never too late to make a switch to LUOA. To learn more, text LUOA to 88741. That's LUOA to 88741.
A teenager in California got triggered in a school bathroom, and it wasn't because someone forgot to flush. It seems the youngster came across a religious message posted inside the girls' bathroom at Adelanto High School. Wash your hands and say your prayers because Jesus and germs are everywhere. That's what the sign said, something you could buy at your local Hobby Lobby. Now, it was not clear if the child was triggered by proper hygiene or by the name of the Lord, but an atheist group got involved, threatened to sue the Freedom from Religion Foundation. They have an aversion to God, church, and washing their hands. Now, they said the sign violated the separation of church and state. The school district promptly complied and removed the sign. Now, for the record, there's nothing illegal or unconstitutional about telling kids to wash their hands or saying their prayers. Nobody likes dirty hands, America, except apparently the atheist. I'm Todd Starnes.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Can I get a weight reading on the cat in exam 3?
Zuri needs a new vet tech after their current one literally moved to a farm. But finding an ideal replacement takes some training.
This is like herding cats.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Schedule virtual interviews and talk to candidates right from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, it is Friday, and we're going to be having our pro picks coming up shortly. Tony Herman's going to be walking in the room and joining us, but we've got to listen to our fresh grocer. He's going to be talking about baby bananas today, so that should be quite interesting. And then we have our hot list, but then the guys, they're ready to pick. And I'll tell you what, Rick Hasty is saying, I want to win, and that's what we want to hear. 8:21 the time. We've got 69 degrees.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Exciting news! The LOZ app just got bigger and better. Introducing 3 new buttons: local charities, Lake Real Estate, and the West Side. Discover local charities. Register yours for free. Explore the latest real estate listings with an interactive map featuring open houses, highlighted homes, and great information on local realtors. Plus, check out everything the West Side has to offer: dining, attractions, and more. Search LOZ app on your app store. It's totally free. Experience everything the Lake has to offer in the palm of your hand. The community calendar is sponsored by Mills & Sons Insurance, on your side because life happens.
The Osage Beach Senior Center offers many activities such as duplicate bridge, computer help with Kathy, wood carving, piano with Joan, Z, and much more. That's today's community calendar.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer, and this is your tip for the day. It's going to be on baby bananas, those little baby bananas that are sold in the market. You really have to select them and store them right, and you got to eat them at the right time. Otherwise, they're going to taste very starchy. When you buy them, you should buy them nice and yellow. If you got a little bit of greening to them, that's okay. Now, when you bring them home, let them ripen naturally on the counter. It's going to take about 3 to 4 days. Why? Because you want to enjoy them when they have brown spots almost all the way around them. Then when you go to peel them and enjoy them, The sweet flavor will be out of this world, and it won't taste so starchy. So buy them yellow, wait till they turn almost brown, and then enjoy these bananas. And these bananas are great in so many different desserts. I just love baby bananas and loaded with potassium. And I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer. For more information on baby bananas, all you got to do is log on to TonyTantillo.com.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo. Have you ever tried Tantillo sauce? Well, let me tell you something. If you have, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, you got to try it. Go to TantilloFoods.com. That's TantilloFoods.com for the most authentic Italian sauce you have ever had. It's like my mother or my grandmother making you sauce for your pasta at your house every night. That's how good it is. I stand behind it. It's all made in Italy, from the tomato fields of Parma to your house. That's TantilloFoods.com.
This weekend, it's the Lake of the Ozarks Marine Dealers September Boat Show Clearance, September 22nd through 24th at Captain Ron's at the 34 1/2 mile marker. New clearance price 23s, pre-owned and demos, cruisers, runabouts, performance boats, tri-toons, ski boats, personal watercraft, docks, lifts, and all boating accessories. For more information, visit OzarkBoatShow.com. $1,000 of free gas given away at the show. The September Boat Show Clearance, September 22nd through the 24th at Captain Ron's.
You should know, when you're not listening to us,
Not listening.
people are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, we've got 8:25 and the picks are coming on up. But first, we've got to get to today's hot list right here on the Ozarks This Morning, broadcasting from the Radio Television Center in mid-Missouri. We've got 69 degrees. Let's get to it. All right, today's hot list for Friday, September the 22nd. The jackpot for tomorrow's Powerball lottery drawing has grown to about 725 million schmackaroonies. That's the 8th biggest Powerball jackpot ever. No one has matched the numbers for the big prize for 27 consecutive drawings. The House of Representatives failed for a second time this week to move forward on a critical military funding bill, and then they left town for the long weekend. The ultra-conservative wing of the Republican Party blocked debate on the military spending bill. They're holding it up as a negotiating tactic. Just get the stuff done, guys, up there. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky ended a visit to Washington, D.C. by receiving $325 million more in military aid from President Joe Biden. 500,000 Americans are getting back their Medicaid and Children's Health Insurance Program coverage after bureaucratic errors accidentally struck them off the rolls. They were among the families who received additional benefits during the COVID-19 crisis. Rupert Murdoch, he's stepping away from his roles as chairman of the board of Fox News and News Corp and turning those jobs over to his son, Lachlan Murdoch. Looking for a job? Well, Bank of America, they're hiring, and starting next month, their base pay will be $23 an hour. Rick Hasty already wants to be at the top of the list. 27% of Americans rate their money savings habits as excellent. 62% admit to making poor money decisions sometimes, like gambling. In the survey, 2,000 U.S. adults found that 65% of young adults worry about the baby boomers' generation impact on their financial future. The Biden administration considering forcing the credit rating agencies to stop dinging around people's credit scores if they have unpaid medical debt. And they said the change would probably boost the credit ratings of millions of Americans. Researchers from North Carolina State University found that 1/3 of American adults are completely financially independent between 18 and their early 40s. That's good. New study linking ultra-processed foods and depression. It found that 50% higher risk for ladies who chow down 9 portions a day. I'm telling you, man, that's like going to the Golden Corral. I'm just going to eat all day. I can't eat 9 portions a day, Rick.
I'm telling you what, even in my heyday, I couldn't have eaten that much.
And then they're worried about the next study that says obesity is up. 9 portions.
I wonder why.
They're hungry. Jack in the Box brings back the stacked croissant breakfast sandwich. Burger King tests Angry Whoppers in a select land. This is just, you can't make this stuff up. Auntie Anne's introduces confetti pretzel nuggets. We'll be back with picks.
Hey, Caden, is it getting hot in here?
Yeah, it's getting hot in here, and I know who to call. Let's call At the Lake Heating and Cooling.
Hi, I'm Nate with At the Lake Heating and Cooling. If you have a problem with your HVAC equipment, heating, cooling, restaurant equipment, and refrigeration, check us out on Facebook or call 573-206-8828. We can fix it all, big and small. I guarantee it. 573-206-8828.
At the Lake Heating and Cooling, 573-206-8828.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
Make this the year you experience the Inclusive Collection, part of Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. Hi, this is Tim Davis from Direct Travel. Whether it's a dream vacation, a fairy tale honeymoon, or a destination wedding, let Direct Travel help you make it happen. Imagine the beautiful beaches of Secrets Divine Cancun or Secrets Moxie Playa del Carmen. Relax at a wellness spa like Zoetree Marigold Bay St. Lucia. Find entertainment and recreation at the breathless Cancun Soul Resort and Spa, all with amazing amenities you'll never forget. Book an air and hotel package before October 6th for travel before June 11th of 2024 and receive our Direct Travel exclusive discount. For more information, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
Hot, hot, hot. This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. What's causing the surge at the southern border? Border Patrol's acting special ops head Richard Barrigan says drug cartels are behind some of it.
It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. They're focusing on migrant smuggling and the disinformation that they're feeding migrants to fuel that profit stream.
The UAW's threat to expand their strike is imminent with a noon Eastern Time deadline for progress. This union member is picketing outside the Stellantis plant in Toledo.
We want to be able to have a life that we can appreciate, supplied by you, because we supply the workforce, the quality, and the profits that you dream of.
Deadline.com Hollywood editor Donald Patton says the studios must be serious about ending the writers' strike. Their negotiators are their top people.
Bob Iger of Disney, Netflix Ted Sarandos, Universal's Donna Langley, and Warner Brothers Discovery David Zaslav. Them being in the room obviously sends a message.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. A second fugitive wanted out of the state of Iowa also finds himself being held without bond in the Miller County Jail, awaiting a one-way ride back to the Des Moines Work Release Center. Courthouse records indicate that 21-year-old Ryan Michael Burrows had been wanted in Iowa for violating work release rules. Burrows has signed a waiver of extradition, meaning he's not fighting it. Also arrested and being held without bond waiting on extradition back to Iowa from the Miller County Jail is Zachary Cockrum, who is charged in Polk County, Iowa, with attempted murder and other charges in Des Moines. All this month is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, with a message being sent out that early detection and treatment are keys to keeping from checking out sooner rather than later.
What it amounts to is there's a certain group of patients that if they don't get treatment from it, they will die a slow, painful, miserable death. There's also a group of patients who can have a prostate cancer that is really low grade and they die with it and not of it.
Lake Regional Urologist Dr. Michael Severance also points out that significant advances have been made in the recent past when it comes to prostate cancer.
The practice of urology has gotten better and better at differentiating those patients who are going to have a little bit of prostate cancer that doesn't amount to much and those that will have something that's very, very significant and just bad news.
Screenings are described as relatively low cost, and the frequency of getting screenings for possible prostate or other forms of cancer is a topic of discussion for you and your medical provider. A Barnett woman is injured Thursday morning in a two-vehicle wreck on Twisted Tree Road near Gatsby Road in Morgan County. The Highway Patrol says it happened when 50-year-old Donald Montevi of Barnett crossed the center, striking 41-year-old Amanda Wagner. Montevi was uninjured while Wagner chose to seek her own treatment for minor injuries. Both were wearing seat belts at the time. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation and engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
Week 5 of the high school football season is upon us. The Camden Lakers getting set for a big one against West Plains. This will tell us a lot about kind of the upper echelon of the Ozark Conference, just behind Lebanon, I might add. But the Lakers taking on West Plains. Summit Natural Gas pregame show at 6 on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Watch on KRMS TV, your antenna-enabled television 32.11, or watch on our YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel and like the videos as we bring you Camdenton Laker content. Over on Classic Country 104.9, School of the Osage will take on California. Guy Wayman and Tony Herman will have the call for you tonight. It will be Eldon at home against Hallsville as their 5-game homestand continues. They're 1-2 so far on that homestand. And Versailles looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. They are at Cole Camp. The Kansas City Chiefs, they take on the Chicago Bears on Sunday afternoon. You can hear it on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. The Chiefs are 12.5-point favorites. Tomorrow in St. Louis, Mizzou and Memphis at the Dome. Tigers not huge favorites in this one. Quarterback Brady Cook is questionable. Freshman tight end Brett Norfleet, he is ruled out of the game due to injury. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
What's the deal with our daughter's
hair? She always looks that way when she stays over at Sally's house.
Oh, is Sally a hairstyling prodigy?
No, her family has soft water.
Does it really make that much of a difference?
Well, you're the one who noticed.
Lindy Spring Systems soft water systems can show you all the benefits of soft water, from reducing dry skin to softer, more manageable hair, and lots more. Go to LindySpringLakeOfTheOzarks.com now. Lindy Spring Systems. Ask about our bottled water delivery.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Scattered showers possible today, mostly cloudy with our high nearing 79. Showers may continue overnight tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Scattered showers possible into Saturday as well, otherwise sunny with a high of 84, and rain may continue Saturday night, cloudy with a low around 65. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 67 degrees.
Mornings sound the same on your smartphone as it does on the radio.
I'm always smiling.
Your digital destination.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got our app? News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, it's Friday Picks time. Talking to some people out and about this past week, and they say that they listen to this segment of the show, and they absolutely love it to see who's going to get it right, who's going to get it wrong, and who is going to be picked by Rick Hasty's mother-in-law. Oh, goodness. Welcome back, Rick Hasty.
Hey, I'm glad to be back, Guy.
Tony Herman.
I'm glad to be back as well. And it's looks like it's Friday. It's going to be a good day.
All right, let's get right to it. The San Francisco 49ers, they won last night, and so that game is in the books. Rick Hasty's still trying to figure out if the Giants are going to win that game.
I'm curious to see his pick.
It's been a bad year to start.
It's been a bad year to start. Okay, here we go. Sunday night's game, national games here. We've got the Steelers at the Raiders. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, Melissa Stark is on that game. Rick Hasty, we're going to start with you.
So I think the Steelers itself is going to show the Raiders how to play. And even though the Raiders have been playing decent, I think that Steelers will go in there and steal one.
All right. Raiders are favored by 1 point, and both teams are 1-1, Tony Herman. So you're picking the Steelers, Rick?
Yep.
Okay.
I think it's a toss-up game right out of the gate here. When you take a look at these two teams, both 1-1, both have shown glimpses that they could be they could be a solid team this year, but have also showed they can be one of the teams that probably are in the back of the pack as well. I think Steelers. I think the Steelers go to Las Vegas. I think I'm going to take the Raiders in that one.
You know,
and the quarterback pick.
I agree with you because I think the Raiders are going to do it because they're playing at home, and the Steelers, even though they beat the Browns and all, I just don't feel like they're actually right there yet. So, Tony, I'm going to be with you on the Raiders, and so we're both over there. Okay, now Monday night, there's two games again, one on the four-letter network and one on ABC. It's the Rams at the Bengals. Tony, first pick.
I think the Rams, I mean, they came off a win last week that kind of surprised me as well as they but when you take a look at the Bengals, a lot of controversy all of a sudden for a program, a team that was doing well the last couple of seasons. Joe Cool doesn't seem to be the same as he was in the previous seasons, and may not play Monday night either. And so, but when you take all of that, and they're 0-2. They were hoping this would be a Super Bowl season for them. Backs are against the wall. I'm going to go ahead and take the Bengals one more time.
All right, you're going to do the Bengals, even with Joe Mixon. Okay, that's good. Rick?
Well, right now, I thought Cincinnati doesn't know if they have a quarterback or not. He got hurt. He pulled that little calf muscle
He's
again.
got the calf injury.
All right, so, I mean, I like the Bengals at home. And
do I put you down for that?
Yeah, put me down at the Bengals.
All right, I'm on the island. I'm actually going to go with the Rams because I just think that the Rams could come on in there. They could have a nice breakout game there. And I agree, the calf injury on Joe Burrow, but you know the Bengals, they have some good elements on their team, and they could very well win. It's at home in the jungle, but I'm going to be on the island all by myself.
I'm not too sure that's not a bad pick right there. And I had the Rams winning last week, but they didn't. But they played very well against a good San Francisco 49er team, only losing by a touchdown.
All right, the feature game on Monday night, which is going to be excellent. It's on ABC, Joe Buck production. This is the Eagles at Tampa Bay, and they got Baker Mayfield down there in Tampa. The Eagles, they were vying for the Super Bowl last year. Tony, what do you think on this one?
Two teams that are head and shoulders right now, that's the 49ers and the Eagles. I'm going to take the Eagles even though they're in Florida.
All right. Rick Hasty.
You know, it's something, Mayfield has got that team actually looking pretty good. And so where everybody was throwing him out to sea, he ended up making a good team out of them down there. I'm still going to go with the Eagles. I think they're far. I'm just trying to make him feel good. For all the Buccaneer fans and like that.
Once again, you go with...
My brother-in-law lives down there.
Now we got the brother-in-law.
We got everybody calling in.
I'm going to go with Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers, and I'll tell you why. Because Baker is playing like he did when he first came into the league with Cleveland. He is looking good. I believe that what is going to happen is Stefanski's team is going to say we should have never gotten rid of the boy because Deshaun Watson is a complete mess, and he's only playing at 50% of what they paid for. So I'm going to go out there and pick the Buccaneers. So
got a little emotional on that one, didn't you?
I think Baker's still a good quarterback, and he's proved it in these first two games.
He played at Cleveland. What do you expect?
Yeah, he played in Cleveland. Okay. Rick Hasty, Buffalo Bills at the Washington Redskins.
This, surprisingly enough, is a tough pick. Like that, Buffalo hasn't been playing on all cylinders, and
they haven't.
Washington, like this, has gotten a new offensive coordinator that's doing pretty well. So I am, though, going to go with the Bills.
Once again, he praises this one team and as if you're going to go with Washington. And then he goes, oh, by the way, I'm going to go Buffalo. So you are going Buffalo.
I am going Buffalo.
Okay. Tony.
The lemony will not.
That's why we get ratings on this part of the segment, is because people don't know where you're at.
Don't place your bets until the last moment. And it's you got Washington put 35 on the board last week against, and you go, wow, that's a lot of points. But they gave up 33 to Denver, and so they come in 2-0. But Buffalo Bills, they are struggling. But I'm going to go ahead and take the Bills in this one.
Yes, I agree with both of you. I am going to take the Bills. I think Josh Allen is good for an interception-free game, and if he plays well, I think the Bills can take it. So all three of us are there. Denver Broncos at the Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins are favored by 6.5. I'm going to take the Miami Dolphins. Tony, who are you picking?
I like that. I like them. I like the Miami football team. I think they're. I don't know. I don't think they're Super Bowl quality yet. But I think they're a very good football team. I think Denver, they haven't figured it out yet. I'm going with the Dolphins.
Okay. Rick Hasty, now this is going against your mother-in-law if you go Miami.
This is, and hopefully she isn't listening.
But your brother-in-law is.
Well, he doesn't care. He's just worried. He's worried about Tampa. Picks already over on him. I'm going with the Dolphins on this one. I think that they have got a lot of stuff going positive for them. Their defense itself has got, again, a good start. So I'm going with the Dolphins.
Okay, Rick, quickly, Indianapolis, Baltimore.
I'm going to go with Baltimore.
Okay, Tony.
Baltimore.
All right. Next, and I'm going to pick that as well. New England at the New York Jets. Tough game. This is going to be a tough one to do. Tony.
Yeah, somewhere along the line, the Patriots are going to pull one out and win. And and then now the Jets are coming down from the emotion of having Aaron Rodgers. Then the injury as well. But I think that the losing streak continues for New England. I'm going to take the Jets at home.
Okay, Rick.
Surprisingly enough, and like that, I'm going to take New England on this one. New York Jets quarterback has not beaten the Patriots ever.
I think so. You're picking the Jets?
No, I'm picking New England. See, I even confused him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm actually going to pick New England as well. I think Belichick is going to want to have a good coaching game because they're going to want to play that.
I don't see him going 0-3.
All right. Tennessee at Cleveland. They've lost Nick Chubb. Cleveland is favored by 3 points, and this is Spiro Ditas and on the call here, Tony.
I'm going to go ahead and take Cleveland on this. They're at home, and I think they are a very fragile football team at this stage right now. Just kind of saw a little bit of kind of a breakdown with Deshaun Watson last week, and
major.
If they can keep him under control, which is a very big if, then I think they can be a decent club this year.
Rick,
well, if he gets a new massage therapist, we got it. This is something I think Ford, the running back, all right, is Ford is not going to be too bad. So I'm going to go with Cleveland with this one.
All right, Rick. Actually, I'm going to go with that as well. Rick Bryant did pick Tennessee on that one.
Oh, catch up.
So, all right, here we go. Carolina, Seattle. Quickly, Rick.
I'm going to go with Seattle at home.
Tony?
Carolina, I think their football club's put together with Band-Aids right now, and so it's I'm going to take Seattle at home.
And me as well. Atlanta at Detroit. Atlanta is 2-0. Detroit is 1-1. Detroit, believe it or not, is favored. They're playing at home. Tony, who do you pick?
That's a tough one. That's going to be a good game. That's
yes,
a tough one. I've been picking Detroit for 2 years now. Last year I didn't look so good on it, but this year I'm going to stay with the Lions and look for them to go 2-1.
Okay, Rick Hasty.
I'm going to jump ship, and I'm going to go to Atlanta. I think Atlanta's been playing very well. And they've got a new running back that's absolutely outstanding.
Now, you're with Rebecca Rupert in that pick and Rick Bryant.
Oh, scare me.
So you're willing to go on that side?
I'm going on that side.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go Detroit, though, as well. I'm going to join Tony Herman. Houston at Jacksonville. I'm taking Jacksonville. Trevor, I think he's got something happening, Tony.
Somebody's got to win that game. And so let's take Jacksonville at home.
Right. Rick.
Boing!
Rick.
I like Jacksonville at home.
All right. We'll skip the next one. That's Chargers at Minnesota. We'll wait. That's a pick'em game. We'll wait for Kara. New Orleans at Green Bay, and Green Bay is at home there. They're favored by 2. That's Kenny Albert, Jonathan Vilma, and Shannon Spake on that one, Rick.
Love's actually been playing pretty well, so I'm going to go with Green Bay at home.
All right, and Tony Herman.
I had New Orleans, and then when I walked down the hall, I changed that to Green Bay. I think Green Bay is going to take this one at home.
Yes, and boy, this one is a tough one though to call because New Orleans could actually do it, and they're 2-0. I'm going to go New Orleans on that one though. Break ship on that. All right, Chicago at Kansas City. Kansas City, I'm taking that because Chicago's a dumpster fire. Tony Herman.
You know, I don't know if they're a dumpster fire. I just don't think they're there yet. They've got a young quarterback that shows a lot of promise. Had a decent draft, and I think there's still a couple of players
so that
short
means you're
right
picking
there.
Chicago?
Absolutely not. But
you're
Hasty gets to do it.
I'm starting to catch.
yeah, you were doing the hasty explanation.
Hasty's starting to do it, but it's. But I don't think they get it straightened out this week. I think Kansas City goes to 2-1.
Okay, Rick.
I'm staying home. The local fans and stuff will be tickled to death. So Kansas City.
All right. Dallas at Arizona. Dallas is looking really, really good this year. Arizona, they're just super struggling all over the map here, Rick.
Dallas itself does look good, despite themselves. Jerry Jones has, coached them pretty good. So I'm going with Dallas. And hopefully, and you'll go with Arizona.
No, I'm not going to Arizona. I'm going Dallas.
Oh, okay. All
right. I go advantage cheerleaders on that one. Tony?
I think the two premier teams right now in this season are the 49ers and the Eagles. You've got Dallas right behind them in a very quiet. I think Dallas goes to 3-0, even though they're in the desert.
Yeah, and Dak Prescott's looking good. CeeDee Lamb is looking good, and they've got a number of different players there that just seem to be performing right at the top of their game.
That's the kiss of death. You just said he was playing well at quarterback.
All right, yeah, probably. Okay, the Chargers at Minnesota. This is a pick'em game. When you see PK there, that's a pick'em game. So they're not, but they're saying it's 53.5 points over and under on that. The Chargers have not won a game. Minnesota has not won a game. Somebody has got to win this puppy here. So, Rick, who do you pick?
Minnesota itself has been playing well, but they haven't gotten over Cook leaving at that point. I think the Chargers are due for a good game.
With Justin Herbert?
Yeah, but again, their running back is not necessarily in good nature. So this is going to be a quarterback play.
So you're going to pick? I got Kara on the line.
I'm going with Minnesota.
I thought you were going. You know what, Rick? You never cease to amaze.
I see Vegas having a whole new line.
Yeah, it's called the hasty line, where they end up losing all their cash and their chips. Kara Foster. Hello?
It's snowing up there.
Hi, I can barely hear you.
Give us a call right back, please. All right, we've had problems with the phone lines all morning. We've been having snow like that all morning here.
To hear that. I like this, both teams 0-2, but both teams pretty solid football clubs. But you've got to pick it, and so I'm going to go with the Chargers.
All right, the Chargers. Kara, much better. You're picking the Chargers or Minnesota?
I'll go Chargers as well.
Ooh,
I can barely hear you.
All right, well, that makes us almost all unanimous there. Okay, you better get to the weather before we lose you.
All right, we got scattered showers today, partly sunny, high 79. Some rain tonight, partly cloudy, 65. More rain tomorrow, some sunshine in there, high of 84. And as we head into Saturday night, showers and thunderstorms. We got a chance for some severe, so do make sure you have ways to get updates, and a high of 65. And then all rain Sunday, high of 76. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
All right, Kara, we will catch you on Monday. Have a nice weekend. We're going to take a time out for trending. By the way, all of us were on that Chargers pick except for Rick Hasty and Rebecca Rupert.
Well, Rebecca's been winning, so
she's the top dog right now. Yeah. She is the winner.
Well, I'm hoping she's still hot.
Here's trending.
Get ready, people.
It's beginning to look a lot like
Christmas.
I'm Stacey Lynn. Here's what's trending. I just can't with that yet. But the U.S. Postal Service can, and it's ready for Christmas. They're out with 4 new Holiday Forever stamps with cute little snow globes on them. Shake the stamp and snow will fall. Okay, I just made up that last part, but how cool would that be? The FDA is talking about the possibility of creating artificial wombs. If they work, it would give extremely premature babies a chance to survive. Now, they haven't been tested out in humans yet, but they've done a few studies on animals. During Thursday night football last night, there was pushing, shoving, and throwing down. And we're not talking about on the field. There was a nasty fight in the stands between a bunch of San Francisco 49ers fans. Whole lot of hair pulling, too. One lady got her whole wig pulled off.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's, 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11 coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
The community calendar is sponsored by our veterinary at the lake. Visit lake.vet.
September is Ovarian and Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. Be aware of the symptoms. Visit radiologyinfo.org for information on treatments, procedures, and more. That's today's community calendar.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the Lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
You should know, when you're not listening to us,
Not listening. I'm not listening.
people are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, that's going to do it for this 9 o'clock hour. We've got a lot more yet to come on the other side, which is going to be Morning Magazine with Tony Herman. And that's coming up. Our news time, 8:56.
No pressure.
Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I invite you to come see our incredible selection of pre-owned vehicles here on our lot, starting as low as $4,000, and combined with our friendly, no-pressure sales staff. Hewlett's also is proud to offer aggressive subprime rates and options if there is a need. Our prices and photos of all pre-owned inventory is always available to view at shophewlett.com.
Bulletin. Right now, 2023 Silverado light-duty trucks are available for qualified buyers at 3.9% for 60 months.
Lake Regional Health System is pleased to welcome Dr. Michael Severance to Lake Regional Urology. Dr. Severance provides specialized medical and surgical care for male and female urinary tract and male reproductive organs. Conditions he commonly treats include prostate, bladder, and kidney cancer, incontinence, urinary tract infections, and kidney stones. He also performs vasectomies. To make an appointment with Dr. Severance, call Lake Regional Urology at 302-3111. That's 302-3111. To learn more about Dr. Severance, visit lakeregional.com. Lake Regional Health System. Our commitment runs deep.
There's no better feeling than grilling out, and there's no better place than Porter's Ace to get the best grill for your family. We stock brands from Weber, Traeger, Big Green Egg, Blackstone Griddles, and Uni Pizza Ovens. You won't find these premium brands and service at a warehouse store, only at Porter's Ace, the people who know their grills. Porter's Ace and Lori. Porter's, we're here to help. See acehardware.com for details.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
You've heard your mechanic talk about how your car doesn't run well when the filter's dirty, right?
Well, it's the same thing with your home's heating and cooling system. And B&B Heating and Cooling wants to make sure your home feels just right. So every Friday, it's Free Filter Friday at B&B Heating and Cooling. Once you sign up at bbhvac.com or stop by their location, you'll get one free filter once a month. For more info, go to bbhvac.com or freefilterfriday.com.
Just right never felt so good. B&B Heating and Cooling.
Well, that's going to do it for the Ozarks this morning on this Friday, TGIF Friday. A couple of good games this evening. The Lakers, you can hear them on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. The pregame is at 6, and the kickoff is at 7 o'clock. And then Tony and I will be scooting over to Osage over there at the stadium, and California coming to town. Pregame is at 6:30, and kickoff there is at 7 o'clock. Morning Magazine right after top of the hour news, and then Jimmy Fela 11 to 2. Dave Ramsey, the Missouri Show Me program, and then Mike Anthony is back in the house, and he will be once again hosting the Ozarks Today. Have yourself a fabulous weekend, everybody. Enjoy. Catch you again on Monday morning at 6.
I'm Jeff Davis with Just a Thought. From the world hindquarters of dubious information, it's Fake News Friday. COVID spikes during election season is fake news. Politicians are the problem. The Associated Press fake news reported that the U.S. accidentally sent Ukraine $6 billion in military aid. Not sure how that would be accidental. A fake story that Bill Gates wanted to get rid of 70 million acres of trees. He'd only do that if it was blocking the view from his house. A viral Facebook hoax claimed a serial killer was on the prowl in a number of cities. And another Facebook hoax that won't go away is Facebook charging for use of the platform. Not happening. People are giving the side eye to a video of partiers in Ukraine having a great time to try to convince people the war isn't such a big deal. It is. A man falsely accused of killing 2 hunters spent 21 years in jail will get over $1 million from the taxpayers of Michigan. Fake reports going around the internet say that borax helps cure ailments. But you know, it can kill you. Just a thought. I'm Jeff Davis.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Peter King. These Chicago area auto workers aren't on strike. They could be in a matter of hours if the United Auto Workers Union expands its walkout beyond the 3 factories it struck a week ago. The UAW has set a noon Eastern Time deadline if there's no meaningful progress in talks. Scott Alexander is a striking worker at Ford's Michigan plant.
We're out, we're staying out, and we know he's going to keep us out until we get a contract. Sean Fain, shut them all down!
Sean Fain is the union president. He's expected to announce which factories would be their next targets for a walkout right about now. New Jersey Senator Robert Menendez and his wife face federal bribery charges. Federal prosecutors have just said that they accepted thousands of dollars from businessmen in exchange for using the senator's political power and influence to benefit them and the Egyptian government. Ukraine says its missiles have hit one of Russia's military headquarters. Here's the BBC's James Waterhouse.
Unverified footage appears to show smoke billowing from a building at the headquarters of Russia's Black Sea Fleet. It appears Ukraine is continuing to target the occupied Crimean Peninsula with missile and drone strikes. Last week, a Russian military base was hit and a submarine and warship destroyed.
The war in Ukraine is one reason why many Republicans refuse to approve a budget that would avert a government shutdown. Here's CBS's Nicole Killian.
So far, House Republicans have refused to include any new Ukraine aid in a potential spending package. But Senate GOP leaders want it included, although support is softening.
We're going to have to listen to our constituents because broad support that they had a year ago is weakening.
President Biden has requested $24 billion in supplemental assistance from Congress for the war-torn country.
A tropical system off the Carolinas is expected to become Tropical Storm Ophelia soon. and it'll soak North Carolina and other states as it moves north. Here's the Weather Channel's Jim Cantori.
Horrible wind-driven rain heading all the way up to the Chesapeake Bay into the northeastern part of the country. Things improve for some on Sunday. That combination of wind and rain means storm surge flooding for a lot of areas.
It's expected to make landfall tomorrow. Amazon Prime Video is free when you subscribe to the company's Prime membership. But free will now come with a price. Here's CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Amazon Prime Video will begin showing ads during movies and shows next year, joining other streaming companies doing the same. The cost of opting out, $2.99 a month to keep your service ad-free.
In early trading on Wall Street, the Dow is up 7 points. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A second fugitive wanted out of the state of Iowa also finds himself being held without bond in the Miller County Jail, awaiting a one-way ride back to the Des Moines Work Release Center. Courthouse records indicate that 21-year-old Ryan Michael Burrows had been wanted in Iowa for violating work release rules. Burrows has signed a waiver of extradition, meaning he's not fighting it. Also arrested and being held without bond waiting on extradition back to Iowa from the Miller County Jail is Zachary Cockrum, who is charged in Polk County, Iowa, with attempted murder and other charges in Des Moines. All this month is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, with a message being sent out that early detection and treatment are keys to keeping from checking out sooner rather than later.
What it amounts to is there's a certain group of patients that if they don't get treatment from it, they will die a slow, painful, miserable death. There's also a group of patients who can have a prostate cancer that is really low grade and they die with it and not of it.
Lake Regional Urologist Dr. Michael Severance also points out that significant advances have been made in the recent past when it comes to prostate cancer.
The practice of urology has gotten better and better at differentiating those patients who are going to have a little bit of prostate cancer that doesn't amount to much and those that will have something that's very, very significant and just bad news.
Screenings are described as relatively low cost, and the frequency of getting screenings for possible prostate or other forms of cancer is a topic of discussion for you and your medical provider. A Barnett woman is injured Thursday morning in a two-vehicle wreck on Twisted Tree Road near Gatsby Road in Morgan County. The Highway Patrol says it happened when 50-year-old Donald Montevi of Barnett crossed the center, striking 41-year-old Amanda Wagner. Montevi was uninjured while Wagner chose to seek her own treatment for minor injuries. Both were wearing seatbelts at the time. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for a massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Scattered showers possible today, mostly cloudy with our high nearing 79. Showers may continue overnight tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Scattered showers possible into Saturday as well, otherwise sunny with a high of 84, and rain may continue Saturday night, cloudy with a low around 65. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 66 degrees.
Pro Designs, but better than a billboard.
Hey, this is Jimmy at Pro Designs. Our wraps are better than a billboard because you can park your business logo anywhere. On a busy street, at a public event, it's all about location, location, location. And what a value. Pay one wrap price and your advertising keeps going. Your business is on the move, just like your new customers.
Go to ProDesigns.com.
Pro Designs, but better than a billboard.
The Inn at Grand Glaze Resort offers a clean, comfortable, affordable getaway with amazing views of the awe-inspiring Lake of the Ozarks with 153 guest rooms and 15,000 square feet of meeting space. The Inn is ideal for family reunions, weddings, and conventions. Conveniently located in a secluded cove just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge, minutes from numerous attractions and activities. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Call for reservations or information 800-348-4731.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
The views expressed during this program are not necessarily those of the staff and management of Viper Broadcasting. Please limit your calls to one per hour. Live from Studio C, it's the KRMS Morning Magazine. Your phone calls are welcome at 573-302-7000 or call toll-free 1-866-372-1270. Now, here's hour number one, the KRMS Morning Magazine on News Talk 1150, KRMS, and 97.5 KRMS FM.
It's the weekend. This is the Friday edition of Morning Magazine. I'm Tony Herman. Thanks for joining in today. And it is Friday, September the 22nd. We're at 70 degrees today. We're actually going to perk up a little bit. We'll get to the low 80s. And so life should be good today. And it is Football Friday as well. But this hour, sponsored by Camdenton Glass. They're located on Highway 54 in Camdenton. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404. Camdenton Glass, they are your local Pella certified contractor. Camdenton Glass, they do much more than just windows. They do construction, decking, siding, screen repair, custom mirrors, and much more. Services offered in Camdenton, Osage Beach, Lebanon, and the entire lake area as well. And so we are excited about getting to Friday here, and I know you are as well. And you know, Laker football, they're going to be at home tonight, and you can join us, Luke Hagedorn and Brendan Matthews, as they call all the action on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Their pregame show starts at 6, and kickoff is at 7. And, of course, Guy Wayman and myself, we're going to be over at School of the Osage tonight as they come back home after their first win in Eldon last week. And you can catch that action on Classic Country 104.9. Our pregame starts at 6:30, and then we're going to be there till the last possession of the ball game as well, and then give a post-game show as well. And so whatever team you like to cheer for, you can catch all the action here on our sister stations 104.9 and 93.5 Rocks as well. You know, the president has not had a good week this week, and he let's just say he's got some things confused, and he walks onto the stage after UN, and he has the UN official with him, and then the leader of Brazil as well. And he comes out, he starts to speak, and he lays it on the line there and talks about whatever he talks about, then steps to the side and walks. But when he comes out, he runs into the flags. Then they play music. He thinks he's supposed to leave at that point, and he realizes he's not, and then he stands there as well and stays there. And then at the end, he shakes the hand of the UN official. The leader of Brazil walks over to shake his hand. Biden turns around, tails it out of there, and you see the leader of Brazil just kind of give the old hand motion of never mind, and clearly frustrated with the president of the United States at that point. But then you take a look at yesterday, and he was talking about how wonderful the Black Caucus was and how many things that the Black Caucus had accomplished and done, which is true. But the awkward thing was he was speaking to the Hispanic caucus.
Lessons based on the Gospel of Matthew. Feed the hungry, care for the sick, welcome strangers. They echo what my dad taught me. And I mean this sincerely. My dad used to say, everyone is entitled to be treated with dignity and respect. Congressional Black Caucus embodies all those values. Just think of the work we've done together on civil rights, labor rights, health care, education. Folks, to fundamentally change the direction of our economy, to grow it from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Folks, the press started calling it, the Wall Street Journal, others started calling it Bidenomics as if it was a bad thing. Well, I think it's a pretty damn good thing. It's working. It's working. We created 13.5 million jobs, and about 4 million of those jobs are Latinos. 800,000 manufacturing jobs. Unemployment under 4% for the longest stretch in half a century.
And it's just one of those things where you go, Mr. President, things are not going, and it's been long discussed. We talk about it on this show. They talk it about on the national news as well, as his decline is starting to become obvious. And later in that day, he spoke in front of a small group where he told the same story twice within a few minutes of each other. And that story was, why he decided to run. He said, and the transcript reported, it says, but then along came August 2017 in Charlottesville, Virginia. You remember those folks walking out in the fields, literally carrying torches with Nazi swastikas, holding them forwards, singing the same vicious anti-Semitic bile, the same exact bile that was sung in Germany in the early 30s, and a young woman was killed, And the president told that story twice, and so not a good week for the president. As a matter of fact, even Ted Cruz says don't probably count out that Biden was not going to be on the ticket next year. I personally do not, as Eli Yoakley, a guy inside Washington that we talk to a couple of times a month. He still says the president is running. He still feels that the president is running, and I do not. But here's something that Ted Cruz said that first of all surprised me, and but it is very possible.
The scenario that I think is perhaps most likely and most dangerous. In August of 2024, the Democrat kingmakers jettison Joe Biden and parachute in Michelle Obama. And I want you to pause and reflect on that.
Oh, I'm pausing and I'm reflecting as we said, and so is everybody else listening right now.
I view this as a very serious danger.
I'm smiling right now because it terrifies me, and I also could totally see this happening.
So, Michelle Obama, number one, you don't infuriate African-American women, which is a critical part of the constituency that Democrats are relying on to win. But number two, you avoid the problem. If you pick from any of the four, the other three are pissed because they're all, to some extent, peers, they're rivals, they're all jabbing knives at each other. Michelle Obama, because she was first lady, has the ability to kind of parachute in above all four and say, hey, we're not picking among any of you. You guys can all fight it out next time. You're all going to be on the same level. We're coming. This is the Obamas saving the day. And I think in terms of a solution that unifies Democrats, there ain't nothing like that. I also think Michelle is not all that eager to run for president. But to parachute in August of 24, a couple of months before the presidency, and suddenly wake up and be president?
Not a bad gig.
It's not a bad gig at all. Now, would she do it? I don't know. I've met Michelle, but I don't know her personally in any meaningful way. I don't know if she would do it. I do think Barack Obama is already running the Biden administration. I think he is already the puppet master behind this Biden White House. I don't think Joe Biden is the decision maker. And so when I see the media turning on Joe Biden right now, I think the odds of Michelle Obama parachuting in August of 2024 have risen dramatically, and that ought to scare the hell out of anyone who is unhappy about the direction this country is going and doesn't want us to go even crazier in an even worse direction.
Senator Ted Cruz from the state of Texas talking about the possibility of Michelle Obama dropping in late, replacing Biden on the ticket. Biden right now has a lot of baggage. He does have, of course, what appears to be a decline in cognitive ability. And I use that very kindly, that phrase. I do believe he is experiencing some. And then you take a look at, of course, his son and the problems that his son brings to him as well. And you just go, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't run. And it's certainly, I have to say, I do not think the president will be on the ticket as well. And then, of course, yesterday, a big day in Texas. 10,000 people came across the border yesterday illegally, many coming from Venezuela. Governor Abbott taking matters into his own hands again. I know, Herb, you like to see that, as he is putting out razor wire, double the amount of razor wire that they have previously had, because one, he needs a little more, and number two, his own government has been responsible for removing the razor wire that he has put out there. And so you sit and say to yourself, why? Why does that happen? Why does our own government, our own federal government, not helping at the border, shutting the border down? But they will tell you that the border is under control, that the border is safe. And people in Texas will tell you that is not true. But the president comes back and says it's the Republicans' fault, specifically the MAGA Republicans and the person he replaced.
Legislation introduced. On my first day in office, I sent an immigration reform bill to the Congress, one that recognizes immigrants' contributions to this country, provides a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, temporary status holders, farm workers, and others. We need our colleagues to act. For decades, immigration reform has been a bipartisan in this country. Unfortunately, the mega Republican Congress and my predecessor spent 4 years gutting the immigration system under my predecessor. They continue to undermine our border security today, blocking bipartisan reform. So until Congress acts, I'm going to keep using every tool at my disposal as President of the United States to preserve and protect DACA, keep fighting.
And that is the mega Republicans' fault. That's Donald Trump's fault. Although I don't remember this crisis when Donald Trump was the president of the United States. Herb, I see your call. I'm going to get straight to you when I get back from this break. Hold on. This is Morning Magazine on KRMS 1150, 97.5, 103.3 FM. Give us a call, 573-302-7000.
2 times the healthy blood pressure support? That's a number to rave about. Thanks to Superbeats Heart Chew's unique 2X ingredient that helps promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than diet and exercise alone. Superbeats is America's #1 selling beet brand, and the only #1 cardiologist, doctor, and pharmacist recommended beet brand for heart health support. A clinical study showed that the key ingredient in Superbeats Heart Chews is nearly 2 times more effective at supporting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. And they're part of a brand with over 60,000 5-star ratings and reviews. So double your potential with a special offer exclusively for radio listeners. Get a free 30-day supply of Superbeats Heart Chews and 15% off your first order at getsuperbeats.com with code RADIO. That's a free 30-day supply and 15% off for radio listeners only at getsuperbeets.com, code RADIO.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards!
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers!
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's turned into turning for the first time this year.
We got a good one for you this Friday as the Lakers welcome the Zizzers from West Plains on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11 coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
Join the Chiefs Radio Network every Monday night as Mitch Holtis hosts Chiefs Kingdom live from Kansas City, 6 to 7 p.m. Brought to you by Lake Billiards Grill and Sports Bar. Here for Chiefs leaders, head coach Andy Reid, general manager Brett Veach, owner Clark Hunt, as well as players like Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Nick Bolton, and Creed Humphrey. Chiefs Kingdom Show is brought to you by Lake Billiards Grill and Sports Bar, featuring free pool from 11 to 2 with the purchase of a lunch, and a full menu until 11:30 on weekday night and even later on the weekends.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it. Riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats in here, and Tipsy shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
The Genuine Country Music Association will host its annual Classic Country Jamboree, October the 8th at the Lodge of the Four Seasons. The event benefits the Lake of the Ozarks Soccer Association, Wonderland Camp, and State Fair Community College. Join Classic Country 1049 for our live broadcast from noon until 2 p.m. Sponsored by John Farrell Real Estate, BG Tree Service, Top Deck, the Healing Box Project, and Vicki Lloyd Seal the Deal Team Remax Lake of the Ozarks.
This is the Morning Magazine on News Talk KRMS.
And this is the Friday edition of Morning Magazine. I'm Tony Herman. I want to get straight to the line here. And good morning.
You just call out my name, and I'll come running to see you again.
Not a good...
What part of the border crisis do you want to talk about?
I will tell you this, Herb. Your singing is a lot like the President's Week. It is not good. It is not good. And it is...
Don't quit the day job, huh?
That's right. You're going to...
No, I was told a long time ago that use the talents that you have, or the woods would be silent if only the birds with the best voices sang.
I was told don't speak and confirm that everybody thinks that you may not know that much.
Okay, the border.
Absolutely.
You know, the governors along the border states are failing their states in their constitutional right to take control of the border if the government, of the federal government, fails to provide for the common defense. Is it obvious that the federal government has failed to provide for the common defense?
I at this point, I think if you take Governor Abbott and you take Herb, I am probably somewhere in the middle right now. You're asking for an act of almost succession from the union at that point. I will tell you this: he is doing all he can. I would like to see him like the buoys that he put in the water. When they said take him out, he did get a stay on that. But when they said take him out, if he just turned around and said no, and see what the federal government would do.
Well, do you believe in what the Constitution says in the last paragraph of Article 1?
I believe it, but I believe it's very difficult. I believe it would be very difficult for a governor to basically step up to that point and defy the federal government. I would like to see it, though. I would like to see the Fed's response. I would like to see the troops on the National Guard, whether it be some from Missouri, some from whomever that sent troops down there, to basically form a wall and say, not today, and just to see what the federal government would do.
And all he would have to do to get enough people is to put out the word, hey, all you military vets and all you non-vet patriots who want to protect the country from this invasion, come to the border and we will assign your club a section and just make sure no one comes across.
We did that. We did that before.
Have you ever seen a demonstration of what Ferguson, Missouri bought from the Israeli government for riot control, what they call the skunk gas?
Mm-hmm. Herb, I actually grew up in the town next to Ferguson, Missouri. I know Ferguson, Missouri well.
Okay, so they bought that skunk spray, which I guess is absolutely horrible, but is not the death wish or nothing like that. They could spray it along the Mexican side of the Rio Grande and any of the rest of the border through New Mexico, Arizona, and California, and then patrol it with drones that are infrared looking for body heat, and spray them again, and they would not even enter the water or get close enough to the border because it is so absolutely putrid. Makes them throw up and vomit and gag. And then you wouldn't have to continue to build the wall, just continue to spray that. And the Constitution gives the states the authority to do that when the federal government fails. And the federal government, according to the Constitution, doesn't have any say-so about what the states do under these circumstances.
But I wonder what the first check is that the federal government would hold up from the state of Texas.
Well, then
that's how you're controlling the people.
It can cut off the federal government. Say, we are going to, hire all the federal border patrol people and honor their retirement funds and their benefits and their salary, and we're going to deduct that and all the rest of our costs from what the state of Texas sends to D.C. How about that?
And it is, but I'll tell you what bothers me about the whole thing is that, first of all, that people like you and I are even having these discussions because of what is occurring in our country. This is 10,000 people yesterday. 10,000 yesterday. Yes. I mean, when you start to look, the statistic I threw out the other day, there's over 6 million right now. They have added the state of Missouri. If we shipped all of these illegals to one place, they could apply for statehood.
And what is their purpose?
Their purpose.
What is the government's purpose in doing this?
Their purpose, I believe, is that they want to create votes. They want to flip cities. They want to create voters. If you see Kathy Hochul right now, who just last week was complaining about how the federal government had flushed all of these people into her city, and now she was talking about voter rights yesterday. And you go, well, that's a sure change. That's a sure change right there. And that's because those people are going to get, first of all, they're going to get work permits because you know what? They're here. We got to do something with them. They're going to get work permits. And then they're going to get, because they work here and pay taxes, it should be their right to citizenship and it should be their right to vote.
Well, Trump agrees with me that there are some communists within the United States and even within our own government who want the destruction of the United States. Mm-hmm. And there's when you create this kind of social and economic chaos, it's a classic method of destroying a country. I don't know if Sun Tzu talked about that in The Art of War. But they are doing it, and it's got to be on purpose. In Trump's speech the other day, he said these people are not stupid. They're not idiots. No. They're very sinister and very smart in accomplishing their goals. And nobody else seems to even allow themselves to think that way.
And I've got a hard break here. I'm going to take that, and it's going to be an interesting weekend, brother. I feel it.
Bye.
And we're going to be the 10 o'clock hour. We're going to be talking to Tom Kruckmeyer. He is our resident economist. And then, but right after this break, Andrew Bailey, the Attorney General for the state of Missouri.
Camdenton, Lebanon, and Osage Beach Glass. The people to call when you need glass for your home, business, car, and more. They're the champions in product, service, and personal attention. In addition to glass, they're experts in construction, decking, siding, and screen repair. Camdenton, Lebanon, and Osage Beach Glass, serving the entire Lake of the Ozarks area and beyond. Your local Pella certified contractor. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404.
AOK RVs has American Landmaster utility vehicles in stock and ready to go. These workhorse utility vehicles are built in the USA and are designed to haul, tow, and transport everything you need to get the job done. Choose from 2, 4, and 6 seaters with power steering, 4-wheel drive, winches, dump beds, and more. American Landmaster. It's better when it's American made. Get yours today at AOK RVs in Laurie.
At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
Dock safety is your responsibility. Electrical problems in or near the house and lines feeding the dock can be hazardous. To make sure your dock is in safe working condition, inspect your dock's wiring frequently. Test your power circuits. Install GFCI outlets and circuit breakers. Ensure your dock is properly bonded and grounded at the power source. If you have questions, contact a qualified electrician or your local fire district to make sure you're doing everything possible to keep your family and friends safe at the lake. Learn more at AmerinMissouri.com/lake.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage, Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Concord. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country, 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
At Stonebridge Senior Living, we understand there are times and moments people hold sacred. The times they enjoy their coffee or play their daily game of checkers. These are the moments that matter to our residents. And at Stonebridge, they matter to us too. Stonebridge Senior Living in mid-Missouri delivers assisted living care by offering all the comforts of those familiar routines. The comforts of home and the little things that make us. Learn more about assisted living at StonebridgeSeniorLiving.com.
Goo Goo Dolls are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums.
Yeah, I'm fading.
Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate.
And I call out.
Jonathan Hartenstein, Broker Associate.
Never been, never felt, never thought I'd say a word.
Tickets at OzarksAmp.com.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
This is the Morning Magazine on News Talk KRMS.
Almost the weekend. But you know, maybe football's not your thing, as it's Football Friday across the state of Missouri. You know, there's another opportunity for a great evening here at Lake of the Ozarks. Maybe dinner theater is your passion. There's a comedy at play, and it's called Play On. It's going to be at the Camden County Museum tonight at 6 p.m. You know, the Camden County Museum is on 206 South Locust in Lynn Creek. Ticket charge is $20. It's family fun, it's dinner, and it's theater. Once again, it starts at 6. Tickets are $20. If you would like a little more information, look at CamdenCountyMuseum.org. And so if I had to give today's show a theme, it would be called You Gotta Be Kidding Me, We're Talking About This. Whether it's the health of the president, whether it is our border, which is a serious, in my opinion, will be much bigger than the pandemic in the next 5 to 10 years. And then, of course, freedom of speech. And I want to bring on the Attorney General, Andrew Bailey, and talk to him about his court case and where they are and that. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me on.
Sir, it's just unbelievable that we're having these conversations. It makes my job easy, but I just can't believe that we're having these conversations in our world. And then, of course, you have a case against the Biden administration right now and their interference into social media. And let's lay it down. Let's lay it down. A restriction on free speech, which is the one of the basic tenets of living in this country.
Yeah, exactly. Look, the First Amendment is designed to protect us from the government. It's supposed to create a free, fair, and open marketplace of ideas where the people can have debate absent government censorship. The remedy in this country for disfavored speech has always been counter speech, not government suppression of speech. And yet, what our lawsuit has uncovered is a relationship of coercion and collusion from officials at the White House across a spectrum of federal bureaucratic agencies targeting conservative speech on big tech social media platforms for censorship. And so we filed suit, we took discovery, 20,000 pages of documents, numerous depositions, and we took all of that evidence and we took it to court. And on July 4th, the first brick in a wall of separation between tech and state was laid when the district court agreed with our evidence and stopped the White House and the federal government from silencing American voices on social media platforms. The Department of Justice didn't like that. They want the ability to censor speech on big tech, so they appealed. We went up to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in front of a 3-judge panel. We argued our case, and we won. And the Fifth Circuit opined that these are the worst First Amendment violations in this nation's history. DOJ didn't like that either, so they've appealed again, and we'll be at the United States Supreme Court, hopefully arguing this case before the end of the year, and we're never going to stop fighting to protect our First Amendment rights.
Once again, the theme is you got to be kidding me. I mean, 20 years ago, people would have tried this. Administrations, it doesn't make a difference to party. They tried certain things that they know. When it came to this level, they would pull it back and they would say, "Oh, never mind, we misstepped." Not this administration. They are going to take it all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, the problem is this. You've got a White House committed to violating the Constitution. You've got now 2 branches of government and states saying that the White House is violating our First Amendment. That is 2 branches of government and states. I mean, at some point we have to talk about why did President Biden take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution if what his real ambition is to destroy it? And that's why we're fighting so hard. We've got to be able to have free, fair, and open debate absent government censorship. We know that Biden and his cronies threatened big tech with a repeal or amendment of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act or antitrust suits if they didn't change their terms of service, if they didn't change those algorithms to silence conservative voices, and America was harmed for it.
I'm just a simple guy, and so I'm going to say this simply. What I see happening is someone from the White House calls someone at, no longer Twitter, but Twitter at the time, or Facebook, something along the line, and says, "We don't like this post. Take it down." And it happens.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And that happened in too many instances. And at the end of the day, again, it's Americans that suffer because the court has found that all of the information that was censored was truthful information. And a lot of it related to elections, a lot of it related to COVID information. And so Americans were deprived of truthful information that they could have used at the ballot box or when making individual healthcare decisions. The government is lying to us by suppressing our speech. And why is the president so committed to this? Especially as we move into an election cycle next year. That's why we've got to keep fighting to build that wall of separation between tech and state.
I mean, it's just amazing to me. Remember, we had the young lady that was going to head up the misinformation department. Even though that department went away very quickly, it still appears to me that this is very alive and active.
That's absolutely true. In fact, the vast censorship enterprise grew so quickly that the federal government had to design a new bureaucratic apparatus to manage it. In other words, those calls and emails demanding and targeting specific speech were occurring so frequently, big tech couldn't respond fast enough, so they had to, again, change the terms of service, change the algorithms to satisfy federal officials' demands, and then funnel all that censorship demands through one agency. And it was in the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Administration. Think about that for a minute. This is a bureaucratic agency designed to protect our computer infrastructure and roads and bridges. And yet, here it is being used to attack Americans who dissent, who disagree with Joe Biden's policy positions.
Talk about, of course, the case that we're talking about is the state of Missouri and Louisiana joined together to tackle this issue. The first court rules in your favor. What was that decision?
Yeah, that was at the United States District Court level. And again, we had gone to court in May and asked for a preliminary injunction stopping the Biden White House and other federal officials from coercing and colluding with big tech social media to violate our First Amendment rights. And it's not just that we went in and said, Judge, we don't like this, please put a stop to it. We put on evidence. We had a hearing. Showed them the depositions. We showed the court all the evidence we'd uncovered. And the court agreed with us, and on July 4th, in celebration of this nation's independence, reinvigorated the First Amendment by laying that first wall brick in the wall in the separation between tech and state, and issued that nationwide injunction. And then, of course, the Department of Justice appealed. We went to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, and just 2 weeks ago, we won at the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. So, again, this keeps getting worse for Joe Biden and better for anyone who loves freedom. And I would remind folks, too, it's not just the speakers whose rights were violated. The First Amendment protects not only those speaking, but those listening as well. And so the Fifth Circuit found that these are the worst violations in this nation's history because every single user on big tech was negatively impacted by these constitutional violations.
You know, and then they appealed. What was the basis of their appeal?
They believe that they have the right to silence anything they label as disinformation. But the government should not have any role in determining what we should and shouldn't be saying. You don't want government officials telling us what is and isn't true. Moreover, we can demonstrate and did demonstrate through the evidence, and the court found that the information that was suppressed was truthful information, and it was exclusively conservative. On May 26th, when we were in court, the court looked at the Department of Justice and said, give me one example of a time where you silenced anyone who wasn't a conservative speaker. And the only example they had was RFK. Well, that's another voice in opposition to Joe Biden. He's using this weapon to silence anyone who disagrees with him. That's viewpoint discrimination, clearly violative of the First Amendment.
But didn't the Biden administration get some portion of a stay, something that allowed them to continue at some point?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Didn't they receive a stay from the court where they basically could continue to do some of these things?
Yeah. They received an administrative stay. So the court has opined that both the district court and the Court of Appeals have found that likely to succeed on the merits. In other words, that the evidence is believable. And look, this is preliminary discovery, preliminary evidence. We've only scratched the surface. We're going to get into the merits discovery next, but there was an administrative stay where the court just said, hey, pencils down until we can look at this further. And so that expires today. It's entirely possible the Supreme Court will do the same thing. They're not going to say, we disagree with you. They're just saying, pencils down until we can hear the case. I believe that we will be at the United States Supreme Court sometime between now and February, preferably before the end of the year. And knowing how important this case is, knowing how imperative it is to, again, build the wall of separation between tech and state to protect our First Amendment right to free speech during an election cycle, my hope would be that the Supreme Court would expedite briefing on this matter, and we would get this done before the end of the year.
I mean, exactly. I mean, of course, all of this started over the pandemic, and they wanted to filter what they labeled as misinformation out there. But you're so right. There's so many things that they could use this for, and of course, a lot of distrust in our government already, and now we have an election cycle coming up. Why not? You used it for other things. Why wouldn't you use it for that?
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, I completely agree with you. I would posit that government censorship is counterproductive. It doesn't achieve the desired result, which is to stifle one side of the conversation. That side of the conversation goes on. It just finds its way around the government censorship, and it undermines faith and confidence in the government. We no longer know we can no longer trust that what the government is saying is true because they've lied to us by silencing half the conversation. And so, again, it is counterproductive as well as being unconstitutional.
You know, you saw the governor of New Mexico say that your constitutional rights are not absolute. And the example that I would use in this case is, of course, is the right to yell fire in the movie theater. What do you say to those people that the government should filter those things that do cause someone to shout fire in the movie theater?
Well, I think Joseph Stalin completely agrees that the government should be allowed to censor what we say. I mean, George Orwell, on his most creative day, could not have conjured up a vast censorship enterprise like the one that Joe Biden has built to silence American voices on big tech social media platforms. This is scary stuff. The court has opined it's Orwellian. Now we've got a president who took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution, who's committed to violating that Constitution. We've got a governor in New Mexico who also took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution, but says, oh, wait, the Constitution, it doesn't matter sometimes. I mean, again, that's scary stuff. The whole purpose of the Constitution is to protect us from the government. If we have government officials who are unwilling or incapable of upholding their duty to the Constitution, they need to be removed from office. And I would point out that the lines of protected speech are clearly drawn in jurisprudence from the United States Supreme Court.
Absolutely. And so often, especially in this time, that we forget the Constitution was written not to restrain citizens, but to restrain the government.
That's right. And it's during times of crisis or emergency that we have to remain most vigilant to protect our constitutional rights. Look at what's going on in New Mexico. If we allow a national emergency or a localized emergency to justify a curtailment of our rights or a violation of our rights, those emergencies will never end. And that's exactly what's going on in New Mexico. Joe Biden said COVID justified violating our First Amendment rights. Mm-hmm. Well, now the New Mexico governor is saying, well, gun deaths, murders are a public health crisis, and that justifies the violation of our Second Amendment rights. How about we go after the criminals and not the gun?
Absolutely. I've said that several times this week. Law-abiding citizens are getting tired of feeling like a criminal. And whether it be shopping, whether it be in other areas of their life, and to be honest with you, you're going to look at New Mexico next month, and the numbers are going to be the same. Taking away the guns of law-abiding citizens is not going to lower gun violence.
That's right. I mean, it's been established time and time again. Look at the city of Chicago, some of the most restrictive gun laws in the United States of America, and yet it's one of the most dangerous cities on the planet. I mean, at a minimum, law-abiding citizens like you and I should have the right to defend ourselves if the government's not going to do it for us.
Absolutely. I want to go back once again and talk about the progress that this case has made, and that's, to me, it seems like a no-brainer. Why does the government continue to fight this?
I think, number one, they are ideologically committed to violating the First Amendment. They think they are smarter than the rest of us and that they get to tell us what we should and shouldn't be talking about. That is exactly the kind of authoritarian nanny state that the Founding Fathers rejected when they instituted a separation of powers doctrine. That is exactly the kind of authoritarianism the Founding Fathers rejected when they codified in the Constitution a limited federal government. And that's why these lawsuits are so important. Look, state of Missouri right now, we have 27 lawsuits pending against Biden's unconstitutional action. This is a high-profile one, but there are numerous others. And the reason we're filing those lawsuits is to protect Missourians and protect our constitutional rights.
Absolutely. We're going to take a break, sir. We're going to be right back. We're speaking with Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey. If you got a call for him or a question for him, give us a call, 573-302-7000. This is Morning Magazine. I'm Tony Herman, and we're broadcasting from the Radio Television Center in mid-Missouri. We are KRMS.
Taylor Swift is mobilizing the Swifties to vote.
I check it once, then I check it twice.
I'm Stacey Lynn. Here's what's trending. Vote.org says more than 35,000 people registered to vote after Tay-Tay posted a link to the site on Instagram.
Look what you made me do.
Look what she made you do. Your civic duty. Nice job. Someone in the U.S. needs blood every 2 seconds, which is a big problem because the American Red Cross says there's a national shortage right now.
The need is constant. As fast as people are donating, it's going out to hospitals.
This guy has given blood 300 times in the last 30 years.
It saves lives.
And did you get your mattress from Costco this year? About 48,000 of them are being recalled. A bunch of people who got the Nova Form mattresses say they've got a mold problem. Who is right? They think the mattresses may have been exposed to water during manufacturing.
There comes a day when every boy
becomes a man, and some men become manly men.
And some men, only very special men, don't just become a man, they become your dependable man. The amazing man with power over the elements, using his incredible water softening and reverse osmosis powers to change.
Hey, whoa, no hard sell. Just soft water.
Lindy Spring Lake of the Ozarks is your home for the dependable waterman. With water filtration and reverse osmosis systems that give you better water for your whole house. Get a free estimate. Visit LindySpringLakeOfTheOzarks.com.
Lake Movers Removing the Lake.com. Lake Movers Removing the Lake. Lake Movers Removing the Lake. Lake Movers Removing the Lake.com. Lake Movers Removing the Lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1000.
1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, moving the lake.
Lake Regional Health System is pleased to welcome neurologist Dr. Justin Malone full-time to Lake Regional's medical staff. Dr. Malone is board certified in sleep science, electrodiagnostic medicine, and neurology. He cares for patients with stroke and other neurologic disorders, including Parkinson's and essential tremors. To make an appointment with Dr. Malone, call Lake Regional Sleep Medicine at 302-2715. That's 302-2715. To learn more about Dr. Malone, visit lakeregional.com. Lake Regional Health System. Our commitment runs deep.
What do France's idyllic chateau, Budapest's breathtaking architecture, and Holland's iconic windmills all have in common? You can experience them all with Alma Waterways and direct travel while saving 20% on select 2023 and 2024 Europe or Mekong River cruises. Hi, this is Tim Davis. Book your Alma Waterways River Cruise by September 30th and experience a locally sourced cuisine, a variety of enriching shore excursions, a daily sip and sail cocktail hour, complimentary Wi-Fi, and much, much more. In addition, take advantage of transatlantic flights at fixed rates on select 2023 and 2024 European sailings, with rates per person starting at $8.99. For complete details, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
Talk with local Lake area newsmakers on the Morning Magazine. Starting at 9. News Talk KRMS.
And we're speaking with the Attorney General, Andrew Bailey of the state of Missouri. And we're going to bring him back on the line. Thank you for holding, sir.
Thank you for having me.
And it's always a pleasure to speak with you. Appreciate you taking the time for us. We do have a call, and so I'm going to bring that call in. Herb, go ahead.
No state shall declare war unless actually invaded or in such imminent danger as will not permit of delay. Are you familiar with that? Yes. Okay, now the founders, looking out for the interest of their own states, wrote that for that in the event that the federal government did not provide for the common defense, that they could define invasion and not have to check with the federal court, not have to check with Congress, and not have to check with the administration. Now, tell me why none of the states in this country, especially along the border, are imposing that rule and closing the border.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, number one, certainly the Constitution provides the states a lot of authority. Look also to the 10th Amendment, that any authority not explicitly given to the federal government or deprived to the states is reserved to the states and the people of the states. So there should be more expressions of our 10th Amendment rights under our constitutional system of a democratic republic and a federalist system. So I completely agree with you. And you're right. I mean, look, Biden's utter failure to secure the southern border has resulted in a national emergency. Every state is a border state at this point. Human trafficking, fentanyl, cartels, all these things are flowing across the border and making Missouri communities less safe. We have 2 lawsuits pending against the federal government right now to try to force them to do their job at the border, to finish building the border wall that the money is already appropriated for. We're not asking for anything new. Congress already gave the money to finish the wall. He just needs to start building it. And then number 2, to stop using the immigration parole process to let in large swaths of people. That was designed for individualized determinations. And I will tell you that we're going to continue to push that forward and partner with other states. And at some point, we absolutely hit that tipping point where the states are going to have to take action, and I think you see that starting to happen now.
Well, why go back to the federal government if they have purposely failed to provide for the common defense? Why not implement that stage and invite every law enforcement person and every combat veteran and every patriotic club to come to the border, spray it with Israeli skunk gas that Ferguson bought, and make sure no one ever even steps foot in the Rio Grande and along the other border states. It'd be so simple to do if they only had the guts, and I think they're either cowards, or they're gutless, or they're in on the scam. What say you?
Yeah, well, as a combat veteran, I'll tell you, I'll be the first one to pick up a rucksack and a rifle and head south to defend our national sovereignty. And I would say it's not limited to the border. Look at what happened with the Chinese spy balloon. I mean, President Biden has no interest in defending our national sovereignty when we know a spy balloon traveled across the United States, stopped over the state of Missouri, and specifically targeted military installations. I mean, this is an abject failure of the federal government's foreign policy, both at the southern border and as it relates to other foreign aggressors.
So you could have sent up the National Guard plane and shot the balloon down yourself.
I think that if the federal government, as you pointed out, if the federal government's not going to take action, then it's up to the states to do it. And I think that we need to start having a real conversation about what that needs to look like.
And we are going to take a break.
Action.
We are going to take a break there. That we've been speaking with the Attorney General of the state of Missouri. And appreciate your time, sir. Our next conversation, I got a feeling, is going to be focused on the 11 Initiative petition and the ACLU lawsuits. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me on. All the best to you and your listeners.
Upon sick days, or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. Hewlett has partnered with a local bank to help people who have had financial hiccups or unexpected issues in life that have affected their credit. We have access to extremely low subprime rates and the right vehicles to get you back on your feet in no time. Hewlett is a place to help you purchase from a compassionate, reputable dealer that can offer service after the sale. Come see us today and let's get started. Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton.
Bulletin. Right now, 2023 Silverado light-duty trucks are available for qualified buyers at 1.9% for 36 months.
And that's going to do it for the 9 o'clock hour on this Friday, September 22nd. This is Morning Magazine. And this hour is sponsored by Camdenton Glass. They're located on Highway 54 in Camdenton. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404. Camdenton Glass, they're your local Pella certified contractor. You know, they've been doing it since 1977, and they believe that going above and beyond to provide a first-class service every time is the best way to ensure your satisfaction. From residential glass services to auto glass, they have your needs covered. Let's take a look at what's at the Osage Beach Senior Center. Oh, I like this one. It's a pot roast, mashed potatoes, gravy, glazed baby carrots, rolls, milk, and dessert. They start serving at 11. They'll serve until 12:30. They're open till 4 o'clock, Monday through Friday. You know, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning Magazine. Tom Kruckmeyer, my resident economist, he's going to be in here for the 10 o'clock hour, and we're going to be talking about being broke at the federal level. We're going to be right back after this break.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kafen. The auto workers' strike has just been expanded. UAW President Shawn Fain.
At noon Eastern Time, all of the parts distribution facilities at General Motors and Stellantis are being called to stand up and strike. We will be striking 38 locations across 20 states.
Reporter Nora Naughton, who covers the industry for the business site Insider, says it's a major move.
Those are the plants that feed into the entire system. And when you lose production at those plants, that's when things at General Assemblies go down. That's when the whole system falls apart.
The initial walkout hit 3 plants in 3 states late last week. Ford was spared any new action because it has agreed to some union demands. Federal prosecutors say they found gold bars and $480,000 in stashed cash at the home of New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez. He and his wife have been indicted on bribery charges. It's all unrelated to the corruption case 6 years ago against the Democrat that ended in a hung jury. Correspondent Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill, where it's quiet after a week of failure to try to get a spending measure passed.
Yes, we know time is running out, but I can also say that, lawmakers in both chambers are working to try to avert a shutdown. All hope is not lost. Obviously, lawmakers are out for the weekend. Probably the earliest would be next Tuesday, which doesn't leave too much more time to spare.
It'll be a weekend washout along much of the East Coast. The storm system's expected to become Tropical Storm Ophelia. Odyssey, New York meteorologist Craig Allen.
The projected track goes from north of the Bahamas on up towards the outer banks of North Carolina, out towards the Cape Hatteras area, continues on up through the Virginia Capes and then towards the Chesapeake, and will slow down as it gets towards Delaware and the southern portions of New Jersey.
A 911 recording has just been released from last Sunday when a military fighter jet went missing in South Carolina. The pilot ejected safely and made it to a home to call for help.
I'm the pilot. We need to get rescue rolling. I'm not sure where the airplane is. It would have crash landed somewhere. I ejected.
How far did he fall?
I was at 2,000 feet.
Okay, and what caused the fall?
An aircraft failure.
The wreckage of the jet was eventually found. It kept flying for 60 miles. There's an investigation into what happened. Amazon's Prime Video says it'll begin showing ads during shows and movies early next year. The company says Amazon Prime members can pay $2.99 a month to stay ad-free. Wall Street Dow up 36. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late news now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Local and national safety experts and advocates will convene next week in Columbia for a discussion on continued highway safety in Missouri. Co-hosting the 2023 Highway Safety and Traffic Conference are MoDOT and the Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. Expected topics include Missouri's new distracted driving hands-free law, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, the impacts of cannabis on highway safety, speed, community partnerships, and how to reduce traffic fatalities. The conference at the Holiday Inn Executive Center will start at 12:30 Monday afternoon and come to an end on Wednesday, the 27th. No change in drought conditions around the lake area, with the southeast parts of Camden and Miller counties still in the moderate category, with the rest of Camden, Miller, and Morgan counties remaining in the severe category. Benton County also remains the same, with western and southwestern parts of the county still considered to be in the extreme category, with the rest of the counties still in the severe category. Several counties to the west and north of Benton also remain in extreme category, while a large area of southern Missouri remains classified in the abnormally to no drought categories. Cooler daytime high temperatures and rain in the forecast through the weekend could lead to more improvement in the lake area's drought status. The drought updates are provided by the U.S. Drought Monitor and updated and published every Thursday. If you're an aficionado of a wide variety of grub and beverages with a lot of room to roam around, then you should probably head to the Osage Beach City Park this weekend for the fall version of the Lake of the Ozarks Food Truck Festival. Mayor Michael Harmison says compared to heading into the springtime event, the city is really ready for what this weekend will bring.
We brought on more food trucks. We didn't know what to expect. We brought in more porta potties, and we've got more entertainment and more food trucks, and so really looking forward to this.
The Food Truck Festival goes on, rain or shine, and runs both days, Saturday and Sunday, from 10 to 7. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job, like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Scattered showers possible today, mostly cloudy with our high nearing 79. Showers may continue overnight tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 65. Scattered showers possible into Saturday as well, otherwise sunny with a high of 84, and rain may continue Saturday night, cloudy with a low around 65.
The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the Shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 66 degrees.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it. Riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear, and tipsy shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starn. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for a $5 bonus.
At least 3 churches and 1 Christian university have canceled upcoming Promise Keepers rallies. Promise Keepers is a well-respected men's ministry. In the 1990s, the organization filled football stadiums with men and boys, hearing from some of the top evangelical leaders and Christian athletes of the day. In recent years, Promise Keepers has been revived, but some churches are not exactly rolling out the red carpet. And that's because Promise Keepers maintains firm beliefs on the Bible's teachings on sex and gender and marriage. Belmont University made national headlines when they backed out of hosting a rally, disinvited over their position on Pride Month. Hope Church in Memphis also disinvited Promise Keepers. CEO Ken Harrison tells me a reason was not given, but it happened right before Belmont made headlines. And the church tells me it was nothing more than a scheduling conflict, but Promise Keepers says they're not so sure about that. I'm Todd Starnes.
At Hedges Scott Funeral Home, they know that there comes a time when you'll have to make one of life's hardest decisions, planning an unexpected funeral. Hey, it's hard enough for anyone. Wouldn't it be comforting to know that you had prearranged your services for your family? Hedges Scott Funeral Home is here to listen to you and to help you make it through that difficult time. Serving in the lake since 1941 and located in Osage Beach, Camdenton, and Max Creek. Hedges Scott Funeral Home, 346-2090, 346-2090.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
The views expressed during this program are not necessarily those of the staff and management of Viper Broadcasting. Please limit your calls to 1 per hour. You've had all morning to think it over. Now let's talk about it. Your phone calls are welcome at 573-302-7000 or toll free at 1-866-372-1270. It's hour number 2 of the KRMS Morning Magazine on News Talk 1150, KRMS and 97.5 KRMS FM.
And this is the 10 o'clock hour morning magazine sponsored by Central Ozarks Medical Center. That's COMC. Visit centralozarks.org, 877-406-COMC. Your health is their mission. You know, they've got a location close to you. They have them in Laurie, Osage Beach, Camdenton, Eldon, and Richland. They're committed to leading the ways to healthier communities, medical clinics, telemedical, behavior health, and dental. And as Constance told us yesterday, they're also adding a mobile vision unit as well. COMC has mobile units expanding into those rural communities, offering women's health, pediatrics, chronic pain treatment, addiction treatment, providing high quality, comprehensive, and affordable health care services. They accept private insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, and offer a sliding fee scale based on income and household size. You know, this Saturday night is going to be Lake of the Ozarks Got Talent. It's going to start at 4:30, probably end somewhere about 10, and it's going to be at the Amphitheater. And they'll have 10 contestants. They'll perform, and then they'll whittle it down to 5. The audience will take it down to 5, and then they'll perform again, and then we'll vote again, and then we will have the winner of the Lake of the Ozarks Got Talent contest. First prize is $3,000, which I thought was pretty impressive right there. But you know, they've added something new this year, and that's the karaoke experience. That's an opportunity to perform on the stage at the Ozarks Amphitheater. $40 allows you to perform your favorite karaoke song, and it also gets you 2 ballots. And so that's a great experience right there in itself. And how it works, totally free. It's totally free to go in and watch. But if you want to vote, you got to buy a $20 ticket. That allows you to buy in the first round. That allows you to buy in the second round as well. And it's sponsored by the Lori Sunrise Beach Rotary Club. Proceeds benefit Lake Area Industries, Westlake Aquatic Center, and Share the Harvest Food Pantry. So once again, 4:30 to 6:30, the karaoke experience, 7 to 10. It's the Got Talent competition. You want to look online, go to Lake of the Ozarks, GotTalent.com. And so in the house right now, we've got Tom Kruckmeyer. He is my guy that tells me everything is going to be okay, even though I'm not really sure. But thanks for coming in, Tom.
Well, if I can make you happier today, then it's time well spent. And
I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, do what we can here. Well, try to give accurate information about, federal debt and deficit, that kind of thing. And we can certainly switch over to the state side for a little bit if you care to, and we can kick that around here and see how we feel at 11 o'clock.
That's right. As last time it was a good show there, and it's the reason I called this time and the reason that we're having this today is, of course, at the end of the month, a continuing resolution is going to be needed if we're going to pay the bills on Monday, and so it's another opportunity to look at how much money the United States owes.
Well, it's a chunk. There's no doubt about that.
Tom, you are an economist. You went to school for this. You worked in this.
Did.
We owe a lot of money, and you respond, it's a chunk?
Well, I'll tell you what, Tony, when you get into the federal budget and the billions and trillions, even a professional economist, I can't wrap my arms around that kind of money, If you owe me $1, though, I'll be all over you. But
try being an old basketball coach.
Well, that's there even with the 3-point shot, you only get to 100 points.
Right.
But it's pretty crazy, and getting to the zillions and trillions and a lot of decimals with them. Yeah, federal government owes a heck of a lot of money, and it's the amount owed to the public debt owed to the public is now 25, 26 trillion, something in that vicinity, and there's no doubt it's gone up quite a lot. When I was doing some research last couple of days to do the show, I was actually a bit taken aback myself at the growth in the debt relative to the size of the economy. And I want to emphasize that, because you can sit around and talk about debt all you like. What's important, though, is what is it relative to the size of the economy. Much as if you want to buy a car tomorrow, they would lend you money to the extent that they think you can pay it back, and then you can go buy a car, with that money. But any kind of debt, the ability to repay, is what is it relative to your means of repayment, and that's what I think people got to, kind of keep in mind when, discussing this.
One of the first conversations we had about this, I said, how much is too much debt? You and I totally disagreed on the answer, but it seems now that, in all seriousness, we're getting close to that point.
Well, I think most economists would agree, and obviously this, like everything else in economics, there's reasonable disagreements. But when the debt is now at approximately the size of GDP, well, then you got to start thinking a little harder about this. Because I did bring a few stats here on this. At the turn of the century, when the federal budget was actually in surplus, back in the late 90s, debt as a percent of GDP was around 34%. And for fiscal year 22, the latest that we have actual data on, that has ballooned to 97%. And that, to me, that's pretty surprising. I knew it had been obviously going up because of the COVID and myriad of other factors. I didn't realize it had quite got to that level. So I think it's just definitely something that the Congress and the president need to deal with.
And I'm not interested in talking partisan today. I mean, I know where a lot of the debt came from, and that's your side. But but I'm not interested in talking that today, because both sides have added to the debt on whenever they were in control of the budget, and so we see that. But those numbers are staggering.
Well, they are. They're but again, relative to the size of the economy, that's again what's kind of important. In 2016, the number had grown to 76% approximately. And then by FY20, it was just under 100%. Now, certainly part of that was, the need for the spending on the COVID and that. So but that's always true. There's always extenuating factors. In fact, I thought it might be fun for a few minutes, since we've got, I guess, the whole hour, to delve a little bit into history. Again, I was researching this a little bit. How many years do you think the United States, since its inception in 1789, has been debt-free?
Bill Clinton had a balanced budget.
Well, yeah, the budget was actually in surplus during the latter part of the Clinton administration. But the the federal government still had plenty of debt from previous.
I would say about 6 days into the Union.
Well, that's what's kind of fun to talk about. The actual answer is 1835. Andrew Jackson paid it all off, but that was the first and only time. But let's this is actually kind of fun to talk about for a minute. Back when the Washington administration, I remember it pretty well, actually. I mean, you may not, but I do.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, George, we didn't play golf together, but we rapped about stuff, So anyway, what we today call the United States was launched in 1789 when Washington became president, and the U.S. Constitution went into force, and it replaced what was called the Articles of Confederation, which was a loose confederation of the states that took place right after the end of the Revolutionary War, and that wasn't working at all. And the main reason it wasn't is because there was no real central government that had the power to tax and raise money, which was needed for a number of things, including but not limited to having an army. At that point in time, the United States was just starting out, and there was a need for some military presence because the colonial powers at that time, France, Spain, and Great Britain, had big armies, and they were certainly interested in some of the land of mass, what we today call the United States. So one of the first things that was done under the Washington administration was President Alexander Hamilton, who's now more famous than he's ever been because of a stage play.
Yes.
But the United States had almost no money and had a lot of debt obligations from financing the Revolutionary War, and most of the states also owed a bunch of money. And Hamilton and Washington hatched a plan whereby they were able to borrow a lot of money and dedicate some revenue sources to pay it off. I mean, this was one of the first things done in the early stages of the Republic. And this kind of set the precedent, but it obviously was needed at the time, because what they did is they assumed the debts of all the states, were able to raise enough money to field an army and to do things to regulate commerce and do all the other things that governments needed to do in that era.
And we're talking money with Tom Kruckmeyer. We're going to take a break. We're going to be right back. This is Morning Magazine. I'm Tony Herman. Thanks for listening today.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with more pay to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers, 19 yards.
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers.
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's turning to Durnin for the first time this year.
We got a good one for you this Friday as the Lakers welcome the Scissors from West Plains on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Exergen thermometers are proven to be more accurate than non-contact thermometers. With children back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Clinical studies have proven that non-contact thermometers are inaccurate and can miss fevers. Accuracy matters. That's why the Exergen thermometer is trusted and used by medical professionals. Exergen thermometers are available at Walgreens and other participating retailers. Choose a trusted and accurate thermometer for personal use. Learn more about why accuracy matters at Exergen.com.
At Stonebridge Senior Living, we understand there are times and moments people hold sacred. The times they enjoy their coffee or play their daily game of checkers. These are the moments that matter to our residents. And at Stonebridge, they matter to us too. Stonebridge Senior Living in mid-Missouri delivers assisted living care by offering all the comforts of those familiar routines. The comforts of home and the little things that make us. Learn more about assisted living at StonebridgeSeniorLiving.com.
What's the deal with our daughter's
hair? She always looks that way when she stays over at Sally's house.
Oh, is Sally a hairstyling prodigy?
No, her family has soft water.
Does it really make that much of a difference?
Well, you're the one who noticed.
Lindy Spring Systems soft water systems can show you all the benefits of soft water, from reducing dry skin to softer, more manageable hair, and lots more. Go to LindySpringLakeOfTheOzarks.com now. Lindy Spring Systems. Ask about our bottled water delivery.
Your health, their mission. When visiting your provider is more than just an appointment. They listen. They care. Central Ozarks Medical Center believes everyone deserves access to high-quality health care. They accept patients with Medicaid managed care and Medicare Advantage, also known as Medicare Part C. If you're an existing patient of COMC, their team can help you complete paperwork and answer questions. Central Ozarks Medical Center has locations in Laurie, Osage Beach, Camdenton, Eldon, and Richland. Visit centralozarks.org.
Goo Goo Dolls are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums. Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, Broker Associate. Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
And even though the moment passed me by.
Talk with local Lake area newsmakers on the Morning Magazine. Starting at 9. News Talk KRMS.
And we're talking economy with Tom Kruckmeyer. And one of the things that I like to know, this is the number. This is where we should be, Tom. And it's we take a look at the amount of debt we have. I don't know if there's a metric or a tool that you say, okay, now because of the money we have, that's too much debt.
Well, I think that to me the key to it has always been, can you pay it back? I mean, the United States, as we mentioned in the earlier segment, has gone from debt relative to GDP of about a third. Now it's up to, just shy of 100%. Now the issue is, at what point will the United States have a difficult time servicing the debt? At what point can it not borrow more money with which to do, or borrow it at reasonable interest rates? And right now, interest rates are still pretty reasonable. What the United States government is paying on Treasury debt is still, by historical standards, very reasonable. Now, why is that?
You're obviously not a realtor at 1105.
Well, there's a lot of differing interest rates, of course, but and I understand there's been a recent uptick there, but the Federal Reserve just yesterday, I think, said they're going to kind of throttle back on that. But yeah, there's a lot of different interest rates, of course, but the United States government's unmatched ability to borrow money, because the world who lends money thinks we're good for it. And the United States has by far the most prosperous, largest economy. Well, not almost largest anymore because China has many more people. But the most advanced economy is certainly the United States. We have the ability to raise revenues. We have the ability to repay the debt. And it's in our interest, obviously, to do that. But people wouldn't want to buy U.S. government debt or other countries unless they thought we were good for it. And our debt, some of it's held by foreign governments. I mentioned off the air, China, Japan, Great Britain are the top three, and then several European countries. But the majority of U.S. government debt is held by America. It's held by Americans. It's held by other federal agencies such as Social Security. So it's debt that we owe to ourselves. Now, I bet a lot of people listening in today may well have some savings bonds. They may be wealthy enough to invest in Treasury securities of larger denominations. I mean, the debt is owed largely to other Americans and some, of course, to other countries that are happy to have American debt because we're good for it.
I mean, I understand some debt is good. I mean, the example that I use, a lot of people, they buy a car, they pay it off. They have the ability to pay it off, just as what you talked about. If you don't have a car, you can't go to work. If you can't go to work, you lose your job. If you lose your job, you can't pay for your house that you owe on as well. And the next thing you know, life's not good. But it just, once again, I think when you start talking 100% debt, how do we get out of this?
Well, that's, they used to say in pre-inflationary times, a $64 question. Well, it's a good question, and it deserves a fair answer. Well, let's start on the spending side, and I like to talk about this a little bit when I get the chance. The federal government is massive, does all kinds of groovy things or not so groovy.
I've heard that rumor.
Yeah, well, it does a lot of things. But the federal government is in two primary businesses. Number one is care for the elderly. And by that, I mean Medicare, Social Security, a portion of Medicaid that goes for folks in nursing homes. We also have, obviously, Social Security payments. And the other, so care for the elderly, largely on those programs, a few other things here and there. The other one is national defense. If you count the Defense Department, throw in veterans benefits, which I sort of think of as part of the national defense. Mm-hmm. And then obviously, as we're mentioning, we have to pay the interest on debt that we've already incurred. So I didn't get the exact latest number on that, but last time I found myself in the mood, those two functions, to care for the elderly and defense, take up somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of the federal budget. And there's a bunch of other things there. And I'm not saying they're not important. I'm not saying they don't cost money, but that's where the heavy money goes. So if you said to me, well, let's just cut spending and get out of debt and so on and so forth, well, that's fine if you're willing to make significant cuts to defense and or care for the elderly. And I don't see much political constituency for that. Mm-hmm. And again, there's other things you'll hear people propose, well, let's, do this or that, or, eliminate the Department of Education, and that's that kind of thing. And that's, if you're of that opinion, that's wonderful. But that's not a whole lot of money relative to the big picture. So that's the first thing to understand. That's the federal government does. Those two things are by far the largest areas of spending. Now, okay, of course, over on the revenue side, revenues as a percent of the economy have actually been, reasonably stable. They were pretty low actually in the early part of the Obama administration because of the financial crisis and recession that ensued, and then they got a lot better over time. But revenues in the Trump administration went down pretty significant relative to the size of the economy because there was a pretty massive tax cut was passed at the end of his first year in office. And then, of course, revenues began to, plummet during the COVID year. So there's a lot of things going on here, but I don't, in the same breath, see a lot of constituency for a major tax increase, which is what it would take, combined with major spending cuts, to begin to really dig in on the total amount of debt. Now, the federal deficit's come down enormously. It had been like $3.2 trillion, then it went to about 2.7, something like that. And now it's down to about 1.3 billion, I think, the last full year. And of course, we'll have the new year pretty soon here. But the point is that even with a lower deficit, you're still adding to the debt. So it would take a pretty massive change in the political climate and or in spending and taxing customs to really do a whole lot about that. And I don't see much political will for that on either side of the aisle.
And we're talking with Tom Kruckmeyer about the budget in the United States, and it's a big one. We've got a call. I've got you on hold. If you'll hold, I'll get right to you after this break.
You'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't rave about the food served at RJ's Family Restaurant. Repeat and new customers savor the menu items. From skillet creations, eggs Benedict, lunch specials, enough sides to make it hard to decide, and the menu goes on and on. Try RJ's for their great desserts. Open Tuesday through Sunday till 2 p.m. Located on Highway 54 West in Camdenton with plenty of convenient parking. RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
Lori Marine wants you to start thinking about boat winterization. Give them a call for your boat servicing or winterization needs. Lori Marine has been family owned and operated for over 40 years. Message them directly on Facebook at Lori Marine. 4th generation, same great service, any job, big or small. Give Lori Marine a call, 573-374-6027.
Goo Goo Dolls are coming to the lake. Join us Friday, September 22nd at Ozarks Amphitheater for Goo Goo Dolls and Fitz and the Tantrums. Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate, Jonathan Hartenstein, Broker Associate.
Give up forever to touch you, 'cause I know that you feel me somehow. You're the closest to heaven that I'll ever be.
Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. We only have a few seats left. This all-adult paradise 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package, all for just $17.99 per person. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Local news and issues. The Morning Magazine 9 to 11 on News Talk KRMS.
lot to do.
And we're talking with Tom Kruckmeyer. We've got a couple of calls. We want to get right to those. Go ahead, caller. You're on with Tom.
Hello, yes. I don't know if the gentleman there he sounds like a smart guy. Maybe he's a really optimistic person, but it seems like we're being sung a lullaby. The dollar's nothing. It's a joke. And, I mean, even countries in Africa are saying that we just want to pass some paper to turn them gay. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like our currency is less and less than what you think, and more countries are turning to other currencies. Even China, Russia, Iran, I don't know, the list goes on. Let me think here. There's a few others I had in mind, but I'm just saying that we're not near as strong as what we think. And I think that giving people a false sense of security isn't really right.
I mean, when you're at 100% of your debt, I mean, that I just don't see how you get out of that. I mean, most people, I don't know. I've got a friend that he knows a little bit about bankruptcy law. I would think that you go bankrupt long before 100%.
Well, I mean, we already have. I mean, I don't know. I hate to be, Debbie Downer, but we're in a really bad situation, people. That's all there is to it.
And stop spending. We keep in. I mean, Zelensky left yesterday for $24 billion, and I'm getting the sweats over this. And I was telling Tom on the break. I said, I remember when people got nervous about thousands, and now it went from thousands to millions, and now people talk about millions, moving hundreds of millions of dollars like it's nothing, like they have it, and now we're in the billions.
And then we also need to think about this. We want to be optimistic. Our government can do this and that and move this and that and start doing this and that, and then it'll make it better. Does the government want to make anything better, really? I think that it's meant to be for us to collapse 100%, because they don't want to. They want us all to be just poor as any other country, because it's the world. You know what I mean? It's the world agenda to go communist, and we're all going to be broke. We're all supposed to be broke.
Yes,
that's what's going to happen.
I know some of us are closer to communism than others. If it makes you broke, because there's people are hurting right now.
And it's getting worse. But anyways, have a great day.
Thank you, my brother. And it certainly is. I mean, it's just the amount of debt is just staggering to me. We've got another one. You got them lit up today, Tom. We lost that one. Let's go to this one then. And Mike, go ahead.
Hey, Tony, great conversation as always.
Thank you.
Just a couple anecdotal things. My boss and I were in Atlanta, Georgia, the night that President Obama was first elected. So we get up early the next morning to go to this trade show. We always walk the show early in the morning, and my boss turned to me. Now, this boss is a graduate of the U.S. Military Academy at West Point and an artillery company captain in Vietnam. He turned to me and he said, "We have now entered the era of entitlement society." He was exactly right the day after Obama got elected. Now, here's another little anecdotal thing to look at. Look, I'm right in the middle of the baby boom generation, as are you. But that's all going to come to a screeching halt in about 2050-ish. So we have 27 more years of heartache, no matter what, because we have all these people out here, this big, huge bubble of people on Social Security and Medicare, and it's not going to change until the demographics change.
Yes. Yeah, and that's, actually one of the conversations I had with Tom before is when the light switched on. We have too many consumers right now using the product.
Well, I think the gentleman's quite right. The demographics drive all this. And there's no question that the ratio of workers to Social Security and Medicare recipients has actually dropped pretty dramatically. And obviously the Congress is going to have to act to address that. And, but there's not a whole lot you can do about the demographics. But the idea when Social Security was invented, you might say years ago, the ratio of people working to retire was much higher. Furthermore, average life expectancy was quite a lot shorter. And nowadays you got people living longer and longer, and they're not necessarily healthy in those years, and that drives up the Medicare costs, and frankly, there's no simple or painless solution to that. So it's a problem, no doubt about that. But the United States is certainly not broke. I don't see any problems the Treasury has selling debt. I mean, we have enough money to pay our bills, and the economy is very strong, and there's capacity to, if we wanted to, increase revenues and or decrease spending. The Congress certainly has that authority. It'll be interesting to see how they choose or choose not to do that.
I mean, I feel. Go ahead, Mike.
The one other thing I'd mention is that, and I agree with everything he just said. It's obvious we're not going to run out of money because Congress has the ability to raise taxes. But what it is that demographic situation is basically my grandkids paying to keep me in the check of the month club. That's what it really is, and that cost is going to continue to go up for those grandkids. But you know what? You can't take it with you.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, the country has become a pyramid scheme. You know, the people below you are going to pay for you.
Well, that's was always how this was set up, but no one, I guess, 50 years ago could have foreseen how the demographics of this would change to the extent that it has. And it's a concern, sure.
Thanks for calling in, Mike. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Tony.
And it's but you know, the economy is healthy. What is a healthy economy?
Well, in my view, a healthy economy is where there's almost no unemployment, and where you've had growth in gross domestic product. I understand inflation's been up a bit, but it's reverted to more historical levels. I mean, over the years working in state government, I've certainly been through some boom and bust budget cycles, and we are currently in a boom. And it surprises me, frankly, that people aren't a little happier about this. Mm-hmm. The state budget's in wonderful condition. We have an ending balance or a surplus now in the neighborhood of $4 billion. That's 10 times what it would normally be. The state economy is doing fine. The unemployment rate shot up to a 2.8%. It had been 2.7. And I can assure you, this was my job for 26 years, was keeping up with this stuff. That is extremely low by any reasonable standard. There's growth in jobs in the state. We added 54,000 jobs from August of last year to August of this year. You know, I'm puzzled why people seem so down and upset about the economy. It's pretty doggone good by any historical standard.
We've got another call. You're on with Tom. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. You know, all the more reason why this country needs a businessman to run this country is when Trump came into office, he started telling these people, you want something from us, you're going to pay your share of it. No more freebies, all right? And another reason why we need to stop sending money to Ukraine, all right? And we need to secure the border because we're giving all the money away. And it's not the government's money, it's the taxpayers, you know? So, you know, people out there need to wise up. It's just ridiculous. The irony of it is, you know, a guy gets in trouble, he gets locked up, and they take away his right to vote, okay? You can't vote because you're a criminal. But yet, here we got criminals breaking the law coming into our country, and we're going to give 5,000 of them temporary working cards so they can work. Illegally, they're here, they broke our laws, and then give them permission to vote. I'll tell you what, the day that happens, every inmate that's locked up could sue this government and say, if they broke their law, our law, and came in here illegally, and they can vote, then we have more of a right to vote than they do. And this is ridiculous. This is getting out of hand, plain and simple. But for Ukraine, I could care less about Ukraine. That man doesn't care about America other than taking our money, and all those people, what they're going through, they've lived in that part of the world for hundreds of years, and they know what was coming. So it's not our business to police up the whole world at the expense of those of us who are trying to survive nowadays. You guys have a good one. Let's get Trump back in office, or at least somebody that's got the same mental thought.
Absolutely.
Have a good one, guys.
And it's, you know, I mean, it's just, I mean, the economy is strong, and I want to talk to you about something, and that is about balancing the budget and what that looks like, and compare the state of Missouri to the federal. But we've got another call there. You got to like this conversation today, don't you?
Yeah, I really like this guy.
Well,
He's telling the truth about the economy. This is the best economy since Clinton's economy, where he started paying down the debt. And our debt as a percent of our gross domestic product is even going down, so that's really good. And I don't know why they don't see that Biden is a great businessman, because he's getting business rolling, getting 1 million new jobs for manufacturing. They're putting $9 billion in Kansas, not very much in Missouri, because we have been asked for it in different battery plants and electronic plants and so on. And so I'm just really happy with the whole economy.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, and I'm not serious. I'm not trying to be confrontational today, but I'm not. And there's millions of people like me across this country that say it's not that good, and it's very fragile. We can continue to throw those numbers out there, but anytime that you owe 100%, I just don't see a way out of this. And too much debt is bad.
Could I talk to you a minute on that?
Go ahead.
When you buy a house, you may make $70,000 a year and buy a $200,000 house. You could do with that. There's a guy on radio that says,
we're past good debt.
Well, if you do that, you're up a creek. You've been up a creek.
Mm-hmm.
So you need money to spend money, and that's what we're doing, and that's why the economy's so good, and that all the people are working, and that the state budgets in every state, not just Missouri, every state, all 50 of them are in the positive right now.
California is in the positive. I mean,
I believe they are.
No, California is like $32 billion, and their budget, they have like a $32 billion shortfall right now. But that will go away. That will go away, because when Gavin Newsom goes after the nomination, he'll get some money somewhere to make that go away. But it's not 50 states.
Okay, we'll make it 47 and a half. I don't know. The last time I heard that every state governor has got 60% positive ratings because the economy has been so good for their state. They're opening businesses and turning shovels and all that sort of stuff. And if you really look at each state, you'll see that they're doing a lot better than they have done for a long time.
Which ones? How about I'll start. You do a good one, I'll do a bad one. New York City, New York, state of New York, begging for money. Begging for money.
No, they're begging for money for the schools. They have money if they want to use it. The state has money, and the federal government has money. They're talking about their school budgets are being overridden. That's not all the budget.
And it's I got to take a break. We're going to be right back. Good to hear from you. Have a good weekend.
Appreciate it.
And Tom, we've got some callers still. We'll try to get to those when we get back. This is Morning Magazine. We're talking economy with Tom Kruckmeyer. This conversation will continue.
The hot girl summer is coming to an end, and hey girl, autumn officially starts tomorrow. I'm Stacey Lynn. Here's what's trending.
There is a season
Fall means all the basic ladies will don Ugg boots. Guys will kick off gray sweatpants season, and you need to trade in that White Claw for anything pumpkin-y. Scientifically, the sun gets lower, so days become shorter, and then it gets cold and depressing really fast. The state auditor of Mississippi stirring up some controversy after saying there should be no taxpayer funding for what he calls useless degrees in garbage fields, like African American studies and women's studies.
I think the taxpayer dollars should go to degrees that actually move Mississippi's economy and people forward.
A former pro football and baseball player is scared. Deion Sanders, who's now a college head football coach, on what he found in his office.
I made eye contact with a mouse. I can't live like this. He got me in his skin. I'm a grown man.
Millions are concerned that artificial intelligence will replace their jobs. So what if we pass a law to prohibit every employer from using AI? A law guaranteeing every job forever. Sound far-fetched? It is, unless you're a Hollywood actor. I'm Kim Commando, brought to you by NetSuite. If you run a business, visit netsuite.com/Kim today and get NetSuite's KPI checklist absolutely free. Lawmakers in California have an idea, a new law to give all Hollywood actors the power to prevent any studio from using AI to digitally clone their voices, faces, and bodies to protect them from AI forever. It's called Assembly Bill 459, and Hollywood actors love it. The studios, not so much. And you shouldn't either. The bill is most likely unconstitutional because of the 14th Amendment that says all laws have to be equally applied to everyone, not just actors. So who's going to pass a law for you, protecting your job from AI? Get Tech Smart the easy way by getting my free newsletter. Sign up now at getkim.com. In today's unpredictable world, access to medication is not always guaranteed. After the tragic fires in Hawaii, many residents lost all their medications and now face shortages at local pharmacies as they struggle to meet demands. And these days, just trying to refill a prescription at local pharmacy is a struggle, thanks to shortages and supply chain issues. That's why every home needs a Jace case, a supply of 5 life-saving antibiotics that you can order now and then have on hand for whenever you need it. Think medical shortages, natural disasters, or even travel emergencies. With the range of antibiotics provided, you can treat just about any common infection. And Jace is always expanding their offerings. They recently added the antiparasitic ivermectin as an add-on option. It's easy to sign up online and get your Jace case shipped right to your door. Get yours today at jacemedical.com and be sure to use promo code KIM for a special discount. That's jacemedical.com, JASE medical.com, promo code KIM.
Lake movers removing the lake.com. Lake movers removing the lake. Lake movers removing the lake. Lake movers removing the lake.com. Lake movers removing the lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake movers removing the lake.com. Lake movers removing the lake.
Exciting news. The LOZ app just got bigger and better. Introducing 3 new buttons: local charities, Lake Real Estate, and the West Side. Discover local charities. Register yours for free. Explore the latest real estate listings with an interactive map featuring open houses, highlighted homes, and great information on local realtors. Plus, check out everything the West Side has to offer: dining, attractions, and more. Search LOZ app on your app store. It's totally free. Experience everything the lake has to offer in the palm of your hand.
Local news and issues. The Morning Magazine 9 to 11 on News Talk KRMS.
We've got about 4 minutes to go here. We've got a couple of calls. We'll try to get to as many of those as we can. And caller, go ahead.
Your comments about the demographics on Social Security. 1964, I worked for the election of Barry Goldwater on my college campus, and I was very tuned into the debates between him and Lyndon Johnson, who wanted to take the money out of Social Security and put it into the general fund to fund his war on poverty, saying it would raise so many people out of poverty who would pay times the tax rate, which would refund all the money to Social Security. And Goldwater said that since they established Social Security, the birth rate has gone down and the life expectancy has gone up, and that if you touch that fund, which is already in peril, there won't be the money to pay the people that have deposited in it. And since then, they've given that money away to a lot of people that didn't make the deposits. So what do they have in the Social Security fund to pay for all of us that are in retirement? They have IOUs from the federal government. Is that correct?
Well, the Social Security Fund is currently solvent. I mean, you're correct in the sense that it's not solvent forever, given the demographics. That's certainly true. But right now, the Social Security Fund, I'm pretty sure, is paying the benefits that are mandated by law with revenues it currently generates.
rather than from deposits at interest that those of us that had it deducted from our pay since back in the 50s.
Well, sir, it's all kind of fungible. It's put into the fund by obviously people in their working years, and now it's being paid, I guess, if you did it on a cash-in, cash-out basis by people that work now. I mean, that's all a fairly complicated maze there, and I guess you could research that, but the Social Security is solvent.
Thanks, Herb. We've got to run here as well. You know, we've always heard that. We have always heard that, Social Security has always been pillaged to support other things, and you see that out there as well. But the facts, as you always say, you like to talk about the facts. The facts is people are living longer right now. More people are on the system than ever before.
Well, sure. And, no one can perfectly predict the demographic future. But the fact is, and certainly, as I said a moment ago, the ratio of workers to retirees has shrunk pretty significantly, and that trend will probably continue. And the Social Security benefits go up because of inflation, and then they've allowed for people to retire younger, as low as 62 if you're willing to sacrifice some of your ultimate benefit. But the Social Security system works pretty darn well, I'd say, for the most part, as does the Medicare system. And that's a big part, as I mentioned, is what the federal government does. It cares for the elderly and provides national defense, and that's where the overwhelming majority of the money goes.
We're going to be right back, and we're going to wrap up this edition of Morning Magazine. That's Tom Kruckmeyer. I'm Tony Herman. Thanks for listening today.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation in engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
This 10 o'clock hour, sponsored by Central Ozarks Medical Center. That's COMC. Visit centralozarks.org. 877-406-COMC. Your health is their mission. They have locations in Laurie, Osage Beach, Camdenton, Eldon, and Richland. COMC opened the Hub. That's a facility to provide assistance for recovery support meetings, educational groups, plus assistance with food and homeless resources. Benefits include social bonding, community participation, and healthy lifestyle awareness. The Hub is located at Luby's Plaza on the Bagnell Dam Strip. They're open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Just about ready over at the Osage Beach Senior Center. They're going to have pot roast, mashed potatoes, gravy, glazed baby carrots, rolls, milk, and dessert. They're going to serve until 12:30 today. They're open till 4. Tom, thanks for coming in, brother.
Enjoyed it. Thanks for having me on.
Always good information out there. You and I differ a little bit on some things. That's okay. I think we ought to stop spending, and I wanted to get into about balancing the budget, what it would look like to get our country under a balanced budget. But that's a topic for another day.
Okay, we'll do it.
And it's always good to hear from you and some of the things. Callers out there, we certainly appreciate you calling in as well. And why do you think people are so uneasy about the economy? Because they are. And we're going to get right back. We're going to see you on Monday.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kafin. 2 of Detroit's big 3 are targeted as the United Auto Workers Union expands its strike.
This next round takes the strike nationwide and could take it directly to consumers. UAW President Shawn Fain targeting 38 parts distribution centers for GM and Stellantis. These are places that send replacement parts to auto dealerships.
We will shut down parts distribution
until those two companies come to their senses and come to the table with a serious offer.
Ford's not impacted this time around because Fain says they are making progress at the bargaining table. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez and his wife have been indicted on federal bribery charges. U.S. Attorney Damian Williams on what FBI agents allegedly found in his home.
They discovered approximately $500,000 of cash stuffed into envelopes and closets. Some of the cash was stuffed in the senator's jacket pockets. Agents also discovered a lot of gold.
About $100,000 worth of gold bars. The indictment alleges Menendez provided sensitive information to Egypt. In a statement, he says he's the victim of a smear campaign. Legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
This is about Senator Menendez abusing the position he has as a public servant to enrich himself when it comes to a number of different people and different instances. This is what you would call a broad and sprawling indictment.
A United Nations expert says repression in Russia has soared to levels not seen since the days of Stalin. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
This report focuses on what it calls Moscow's enormous crackdown on critics since launching the war on Ukraine. The UN's Mariana Katsarova.
The level of repression against the civil society, independent media, and generally to anybody with a dissenting voice in the Russian society is unprecedented in recent history.
She says the repression has been very sophisticated, with new laws designed to stifle any form of dissent.
The Biden administration has begun the process of removing medical bills from people's credit scores. 1 in 5 people say they've got medical debt. It can hurt the ability to get an auto loan or mortgage. Jim Cantori of the Weather Channel is tracking a system that's expected to become a tropical storm.
Horrible wind-driven rain heading all the way up to the Chesapeake Bay, into the northeastern part of the country. Things improve for some on Sunday. That combination of wind and rain means storm surge flooding for a lot of areas.
Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 26 points. NASDAQ is up 90, and the S&P 500 is up 15 points. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. No change in drought conditions around the lake area, with the southeast parts of Camden and Miller counties still in the moderate category, with the rest of Camden, Miller, and Morgan counties remaining in the severe category. Benton County also is the same, with western and southwestern parts of the county still considered to be in the extreme category, with the rest of the county still in the severe category. Several counties to the west and north of Benton also remain in extreme category, while a large area of southern Missouri remains classified in the abnormally to no drought categories. Cooler daytime high temperatures and rain in the forecast through the weekend could lead to more improvement in the lake area's drought status. The drought updates are provided by the U.S. Drought Monitor and updated and published every Thursday. If there were any doubts about the city of Camdenton going forward with a redevelopment plan to allow a tax abatement for the construction of a 138-unit apartment complex, those doubts were put to rest this week. KRMS's John Roger has the story.
A public hearing during the Board of Aldermen meeting was held to allow various taxing entities to be affected by such a plan to speak up. During the hearing, the city was able to get an endorsement for the project from the Camden County Presiding Commissioner, Ike Skelton.
This sounds like a really good project. One thing I really appreciate is the city has done their due diligence in getting us the information, the impact statements, the financial impact statements that are required in Chapter 100, and we appreciate your diligence in that and getting that all together, and I think you've done a good job on that, and the county has no problems with your project.
Following the public hearing, the Board of Aldermen unanimously approved both readings of the ordinance, clearing the way for the 10-year abatement to be taken advantage of by the developer.
When you see news happening, contact the KRMS newsroom at area code 573-317-TALK, or if you have any pictures or videos, you can send those to us by email at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for a massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job, like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Michael Caro with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. For this afternoon, partial sunshine at times, along with a chance for some scattered showers and storms, high temperatures in the upper 70s. Just a slight chance for a storm for tonight, a low of 65, and a chance for showers on Saturday, highs reaching 84. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77, and the temperature at the studios, right now 70 degrees.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Oh, girl, here we go. Here we go. Coming to you live from the greatest country in the world. Broadcasting from the tippy top of the world-famous Fox News headquarters in New York City, it is Fox Across America with your main man, Jimmy Fallon, a man who did not just get charged with 3 counts of bribery. No, ma'am. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, accused of accepting gold bars, cash payouts. Dude better be careful. If his family keeps taking bribes, the Democrats will make him president. What a wild time to be alive. 888-788-9910. We will discuss all of that corruption, as well as another record-breaking amount of border crossers. We just hit another all-time high.
Biden sucks.
It really is a mess. They tried to spin it yesterday. The president got out and gave a speech, but the bottom line...
You have no idea how to defend a nation.
We will discuss it with Tommy Lahren. She is batting leadoff today in the studio. And then in the final hour, cable news super hunk Sean Duffy stops by to talk Bidenomics and the economy. And the fact that, check it out, wow, a Democrat, Joe Manchin, is passing around a petition to bring back the dress code in Congress. Because right now, as you know, they've basically turned it into a Bolt bus on the way to spring break. There's Fetterman walking around in a bathing suit and flip-flops. I mean, dude, come on.
There's a slob. There's a real slob.
It's a mess, so we will discuss it. And Lincoln Fala joins us in what I have to tell you is as big of a football preview as we're going to have on this show. Why? Because he's playing my alma mater. Tomorrow, the Clark Rams square off against the Division Avenue Blue Dragons, my old team. So I don't know where the hell to go on this one. I mean, usually I just root for whoever covers the spread, but my allegiances are torn. I love the Link man, as you'd imagine. Best part about being me is him. But, I grew up listening to the Beach Boys. Be true to your school. So I don't know what to do here, but we'll work it out by the end of the show. With your help, calls, text, tweets, and carrier pigeons, 888-788-9910. You know the rules. You could be a Republican. You could be a Democrat. Just do not, under any circumstances, be a... That is it. Happy Friday. If you watched me on Hannity last night, so much fun. And Sean, if you're listening, and I know you are, thank you. We did the show. We had a lot of fun with the live audience. But afterwards, Sean let me run my stand-up set for the studio audience that was still sitting there.
This could be a problem.
No, they were great. They were a phenomenal audience. It was a good tune-up fight. You're sparring, getting ready to shoot my stand-up special at the Paramount Friday night, October the 13th. A limited amount of seats left. You can get them at ParamountNewYork.com. And I happen to know on pretty good authority they are at the Paramount right now working out the set design for the special. And it looks pretty fancy. Like, I saw it today, and I was like, oh, damn, like, this is getting serious. I got to pull my life together. I gotta turn it around fast. My goodness.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
That's probably better than going through life with dementia like the president is doing. Let's start with the border situation, because these numbers, man, there's numbers, there's videos, there's all kinds of things for me to show you. But the bottom line is the 20,000-foot view, the top-line thought, as Harris Faulkner always asks when you're on her show. What's your top-line thought? My top-line thought is...
We have a president that is clearly not all there.
And why do I say that? Because Biden spoke yesterday to the Congressional Hispanic Caucus.
I don't remember that ever happening.
I don't doubt that he doesn't remember it ever happening. Why? Because he addressed the Congressional Hispanic Caucus as the Congressional Black Caucus.
Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
Here it is, right out of the gate. So much fun. Okay, and it's, again, this is just the reality of what we're doing now in America, is the president gives speeches, and then they scramble to tell you why it's no big deal. They're Billy Madisoning the president. Do you remember in the movie Billy Madison? Adam Sandler is hanging out with school kids, and one of the little boys accidentally pees his pants. So rather than him being embarrassed for peeing his pants, the Adam Sandler character, Billy Madison, pees his pants too in solidarity and goes, oh, you pee your pants? I pee my pants. Peeing your pants is cool. And the next thing you know, everybody's peeing their pants, and the kid doesn't have to feel any shame. That's what they're doing with Biden. Okay, you wander out in the middle of a ceremony, I wander out in the middle of a ceremony. You call the Congressional Hispanic Caucus black, I call them black, but they don't. That's the problem, okay? We're watching a president right now that's just an absolute disaster. Listen to this clip. It's clip 15.
And I mean this sincerely. My dad used to say everyone is entitled to be treated with dignity and respect. The Congressional Black Caucus embodies all those values.
Give it to me one more, please.
And I mean this sincerely. My dad used to say everyone is entitled to be treated with dignity and respect. The Congressional Black Caucus embodies all those values.
Have you ever had a checkup?
Okay, the guy's nuts. And I mean, listen, it's definitely better than Jill Biden showing up and calling the Hispanics a bunch of breakfast tacos. But the bottom line is I stand by my original reporting.
We have a president that is clearly not all there.
But not just because he's cognitively impaired. That's a reality that'll face me someday. To be clear, I feel like it faces me some days now. I'm a mess. Okay, but understand this. Okay, getting past the condition he happens to be in, which is no condition to lead, is the reality that, Joe Biden, okay, is completely full of... Here Joe Biden is blaming Republicans for the border crisis. And let me give you the numbers. In the fiscal year of 2022, there were 2.37 million migrant encounters at the border. Those are the encounters, not the gotaways, just the encounters. There have already been more than that, okay, in fiscal year 2023, with 8 days to go, with an average of 9,000 migrant encounters at the border, okay? And understand, Biden is breaking records for migrant encounters. Getting past encounters are the people who got away, many of whom that we know of were on the terror watch list.
That can't be good.
So when you get a guy up there like Biden did yesterday and just starts blaming the Republicans for immigration legislation is not the reason people are coming here illegally. They're coming here illegal. Are you ready for it? Because they're getting in. They're not coming because it's taking a while to pass a bill. They're not coming because of anything to do with the government shutdown. They're coming because they get let in.
Correctamundo.
And when they get let in, they get put up for free. And they get subsidies. They get phones. They get health care. Biden now flat out saying, wrapping his arms around illegal immigration and flat out saying, we're going to increase legal pathways. Now, for those of you that don't speak legalese and the sleight of hand that is our politics, increase legal pathways is a very fancy way of saying let more people in who aren't coming legally.
You have a good eye, my man.
Meaning what's going on right now is people are coming into the country illegally. But if we go out and change the rules, that'll technically make all this illegal immigration legal.
What in the wide world of sports is going on here?
Okay, let's start with the just brazenly political statement about the Republicans. Clip 2.
For decades, immigration reform has been a bipartisan in this country. Unfortunately, the mega Republican Congress under my predecessor spent 4 years gutting the immigration system under my predecessor. They continue to undermine our border security today, blocking bipartisan reform. So until Congress acts, I'm going to keep using every tool at my disposal as President of the United States to preserve and protect DACA, keep fighting for dreamers, and build a safe, orderly, humane immigration system.
You are so full of
Blaming Republicans, just like such a dirtbag move. And understand, the only reason Biden is acknowledging illegal immigration is because the media has started doing it too.
I think he's got a point.
To be clear, we have broken a record every year of this presidency. We're now entering an election year. He's starting to speak about it. And again, what is he doing? Blaming the other side.
It's totally false.
The Republicans did not halt construction of the border wall. Okay, the Republicans did not go down to Texas and rip the barbed wire barriers out of the river as a means of discouraging people from entering it, many of whom have drowned trying to swim and walk across to get into this country. Okay, the Republicans The Republicans did not incentivize this by telling people who come here illegally they won't have to wait in Mexico until their asylum case is granted. It was the Democrats who said, come on down. Come to America. If we catch you illegally, we have repealed Remain in Mexico. You know who repealed Remain in Mexico? Joe Biden. Okay, and by repealing Remain in Mexico, if you're new to this is how it works. Okay, Trump had something called Remain in Mexico in place, and it meant if someone got caught at the border illegally, they got put in Mexico until their case was heard. And if they could legally come into this country, let them right in. Okay, that's not racist. That's making people come here legally because it's more humane than swimming across a river and drowning. But stick with me. Okay, Biden gutted Remain in Mexico, got rid of it, which meant anyone that got caught on our soil illegally just got let in and relocated to another city. They've flown over 250,000 migrants around the country in the dead of night. That goes unreported on by the press. It's been happening for 3 years. Okay, they've broken the illegal border crossing record for 3 consecutive years. Okay, do you understand? These are not serious people when they get up there and blame the Republicans because the Republicans didn't change policies. They did.
He knows what he's talking about.
But here he is flat out saying we are encouraging more illegal immigration because essentially that's what you're doing. When you change the law to make all this illegal stuff legal, that's what you're saying to the people coming here illegally. Hey, don't worry. We're expanding the pathways. Here it is, clip 3.
We put in place policies that process people in a fair and fast way. Second, we're significantly expanding legal pathways for entry so businesses can get the workers they need. Families don't have to wait for a decade to be together. I've also directed my team to make a historic increase in the number of refugees admitted from Latin America.
I mean, come on.
Well, that's the dumbest thing I've heard of.
But you got to admire the honesty. Okay, we're expanding legal pathways so businesses get the workers. Fine if businesses need workers. But what you're doing is you're putting the people who sneak in illegally, who cut the line, ahead of the people that waited fairly by the rules in the immigration system. That's what's going on. When he gives you that crap line at the end to pull on your emotions, oh, so families can be together. What about all the families waiting who tried to come here legally? You know, what about all of those people that played by the rules and tried to get through the process properly? Do we have anything in the Democratic Party looking out for the people who actually follow the law in this country?
The answer would be no.
No, not even a little. Nor do we have an answer for Peter Doocy. Here he is asking Karine Jean-Pierre about the border situation. Watch the non-answer, clip 4.
So what do you call it here at the White House when 10,000 people illegally cross the border in a single day?
So what do you call it, Peter, when GOP puts forth a wait, no, you can't. I'm answering. Okay, we're going to move.
You're answering
on. No, we're moving on.
Great,
moving.
please.
In the back.
You said you were stopping the flow at the border.
No. I tried to answer, Peter. Okay. I tried to answer the question. You stopped me. Let's go.
So there was footage yesterday of Border Patrol.
This is total crap.
Total. She won't answer the question. She tried to bait him into a hypothetical about a different debate. That's why that went down. He said, what do we say at the White House when 10,000 people illegally cross the border in a single day? Folks, that's the number. 10,000 people a day are illegally crossing the border. And Biden's response is, well, we'll expand the legal pathways so those people become legal sooner. So what is he telling every single person? He's telling them to cut the line.
Bingo.
Again. People who want to come here legally. Families that won't be together. Okay, every time you allow people to cut the line, every time you incentivize people cutting the line, the people who played by the rules, the families that wanted to be together and follow our American rules, get pushed back a little bit further in line.
That's not right.
But that's what's going on. And that's why they won't speak directly to the situation. Oh, the Republicans are bad. Oh, the legislation. Okay, these people are breaking the law. So changing the law doesn't matter because they're not following it to begin with. That's the reality of right now.
Early in the evening, just about supper time, people cross the border, although it is a crime. Countries out of order, Biden really sucks. Biden's brain is pudding and our country's out of luck. Down on the border, TV.
You're listening to Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
My station. We love it. It's number one.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
If you're young and healthy, term life insurance should be quick and painless. In fact, if you're 40 years old and in great health, $1 million of term insurance could cost less than $30 a month with no exam and could be issued the same day. But if you aren't a perfect specimen, that's where choosing the right insurance agent could save you thousands of dollars on your premium. If you're overweight or have health issues that come with getting older, you need to call Big Lou. Big Lou has the same issues as you and still knows how to get you quick and painless coverage if you have a few extra pounds, have diabetes, or stop breathing a few times per night. In fact, many 40-year-old clients can still get coverage without an exam and up to $1 million of coverage for less than $100 per month. Call Big Lou today to see how quick and painless life insurance can be at 800-379-9528. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-379-9528. That's 800-379-9528 or biglou.com. Sponsored by Term Provider.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles, with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost.
Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-251-8381. That's 800-251-8381. What do you have to lose? Call 800-251-8381. That's 800-251-8381.
Ron had a tax problem he just couldn't handle on his own.
I owed the IRS taxes for over 5 years, but I didn't have any money to pay the taxes.
Those years cost him dearly.
Most of it was fees and interest. It was horrible.
Ron finally called in the pros.
I called Optima Tax Relief, and boy, am I happy I did.
The leading tax resolution firm, Optima, is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients. Ron was overjoyed.
They settled my account with the IRS. I was ecstatic. They are a lifesaver. They are. I am so happy.
Take Ron's advice and call Optima now for a free consultation.
Yeah, don't do like I did and wait. Call Optima Tax Relief. Do it now. You'll be ecstatic like me.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade. The Genuine Country Music Association will host its annual Classic Country Jamboree, October the 8th at the Lodge of the Four Seasons. The event benefits the Lake of the Ozarks Soccer Association, Wonderland Camp, and State Fair Community College. Join Classic Country 104.9 for our live broadcast from noon until 2 p.m. Sponsored by John Farrell Real Estate, BG Tree Service, Top Deck, The Healing Box Project, and Vicki Lloyd Seal the Deal Team Remax Lake of the Ozarks.
With Spectrum Mobile and the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Galaxy Z Flip 5, you get faster speeds with Spectrum Speed Boost. Purchase the new Samsung Galaxy Z through Spectrum and get up to $1,000 off, plus the value of your trade-in device. Visit a Spectrum store or SpectrumMobile.com to get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Galaxy Z Flip 5 today. Visit spectrum.com/policies/mobile-terms for details. Restrictions apply. Spectrum Internet required. Auto pay required.
Rolando Salinas is the mayor of Eagle Pass, Texas. He has a message for Joe Biden.
You suck, you jackass.
He said it a little more eloquently. It's clip 11.
I'll be honest with you. I believe 100% he does bear some responsibility for this crisis. I haven't heard from anybody in the administration. The president hasn't put out a statement. The vice president, I haven't heard from anybody. Nobody has bothered to call me, anyone in the city staff saying, hey, this is the federal government. We know what you're going through. We're worried about you. This is our plan of action. Nothing. We're here abandoned. We're on the border. We're asking for help. This is unacceptable.
I mean, really think about that, okay? They have been overrun. 10,000 people a day strolling through their town. New York has 10,000 people right now here in the city. New York, a sanctuary city, a city that declared that no human being was illegal, will take you. Okay, well, now they've been asked to take them, and they're like, oh, hell no, this ain't going to work.
Democrats are so full of crap.
We need federal money is what we need. Okay, here's Greg Abbott. He was on Hannity last night before I came on. I was a closer. I was like Mariano Rivera. They played Enter Sandman. I came out of the bullpen. Governor Abbott, my opening act, here he is talking about the ridiculousness of New York wanting $12 billion. Clip 8.
They promoted sanctuary city policies. They were saying that they wanted to take care of any immigrant who comes across the border. And so we made it happen in New York. And to be honest, they have just a trickle of what Texas has to deal with every single day. And if they should get $12 billion, Texas should get $120 billion. We're the ones who have to deal with this every single day.
He's not wrong, okay? If New York's getting $12 billion, like Texas should get $120 billion. They've been dealing with it every day for 2.5 years. And we haven't even acknowledged the situation because nobody in the media wanted to report on the story.
Journalism in this country is dead and buried.
Jack is in Burlington, Vermont. Yo, Jack.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on this illegal immigration. The fact of the matter is we just can't absorb so many immigrants per year. And a failure to do this as we're doing now is just inviting chaos.
Yep.
As we're seeing on the border now, even up here in little Burlington, Vermont, we've had problems with illegal immigrants coming across the northern border. This is not rocket science or even grade school math.
Yep.
Why did the Romans build Hadrian's Wall 2,000 years ago?
Yep.
Orderly immigration. Why did the Chinese build the Great Wall of China? Orderly immigration. This is not really too hard for people to understand. I just can't see how we're letting it get so out of hand.
I think we need to trick Biden and tell him he's a member of Pink Floyd and that he put out The Wall. You know, that was an album. It was a bestseller. We need to start talking to him in British accents. I think that's our best hope at this point, to get him to believe in a wall. I mean, you're right. I mean, there's no way. If you look at a country like a family, okay, we have X amount of income, we have Y amount of bills. The bills keep getting bigger, but the income isn't growing. And if you invite 10 million more people to start eating the groceries, you run into a place where the family ain't going to make it. So I appreciate the insights, Jack. Stay safe out there. We'll do it again. 888-788-9910. We'll get to more of your calls after this on Fox Across America.
Gets me through my workday.
I always have my radio on at work. Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings in long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Times Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 97 The Cove.
Wow, that was a great band.
I agree. Glad we came out tonight, but now I'm hungry and it's almost 11.
We can go to Lake Billiards and Sports Bar. Their kitchen's open till 11:30 on weeknights and 12:30 on weekends. We've got plenty of time.
Oh yeah, I saw them featured on the Damn Food Tour. The food looks great. Siri, where's Lake Billiards and Sports Bar?
Lake Billiards and Sports Bar, located at 4344 Osage Beach Parkway.
Lake Billiards Sports Bar, serving lunch, dinner, and late-night dining 7 days a week.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. The setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129. The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day. 10 an hour. 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it. Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
If you or someone you love suffers from drug addiction, now is the time to utilize your private health insurance PPO plan. If eligible, receive up to $30,000 or more in substance abuse benefits with low or no out-of-pocket cost. We are the National Treatment Network, the premier drug and alcohol treatment referral service operating 24/7. We help connect you with facilities nationwide that accepts PPO private health insurance for substance abuse. If you have PPO substance abuse coverage and you need immediate admittance to a medical detox or residential rehab treatment center, call us now. Call our live referral helpline today. The call is free. This program is not available to Medicare or Medicaid customers.
Call 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. That's 800-296-1253.
It is Friday. in the greatest country in the world. Freedom! There you go. We are celebrating it this day and every day at 888-788-9910. We're in on the joke. If you live here, you hit the lottery. You're doing better than 99% of the world, which is why so many people are trying to come across our border right now while they can. On one end, everybody wants you to believe what? We're a systemically racist hellhole. Minorities can't get a fair shake. Then in the next breath, we've got tens of millions of minorities wanting to get into the country.
I think he's got a point.
Yeah, and the point is, everybody bashing this place is full of... Okay, of course people want to come here because it's a better life. That's why we're trying to encourage them to do so legally. So the quality of that better life is maintained. When you encourage illegal immigration, it strains our resources. It costs us money. It overwhelms our cities. And yes, it does sadly spike crime because in addition to all the good-hearted people coming here to build a better life for their families, there are tens of thousands of people with bad intentions that make their way across our border.
That can't be good.
Okay, there are 60 members of the United States terror watch list that we have apprehended at our southern border. Terror watch list, meaning people who couldn't board a plane because we're like, they might blow it up. Well, we've found 60 of them at the border, okay? Does that mean we know every single one of them that's crossed the border?
The answer would be no.
No, we have no idea. Could be 600, could be 6 million. It's not. But the point is, it could be a very high number. Okay, 7 million people have come into this country illegally under Joe Biden. I mean, that's insane. It's front door of your house. Yeah, let in any random 7 million people. Imagine how you said that to your family. Yeah, you know, we're not worried about it. No more front door. We're taking the front door right off the house. Everybody's just going to go to bed at night, and we're just going to leave the door wide open. Anybody who wants to come in the house, come in the house. You know what your family would say to you?
Are you stupid or something?
And they'd bolt the door back on. Okay, but in this instance, we are not bolting the door back on. We're encouraging more legal pathways for the people coming here illegally.
Biden is such a disaster.
I don't think anybody knows better than Rob, who's up in Williston, Vermont. Yo, Rob.
Yeah, Jimmy, thanks for taking my call.
For sure.
I just wanted to express some frustration about the legal process. I am a superintendent of a private Christian school here in Vermont. We recently hired a U.S. citizen, natural-born citizen, but he spent most of his life in Peru as the son of missionaries. He came back to the States for college, but was engaged to this Peruvian woman. He left this summer. They got married. He's been waiting over a year and a half to just get information about a visa process that they started. So it's very frustrating. A year and a half trying to do things legally. We joke that we should just ship her to the southern border, have her cross illegally, and she'll get a piece of paper that tells her to just show up in 2025.
I got you. You want to laugh, man. I can't imagine how frustrated you are, and I really deeply feel for the people who are trying to do it right because they're the ones that are getting the shaft here. I mean, that's reality. So many people have tried to come here, and when Biden tries to use, Republicans and and any type of legislation they might pass, you understand the people that are literally breaking the law to get into this country aren't going to change their approach to such things if the laws change. The law, they're already breaking the law. You know what I'm saying? So I do. I feel for you. I think it's a total scam, man. How long, just so I'm clear, what has the wait time been so far?
Well, they applied just about a year and a half ago. We tried to get one of our senators to help us, and he actually helped us with the passport issue months ago. And he just said there's nothing he could do in this situation. This is all in the hands of whichever State Department it is that works with this. But this is a woman that will be a benefit to our country.
Yeah,
going to come alongside her husband. When I spoke with her on Zoom, her only question about coming to the States and to our place was, what can I do to serve? Wow. So let's help people that really will benefit this country and their spouses, and let's let's do something better on the border to stop what's happening there. It's just nothing but an invasion.
No, imagine that. It really is. It's a racket. I mean, when you look at the numbers and you look at what's going on, man, the only thing I can tell you is, you know, the way Biden is governing, the word's going to get out. People aren't going to want to come here anymore. Like, we're pretty close to people running into Mexico. I think if Biden got a second term, Mexico would wind up paying for the wall in the end. Trump would be right. Too crazy.
Wow.
Good, great insights. I really appreciate you, and good luck. And feel free to call back and update us with the story, okay?
All right, I will. Thank you.
Have a great day. There he goes. Rob. Okay, another family held hostage by Biden's border policies, okay, which understand, screw the people who follow the law. Do you know what they're telling us the average wait time is on an asylum case right now? 10 years. 10 years. That's how long the line is. And we have 10,000 people a day coming into this country illegally, which is going to make that line a hell of a whole lot longer. You understand? And the indifference to the impact that has on people's lives trying to get here legally, never mind the people who live here who happen to be legal citizens. Okay, think about what's going on in Washington right now. They don't care. The people are not as important as the politics. That's the reality. Okay, it's no different than any one of these woke cities that big corporations are fleeing.
Everything woke turns to
Yeah, if you don't believe me, you haven't heard the Howard Stern show lately. But stick with me. Portland, Nike headquarters. You know, Phil Knight, Nike, hey, we'll make some cool sneakers. We got a swoosh design. We'll hire a bunch of kids in China to make them for us in a factory on the cheap. You know what I'm saying, girlfriend? You know.
Money, 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 money.
Yeah, girl. We going to send it over to China. They can make them nice and cheap, get some Uyghur slave labor along. You know, all the crazy stuff corporations do. And then Nike will do what? Get on TV and lecture you about social justice. Yeah, we care about people here at Nike.
Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining.
But Nike, okay, who was front and center in giving Colin Kaepernick a massive contract. When he told you America sucks, screw the cops, what did they do? They ran out and they handed him $58 million.
That was embarrassing.
Yeah, when people wanted to defund the police, what did Nike do? They cheered him on.
That was embarrassing.
Right? They said, oh, the police are a bigger threat to the community than the criminals.
Not even close.
Not even remotely close. That's clown talk. But Nike, who aided and abetted those policies, just announced it is fleeing its home city store in Portland because it's not safe anymore.
Oh, wow.
You understand? These are corporations. These are cities getting the bill for their policies, for their posturing. Okay, every city that's a sanctuary city, New York, San Francisco, all those cities, okay, that are now complaining they have too many migrants, they only declared themselves as sanctuary cities. No human being is illegal. We should be building bridges and not walls. That's what they said. Well, every one of those cities was only saying that because they didn't think they were going to have to take anybody.
That's true. That is true.
When Donald Trump's building a wall and beefing up border security, it's easy to say, we'll take whoever gets in because nobody's getting in.
That is correct.
But now we're in a situation where literally 7 million people have gotten in, and every one of those sanctuary cities is like,
get them out of here. Get them out.
We don't want them. Hell no. Okay, don't forget, the Democrats called ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement, the people in charge of deporting drug dealers with criminal records, people who have assaulted women and children. When ICE was doing that, do you remember, Kamala Harris famously said they were like the KKK.
She is a fraud, a phony, a woman without a moral core, a regular two-faced, mealy-mouthed politician who swings with the wind.
Kamala Harris, okay, and those were the Democrats. Look at ICE deporting violent drug dealers and sexual assaulters. This is like the Klan. I mean,
you don't have a clue.
That's what they were saying, okay? And the message they sent to the people coming into this country illegally is, we ain't going to deport you. We're going to let more in. Okay, and now we're getting more of them, and it's straining and impacting the country. And they're turning the country into a San Francisco, into a New York, where businesses are forced to flee because resources are overwhelmed by the homeless and the drug population that they have enabled. Okay, when you start doing things like safe injection sites, okay, because we don't want them ODing, safe injection. Instead of just say no, we're literally saying now, just say yes.
What the hell is the world coming to?
Oh, you want to shoot heroin? Over here. Just say yes.
It's people with a dirty mind that think like that.
But that's what they did. And that's what they did in a place like Portland, which is, by the way, 99.9% white. But Portland spends all its time talking about how racist the country is. One of the biggest problems facing this country, okay, socially, is woke white people getting offended on behalf of minority groups that didn't ask them to.
He's a lousy dad, but he's right.
That is one of the biggest social contagions in this country, is woke white people wanting to feel better about themselves, so they go fight a pretend depression. We got to change the football mascot, because that'll help out the Native Americans. No, it won't. Okay, I promise, if you have higher rates of heart disease, alcoholism, and diabetes, changing the halftime show, not going to fix it.
You are correct, sir.
But all of the woke posturing they did, whether we were talking about the cops or anything else that went on in this country, okay, all of it, crushed key cities, beautiful cities like San Francisco. Okay, New York wasn't never beautiful. I mean, New York's the kind of city that's beautiful at 3 a.m. You're hammered. You're like, she's pretty. That chick over there. You know what I'm saying? She's great, But, the reality is not always going to be a woman at 3 a.m. in New York. You're going to see a fair amount of Adam's apples out there at the bars.
Shut up.
I'm just saying, man. Okay. But all of these policies, like the ones that have let 7 million people into our country illegally.
But Buenos Dias.
Okay, now they're out in Portland, okay? City has one of the worst crime rates in America with over 63,000 property thefts. So the Nike Community Store, which has been a fixture in Northeast Portland since 1984, it was the shoe company's first ever factory store. First ever factory store. And all the policies Nike championed have decimated that city so much, they have to close it. But do you understand the immigration policy is no different? And I'm not on the radio going, screw these migrant families. They're trying to make a better life for themselves. I get it. You're getting into the greatest country in the world. But in not doing it legally, you're screwing over all the people who did, all the people who were trying to. And in the process, you are exposing us as Americans to a decrease in our overall quality of life. Okay, if taxes have to go up to subsidize you coming here illegally, if overdoses have to spike as they have, fentanyl poisoning deaths at an all-time high for consecutive years, because when the border's so open that 7 million people can get in here illegally, some people are going to exploit that opening to bring in drugs and other things that harm our country. You understand? And when your approach is indifference, well, it doesn't affect me. These are the policies we ran on. Call everything racist. Some people will believe it and vote for us. That's how you take your country and turn it into a giant Portland. That's how you take your country, turn it into a giant San Francisco. Oregon's governor announced Wednesday, old Tina Kotek, she's taking back $2.6 million of the money that she had promised to the state's most populous county, as you know, because they did nothing in Multnomah County to decrease homelessness. Okay? Multnomah County got $18.2 million. Sometimes I pronounce it Multnomah. Okay? My cousin Elizabeth lives out there. I screw it up. If I've offended you in Portland, forgive me. I'm sure I've said worse things. But $18.2 million of the $200 million financial aid package, okay, that was aimed to curb homelessness in Oregon, $18.2 million of it went out to Portland. And did they do anything to get homelessness under control?
The answer would be no.
No. Every time the government steps in and says, well, we'll just give it a bundle of money. Look, that'll solve everything. It never does. It makes it exponentially worse. Okay, and you know who was championing all of those government policies? Folks like Nike. No human being's illegal. If you want to take a knee during the national anthem, call the cops pigs, put it on your sock like Colin Kaepernick did, even though you're counting on the cops to protect you while you protest. Sure, that seems reasonable and fair. Go spit on the guys you're counting on for your safety. That's why we're in the position we're in, okay? every one of these woke policies that we're enacting in these cities is what we're doing down at the border. And believe me, if they're trashing the most prosperous cities in our country like San Francisco and New York, they're certainly going to catch up to yours too, because once again, they went the woke route.
We killed this city. We killed this city by going woke. Killed this city. We killed this city by going woke. Say you might rob me or punch me in the face. Mayors don't care, they know there's crime in every place. Go pee on the sidewalk, poop in broad daylight. Too many liberals say jailing them ain't right. A junkie robbed my mama, took her purse and radio. Vote in November. We killed this city. We killed this city by going woke. We killed this city. We killed this city by going woke. Killed this city. We killed this city by going woke.
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
More connected than ever before.
Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Because right now, you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For the average family, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. And what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. Bottom line, it works. There's more than 400,000 members who have shared over $7 billion in medical bills, so they can handle your bills too. And here's the thing. If you join before September 30th, you'll save another $150 on your first month when you join. Nice. I'll give you the number here in a second. Just tell them the promo code SHARE to receive your additional savings. And again, the deadline, September 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? Morgan's silver dollars are back for 2023. For the 100th anniversary, the U.S. Mint released the first legal tender Morgans in 100 years. They sold out instantly. Now, Morgan's silver dollars are back in 2023, minted in 99.9% pure silver, but only 275,000 coins were minted, and they will go fast. The entire market and experts agree this is a big deal and an amazing opportunity for both coin and silver buyers. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a 2023 brand new uncirculated 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. But with limited quantities, you must call now. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. Plus, you'll receive a free bonus Patriots pack, new and improved, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new 2023 Morgan silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best at the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS. The community calendar is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant in Camdenton. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
The Lake Arts Council offers many events, such as greater area choral rehearsals, art for the seasons, and spools and needles. Visit artsathelake.com for details. That's today's community calendar.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon coming your way on the radio. I will be on your TV as well tonight. The Ingram Angle. I'll be closing that show at 7:50 Eastern Standard Time. Last night we closed Hannity. Tonight we do Ingram, little Ingram TV action. And then I will be heading home to a pasta party at my house. Lincoln Fallon has his entire football team coming over for dinner ahead of tomorrow's big football game against the Division Avenue Blue Dragons. That's where you'll see me. You'll see me on the sidelines. If you want to see me do stand-up, I'm heading out west October the 27th at the Helena Civic Center in Helena, Montana. And Saturday night, October the 28th at the Colonial Theater right there in Idaho Falls. You'll probably see me eating a hungover breakfast in Schmitty's, too, after a night in Helena. No promises there, but we'd love to see you. Love to hang out after the show. It is just me, and it's going to be an absolute banger, girlfriend. The next hour features Tommy Lahren. She is getting off the outnumbered couch. She is about to come up here, and we're about to set the world straight because that's what we do on Fox Across America. You're welcome. 888-788-9910 if you have a question for myself or Tommy. We would put you through live, give you some, backstage access, stand behind the magician, see where we put the rabbit, how we guess the jack of clubs that's in your hand. We'll teach you all the tricks of the trade when we come back right here on the big bad one and only Fox Across America. Hey, it's your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon. And as you know, once again, the U.S. government is bailing out failing banks. You know, the ones that made the bad investments, had poor management, ran the joint to the ground, and the government was like, yeah, here's a couple of bucks. Man, what a scam. So don't make the same investing mistakes because they're not going to bail out you. They're certainly not going to bail out me over here at Fox News. So buy gold from one of those top precious metals companies in the country. I am talking about Universal Coin and Bullion. Their president, Dr. Mike Fulgens, the only professional in the precious metals industry recognized as America's gold expert. So call Universal Coin and Bullion now. It is 800 UCB Gold. You'll get Mike's national award-winning gold buying guide for free. That is 800 UCB Gold. Other guys get on the radio, talk a big game, blah, 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 blah. Only Mike was voted the 2021 Dealer of the Year by the American Numismatic Association. So find out how you can invest with the gold expert. It is 800 UCB Gold. That is 800-822-4653. And you can tell them Jimmy sent you. Individuals may vary, consulting the next professional will make an investment decision.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
In the 1970s and 80s, one of the most successful songwriting duos was Elton John and Bernie Taupin. Elton John discusses their music composing relationship.
He writes the lyrics first and gives them to me, and then I write the songs to them. In the old days, I would slice bits of verses out and cut things here and there. It's not so bad now, but it's always been lyrics first. Very, very rarely has I have sometimes suggested a title for a song or maybe a melody, but never. Don't Go Breaking My Heart. It's the only one I can think of, and I enjoy that process. People say, why don't you write your own lyrics? Well, I don't really want to. I enjoy writing with Bernie. I love it, and it's a magical. And he's one of my dearest friends, and I love him so much. But why would I want to change something that gives me so much pleasure?
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk.
at your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Steve Kathan. The United Auto Workers has expanded its week-long strike, adding 38 GM and Stellantis facilities in 20 states.
Now it's time to hit the picket lines across the country. It's time to show the companies we are united and we are fired up and we are ready for a record contract.
UAW President Shawn Fain says Ford is excluded in this round because of bargaining table progress. CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
Striking union members say they're in it for the long haul.
We'll take as long as we have to. If they're willing to come back and negotiate, we'll be ready at any time.
Automakers have seized on what appear to be some leaked messages outlining the union strategy obtained by the Detroit News here in town that seem to indicate the union is planning for a long and costly strike.
Federal prosecutors say they found gold bars and $480,000 in stashed cash at the home of New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez. He and his wife have been indicted on bribery charges. Menendez says he's the victim of a smear campaign. U.S. Attorney Damian Williams says 3 Menendez business associates are key to the case.
The indictment alleges that Hana, Uribe, and Davies provided bribes in the form of cash, gold, home mortgage payments, a low-show or a no-show job for Nadine Menendez, a Mercedes-Benz, and other things of value to the senator and his wife.
He also alleges the Democrat took steps to secretly help Egypt. North Carolina gets the first blast from a storm system that's expected to become a tropical storm. WNCN TV meteorologist Laura Smith in Raleigh.
We're expecting rain this afternoon, but soaking rain by this evening. Saturday, that low is going to be centered over eastern North Carolina. Most of the wind and rain early in the morning. It becomes more scattered, wet, windy, and just downright chilly tomorrow.
The system will have an effect on up into New England. Overseas, Russia says Ukraine carried out a missile strike on the main headquarters of its Black Sea Fleet. Correspondent Cammie McCormick.
One Russian service member is missing in the strike, which sent large plumes of smoke over the building in Sevastopol and annexed Crimea. Firefighters were battling the blaze. Russian authorities have accused Ukraine of stepping up its attacks on the city. This attack was the biggest in weeks.
In France today, Pope Francis blasted what he called the fanaticism of indifference that greets migrants looking for a better way in Europe. Amazon Prime Video says it will start showing ads in shows and movies early next year. Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 48 points. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. A second fugitive wanted out of the state of Iowa also finds himself being held without bond in the Miller County Jail, awaiting a one-way ride back to the Des Moines Work Release Center. Courthouse records indicate that 21-year-old Ryan Michael Burrows had been wanted in Iowa for violating work release rules. Burrows has signed a waiver of extradition, meaning he's not fighting it. Also arrested and being held without bond waiting on extradition back to Iowa from the Miller County Jail is Zachary Cockrum, who is charged in Polk County, Iowa, with attempted murder and other charges in Des Moines. All this month is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, with a message being sent out that early detection and treatment are keys to keeping from checking out sooner rather than later.
What it amounts to is there's a certain group of patients that if they don't get treatment from it, they will die a slow, painful, miserable death. There's also a group of patients who can have a prostate cancer that is really low grade and they die with it and not of it.
Lake Regional Urologist Dr. Michael Severance also points out that significant advances have been made in the recent past when it comes to prostate cancer.
The practice of urology has gotten better and better at differentiating those patients who are going to have a little bit of prostate cancer that doesn't amount to much and those that will have something that's very, very significant and just bad news.
Screenings are described as relatively low cost, and the frequency of getting screenings for possible prostate or other forms of cancer is a topic of discussion for you and your medical provider. A Barnett woman is injured Thursday morning in a two-vehicle wreck on Twisted Tree Road near Gatsby Road in Morgan County. The Highway Patrol says it happened when 50-year-old Donald Montevi of Barnett crossed the center, striking 41-year-old Amanda Wagner. Montevi was uninjured while Wagner chose to seek her own treatment for minor injuries. Both were wearing seat belts at the time. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm meteorologist Michael Caro with your News Talk, KRMS Weatherology Forecast. For this afternoon, partial sunshine at times, along with a chance for some scattered showers and storms, high temperatures in the upper 70s. Just a slight chance for a storm for tonight, a low of 65, and a chance for showers on Saturday, highs reaching 84. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 in the temperature at the studios. Right now, 70 degrees.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
There it is. Back in action for a big hour. Second hour on a big Friday of Fox Across America. Your radio buddy Jimmy Fallon bringing you some top shelf radio in a bottom-feeding political world. Tommy Lahren, multimedia superstar from Outkick, just getting off the outnumbered couch, and the security motorcade bringing her this way as we speak. You know, it is UN week here in New York. Most of the roads blocked off because we've got to make sure the ambassadors can see their hookers in between assembly meetings.
Oh, yes. I've read about that in the Bible.
I wish I was kidding. We did a whole segment on it on Hannity last night. We'll talk about some of it in this hour. 888-788-9910. If you want to be a part of a shindig that has one rule. It's the same rule every day. I say be a Republican, be a Democrat. Just don't be a... There it is. And I got to tell you, joining me now in the studio, a woman who is way overdressed for the United States Senate. Great for radio, great for TV, but if you were a senator, they'd be like, what are you doing? Tommy Lahren is here and the crowd goes wild. Hey.
They made that rule for you, and you're not even in the Senate. See, I mean, they're just prepping you for when you eventually do run and are elected, Jimmy, and I'm waiting for it.
If the old adage is dress for the job you want, you know, what job does Fetterman want? Meth dealer? Like, what is it?
Gen Z gamer. Twitch, I think they call it Twitch. Twitcher?
He's twitching.
Twitching.
He looks like he's streaming on Twitch.
And there's more meanings to that than one. So we'll just leave it. He's twitching. So we'll leave it there.
Happy Friday. Good to see you. Always good for morale, Tommy Lahren. I'm fascinated because, like, they are kind of admitting, whether they realize it or not, like, hey, don't hold us to such a high standard, you guys. We're just the Senate. Isn't it weird?
I find it really wonderful that they are accommodating one man, right? So first of all, they let somebody who really can't speak be our president, and they let somebody who really can't speak be a senator. And then it's, you know what, whatever makes him feel comfortable.
Yeah.
That's the bar now. Well, whatever you're comfortable in.
People are just hanging out in their pajamas in the Senate. Like, there's no way the rest of the world takes us seriously.
No. And again, I love the way it's let him wear what he feels most comfortable in, as if he's like a man of the people. Let's keep in mind that he's born into wealth. He didn't really have a job until he was 40 years old. But it's, you know, he's a man of the people, and this resonates with middle America. This resonates with his constituents. You know, they just want a guy that's just casual like they are.
It's just like them.
That's what he thinks of Pennsylvanians, that that's how they would dress to go to a formal event, that they would wear. It looks like a mailman outfit, like besides the hoodies and the basketball shorts, the other one that he has looks like a UPS outfit in blue. I'm looking at him like that's what the UPS drivers wear, but in a different shade of brown. So I'm not sure what he's trying to do there, but I like the mustache, I guess. He's got that going for him.
He looks, the mustache, he looks like he's at a porn called Debbie Does Meth. That's what it looks like. It's not good.
Well,
I get it. Tommy Lahren is here. We're excited about it. It's Friday. And yes, it is a very weird time in our country. Did you guys get into any of the Biden stuff today on Outnumbered, him wandering out of the presentation with the president of Brazil?
Well, since that's happened, he's probably wandered out of more than one thing aimlessly.
Weird? We have a tracking
which
device.
One? Yeah, you're like the Biden thing. Which one, Jimmy? Which one? My favorite was when he almost knocked over the flag.
Yeah, that was it was a slapstick comedy.
Yes, I think Trump almost did that one time, but then he just hugged it to recover.
I remember
but
that.
then I guess the optics of him hugging the Brazilian flag might not have been great.
Yeah.
Although at this point, with all the people we're letting into this country, you might as well hug every flag that exists. 200 plus countries? Hug all the flags at this point. That's essentially what we're getting.
It is so fascinating. Like, they've turned the country into the college bar that doesn't check ID. Like, once you find out you can get in, everybody shows up. And, like, that's what the country is now.
There's still somewhat of a dress code or a bar at the bar. You know, there's a bar you have to meet to go into the bar.
That
it's
is
like
true.
You shoes, shirt.
Service.
For this, it's like tuberculosis, come on in. You know, MS-13, come on in. Whatever you are, wherever you're from, we don't care. Come on in, and we'll give you a cell phone, an ID card, a hotel room.
Dude, I wouldn't tell you this is funny. We were at the Roosevelt Hotel around the block, which is where all the migrants are. Okay, I remember I was working for a TV show, not on Fox, and they wouldn't put the guest up at the Roosevelt. They're like, no, it's too nice. It's too expensive. We don't have the budget for the Roosevelt. Now we have 10,000 illegal immigrants at the Roosevelt right now. Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy, and it's also crazy to me that finally the leaders are understanding it. You know, your mayor's understanding it, your governor even understanding it. People are getting outraged, and rightfully so. But when I really think about it and I break it down, I think to myself, will these people in New York City stop voting Democrat, though? No, they won't.
No.
They're still going to vote for the Democrat. They're going to get all fired up. Same thing in Chicago. They're going to be so mad about the illegals ravaging their communities. And then the next time it comes time to vote, they're going to vote for Democrats again. So it's hard for me to feel bad for this city. It really is.
No, it's true. It's the same thing that happened in California. They recalled Newsom and they won big.
Right.
It's like, all right, I guess. I guess. I don't know. But that's what's going on. Tommy Lahren is in studio. We're having a grown-up talk about all things America. And yes, we can confirm that we're not hosting the debate next week. It is Dana Perino and Stuart Varney. This has been a frequent conversation for us. Did you bring it up with any of the suits today? I believe the reason Rupert Murdoch announced the transition in power to Lackland yesterday is he heard we weren't hosting the debate.
Yeah, he's in protest.
I was like, I can't have my name on there.
Right. And I would assume that that's probably
and
it.
Varney. He's like, what do you mean?
But I will say this, as we discussed last time, I am so excited for Stuart to have his moment.
Yeah.
This is his moment, and I am here for it. I think he's one of the most underrated people at our sister network, Fox Business, and here at the channel. So I cannot wait for him to get his moment in the spotlight. The accent is going to be... It's going to be shining.
I still believe he's faking it. I've confronted him on his set. I have a theory that Stuart's from Parsippany, New Jersey. He hangs out at the Hunka Bunka in the horse track, and he just hoodwinked me. That's what I believe. And I've confronted him about this on the air, but he denies it. And his voice didn't crack when he denied it. So I'm thinking it's true.
He could be a wonderful actor. But either way, I'm so excited to see it.
He's going to be great.
But I wonder how their experience in California is going to be.
Well,
you know, they're in Simi Valley where this debate is going to be. It's going to be beautiful. But flying in, I'm wondering the comparison of the New Yorkers when they fly to California. Are they going to be like, yeah, this looks familiar, the third world, you know? I think so. It'll feel like home.
I want to believe they're like, there's got to be a corporate jet involved. Like, heaven forbid they're taking our moderators. They're like throwing them on Spirit Air. They're like, sorry, Dana and Stuart, you guys have a connection in Atlanta. Yeah. You're going to California with a connection in Atlanta. Only one bag apiece. That'd be great. I don't know that it's going to head there. I believe it doesn't. They probably have a better setup than me. Like, I fly stowaway. To just get there, cling to the wheel, and hang on tight, fella. That's what they do.
As long as you're not that Delta Airlines passenger who I assume is in the witness protection program that pooped his pants.
Oh, my God, that story.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Tommy Lahren in the studio. I followed that story for as long as I could, which is like 3
felt like
sentences.
You were going to be the one that was going to break the case because we still need an idea. It took us, a month to figure out that mother effering real lady. It took us a while to find her, but we've got to find this person. We've got to hire them, honestly.
Listen, this is the hard-hitting journalism people expect from us.
I agree.
I believe this could be the only thing standing between us and the third presidential debate.
Yes. It's a cold case, and we're on it.
So it's Friday. Okay. Are you skipping town or are you doing the big weekend show?
I'm headed back to Nashville.
Yeah, you are. You're going to miss the rest of UN week.
They don't let us be on the big weekend show together, and I'm a little pissed about it.
I'm going to get on the phone. I don't know that if that's a real thing, we got to crack some
We got to
skulls.
be on together.
So me and Tommy love to be on the show together because we're doing our own show. It's like two different shows, no matter who we're on with, because we're like in the Muppets, they were these old men that sat in the balcony and just laughed and gave everything the finger.
Right.
And that's kind of us. I enjoy doing that, actually.
We have a good time. We've got to make it happen.
I consider it great TV. We might be in the minority on that. I don't know.
No, I think people love it. Give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want. It's why people don't know this. The reason we have so many migrants in New York right now is they heard we were going to be on the big weekend show.
And they were coming to hopefully watch.
They wanted to be here, maybe stand outside that window. They were like, well, if they're not doing the debate, they're clearly doing the big weekend show.
Yes.
We're actually to blame for illegal migration.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, they're going to try that. They've tried everything else. Biden said yesterday, he's like, this is a great moment. He's like, yeah, the Republicans, they won't cooperate on immigration reform. I'm like, dude, if they're breaking the law to get into the country, they don't care about what law you pass with immigration.
No, in he also went on to say that we're bringing in more refugees from Latin America.
Yeah.
How many more can we take? Like, when is too many for him? We've got to bring in more. That's the problem. We're a shortage of refugees. That's what it is.
Someone looked around this city, saw 10,000 people sleeping on the sidewalk a block from here.
Yeah.
I was like, what the city needs is some migrants. That's what it is. Thanks, guys. It's unbelievable. Biden is the kind of guy that would install an ice maker on the Titanic. Like, here you go.
I would like to see Biden install anything.
Fair.
A light bulb, which he's banned certain types at this point. Anything. I would like to see that man install anything.
It's so crazy, though.
I'd like to see that man sharpen a pencil.
No,
the old school pencils.
They ain't letting him near that.
No, I don't think so either.
There's no way. Talking to Tommy Lahren, having a great time as always. Did you see Zelensky, which I found hilarious, brought up climate change now? Because I think he sees the war money drying up because people want to audit it and maybe find out where it's going. So he's like, the climate's bad, guys. Is that the new grift?
We have already invested and promised to invest money in Ukraine's green energy structure. So that is a huge problem for me. I say not one more cent to Zelensky. Sadly, he does dress better than Fetterman by a little bit.
Yeah.
But if he shows up here one more time in that green khaki ensemble, it looks like he's about to go maybe the crocodile hunter or fight on the front lines, except he's just coming here to shake us down for more money. I find him repulsive. I can't stand to look at him, and I hope he never returns.
Wow. I mean, listen, I have one thing, and this is what I'm not sure of, is it's possible he had a suit lined up, but someone from the Biden administration stole his luggage.
That could be.
Maybe Sam Brinton is to blame for this.
Sam Brinton. They raided his closet and they found that poor Tanzanian woman's original designs. You have to be pretty brazen to steal someone's original Tanzanian designs.
And we're talking about prints. These aren't solids.
No.
They're going to be a little more unique when you're walking around in public.
Can you imagine, though, being that woman and thinking to herself, that they, them, I don't know, non-binary, that they is wearing my unique design that was lifted from the Minneapolis airport 6 months ago or a year ago, wherever it was. I mean, I can only imagine seeing that in that moment, how that must have felt for her.
That is so funny because I always think that whenever I donate clothes to Goodwill.
Yes.
I'm like, I wonder if I'll see somebody walking around in them. But the problem is nobody at Goodwill accepts my clothes. They're like, actually, no, we're good. we're gonna send these over to the School for the Blind. I think they'll take them.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, though.
It ain't right.
I'm always on the lookout for that as well.
You do? You walk around?
Just waiting to see if someone's going to pick up one of those items.
I donated a football jersey with my name on it. And they literally had the name Fail on the back. And I saw a guy walking around with it, but he had taken the name off and put Epstein on it. He's like, I don't want to think it's Fela.
Epstein, that's a hard change. I mean, I don't know. You might have done some things, but I think the Epstein maybe did a little more.
Listen,
so I'm not sure that was a great move.
Bash Epstein all you want. The Clintons say he was a great hang.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody. Tommy Lahren, watch her on Outkick every damn day. You're the best. Have fun getting back to Nashville, girlfriend.
I can't wait to get back.
We miss you already. There she goes.
He's the most talented man on the radio, but he needs your help.
We all know somewhere underneath all of that bright color, there's a man who's not right.
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Makes me forget about work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
These statements and information are for educational purposes only and are not a solicitation for the purchase of any insurance or financial product. All guarantees are based on the claims-paying ability of the insurer. Paid for by Bank on Yourself.
Are you putting your retirement savings in a 401k or IRA? Then I have one word of advice. Stop. You've been lied to by the Wall Street fat cats who get paid whether you win or lose. They say risk your life savings in the stock market, but studies show people who follow that advice will outlive their savings by a staggering 10 years. They say max out your contributions to 401ks, but the man who invented the 401k now says it's a monster that should be destroyed. They say defer paying your taxes to retire in a lower tax bracket, but retirees who fell for that lie are paying higher taxes than ever. Now get a free report exposing the wealth-killing lies you've been told and discover the proven retirement plan alternative Wall Street fat cats hope you never hear about. You can get guaranteed competitive growth every year and tax-free retirement income. Get your free report now at bankonyourself.com/goal. That's bankonyourself.com/goal. bankonyourself.com/goal.
We said 1,500 hours.
Dax's hangar flies high thanks to his military precision.
Rob, you copy? Oh.
He wants to land some aircraft mechanics, preferably with a military background.
Okay, I wasn't aware of a new timeline. Cancel. Stand by for new assignments.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Exergen thermometers are the smart choice when selecting a thermometer. With children back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Got a fever? Stay home. To detect fever accurately at home, you need a clinically accurate, fast, and non-invasive thermometer. The Exergen thermometer is backed by over 100 clinical studies. Accuracy matters. Be smart and safe. Measure accurately with Exergen thermometers. Available at Walgreens. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
You've heard your mechanic talk about how your car doesn't run well when the filter's dirty, right? Well, it's the same thing with your home's heating and cooling system. And B&B Heating and Cooling wants to make sure your home feels just right. So every Friday, it's Free Filter Friday at B&B Heating and Cooling. Once you sign up at bbhvac.com or stop by their location, you'll get one free filter once a month. For more info, go to bbhvac.com or freefilterfriday.com.
Just right, never felt so good. B&B Heating and Cooling.
It's time for your insect education.
Fact 1.
Spiders and other pests are cold-blooded.
Fact 2.
They don't like to be cold outside.
Fact 3.
They're smart, and they can find the tiniest little hole in your house to get inside where it's warm.
Fact 4.
When they're warm, they breed. Now you have bugs everywhere. The facts are clear. You should call All-American Termite and Pest Control for an interior and exterior spray and live comfortably this winter. Call 346-4830 or visit their website, bugsfearus.com.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Doing it on a Friday in the greatest country in the world. Look at this polling out for Biden. It's crazy. Poll out. It's an Economist YouGov poll. Vast majority of Americans believe Joe Biden has financially benefited from his son's business dealings as the president of the United States.
He should be behind bars.
I don't know that we're there, but I do know 91% of Americans believe he has made some money. I'm not talking about like the salary you get. I'm talking about the money his kids bringing in.
Hunter's a dirtbag.
The money his brother's bringing in. The money that has just brought forth 2 more IRS agents to say they don't believe that David Weiss had the purview to fully investigate Joe Biden. Okay, let me give you this. This is crazy. So you got 9% of Americans. 9% of Americans right now believe the president is on the level.
They're crazy.
But it's 9%. That's how low the number is. 91% think he was on the take.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
That's why you're getting story after story of he's old. How old is he? That sort of thing, you know? The other day, my wife said, come upstairs and make love to me. And I said, I can't do both. That's Biden. That's what we're doing now with our president. And they want to old him out of town because they don't want this Ukraine story to get fully investigated because here's a newsflash. If Biden was corrupt in Ukraine, okay, other politicians were probably corrupt in Ukraine. You get it? Hunter, as Paul Morrow was saying on the show last Friday, man, time goes fast. Hunter Biden is a conduit to so many other people who shouldn't have been getting money while they were sitting in office. That's why Hunter got paid. You understand, if you don't work in the power industry and your father works in the United States government that the power industry is negotiating with, if they suddenly start paying you in the power industry, it's because you can connect them to something they want in the government. Okay, that's the reality. Hunter doesn't have a background in this industry. Here's $20 million. Okay, you'd have to be, weapons grade stupid to believe they were just giving the money to Hunter for the sake of giving money to Hunter. You know, when you're trying to get your business ahead, you're struggling to make ends meet, and you're like, you know what? Let's just give $20 million to a guy with no background in the industry for nothing. That's what we'll do. And they want you to believe that's what happened? I mean, come on, man.
What would you do with a brain if you had one?
That's what I asked those 9% of people who say Biden was on the level. But here we go. Third IRS whistleblower has testified before the House Ways and Means Committee that he felt frustrated when a prosecutor didn't want to partner with his office in the Hunter Biden tax probe and the decision not to bring charges. IRS Director of Field Operations, Michael Batdorf, described his reaction in testimony before the committee. He said in a transcribed September 12th interview that he was bothered when U.S. Attorney David Weiss failed to get buy-in from a California prosecutor when weighing charges on alleged tax crimes. So he said, hey, Biden's not reporting millions of dollars in income. Can we get some help, California prosecutors? And they were like,
the answer would be no.
It's clear that a majority of Americans believe Biden is corrupt, according to this report, many of whom work inside our government.
Come on, man.
So when you get somebody like KJP goes out to the podium and there's no evidence. There's no evidence that anything went on here.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Okay. You've got more evidence on the Bidens when you're talking about bank records, talking about emails, when you're talking about photos of Biden meeting with the son's business partners, when you have the admission now from the White House that although this started with Biden saying there was no business for him to talk to his son about, there was no laptop for him to have been a part of. There was no money exchanged overseas. We've gone from that to, oh, yeah, the laptop's real. The business is real. He talked to the business partners. He just didn't talk to them about business.
Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
Okay, when the story changes, okay, it's because someone's lying. Okay, if Biden isn't involved in his son's businesses, he doesn't have to say the laptop's not real. The 51, former Intel officials who said the laptop wasn't real. Okay, I never met the kid. I never met the. He doesn't have to tell all of those lies if he has nothing to hide. He's trying to put the story to bed outright, because if you keep turning the pages, you're going to start to see his name in big, bold print. We'll get into more of it. Calls, texts, tweets, carrier pigeons, the whole shebang shaboo on Fox Across America.
I always have my radio on at work.
News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best at the lake: hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer, and we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case, and they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. That's 800-507-3114.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-506-3573.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. I always say this show is America's family meeting. You know, we're just sharing things at the dinner table we learned during our travels. Well, I am about to share something I learned. Hillary Clinton was giving a speech right here in New York City. I'm going to play you a clip from it.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
You stop it, okay? We're all in this together. Isn't that what they said? We're all in this together. So we're going to play a little something, something from the People's Pantsuit, who's out there raising all kinds of money this week. It's the UN week. She is fired up, ready to go.
I don't feel no ways tired.
Well, there's a mostly white crowd, so I don't think she used that accent. But either way you slice it, here is Hillary Clinton, and I just find this funny. Okay, it's all we're doing this for. It's Friday. My kid's coming on. Sean Duffy's coming on to hit on me like he always does. It's going to be great, okay? But there's a performative thing going on in our politics right now that I do find entertaining. You know, I'm a comic. I go on the road. I play these theaters, shooting the stand-up special. It's great. It's fun. And I always admire process. Like, I watch other comics. Go, oh, it's interesting. I don't do this that way. Oh, that's, you know, you look at it. Some guys play the guitar. Some guys, you know, juggle. People do different things on stage. I am always amazed by the politicians who can get out there and sell brazen ridiculousness. This is Hillary Clinton, okay? Possibly the only human being alive trusted less than the sushi at your local gas station, saying she's worried about a war on truth. Clip 30.
We have a very real war on truth, facts, and reason. You can't have a democracy if you don't have people reporting on what leaders are doing. And so we need to defend journalists, not only in autocracies like Russia, and not only against non-state actors in Latin America, but we have to be vigilant in the United States as well.
Get her out. Get her out of here.
I'm being silly, but I mean, come on, man. You can't tell me you're concerned about a war on truth and fail to neglect that you were the one leading it for most of the past 4 years.
You're absolutely right.
Okay, you know how there's a war on our democracy. You can't have a democracy. People aren't reporting on what the leaders are doing and saying, you know, like when they're saying things like this.
As I've been telling candidates who have come to see me, you can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
So weird. She was the one who said the 2016 election was stolen by Russia. But she started that. That was her campaign. They leaked that document to the press. They went, this is a great story in the world. Member of her campaign goes to visit the FBI. He says, hey, I'm not here on behalf of the Clinton campaign today. I know I work for the campaign. I am not here on behalf of the campaign. I'm here as a concerned citizen.
Come on, don't bullshit me.
No, I'm just so concerned as a citizen that I want to hand you this document that claims Trump is back-channeling with this Alpha Bank, colluding with Russia to influence the election, because I'm so concerned. Now, this has nothing to do with the campaign I'm working on, even though this would benefit that campaign. I'm just doing it out of concern. Clown stuff. And then after leaving that document in the hands of the FBI, what did they go leak to the media? Well, we just found out the FBI is investigating some type of report that Trump was involved with Russia. That's what Hillary Clinton did.
You're a bald-faced liar. A liar.
And here she is. We got a very real war on truth. Yeah, we do. And you're leading it in a camouflage pantsuit, you fraud. But the reason I find this stuff funny as a performer, like I go on stage, there's 500 strangers, there's 1,000 people, there's 100, whatever the hell it is. Okay, you go on stage. It's exciting, okay? And it's fun, and I like, live performance and stuff like that. But the performative stupidity that is going on in our politics right now. Here's a former president of New Zealand, okay, speaking at the UN this week, talking about how free speech is in jeopardy, and the only way to protect it is to encourage more censorship. Okay, that's the claim here. I mean, goodness. It is clip 31.
As leaders, we're rightly concerned that even the most light touch approaches to disinformation could be misinterpreted as being hostile to the values of free speech that we value so highly. But while I cannot tell you today what the answer is to this challenge, I can say with complete certainty that we cannot ignore it. To do so poses an equal threat to the norms we all value. After all, how do you successfully end a war if people are led to believe the reason for its existence is not only legal but noble? How do you tackle climate change if people do not believe it exists? How do you ensure the human rights of others are upheld when they are subjected to hateful and dangerous rhetoric and ideology?
Just 1 second, okay? I'm going to stop it here, okay? How do you tackle climate change if people do not believe it exists? Are you ready for it? You don't need censorship. You know what you need? Oh, buckle up. You need data that proves it's real. Wow! How do you tackle climate change if people don't believe it exists? You show them that it does. Hey, there's a novel idea. But is she offering to show you that it exists?
The answer would be no.
No, just censor the people who disagree with the narrative. Here's the rest of it, clip 32.
But we have an opportunity here to ensure that these particular weapons of war do not become an established part of warfare. In these times, I'm acutely aware of how easy it is to feel disheartened. We are facing many battles on many fronts, but there is cause for optimism. Because for every new weapon we face, there is a new tool to overcome it. For every attempt to push the world into chaos is a collective conviction to bring us back to order. We have the means. We just need the collective will.
Oh, the collective will. Come, lady.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
We have the means to combat disinformation. We just need to censor it. That's what we...
That is a fact check false.
Okay, the problem with disinformation, and you need to know this, man. If the Republicans were saying this, you should be horrified as a Democrat. Horrified. But the Republicans ain't saying this. They're not saying take away anybody's speech rights. The Republicans are saying let everybody say whatever the hell they want. Where the Democrats claim the Republicans are curbing speech rights is when it comes to people reading dirty books to little kids.
Stop bringing little kids to drag shows, you perverts.
Okay, that's the Democrats, what Republicans are speaking out against. When a guy like Ron DeSantis goes, hey, maybe no porn for the kindergarten kids. And the Democrats are like, he's burning books. It's just like the Nazis.
Democrats are so full of crap.
It's performative stupidity. Hillary Clinton telling you there's a war on truth, maybe the biggest liar in the history of the world. Okay, and I say that with all due respect to her husband, who had some habits of his own in the White House, including using the interns as a humidor.
I believe that together we can make America great again.
But understand, okay, this is performative stupidity. It's performance art. Hillary, there's a war on truth. No, there's not. Outside of the one you're leading. Okay, but you need to know this. If Republicans were saying we need to ban disinformation, okay, you should be concerned as a Democrat, because when a party wants to control speech, what they're really saying is they want to control speech that they don't agree with.
Bingo.
When she says, how do you convince people climate change isn't real? You know, it's real. How do you tackle it if they don't believe it exists? You know what you do? You stop flying private when you're lecturing them about the need to shrink their carbon footprint. You know what you do? You stop building oceanfront mansions when you tell them the sea levels are rising. You know what you do? You don't tell them they need to cut down on their own election consumption and then have an electric bill at your Nashville mansion that makes Las Vegas look Amish. Okay, but that's what Al Gore did. John Kerry's out there flying on the private planes. Okay, and they're all passing around the collection plate in between gloom and doom prophecies.
Please give us money.
Okay, but when she tells you we need to use censorship to protect free speech, that's the statement. We need censorship to protect free speech.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Really think about that. We need censorship to protect free speech. Okay? We need to hand out gasoline and books of matches to stop arson. We've got an arson problem in this community. We need to hand out gasoline and matches. Okay, she's literally, we need to protect free speech by banning it. That's what she's saying. Like, folks, as a performer, I find that hilarious. When Hillary Clinton gets out there and says, there's a war, I find that hilarious. I mean, yes, it bothers you that people lie, but I still find it hilarious that they're willing to, like, take a deep breath backstage and go out there and deliver the performance. Like, as a performer, I admire this. You know, I'm a guy, I'll be backstage. You know, the music's playing, there's a crowd, they're excited to see you. You're about to go on and say hello. And, like, you get into, like, a place. Like, for mine, it's so true. If you've been to one of my stand-up shows, I mean this. I am the absolutely positively same human being on a stage that I am off it. There's no shift in my demeanor or my energy or the sound of my voice or anything I do. It's just me. You can't write what this is. I'm just a mess, and I'm pretty open about the fact that I'm a mess, and that makes me relatable to a lot of people because there's a lot of messes out there. I mean, that's the reality.
When you're right, and you're right.
But I still know what it's like to be backstage and be like, last week I was at the Sugarloaf Performing Arts Center. I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to open by saying some things about Sugarloaf, okay? And in your head, you give yourself that little reminder before you walk onto the stage, okay? I admire as a performer that this woman literally said in her head before they walked her out onto the stage, all right, I'm going to open by telling them we need censorship to protect free speech. Like, she got into that headspace where she had to go out there and be like, this is a good opener. You tell them we need more censorship so we can protect people's speech rights. Hey, dummy. If you want to protect people's speech rights, just get the hell out of the way. You don't censor speech, you allow it. Okay, but it's all performance art. Okay, I'll give you a great one here. So great. Okay. Kamala Harris, man, says climate anxiety is causing people to question having children. Why is this performance art? Because if you're that worried about the climate, nobody wants to sleep with you.
Oh, you're right. And when you're right, you're right. And you're always right.
Seriously, fellas, if you're one of those dudes gluing your feet to the runway at the airport or building a pretend blockade outside of Burning Man or walking around this week in front of the UN, it's my favorite thing this week. We had this big protest in the rain on Monday. So all these UN protesters are out there protesting on behalf of the environment, saying what? We got to cut down on the electric and the plastics. And what are they all wearing? They're wearing plastic ponchos. But anyway, stupid people. Here's Kamala, clip 37.
I've heard young leaders talk with me about a term they've coined called climate anxiety. Right? Which is fear of the future and the unknown, of whether it makes sense for you to even think about having children, whether it makes sense for you to think about aspiring to buy a home, because what will this climate be?
Kamala's awful with her weird laugh.
If you think that this climate is changing in such an unprecedented manner that you shouldn't buy a home, okay? You're an actual stupid person.
He's a lousy dad, but he's right.
Every one of these climate crusaders is building a mansion on a beach as we speak. That's the one thing they have all in common. They all don't take a G5 jet. There are other private jet manufacturers out there. Yes, they technically all fly in private jets, do nothing to reduce their carbon footprint. But if you're out there scared, oh, I don't know if I should have a baby, the climate, I don't know if I should build a house. Well, why the hell are all of these people building houses? I mean, I think that's a reasonable question. No, it is a fraud movement, but people get out there and they, again, Kamala got into that headspace. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to tell them young people are scared about the climate. If young people are scared about the climate, it's because they're stupid. No one can call into this show, no one with data that explains to me how man is truly changing the weather, number one. Number two, there's no way in hell you can show me how man could be changing it back. Nothing you do with your car, whether you make it electric, whether it runs on solar or wind or anything in between, okay, farting fairy dust. Okay, we've got this new EV, farting fairy dust.
What the hell did you just say?
It's actually pretty highbrow for this show, so I apologize. But no matter what you run it on, it ain't going to control the weather. Because here's a news flash. Can't control the weather. Okay, God can control the weather. Mother Nature, birthing person nature can control the weather. But you know who can't control the weather? Every single Democrat telling you to be worried. It's all performance art. And like all art, it pays well. So that's why they get out there and say the things they say.
Pay up, suckers.
A show so good, it moves the stock market.
The Dow racing up on Jimmy's remarks.
This is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Around the house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? Morgan's silver dollars are back for 2023. For the 100th anniversary, the U.S. Mint released the first legal tender Morgans in 100 years. They sold out instantly. Now, Morgan's silver dollars are back in 2023, minted in 99.9% pure silver, but only 275,000 coins were minted, and they will go fast. The entire market and experts agree this is a big deal and an amazing opportunity for both coin and silver buyers. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a 2023 brand new uncirculated 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. But with limited quantities, you must call now. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. Plus, you'll receive a free bonus Patriots pack, new and improved, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new 2023 Morgan silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA, and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath & Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. We got Sean Duffy coming up in the next hour. And Lincoln Fallon squaring off against my high school, Division Avenue, going up against Clark Rams this weekend. I don't know who you root for. I'm torn on this one. Maybe Lincoln will convince me. We'll see. But right now, we were kind of circling, going around the horn on all the stampede of stupidity that we have witnessed in the media this week, that we have witnessed out of the White House this week. Here is the president referring to the Congressional Hispanic Caucus as the Congressional Black Caucus. This is so great. We just accept this now. Clip 15.
And I mean this sincerely. My dad used to say, everyone is entitled to be treated with dignity and respect. The Congressional Black Caucus embodies all those values.
The Congressional Black Caucus is what he says. But sadly, he was referring, or at least addressing anyway, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus.
I don't remember that ever happening.
But it did. We just played the clip. Here is Jen Psaki saying, and this is we're talking about performance art. She says, only the coastal elites are concerned about Biden and Harris. She wants you to believe they're connected to the rank and file people in this country. The only people donating to Biden and Harris are coastal elites. Here it is, clip 19.
I also thought what you said was interesting. I mean, the conversations happening out in the country, and I look at polling, I go out, travel with people, I've been on campaigns, whatever, are so different from, the David Ignatius column about Biden and the Biden and Harris team in the White House has challenges about running for re-election. Unquestionably, we're talking about them. That is not the conversation happening in the country. That is a conversation outlined in that op-ed that is happening at dinner parties in Washington and maybe some other coastal cities. Those are also important people.
Georgetown dinner parties.
Well, yes, but my point is, are those important people? Sure. But it is not a definition of what the challenges are.
Straight clown stuff. Although she's right to say that those aren't the conversations having in Middle America. You know what the conversations are in Middle America? How the hell are we going to pay for all this inflation? How the hell are we going to pay for gas? Why does Biden keep selling out the border? That's the conversation, you clown. All right, my fellow Fox Across Americans, once again, you know the deal. The U.S. government bailing out failing banks that made bad investments, had poor management. Do not make the same investing mistakes because you're not getting the bailout or the trophy. Buy gold from one of the top precious metals companies in the country. I am talking about Universal Coin and Bullion. Their president, Dr. Mike Fulgens, the only professional in the precious metals industry who is recognized as America's gold expert. Can't even walk through an airport with this guy. Honey, that's the guy. Can we get a selfie? It's the gold expert. I kid. But he is a sound money advocate. He knows genuine gold. He has spent his life helping clients make the best gold investments. So call Universal Coin and Bullion now at 800-UCB-GOLD. You'll get Mike's national award-winning gold buying guide for free. 800-UCB-GOLD. Other guys talk about their experience on the radio. Save it, okay? Mike is the gold expert, so find out how you can invest. 800-UCB-GOLD, 800-822-4653, and you can go ahead and tell them that Jimmy sent you. Individuals also may vary. Consult with a financial professional before making an investment decision.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
When Richard Nixon resigned the presidency on August 9th, 1974, Vice President Gerald Ford took the oath of office administered by Chief Justice Warren Burger in the East Room of the White House.
Our great republic is a government of laws and not of men. Here, the people rule, but there is a higher power. By whatever name, we honor him, who ordains not only righteousness but love, not only justice but mercy. As we bind up the internal wounds of Watergate, more painful and more poisonous than those of foreign wars, let us restore the golden rule to our political process, and let brotherly love purge our hearts of suspicion and of hate.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz.
We will keep going, keep organizing, and keep expanding the stand-up strike as necessary.
United Auto Workers Union President Shawn Fain today backed up the threat he made Monday with action, widening the strike to 38 locations in 20 states. CBS's Bradley Blackburn says dealers are worried about the effect it could have on their bottom line.
At Central Avenue Jeep in Yonkers, New York, the lot is packed with new cars. But dealer Jonathan Grant says a sustained strike by United Auto Workers could change that.
I'm afraid if the strike lasts very long, it could really impact our availability.
And that would affect your bottom line?
Yes, it would.
The plant that builds the popular Wrangler is currently shut down. Ford and GM dealerships could face the same problem if assembly lines sit idle for a prolonged period.
New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez and his wife have been indicted on federal charges of helping Egypt in return for bribes. Prosecutors say a search of their home came up with $100,000 in gold bars and almost $500,000 in hidden cash. CBS News legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
This goes to the heart of what it doesn't mean to be a public servant. Being a public servant means that you run for office or you're appointed in order to make decisions to benefit your constituents, not to make decisions that benefit yourself.
A wet weekend in store for the Northeast from Tropical Storm Ophelia, says CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson.
In addition to the rain, the other big thing is going to be the wind. Lots of flight delays from both the rain and the wind, but the potential for 40, 50 mile an hour wind gusts all the way into Sunday. New York City is looking at 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts.
President Biden will announce the creation of the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention today. CBS's Weijia Zhang is at the White House.
This really is just trying to beef up staff to have the resources to make sure all the work that they were able to accomplish is actually getting done.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky scheduled to speak to the Canadian Parliament today, looking for more support in his country's defense against the Russian invaders. As Congress considers President Biden's request to give billions more aid to Ukraine, CBS's 60 Minutes has been tracking the weapons provided so far, says correspondent Holly Williams.
There are a lot of American officials actually inside Ukraine, and they're not just checking databases, they're not just making sure that the weapons actually come across the border into Ukraine. They're going to Ukrainian military warehouses and checking that everything that's supposed to be there is there.
A steady day on Wall Street today. The Dow is off just 25 points, S&P 500 up just a couple of points, the NASDAQ up 32 points. That's about 0.25%. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Local and national safety experts and advocates will convene next week in Columbia for a discussion on continued highway safety in Missouri. Co-hosting the 2023 Highway Safety and Traffic Conference are MoDOT and the Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. Expected topics include Missouri's new distracted driving hands-free law, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, the impacts of cannabis on highway safety, speed, community partnerships, and how to reduce traffic fatalities. The conference at the Holiday Inn Executive Center will start at 12:30 Monday afternoon and come to an end on Wednesday the 27th. No change in drought conditions around the lake area, with the southeast parts of Camden and Miller counties still in the moderate category, with the rest of Camden, Miller, and Morgan counties remaining in the severe category. Benton County also remains the same, with western and southwestern parts of the county still considered to be in the extreme category, with the rest of the counties still in the severe category. Several counties to the west and north of Benton also remain in extreme category, while a large area of southern Missouri remains classified in the abnormally to no drought categories. Cooler daytime high temperatures and rain in the forecast through the weekend could lead to more improvement in the lake area's drought status. The drought updates are provided by the U.S. Drought Monitor and updated and published every Thursday. If you're an aficionado of a wide variety of grub and beverages with a lot of room to roam around, then you should probably head to the Osage Beach City Park this weekend for the fall version of the Lake of the Ozarks Food Truck Festival. Mayor Michael Harmison says compared to heading into the springtime event, the city is really ready for what this weekend will bring.
We brought on more food trucks. We didn't know what to expect. We brought in more porta potties, and we've got more entertainment and more food trucks, and so really looking forward to this.
The Food Truck Festival goes on rain or shine and runs both days, Saturday and Sunday, from 10 to 7. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Michael Caro with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. For this afternoon, partial sunshine at times, along with a chance for some scattered showers and storms, high temperatures in the upper 70s. Just a slight chance for a storm for tonight, a low of 65, and a chance for showers on Saturday, highs reaching 84. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77, and the temperature at the studios, currently it's 72.
Live from everywhere USA, it's Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
Well, look who came back to work for a big hour of Fox Across America. You want to talk about an embarrassment of radio riches, okay? Sean Duffy's coming by, cable news super hunk.
Hubba.
Again, he looks like a soap opera TV star. I look like I installed your TV, but I'll be right here alongside of him in the studio. We're going to put the shock collar on him because, you know, he's a chubby chaser. He always hits on me when he comes by the studio. We're going to put a couple volts in him if he gets too close because I got to keep it together because my son, Lincoln Fala, the Link Man, joining us at the end of the day today. He will be calling in from 8th period to give us a quick preview on the Clark Rams versus the Division Avenue Blue Dragons. Now, I went to Division. That is my alma mater. Of course, my son is the captain of the Clark Rams JV football team. So, obviously, I have to root for the Link Man in this game.
Wrong.
No, I will. We'll root for the Link Man. But it'll be funny nonetheless. It'll be great to see some Division people. The game is at Clark, so I don't have to go back to the Division Avenue bleachers, which would be a challenge for me because I've never walked on them sober in my life. I would be fascinating. I've never been in there in that condition. But Lincoln can tell us a little bit about that at the end of the show. And if you have any insights you'd like to share, 888-788-9910. So dig this. Okay, this week, if you followed politics, if you watched a good amount of Fox, you heard us spending a fair amount of time discussing the Senate relaxing their dress code. And why were they doing that? Fetterman's in the Senate. He dresses like the lead actor in a porno called Debbie Does Meth. And he wants to wear shorts and a T-shirt into the Senate, okay, and walk around in hoodies and show you his pasty white calves and everything in between.
This is absolutely gross.
Okay, so they relaxed the dress code in the Senate. Now understand, Congress has an approval rating of 9%. 9%. No one thinks they're any good. 9% is the approval rating in Congress.
We have people in Washington that don't know what they're doing.
And they're now asking us to lower the standard. Well, you got to lower the standards. Don't hold us to such. Dude, we can't lower them any more than we already have.
I think he's got a point.
Your popularity rating is 9%. We're not looking out at you like, these guys, we're too hard. These guys, they're terrible. Okay. But you understand they're abandoning decorum. Just the same as, we had a candidate in Virginia who was, running for their state House of Representatives who was streaming her porn on the internet.
I love it when you talk dirty.
Now, to the credit of some Democratic voters out there, okay, there's polling out today, and this is reported in the Washington Post, that she had made these pornographic videos running for a state assembly, seat. And she filmed videos with her husband. She posted them online for money. Okay, not what we meant when we said you needed to boost the poll numbers. You can't laugh at that if you're a Lauren Boebert supporter, because Boebert got a little frisky in a movie theater this week. Democrats went crazy. Okay, but understand they were in full support last week of a girl streaming her porn online. But where the people who talk about politics and the people who are affected by politics go their separate ways is oftentimes the voting booth. Just like in the 2016 election, the media spent so much time talking about Trump and the things he was tweeting about and his character issues and the people he was giving nicknames to. The voters didn't care about it. They did not care. That's why the media was caught off guard by Trump's victory. The voters were focusing on what? Jobs, securing the border. Stop ripping us off at a federal level and outsourcing our tax dollars to other countries, okay? Get our allies to pay their fair share in things like NATO. That's what Trump was talking about. Don't make the United States defend you against Russia while you simultaneously buy Russia's oil, which enriches them and makes it easier for them to wreak havoc on the world. Do you realize our domestic energy policy is financing the war in Ukraine? So on one end, we're sending all this money to Ukraine. On the other end, we've made Putin so much richer by cutting down our own production that we have this war in Ukraine to begin with.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Okay, but where the voters and the politicians often go their separate ways is here. Okay, they do not want this candidate from Virginia on the ballot. They want her to stick to doing what she does best, which is other men on film in front of a camera. That's what's going on right now. Okay? They want some semblance of decency. Just the same as West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, to give him credit, wants to issue a bipartisan resolution that would reinstitute the Senate's dress code. Why? Because it's the Senate. You shouldn't look like you're riding a Bolt bus to Burning Man if you're serving in the Senate. Do you understand? We were told that the United States Senate chamber is so sacred that if someone snuck into it on January 6th, they should spend the next 30 years in prison. It's so sacred that if you sneak in there 30 years, 20 years. But if you want to show up looking like a spring breaker who missed the bus home, by all means, we're voting at 2 p.m. on the bill. Here it is. You don't need to read it. Nobody else does. That's what's going on right now in our country. Okay? Do you think the rest of the world is doing this in their Senate?
The answer would be no.
No. Come on, man. This is embarrassing. The government is asking for a participation trophy. Hey, we've eliminated merit in everyone else's lives. You don't need good grades to get into this school. You don't need good qualifications to get this cabinet position. Okay? Eliminate expectations for us. That's what this was always about. If you're going to take the world and eliminate the meritocracy of everything, okay, the people pushing that agenda, do you understand, are pushing it because they want it for themselves.
Tell them like it is.
That's how this works. And that's what they want. Hey, Make us dress so nice. We're just in charge of the country, handling trillions of your tax dollars. And that quickly becomes, hey, don't audit where this money's going. We're just spending it on your behalf, looking out for the country. That's how this works. Hey, don't get mad at us because everything's screwed up in the town you're living. We're trying over here in our bathing suits and our flip-flops. What do you want from us? That's what they're doing. They're giving you a participation trophy because they want you to give them one back. Here's the truth, guys, and this really does matter. Certain institutions have to be held to a higher standard. If you're going to lead a population of 330 million people, okay, that honor of leadership should be held to a certain standard of decorum, a certain level of expectation as to how you present yourself in public. It should. Okay, this is not, look at Republicans with all the problems. You're fighting about shorts. And the retort to that, of course, is at the same time, I don't care what they dress as long as they do good for the country. Well, here's a news flash. Those people in the shorts, they ain't doing good for the country. They're doing terrible for the country. Border's worse. Inflation's worse. Fentanyl poisoning's worse. Crime is worse. The economy's worse. You understand? Gas is worse. Groceries are worse. Goods are rising at a higher rate than salaries in this country. We should not be rewarding the people in charge with casual Fridays. Because to be clear, they want casual Monday through Fridays on the off chance they actually show up to work and do something. And I'm telling you this because I care. This is not one of those points that's Republican. This is not one of those points that's Democrat. This is one of those points that's American. That's what we're talking about here, is America and declining standards in this country. Hey, give us a break. We're just the people in charge. Give us all your tax dollars, all of them. You get $600 in a Venmo. We want to know what happened to it. We want to know who gave you this money. We want to know what the $600 was for. Also, we can't find a $100 million F-35. Also, we're sending $100 billion to Ukraine, but you're not allowed to audit the money and ask where it's going. What are you on Putin's side? Come on, you puppet, you Kremlin jackass. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. That's what they say. Okay, but don't hold us to a standard. Come on, man. I got a SpongeBob T-shirt with ketchup on it. It's Friday. I got to get down to the chamber. Out of my way. Don't tell me to change. Chantel is in Houston. I don't know that she's on board with any of this. Chantel.
Hi there.
Hey, girlfriend.
Hey, I am, a lot of comments has been made about, that possibly this easing of the restrictions was made for the benefit of, Mr. Fetterman.
Mm-hmm.
So, I work with blind children, and I can tell you that not only is there adaptive clothing for children with disabilities, there's also adaptive clothing for adults with disabilities.
Of course.
So, he could put on a suit and tie if he's required to.
Of course.
I'm looking at various websites right now. So,
Yep.
The Roman Senate was required to wear togas to the Senate. I just don't think that...
This is the other thing.
This doesn't need an accommodation.
No, Chantel, to be clear, he has worn suits on particular occasions. He can wear them. That's the point. They're just flat out, they're using that as a justification, but they're flat out just letting themselves go. These are able-bodied people asking for accommodations that we don't give to the disabled. Like, that's what's, to me so disgusting, is they can put on clothes. They just don't want to. They want to walk around in shorts. But again, they talk to you about how we're disgracing the Capitol, and then they're showing up the way they are. I mean, it's stupid.
It's crazy.
And it's amazing because they've divided the country so well that, some people on the other side of this thing are like, no, we're the idiots. What are you doing talking about clothes? It's really not about clothes. It's about holding our people in power to a higher standard. On a day where we just saw a New Jersey senator indicted for taking over $500,000 in bribes, I don't know that we're supposed to be coming off, the oversight in this country, but that's exactly what they're asking us to do. It's a scam. I'm glad you see it down in Houston. I got to get down there and eat some barbecue, Chantel.
Oh, hey, we need to see you do a show down here.
It's coming.
We'd love to have you.
Listen,
all right.
Once I get my stand-up special, it films October 13th. I'll be on the road, like in January, February. So how about some you and me time down in Houston? That's the plan.
Marvelous. My husband and I will look forward to it.
Oh, that's a big deal. I'll see you guys down in the 713. Tell your husband hello. Thanks, Chantel.
All right, thank you.
Have a great day.
Bye.
Happy Friday. Jody is out in Kalamazoo, Michigan, home of Derek Jeter. Jody.
Hi there. How are you?
Better now. I needed some Michigan energy.
That's right. We have a lot of energy to run away from our governor.
You need it right now. That's crazy.
Good Lord. Yes.
Well, if you keep that tracksuit on, you can go to the Senate.
Well, there you go. Hey, that's what I'm calling. I have two questions for you. I want to know what Chuck Schumer is getting from Fetterman in order to make this rule change.
Ooh.
Because, he didn't have a stroke yesterday.
Yeah. Good point.
And the other question is, wasn't President Biden reading from a teleprompter when he said the Black Caucus? Is somebody trying to make him look like a...
No, he went off. He just went off message and said what he said. I see why you'd say that, but I promise, Biden doesn't need help looking like a dope. They don't.
Well, that I know. I'm just wondering if somebody's trying to make it move faster.
Speed the plow a little bit. Fascinating.
Exactly.
Well, what Schumer's doing is just trolling the Republicans. He did this knowing they'd get upset. They like culture wars. They want the parties fighting. That's how the Democrats thrive. They don't want a discussion on substance. They don't want a discussion on, why it's important to have decorum in the Senate. That's the racket of what they do. I'm glad you see through it because the point you made is brilliant. Fetterman, okay, if he needs this accommodation today, it means he needed it a year and a half ago. Yet they didn't even consider this. That's how you know it's all performance art. So you get it, Jody. That Michigan energy, it got you over the top. Good job.
It's infuriating. Hard to be a good American still.
No, you're doing it. You're making it look easy. You just keep playing good ball, and I'll talk. We're going to be back in Michigan doing stand-up in the spring. So come by. You can try and keep Tudor Dixon away from the bar for me.
Okay, you have a great weekend.
You too, Jody. Take care. There she goes. Yeah, the Dixons get rowdy at the stand-up shows. It's not even Tudor. It's her mom. Her mom's frisky. She's fired up. But we had the greatest time in Holland, Michigan. If you were there July 8th this summer, just awesome. When we go on the road, it is the greatest thing in the world to be a part of. That's why I hype these shows so much, okay? Everybody that shows up is cool. And to be in the presence of 500 cool people or 700 or 800 or 1,000, whatever the hell it is, it's just a cool thing to be around. There's just so much positive energy in the atmosphere. And then you get my potty-mouthed act on stage. But it winds up being a big win for the American people. At least, well, not the American, the Murican. My crowd is Murica. And we'll have more Fox Across Murica after this.
You're listening to the most relatable man on the radio.
Best way to describe him is to say he's a typical boy next door.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
I listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-353-9057, 800-353-9057, or biglou.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-251-8381 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-251-8381. That's 800-251-8381. What do you have to lose? Call 800-251-8381. That's 800-251-8381.
Embarrassed by ugly yellow toe fungus?
Living with toe fungus it's embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off. I hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody.
Introducing Crystal Flush. Crystal Flush is the only FDA-registered 2-in-1 home treatment that attacks your toe fungus from both the inside and out. Crystal Flush's new and different combination system knocks out toe fungus for good. Guaranteed.
Crystal Flush is different. After just a few weeks, my fungus was gone. I mean, 100% disappeared. Crystal Flush was the only thing that ever worked. So if you're skeptical because you tried a bunch of other stuff, Crystal Flush is different. This is a game changer.
Crystal Flush is now available without a prescription, but it is not available in stores. Get your risk-free supply today. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Stop being embarrassed by ugly yellow toenails. Go to crystalflush.com or call 800-204-4484.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
This weekend, it's the Lake of the Ozarks Marine Dealers September Boat Show clearance. September 22nd through 24th at Captain Ron's at the 34.5 mile marker. New clearance price 23s, pre-owned and demos, cruisers, runabouts, performance boats, tri-toons, ski boats, personal watercraft, docks, lifts, and all boating accessories. For more information, visit ozarkboatshow.com. $1,000 of free gas given away at the show. The September Boat Show clearance, September 22nd through the 24th at Captain Ron's.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Sean Duffy's coming by. Lincoln Fallon's coming by. You're certainly welcome. 888-788-9910 if you want a piece of this shindig. Here in New York, we have the old hotline. If you see something, say something. If something looks suspicious, you're supposed to speak up. Well, Josh has a montage here of the networks covering the border crisis. You don't get that every day. We're only 3 years and 7 million migrants into the crisis. It's very suspicious that they're suddenly covering it, but here it is. Take it away, Josh.
Big story, especially here in New York. The Biden administration has decided to implement some new rules for hundreds of thousands of migrants. We've seen these record border crossings. We see it coming now to the northeastern cities, getting a lot of complaints from mayors like Mayor Adams here in New York.
After more than 4,000 migrants arrived in the last 2 days, overwhelming the city of nearly 30,000 people, the mayor there is scrambling, saying facilities are strained and migrants are having to be released onto the streets. It's part of a recent rise in overall border crossings that hasn't been seen in months.
We begin with a crisis at our southern border. The Biden administration will surge active duty Defense Department personnel at the border as it attempts to ease the crisis caused by thousands of people entering the country every day.
But we're going to begin with immigration and a major move by the Biden administration. The president is granting temporary legal status to nearly 500,000 Venezuelan migrants who are already in this country. Now, this could be life-changing for those families looking to work and make money here legally.
But you know what else? And you know what she doesn't acknowledge? You know, the people who filed the proper paperwork and now have to wait in line because Biden's going to let the people who came in here illegally suddenly be declared legal.
That's not right.
Do you understand when you hear the phrase expanding legal pathways? That means people who are here illegally would now be made legal ahead of the people who filed the proper paperwork and waited in line. Do you get it? It's like when we go, let's expand legal pathways for murder. Yeah, it's illegal right now, but we could expand the pathways. You wouldn't go to jail for it. That's the equivalent of what they're doing in terms of manipulating the law. I'm not saying people coming into the country illegally are the equivalent of a murder. I'm saying what they're doing with the law is moving it to accommodate their agenda. Things they want to accomplish in this country are currently illegal. So they just want to go out and make them legal. And why would Joe Biden want to do something like that?
Oh, Lordy Lord, he's desperate.
His support with Latino voters is all the way down. And they are hemorrhaging black voters as well, despite Biden's insistence that they don't even have a choice.
You have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump.
My station. We love it. It's number one.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed-upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it. And see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Hey, you know, living in the country or in a small town has its benefits. You know your neighbors, you got breathable air, life is good, but slow internet is kind of the way it goes out here. Your video calls are laggy, websites load at a snail's pace. Well, there's one company that can help us folks out here. They're called Whisper, like whisper, without the H. They bring high-speed internet to rural places. No contracts, no hidden fees, with a satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Check them out at whisperisp.com.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
He's an old guy, has dementia, can't lead us, and the country is screwed. Tells some big lies, barely speaks English, sniffs children, and their mom's hair too goes the wrong way. When he leaves his speeches, gets lost each day in the White House yard. All the Dems say that we should re-elect him. How can he run when walking is hard? And Joe keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, keeps falling, keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, and Joe keeps falling, yeah, he keeps falling, keeps falling, falling, yeah, he keeps falling.
It is Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Singing the hits, that is Tom Petty sending out a version of Free Falling as Keeps Falling in honor of the guy in the White House.
We have a president that is clearly not all there.
Not all there. But Sean Duffy is all here.
All here, Jimmy.
And the crowd goes wild. Hey, girl.
Oh, my goodness. Listen, by the way, this is the first time I've been back in the studio since it's been redone. You got some nice fake wood on the walls, some nice chairs. It's beautiful.
It's pretty, right? It makes the program look a lot classier than it is.
You're pretty, and so is your studio.
I listen, and I'll take that from you, Sean Duffy. If anybody knows, it's a cable news super hunk like yourself. Fun week of cable news, UN week as well.
By the way, just going back, was this about Joe Biden in the White House falling poll numbers or falling on stage.
You could go in a few different directions, but this was clearly written in honor of the commencement address.
Yes.
But his thing lately is he stayed upright. He's just leaving early.
And not shaking hands. He just bails. He's like, I'm out of here.
The president of Brazil, that would be an all-time funny moment if, like, as a country, we were acknowledging this was a thing. Because he literally throws his arm in disgust that he doesn't get the handshake.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the only thing you have to do at one of these bilats is shake hands. That's the gig.
Well, that's what you do, right? There's like nothing happens, but it's like a show for the world. Like, we're such good friends.
We're friends.
Yeah. It's like, no, I got to go. I think he has a restroom problem. I think he
maybe he
leaves
knows
these
and he
things.
bails.
He's like, I got to go. I can't shake hands. I got to get off the stage.
I wonder if that's why he did that to the Medal of Honor guy.
Exactly. He left early to the Medal of Honor situation, and I think he has, you know, maybe this incontinence of some sort, and he has to get out.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's too bad.
Sean Duffy, he is in studio. Either way you slice it, you know, that it's a moment where we don't quite cross the finish line. Whatever the reasoning is, it's a weird look in a international moment. You know, I said it's like, you know what a unity candle is at a wedding where they have the mother of the bride and the mother of the groom light a candle together? Mm-hmm. Biden is picking up the candle, lighting a cigarette for himself and walking away. And the other mom's just at the altar.
And maybe he's lighting Hunter Biden's crack pipe, too, with it as well.
Duffy, going right in.
But here's the question, Jimmy, that I keep asking. Does America understand that the perception that we have of this country, those of us from the 80s or 90s, of greatness and strength, do they understand that that's not America any longer?
Yeah.
We don't project strength militarily. We don't project economic strength. We're $33 trillion in debt. We have these Marxist socialists that have taken over our government, our military, our comedy, our media. Not on your show, though. Not on your show.
Ma'am.
But we are not the same. And I think Americans will wake up too late.
Yeah.
And it'll be gone, and control will be ceded, and they'll wake up and go, oh, we probably should have fought back against this craziness.
A lot of the creature comforts that we enjoy and the quality of life advantages we have here are going away.
And by the way, we're living off the fumes of what we used to be.
Yeah.
All the while, the fumes are dissipating.
Late stage empire stuff.
It really
I hate
is.
the phrase, but
it
it's
really is
scary. Sean Duffy is in studio. Well, one of the reasons, it sounds trivial to some people, that the Senate would be relaxing its dress code. I don't consider it. Because I to be honest with you, I think it's a scam, because I think that is our elected officials saying, hey, hold us to a lower standard.
Well, I think you're right. Right, it is a lower standard. This is not an esteemed body, and we should not dress accordingly. But I got to be honest. When I was in the House, there was many occasions I would not wear a suit. I'd wear jeans. I'd put a shirt on, a tie on, a jacket on, and I'd go onto the floor. But if I did that, Jimmy, I would stay in the back of the chamber, and in the cloakroom, it's a room off the back of the House chamber.
That's not a Carhartt sweatshirt and a print bathing suit.
Well, to the point, I would never go and speak.
Yeah.
I'd never go meet a president of Ukraine. I would not go to a hearing in jeans. I'd wear a suit for that.
Yeah.
So again, the standard that's being set in the Senate shows a respect or lack of respect they have for the institution. And frankly, I think the rest of the world sees the Senate the way John Fetterman sees the Senate, as a joke of a body.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Where you can wear what a 16-year-old kid wears on a Saturday morning, gym shorts and a hoodie, right? That's what your kids wear.
No,
Lincoln. That's what Lincoln wears on a Saturday morning, I'm sure.
Absolutely. That's what the Link man is wearing.
Yes.
Probably, and the reality is that when you take something like the Senate, remember the dichotomy in play here is like people snuck into the Senate on January 6th. They're like, that's a 30-year offense in prison.
Right.
But, but apparently that guy with the Chewbacca hat was just ahead of his time.
He was.
If he would have waited 2 years, they would have like, oh, we're voting a 2. What state are you from? Guy in the Chewbacca hat?
Right, exactly.
It's so stupid. The whole thing, I call it performative stupidity.
But here's also the deal. John Fetterman ran for the Senate. He voluntarily raised his hand as a Democrat to run. I'm surprised Pennsylvania elected him. But when you run for the Senate, you understand that there's some rules in the Senate. And the rules in the Senate is put a suit on.
Yeah.
Put a shirt on, put a tie on. When you ran, you agreed that was the norm by which you would live.
Yeah.
But he wins the Senate seat, comes in and is like, no. The Senate has to come to the John Fetterman standard, and I get to wear, shorts and a hoodie. It's the arrogance of that, by the way.
Yeah.
And that Chuck Schumer, by the way, would say, you know what? One of my senators doesn't want decorum in the chamber. I'm going to go with that guy.
Yeah.
We're going to get rid of it for everybody.
Because it's just a perpetual trolling exercise now. And that's why they're doing it. They have to know it's beneath the institution, I would think. I mean, Joe Manchin's trying to draft a resolution to reinstate it. But would you say, as someone who served, that collectively they do know this is bad?
Oh, I think they do. I think people like to have, even they'll refer to people as a gentleman from Minnesota or the gentlelady from. There is
That's where this is headed.
And but you really don't think they're a gentleman or a gentlelady. But there's systems and a process in place that goes back to our founding.
Yeah.
And even how people cheer on the floor. There's a long history of how this has all developed, and we're breaking it. But also, listen, Jimmy, it's not just the Senate and what we wear. It's what we do with crime and criminals. What we do with the border. What we do with spending, like we have broken all the norms, and so why not break it in the Senate too? We've lost respect for the whole country, Senate included, White House as well. I mean, Joe Biden in the White House, again, he might not wear a hoodie, but he can't stand up. He can't complete a sentence. That's what America has come to.
It is not pretty. We're talking to Sean Duffy.
You are pretty, Jimmy.
I'll take it, Sean Duffy. I'm not a quite... as I say every day, high definition, gorgeous, but standard definition with a little hair and makeup.
Hot.
Don't get too much resolution, not too many pixels on that TV.
One day you're gonna have to tell us how you keep your hair looking the same each and every day. It's like, do you get a weekly haircut, the Jimmy Fallon special every week? Because it doesn't change.
I cut it like every 2 weeks, to be clear. But the way I do it is that's what matters.
That's the trick.
Very consistent. Yes, everybody has a process.
Do you cut your own hair?
No, I looks like I do, but I don't. I have a guy who charges me money for this.
Well, you said you have a process. You had a process. I thought, well, you say you're a barber, you're stylist. You're stylist.
I used to cut Lincoln's hair for a while. Yeah, when Lincoln was going through his chubby phase, because Lincoln's like an Adonis now. He's like 6'5". He's muscly and wiry. He has great shape.
Gets it from his dad.
Yeah, I guess. But when he was in like his chubby 10 and 12-year-old phase, I used to shave him a mullet, and he just looked like the toughest woman in prison. Like he's just like.
But he probably loved it too. He's like, I'm bad. I love the mullet.
No, he did. He looked like a bad news kid. He was always a nice kid, but he looked like bad news when he was 10 or 12. He's come a long way.
The link man.
Give me this, okay? We're talking about Ukraine funding this week. I saw Zelensky start talking climate change. Is that a signal that he thinks maybe the war money could be drying up, so he's got to latch on to a different motivation?
Well, no, he has to. He knows he has to speak this language. I got to talk about climate change.
Yeah.
He needs a spokesperson in Ukraine that's transgender. He thinks that's how you appeal to the American Congress and American government to get more money. So I agree. Climate change, yes. Open borders, yes.
He doesn't get it so great.
I have a transgender spokesperson in Ukraine, yes. I mean, and he's like, if I do that, they're going to provide cash for me. And again, this is a game he's playing.
Yep.
Do I think really Zelensky believes this stuff? Probably not.
No,
but he'll go to the mat on these ideas, crazy ideas, to get what is $40 billion more. But there's no end to this, Jimmy. There's no end to the money flow.
No.
And in the end, it looks like Ukraine's probably going to lose.
Yeah.
And we're going to spend so much money in the process, all the while taking our eye off of the real threat, which is China.
Yeah.
I mean, China's the threat that we face as a country, not Russia.
Of course. And we are simultaneously being invaded at the border. You can't tell me it's not an invasion. If you've had this many people, if you've had this much fentanyl, you've had this much carnage and chaos, Sean Duffy.
We're giving money to Ukraine, like another $40 billion. We're already over $100 billion. And we lose an F-35, and they can't find it, and the military calls it a mishap. You lost an F-35. I can find my iPhone anywhere in the country.
Yeah.
Find my iPhone.
Yeah.
Like put
you
a damn
can't find
iPhone.
An F-35.
Put an iPhone on the F-35 and do Find My iPhone. You'll find it.
You could do that on an iPhone 1.
Exactly.
Not even a new iPhone.
But it's like, I think you need to spend some money at home.
Yeah.
Let's get this stuff. Let's get our own stuff working. You don't need to put these little thing on your window so you can put your iPhone on it and you put those on the windshield.
The F-35 needs that rubber mounting brackets that you put on the dashboard, or those Garfields that have 4 paws against the window. Can we get one of those?
And they can charge us $10,000 a Garfield, which is what they'll probably do in the military, and we'll be good to go. We can find our F-35s.
Wow, Sean Duffy making all kinds of sense. Too much sense. That's why he's not in Washington. He's hanging out on FBN on the, well, let's be clear, the bottom line, which is the only show anyone should be watching anywhere in TV.
It's true. And Jimmy comes on once, twice a week, which is always fun. And he gets the best introduction of any guest.
Do I?
On the bottom.
Butters me up. He always gives the other guest a complex.
I do, because I come in hot for Jimmy, and then I'm like, and here is blah, 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 blah.
But you'll generally apologize to the other guest. It's a funny way to start a segment.
Well, what happens is in the booth where the producers are, they're like, all right, don't do it. I know you're going to come in hot for Jimmy, but you can't come down for the next guest. It's not very generous of me. It's not very hosty of me.
Everybody else was hot for Teacher. He would not have made it in Van Halen. They're like, it's Teacher, Sean. It's Teacher.
The bottom line is hot for Jimmy Fallon.
It's a hot one.
By the way, it's FBN, 6 p.m. Eastern, every single night, Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday. I consider
we have a 2-hour special on the next Wednesday. The debate is going to be on FBN.
Debate Eve.
We're the pre-show. We're the
opening act.
I can't say that. We're going to be the opening act.
The opening act for the debate. I mean, listen, I'll be watching. I'll be all over that, Sean Duffy. I might run onto the set. You don't know.
I'd love it.
How about it? Sean Duffy, happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, Jimmy.
Give him hell on the TV.
Have a great weekend.
We're about to get a call. This is the kind of quality dad I am. Lincoln's about to cut 8th period and call in to preview tomorrow's football game. Listen, these guys got to know where to bet their money.
Listen, he's a champion. Good for him.
This is a service I provide for the community, and we're about to provide it. There it is. The great Sean Duffy. There he goes. The crowd goes absolutely wild for this man, Lincoln Fala, joining us next on the big bad one and only Fox Across America.
You're listening to Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon.
I enjoyed it. It was an unbelievably interesting experience.
Gets me through my workday.
I always have my radio on at work. Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Can I get a weight reading on the cat in exam 3?
Zuri needs a new vet tech after their current one literally moved to a farm.
Detailed checkup is waiting.
But finding an ideal replacement takes some training.
This is like herding cats.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Schedule virtual interviews and talk to candidates right from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
A healthy weight, more energy, and smooth, regular bowel movements. 3 things everyone strives for.
It's me, Chuck Norris. There's one really important thing we don't talk about enough: our health. Achy joints, digestive issues, weight gain, and fatigue. We're told these are normal signs of aging. So working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick.
Morning Kick is a revolutionary formula combining 10 different supplements in one. Probiotics that help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and several of the most powerful anti-aging supplements on earth. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, focused, and help manage stress.
Anybody can achieve great health regardless of their age.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com. Use code PUNCH or text PUNCH to 511-511 and claim 40% off today.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee.
Text PUNCH to 511-511. Morning Kick.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Consumer Cellular's award-winning customer support is 100% based in the U.S., and you are 100% based in the U.S. That's something you have in common with Consumer Cellular's customer service. Consumer Cellular's customer service likes pizza, and you like pizza. You want a free month of service, and we want to give you one. We obviously can't wait to hear from you. Visit consumercellular.com/free month and enter code free month to get your second month free. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Promotion is subject to...
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations,
avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter. If you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. And the jersey was on when he walked out the door this morning. That can only mean one thing. The Clark Rams have a big matchup this weekend against my alma mater, the Division Avenue Blue Dragons. Joining us now for a big preview, George from Queens, number 64, the captain, Lincoln Fallon in the house. Hey.
What's up?
So what am I supposed to do as your dad this weekend?
Get drunk in the bleachers and make it fun.
But do I wear Ram stuff and betray? You know, I'm kind of a Division Avenue legend. I won 5 class favorites in high school. You know, bit of a local celebrity.
You're not winning 5 class favorites.
I actually did. I was pretty popular back in the day.
In high school, how do you get 5?
I could name them. I'm not trying to brag.
No. Super senior. How did you get 5 of them?
Leave me alone, Lincoln. You need to know this. I've probably told you this before. Whatever conversational abilities I have, like on the radio, in person, like that guy's kind of funny. I've had them since I was 5. So I'm not on the way up in my career. I'm actually a child star on the way down. I peaked 35. 40 years ago, to be clear, but you coming into your athletic prime. Clark Rams 1-1 on the season, a tough one in Wantagh, but now you got division at home. My Blue Dragons. How do you guys feel? Are you going to bounce back?
Oh yeah.
Did you get that ankle prepared better?
Yeah, we got it wrapped up, and we're going to have it wrapped up for the game.
You got a lot of concerns, so I told the audience on Tuesday's show, and you got a lot of messages on the Facebook account, like, what's up with Lincoln?
Well, yeah, on the video, my leg actually bends backwards.
Yeah,
I don't know how nothing snapped, but it was only my ankle.
Yeah, it was. Lincoln was in the middle of making a play. Somebody, what, did they fall on your ankle?
Dove to make the tackle. I had the tackle, and they dove to make it, and it took my knee out.
Oh, my. But you still got the guy down?
No.
Lincoln.
I had it wrapped up, and then he pushed me back.
And a broken ankle allowed him to get out. You brought shame on the family, son. I'm kidding. Mow! Lincoln Fallon in studio. Well, this is my, the predicament I'm in is obviously you root for your son, more than anything in the world. But Division Avenue, it's where I grew up. It's where I went to high school. It will be funny to be rooting against the other side. But am I being selfish and making it all about me? Should I just be focused on you? How should I handle this?
Do what you want.
But do you want me to heckle? Like, do you want me to get rowdy? Like, this is the thing. When I was in division, as you know, we used to, get really rowdy at games, like baseball games specifically. Like, I would heckle so hard. Like, Coach Robbins, who used to buy me alcohol, would let me heckle the other teams. And I once got a game ball on Memorial Day. Dennis Schneider threw a no-hitter, struck out 15 batters, but he gave me the game ball just because of how disruptive we were in the stands. So do you want to see that version of your dad, or are you worried it's going to be like a headline?
As long as you don't get kicked out, I don't really care.
You don't want to be the dad that's in the parking lot, fist fight with the ref. You blew that call! Parents do get a little too worked up at the youth sporting events out there. You know who I'm talking to. So give me, it's a big Friday. It's a Friday, Friday Eve. You guys have the pasta party at our house after school.
Yep.
How's Mommy going to handle that?
I'm just saying keep them all in the backyard.
You don't want them anywhere near the house?
No.
Why, are your friends like animals?
Yeah.
How bad is a JV football team when is it like we rented out the hotel, the Led Zeppelin? There's going to be a guy riding through on a dirt bike with a goat in the lobby?
Yeah.
Is that where this is headed? Well, if you're going to win tomorrow, Okay, I think you guys got to keep it fairly responsible.
Yeah.
Although I got to tell you, Division is definitely out drinking tonight. Like, if I could give you any critical game controlling information based on what I know about that school, that's where I grew up. Our best sport was beer pong. Foreigner, we beat any school. We were beating colleges. Hofstra down the block was like, how do you guys do it? So, Lincoln, give me that prediction. What's the score going to be?
44 to 14.
44-14. You're only going to score 14?
44.
Lincoln Fala says the Clark Rams are going to get a win. There it goes. Don't bet the house, because if you bet that last week, you probably don't have it. Bet the rental house or the car you're now living in. You got the Clark Rams over my alma mater Division. That'd be a rough one, but I'd be proud of you. You know, you're my number one. Show is over. Happy Friday. Be a Republican. Be a Democrat.
Just don't be a Jimmy Fallon.
You're the worst.
Get him out of here. Get him out.
These statements and information are for educational purposes only and are not a solicitation for the purchase of any insurance or financial product. All guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the insurer. Paid for by Bank on Yourself.
Are you putting your retirement savings in a 401k or IRA? Then I have one word of advice. Stop. You've been lied to by the Wall Street fat cats who get paid whether you win or lose. They say risk your life savings in the stock market, but studies show people who follow that advice will outlive their savings by a staggering 10 years. They say max out your contributions to 401ks, but the man who invented the 401k now says it's a monster that should be destroyed. They say defer paying your taxes to retire in a lower tax bracket, but retirees who fell for that lie are paying higher taxes than ever. Now get a free report exposing the wealth-killing lies you've been told and discover the proven retirement plan alternative Wall Street fat cats hope you never hear about. You can get guaranteed competitive growth every year and tax-free retirement income. Get your free report now at bankonyourself.com/goal. That's bankonyourself.com/goal. bankonyourself.com/goal.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it. And see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. President Biden is at this hour establishing the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. It will be headed by Vice President Kamala Harris, who spoke moments ago.
Every day, about 120 Americans are killed by a gun. And while this violence impacts all communities, it does not do so equally.
Gun control activist David Hogg has been pushing for the office since 2019. CBS News spoke with him just before he entered the White House for the announcement.
I'm ecstatic that this is happening. I've been working on this with March for Our Lives since 2019 when we first started calling for an Office of Gun Violence Prevention through our policy platform, which at the time was called the Peace Plan.
The auto worker strike has now spread to 36 locations in almost 24 states. The strikers say they can't support their families on their existing wages.
Local 2114 President Richard Bray says his members are Tier 2 workers. They start at $17 an hour, and by their 8th year, they reach the top wage of $25 an hour. Bray says workers here barely scrape by.
Corporate greed is what this is all about. They're trying to suppress wages of our people, and it's time to stand up and fight.
The UAW wants to end the two-tiered wage system and have automakers provide defined pension benefits. Bernie Tafoya for CBS News, Bolingbrook, Illinois.
To another strike, some Apple employees have walked off the job on an important day, says CBS's Elaine Cobb in Paris.
Workers at Apple stores across France have gone on strike for more pay and an end to a hiring freeze. More than 2,000 employees joined picket lines, vying for sidewalk space with customers eager to get the new iPhone 15, which was released in France today.
New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez has been indicted on federal charges of taking bribes to help Egypt. University of Virginia political analyst Larry Sabato tells CBS News this could be bad news for Democratic hopes to retain a majority in the Senate.
The Democrats cannot afford to lose that seat under any circumstances. If they even hope to achieve a 50-50 Senate, they need that seat, and that would take a good deal of luck.
Menendez is up for re-election next year. He calls the indictment a political smear. Tropical storm Ophelia has begun drenching parts of North Carolina. CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson says it will move up the Atlantic coast tonight.
You're going to be seeing coastal flooding and inundation, so the potential for your high tides on Saturday could be in the top 10 highest points from Lewis, Delaware, and Cape May.
The Dow is up about 5 points at this hour. S&P 500 also up about 5 points. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late News now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: a second fugitive wanted out of the state of Iowa now finds himself behind bars without bond in the Miller County Jail, awaiting a one-way ride back to the Des Moines Work Release Center. Courthouse records indicate 21-year-old Ryan Michael Burrows has been wanted in Iowa for violating work release rules. Burrows has signed a waiver of extradition, meaning he is not fighting the extradition. Also arrested and being held, waiting on extradition back to Iowa from Miller County, is Zachary Cockerham, who is charged in Polk County, Iowa, with attempted murder and other charges in Des Moines. If you are an aficionado of a wide variety of grub and beverages with a lot of room to roam around, then you should probably head to the Osage Beach City Park for this weekend's fall version of the Lake of the Ozarks Food Truck Festival.
We brought on more food trucks. We didn't know what to expect. We brought in more porta potties, and we've got more entertainment and more food trucks, and so really looking forward to this.
Mayor Michael Harmison says compared to heading into the springtime event, the city is really ready for what this weekend will bring. More than 7,500 made their way to the spring event. The Food Truck Festival this weekend goes on rain or shine from 10 to 7 on both Saturday and Sunday. A Lake area group that goes by the name of Swaddling Clothes has another giveaway on the calendar for this weekend. In addition to a transition from summer to now fall and winter clothing, among other items, they will have some diapers, wipes, baby wash, shampoo bottles, ointments, and more. There's no charge for this event from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Saturday at Hope Lutheran Church in Osage Beach. And a Barnett woman is injured Thursday morning in a two-vehicle accident on Twisted Tree Road near Gaspee Road in Morgan County. The Highway Patrol says it happened when 54-year-old Donald Montavi of Barnett crossed the center line, striking 41-year-old Amanda Wagner. Montavi was uninjured while Wagner chose to seek her own treatment for some minor injuries. Both of them were wearing seatbelts at the time of the crash. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Scattered showers and storms this afternoon, high of 79 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy, a chance of additional storms after midnight. A little bit of a break through the early evening with a low of 65. Scattered storms Saturday, high of 84. Sunday, scattered storms again with a high around 76 degrees. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 74.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's The Ramsey Show, where we help people build wealth, do work they love, and create amazing relationships. I'm John Deloney, joined by Jade Warshaw, and we're taking your calls on money and life and work and mental health and emotional health and a partridge in a pear tree. Anything you got, we got an opinion on. Give us a call, 888-825-5225. Jenna is just looking alive in there, taking your calls. She's ready. Let's go out to Flagstaff, AZ, and talk to Garrett. What is up, Garrett?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Thank you so much for having me on the show.
Thanks, man. We're having a party in here. What's up?
Awesome. Well, just regarding your last section of, the whole, if you doubled your income, which I recently have, I'm super glad to say that I have a bunch of people that I was able to reach out to. So shout out to my parents if they're listening somewhere out there. But
good job, man. That's awesome.
I'll just get right to the point.
Not good job, you.
I'm
Good job,
19.
parents. Good job, your parents. That's awesome.
That's great.
Yeah, shout out Mom and Dad. Thank you so much. All right, well, I'm 19, and I really want to be financially free by 30. And I've recently started a new job where I'm working about part-time, 20 hours a week, and I'm making somewhere between $40,000 and $50,000 for the year. But I'm also a full-time student up at NAU. And I just wanted to kind of get your guys' advice on maybe dropping out and working full-time and just kind of hear what you guys had to think about that.
What are you studying?
Construction management. I'm not super passionate about it. I mean, I chose it because it's one of the quickest degrees to, right out of college, you start making about $80,000 a year.
It's a terrible reason to get a degree. Terrible reason.
Yeah, but I mean, I also had a full ride scholarship to NAU, so I'm basically going
That's
for free. Just
a
paying for
great
housing.
reason to get a degree. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, for sure. And I mean, that's kind of, I know if I do drop out or take a semester off or anything, I'm going to lose that scholarship that I'm currently working on.
What's your job right now? Like you said, you've doubled your income. You're doing pretty well. What are you doing?
Yeah, so I'm a server. I've been serving for a year and a half now, and I started at this new job that is really popping, and I make a ton of money there. And I know that I'll probably start making even more money once I become more familiar with the job.
A server like at a restaurant?
Yeah, it's called Fat Olives. So shout out Fat Olives. You guys should come check it out.
You're full of the shout outs. I love it.
No, for sure.
So Jade, you and I have never talked about this, so I'm interested to hear. We may give him conflicting advice. What do you think?
Let's go. My thought is, okay, the server thing, here's what's easy to do. Whatever the thing that's making the money, it becomes your new favorite thing, right? So I want to make sure that being a server, when you look up, because you said, hey, by the time I'm 30, I want to be financially free. Do you see yourself being a server at Fat Olives when you're 30? That's really the question.
A free server at Fat Olives.
That's the question you have to ask yourself. And if the answer is no, then it's like, okay, what do I see myself doing when I'm 30? And figure out what that is. And then we're kind of reverse engineering it and going backwards and saying, okay, what has to be true today so that can be true when I'm 30?
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, my main goal, I'm really good with money. I've been able to save money my whole life. I have 2 paid-off cars right now and about $6,000 in the bank. So I know that with this amount of money, I want to start getting into real estate and be able to have that work for me. Airbnbs.
Hold on. You're a server at Fat Olives.
Yes, sir.
Don't say it like it's a bad thing, John.
But you're talking about like real estate, and when somebody says, "Hey, I'm really good with money," and you're 19 and you're going to college and you're a server and you're like, "I got 2 paid off cars," I'm going to say, you haven't borrowed money, but are you good with money? Why do you need a second paid off car at 19?
Well, the thing is, I'm at Flagstaff, so I just bought a car. I'm actually downsizing. It was much cheaper, but I needed a 4-wheel drive, and I'm currently trying to sell off my other car, but they are both paid off.
Here's my 2. This is just me, and you can this advice might be worth what you pay for it. Okay, 2 important things I want you to keep in mind, and I'll get this is a lesson from the great Tony Robbins. When you make a goal, I want to be financially free by 30. That's like saying I want to lose 100 pounds. And he has this great exercise where he calls somebody up on stage and says, I'm going to put $50 million into escrow if you think you can lose 60 pounds by tomorrow. And they say, and if you do it, I'll give you the money. And like, I couldn't do that. And he goes, yeah, you could. You could call a surgeon. I'll call a surgeon and we'll remove one of your legs for $50 million. And now it's like, oh, I could do that. When you have a goal that is it is untethered to anything other than, I want that finish line by this date. What happens is you start, like Jade said, you chase firecrackers and you chase the next bright light in front of you, and then you start cutting corners. Because what you're not talking about is building a peaceful life. You don't want to have a great marriage and have kids that love you and want to be in your presence at 30. You're not talking about building an amazing career in a business at 30. You've just given yourself this arbitrary date and this arbitrary finish line that is financially free. And so my challenge to you is not thinking about a finish line. Think about the life you want to build by the time you're 30. What is that going to look like? And I will tell you, I've never met a 30-year-old. I haven't yet. I'm sure they exist. That came back and said, I had a full ride scholarship and I quit because I was making so much money waiting tables. I'm so glad I did that. I haven't met that person. I have met many people who wish they had not taken out a bunch of student loans. But if you were my son, if you were my brother, if you were my brother's son, and you came to me and asked this question, I would say, dude, keep waiting tables, keep making that money, and take that free college education. Learn everything you can about construction management. If you're going into real estate, you're going to learn about plumbing and foundations and begin to use that education, not just for the certificate, but for the wider conversation you're going to learn. Make friends with contractors, make friends with landscape architects, make friends with the whole system. And then you walk away with a free 4-year degree that's worth its weight in gold because you didn't pay anything for it. And then you head out and keep serving at Fat Olives.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, don't get into real estate. Your first move into real estate is buying a home for you that you can afford, right? And you're understanding, okay, this is what it looks like. This is maintenance. This is all those things. That's how you're buying a home. And you're doing that later on, you're graduated college, and that's when you're doing that. I don't want you jumping the gun because, again, really to John's point, you could get yourself – the biggest problem you'll face right now is trying to go too fast and make bad decisions because you're trying to go too fast. You got plenty of time. You're 19.
So let me back out real quick and let you just in on something. You're 19. You have a full ride scholarship. You're not getting a degree in something stupid. You're getting a degree that you could have some certifications and go out and make a great living and help people have homes. You could actually help people with your degree. And you are not scared of hard work, and you have no debt, and you are saving. You are so far ahead.
Very good.
Any 19-year-olds.
Stay on
the path. Stay on the path. I say stay in school, finish that degree, and keep serving at the Fat Olives. Fat Olives, you're welcome for the shout-out.
Hey, if you're in over your head with student loans, if private student loan debt is taking away your financial peace and you don't see any way out, you need Y Refi.